My sister mocked me as her cash machine, after I gave her $17,000 over 10 years. That night, I shut the bank forever. Now she's crying at my door. My sister Marlene, 33, has always treated me, a 36-year-old man, as if I were her personal bank account. But what happened last month at my niece's birthday celebration was the last straw. Marlene and I grew up in a middle-class home. Our parents worked very hard, but money was always tight. After college, I got a decent career in IT, and worked my way up over time. I live alone. I have never married and have no children. Marlene married her high school boyfriend, Anton, 35, when she was 23. They have 2 daughters, Anya, 17, and Lydia, 13. Marlene and Anton have always suffered financially. He works in construction, while she is a part-time receptionist at a dental office. They live paycheck to paycheck in a dilapidated rental property. Meanwhile, I own my home, have a healthy savings account, and can afford a few frills. Marlene has been coming to me for money for the past decade. It started modest, with $55 spent on groceries or gas. Then the sums increased. When Anya needed school supplies, Marlene would contact me. When their vehicle broke down, I paid for the repairs. When Lydia decided to join the soccer team, I paid for her fees and equipment. I've never said no because I adore my nieces. Anya is a bright student who gets good scores, and Lydia is a lively little girl who brightens up any space. I figured that aiding them was the appropriate thing to do because I had the money and they didn't. The pattern became predictable. Marlene would start the conversation casually, asking about my employment or discussing a family reminiscence. Then she'd drop hints about their most recent financial crisis. Anton would occasionally text me personally, generally late at night after he'd been drinking, with long messages about how difficult it was to provide for his family. I kept a mental track throughout time. I've probably given them close to $17,000 in cash, plus everything I purchased directly. I paid for Anya's prom dress, Lydia's birthday parties, their Christmas presents, groceries during difficult times, electricity bills when they fell behind, and a variety of other things. The truth is, I never received a genuine thank you. Marlene would express gratitude at the moment, but then a few weeks later, she'd make remarks about how easy my life was because I didn't have children to worry about. Anton used to tease me about being the wealthy bachelor who didn't comprehend true responsibility. As time passed, their attitude became increasingly bothersome to me. When I purchased a new automobile last year, Marlene made a nasty remark about how pleasant it must be to spend money on yourself rather than your family. When I went on vacation to Spain, she wrote on Facebook about how some people can afford vacations while others struggle to pay the rent. The breaking point occurred at Lydia's 12th birthday party last month. Marlene asked me to pay for the party items, which I did: decorations, cake, and food for approximately 20 children and their parents. I also purchased Lydia a costly art set, which she had been seeking because she enjoys drawing. The party was held at their residence. I arrived early to help set up. Marlene barely acknowledged me as I strung streamers and set up tables. When the guests arrived, she presented me to the other parents as her brother, but did not reveal that I had paid for everything. During the party, Lydia opened her gifts. She was thrilled with the art set and hugged me, which made me pleased. But then Marlene proclaimed loudly to everyone that Uncle Stefan enjoys indulging the girl because he doesn't have his own children to spend money on. Several parents laughed. One woman mentioned how lucky Marlene was to have such a generous brother. Marlene said that it worked wonderfully because I had all this extra money and no family to support. That stung, but I remained silent. The big blow occurred later, during the cake cutting. Marlene summoned everyone's attention and began giving a speech about Lydia. She thanked everyone for attending, and for the gifts. Then she looked at me and said we should all thank Uncle Stefan, the family ATM, who ensures Lydia gets whatever she wants. The adults laughed. Even some of the kids laughed. Lydia looked perplexed, but smiled since everyone else was smiling. Anya rolled her eyes from across the room. Anton clinked his beer bottle and mumbled something about how I kept the money flowing. I stood there, watching everyone laugh at Marlene's remark about me being an ATM. The message was plain. I was not a cherished uncle who made sacrifices for his family. I was merely a convenient source of money for them to mock in front of their pals. I did not say anything during the party. I stayed until Lydia completed opening presents before telling Marlene I needed to leave early. She did not try to stop me. The next morning, I received a text from Marlene asking whether I could use Venmo to pay for Lydia's soccer registration. The fees were due that day, and they were low on cash. She wrote as if nothing happened the night before. I stared at the message for a long time. Then I replied back that I would not send any more money. Marlene contacted me right away, wondering what I meant. I told her that after being referred to as the family ATM in front of all her friends, I'd had enough of being treated like a bank account rather than a brother. She became defensive and said it was just a joke. She stated I was very sensitive and that everyone knew she admired me. When I told out that she had never expressed gratitude, she hung up on me. Within an hour, Anton wrote me a lengthy message about how I was punishing his children for an innocuous comment. He claimed Marlene meant nothing by it, and that I was being dramatic. He reminded me that family supports family, and that I had always been there for them. I remarked that being family does not imply accepting rudeness. I assured him they could handle their financial difficulties without me from now on. That's when the really harassment began. Marlene called me 5 times in one day. When I didn't respond, she had Lydia contact me, crying about being unable to play soccer. Then Anya texted, saying I was destroying everything with a ridiculous joke. I banned all of their numbers and assumed that was the end of it. 2 days later, my mother called. Marlene had informed her that I was refusing to help with Lydia's soccer due to a misunderstanding at the party. Mom stated she didn't know what happened, but she suggested I work things out with my sister since family is vital. I conveyed to Mom what Marlene had said and how I had been treated like a joke, rather than a person. Mom remained silent for a long before saying that Marlene probably didn't know how it sounded, and that I should give her another chance. Mom became frustrated when I replied no. She claimed I was keeping a grudge, and that Lydia should not suffer because the grown-ups couldn't get along. She reminded me that I am in a better financial situation, and that supporting family is not intended to come with strings. That chat with Mom made me realize that the entire family saw me in the same light as Marlene did, as someone whose only value was financial support. Mom was unconcerned about how Marlene had treated me. She was concerned that the money would stop. It has been 3 weeks now. Marlene has attempted to contact me via Facebook, email, and even showed up at my house once. I did not answer the door. Lydia's soccer registration deadline has passed. Anya's auto insurance payment bounced because it was on my credit card, so I canceled it. Yesterday, I received a call from an unknown number. Marlene was crying, explaining that Anya can't drive to work without insurance, and that Lydia is distraught about missing soccer season. She implored me to reconsider, promising that things would be different. I hung up without responding. Part of me worries if I am being overly harsh. These are my nieces, and they are suffering because of the decisions I made. But another part of me understands that if I give in now, nothing will change. Marlene will continue to treat me like an ATM, and the family will expect me to solve their issues. I am not sure what to do next. Should I try to work things out or remain solid in my decision? Update 1. I wrote about how my sister Marlene used me like an ATM and humiliated me during my niece's birthday celebration. Many folks asked for updates. So what happened after I cut them off financially? The first 2 weeks were peaceful after I ignored Marlene's sobbing phone call. I hoped they had finally understood and would leave me alone. I was mistaken. Things took a surprising turn about a month following my original post. It began when I received a call from my landlord. I own my home, so I was perplexed until he said that someone had called pretending to be me, stating I was late on rent and inquiring about eviction proceedings. When he said he wasn't my landlord, they hung up. The next day my credit card company called to confirm some unusual behavior. Someone attempted to add an authorized user to my account using my social security number but answered the verification questions incorrectly. The person stated that the caller claimed to be my sister, and that it was an emergency. I knew Marlene was behind both calls. She was either trying to ruin my life out of spite, or hoping to find a method to get my money. I videotaped everything and debated calling the cops, but ultimately chose to wait and see if it ended. It did not cease. Over the next week, I received calls from my bank about a loan application that I never completed, from my insurance company about policy modifications that I never requested, and from my credit card company about another failed attempt to add an authorized user. I updated all of my passwords and enabled fraud alerts on my accounts. Then I contacted Marlene using a blocked number. When she answered, I instructed her not to call my financial institutions, or I will file a police case for identity theft. She sprang into tears, claiming she had no idea what I was talking about. She claimed she was desperate because Anya had to quit her work without auto insurance, and Lydia was devastated by missing soccer. She urged me to help one more time, promising to repay me. I assured her that phoning my bank and credit card company would not make me change my mind. It merely demonstrated that I was correct to cut her off. She hung up on me. The pestering subsided for a bit after that. I wondered if she had finally given up. Then my mother called with what she described as critical family news. Mom mentioned that Marlene and Anton were getting divorced. According to Mom, financial stress had produced too many conflicts, so Anton had moved out. Marlene was now a single mother fighting to pay the rent and keep the daughters in school. Mom's tone clearly indicated that she blamed me for the divorce. She added that, if I had just assisted Marlene through this difficult time instead of nursing a grudge, the family may have remained intact. She inquired whether I was truly going to let my nieces lose their father for pride. I asked Mom if Marlene had told her about the attempt to access my bank accounts. Mom became quiet, then explained that desperate people do desperate things, and that Marlene was simply worried about providing for her girls. That chat informed me everything I needed to know about Mom's situation. She was willing to accept Marlene's actions as long as it meant I could access my wallet again. I informed Mom that Marlene's marital troubles had existed long before our disagreement, and that I was not responsible for resolving Anton's commitment concerns or Marlene's financial planning. Mom told me I was being harsh and hung up. 2 weeks later I learned that Mom had given Marlene my work address. Marlene arrived at my workplace during lunch break, crying and imploring me to talk to her. She stated that the divorce was official and that she was late on rent. She claimed the girls wanted to know why Uncle Stefan no longer loved them. My co-workers saw the entire scene. Marlene made a nuisance of herself in the foyer, shouting about family commitments and how I had abandoned my nieces. Security had to accompany her out because she refused to leave when I declined to engage with her. I felt humiliated and angry. Marlene had crossed a line by bringing her drama into my workplace. I called Mom that night and told her that giving Marlene my work address was not acceptable. Mom stated she was merely trying to assist Marlene find a way to contact me because I had banned her calls. I told Mom that if she continued to enable Marlene's actions, I would block her phone number as well. Mom chastised me of abandoning the entire family and warned me that if something horrible happened, I would regret it. The next day, Anya sent me a Facebook message. She said she understood I was upset with her mother, but she begged if I could at least help with her graduation fees. She claimed she had worked hard to graduate early and that college was her ticket out of their situation. I felt sorry for Anya. She's a decent girl who's gotten caught up in this situation, but I recognized that supporting her would only perpetuate the pattern. Marlene would take that as proof that she could still manipulate me via the females. I sent Anya a message stating that while I couldn't help with graduation fees, I was pleased of her hard work in school. I advised she look into college financial help and scholarships, and I assured her that her mother's decisions were not her fault. Anya reacted angrily. She claimed I was selfish and was ruining her future because I couldn't get over one foolish comment her mother made. She stated that Lydia is upset about not being able to play soccer, and has asked why I no longer visit. The message stung more than anything Marlene had done. Anya was becoming more like her mother, believing that she deserved my money rather than something I decided to provide. I did not react to her message. I learned last week via a mutual friend that Marlene had set up a GoFundMe campaign to help Anya with her graduation and college fees. The post presented Marlene as a struggling single mother whose brother had abandoned the family in their hour of need. It portrayed me as rich and heartless. Before being pulled down, the GoFundMe raised approximately $300. I'm not sure if Marlene removed it herself, or if GoFundMe did it, because it was misleading. I've been debating if I should contact Anya for her graduation despite everything that has happened. Part of me wants to keep contact with my nieces, but I'm not sure it's possible without Marlene's interference. For the time being, I intend to stick to my decision. Marlene caused this problem via her arrogant attitude and contempt. I'm not going to save her from the repercussions of her own decisions. Update 2. Another update on the situation with my sister Marlene and her daughters. Things have gotten more convoluted, and I learned some new information that has changed my perspective on the situation. After my last report, I had not heard from Marlene or the girls for approximately 2 months. I felt they had finally recognized that I was not going to change my mind. I was mistaken, but not in the way I thought. Last month, I saw Marlene's friend Katrin at the grocery store. We had met several times at family events over the years. Katrin was uneasy when she saw me, but she paused to speak. She informed me that Marlene had been telling others a very different account of events. According to Marlene, I volunteered to pay for Lydia's full soccer season as well as Anya's auto insurance, but changed my mind at the last minute for no apparent reason. Marlene said that I had been untrustworthy with money for years, promising things, but then backing out when it was inconvenient. Katrin claimed she believed Marlene's statement until she heard from others who attended Lydia's birthday celebration. Someone brought up Marlene's ATM comment, and Katrin realized she had lied about what transpired. Katrin also revealed something I didn't know. Marlene had been borrowing money from other family members and acquaintances, explaining that I generally assisted with bills but was experiencing financial difficulties. She had persuaded Katrin to lend her $500 for Lydia's soccer registration, alleging that I had agreed to refund Katrin but then couldn't due to an unforeseen expense. I was stunned. Marlene hadn't simply been collecting money from me for years. She had been exploiting my status as the family assistant to coerce others into loan her money. She had made me an unsuspecting participant in her strategy to avoid accepting responsibility for her finances. Katrin stated that she began asking inquiries after hearing about the birthday party event. She discovered that Marlene owed money to at least 4 separate friends and family members, all of whom had borrowed it with the expectation that I would someday pay it back. The worst part was discovering that Marlene had been telling folks I was untrustworthy and selfish when they inquired about being paid back. She'd portrayed herself as the victim of my inconsistencies, making others feel sorry for her and less likely to press her for payback. I asked Katrin how much Marlene owed overall. She didn't know the exact sums, but she thought it was several $1,000s divided between multiple persons. Marlene had been conducting a small-scale pyramid scam, with me as the unwary top. This information shifted my perspective on the ATM comment. Marlene had not just made a joke about me. She had been controlling her reputation in front of the other parents, ensuring that they saw me as the family bank account, allowing her to draw from them later if necessary. Katrin apologized for trusting Marlene's lies, and expressed regret for not seeing through them sooner. She inquired whether I intended to take any action in response to Marlene's dishonesty. I told Katrin I'd think about it, but I honestly didn't know what to do. Marlene had not technically stolen from me, and the people she misled would have to decide whether to seek restitution. 2 weeks after talking with Katrin, I received a call from my Uncle Jacob, my father's brother. He claimed he'd heard about Marlene and my problems, and wanted to provide his perspective as someone who had known our family for decades. Uncle Jacob informed me that Marlene had lately called him and asked for a loan to meet Anya's graduation fees. She informed him that I typically assisted with large bills, but was being vengeful over a little family quarrel. She had asked for $1,200, and I had agreed to reimburse him once I had cooled down. Uncle Jacob mentioned that something about Marlene's tale didn't feel right, so he called Mom for further information. Mom had grudgingly informed him of the birthday party incident and Marlene's financial manipulating tactics. Uncle Jacob was enraged when he discovered the truth. He stated he'd seen this pattern previously in other families, where one individual becomes the designated financial helper while everyone else abandons duty. He advised me that separating from Marlene was the proper option, and that I should stick to it no matter how much pressure the family applied. He also mentioned something that surprised me. He stated that our father had been concerned about Marlene's money habits before his death 5 years ago. Dad supposedly told Uncle Jacob that Marlene demanded money from family members as if it was owed to her rather than accepting it as a kind gift. Uncle Jacob explained that Dad was anxious that Marlene would drain my resources if I didn't learn to set boundaries. He had planned to talk to me about it, but he died unexpectedly before he could. Learning that Dad had seen this problem years before confirmed my decision. It also saddened me that he was concerned about Marlene taking advantage of me but hadn't lived long enough to assist me avoid the scenario. Last week, I heard from Anya again. She sent me a long email in which she explained that she had received a partial scholarship to the state university and would begin classes in the fall. She explained that she had discovered that relying on family money was not a reliable approach and that she wanted to be more self-sufficient. Anya apologized for the nasty message she had sent months ago. She explained that she had been frustrated and concerned about her future, but she now understood why I had cut off financial support. She inquired if we could have a relationship without money. I was taken aback by Anya's maturity and responded by telling her how pleased I was of her for earning the scholarship. I stated I'd be delighted to have a connection with her, but it had to be separate from any contact with Marlene. Anya said that she understood and intended to separate herself from her mother's financial issue. She admitted that witnessing Marlene mislead others for money had been embarrassing, and she didn't want to wind herself in the same situation. Lydia is still little and has no idea why I stopped visiting. According to Anya, Lydia occasionally inquires about me, but Marlene has mainly ceased talking about me around the daughters. I haven't heard directly from Marlene in months. Katrin informed me that Marlene's GoFundMe campaigns had all failed and that people were beginning to ask direct questions about the money she owed them. I feel okay about keeping my limits, especially after knowing about Marlene's larger history of financial deception. Anya's email gave me hope that at least one of my nieces understands the situation and wishes to maintain an honest relationship. I intend to stay in touch with Anya once she begins college, but I will not provide any financial assistance. If she wants a relationship with me, it will be based on familial ties rather than money. Update 3. This will be my final update on the situation with Marlene. A lot has transpired since my last post, and I believe this chapter of my life is now over. Anya began college in the autumn, and we've maintained regular touch. She contacts me every few weeks to discuss her academics and school life. We have developed a positive friendship that has nothing to do with money. She studies business and works part-time at the university library. She seemed content and independent. Anya informed me that Marlene attempted to get her to beg me for money several times during her first semester. Marlene advised that Anya explain it was for textbooks or meal plans, which sounded acceptable. Anya declined, telling Marlene she would not jeopardize her relationship with me for short-term financial benefit. This resulted in a large brawl between them. Marlene accused Anya of choosing me over her mother. Anya stated that she was not choosing anyone, but that she was tired of Marlene's financial troubles dominating all family relationships. Marlene and Lydia relocated to a smaller apartment in November. According to Anya, Marlene eventually admitted that she couldn't afford their old rent without outside assistance. The new location is farther from Lydia's school, but Marlene got a job closer to the new apartment that pays slightly more. Lydia has adapted to the adjustments better than anyone anticipated. She joined the art club at her new school instead of soccer, and Anya thinks she appears happier than she did when Marlene was constantly concerned about money. The most significant event occurred in December when Mom called me unexpectedly. She stated she wanted to discuss Marlene and that she owed me an apology. Mom stated that various family members had addressed her about Marlene's borrowing tactics. Uncle Jacob had informed the extended family that Marlene used my name to obtain loans from relatives. Cousin Elise had found that Marlene owed money to 3 distinct persons, and had been informing each of them that the others would assist in repayment. Mom admitted that she had been naive to Marlene's manipulation because she had wanted to think that she was simply going through a difficult time. She recognized that she had made a mistake in pressuring me to continue helping, and that she should have supported my decision to set boundaries. The apology felt genuine, but I warned Mom that regaining trust would take time. She said she understood and hoped we could attempt to improve our relationship. Mom also told me that Marlene had lately begged her for money, and that she had declined. When Marlene became furious and accused Mom of siding with me, Mom explained that the problem was Marlene's inability to accept responsibility for her own financial condition. In January, I received an unexpected guest at my home. It was Anton, Marlene's ex-husband. I hadn't seen him since before their divorce, and didn't know what he wanted. Anton apologized for the text messages he sent when I first cut off his financial support. He said he'd been drinking and frustrated, but he shouldn't have pushed me to continue condoning Marlene's spending habits. He explained to me that one of the grounds for their divorce was Marlene's attitude toward money. She had expected him to earn more to meet her spending needs, and when he didn't, she became bitter and critical. She also suggested that he approach me directly for money because I was family. Anton explained that Marlene perceived other people's money as a solution to her problems rather than addressing the underlying causes. He tried to talk to her about budgeting and financial planning, but she ignored his concerns, saying that family members should help each other unconditionally. He congratulated me for refusing to give in when Marlene used the girls to manipulate me. He claimed that witnessing me stand firm had helped him realize that he did not have to accept Marlene's financial pressure either. Anton has become more active with Anya and Lydia since their divorce. He picks them up every other weekend and has been teaching Lydia how to manage a tiny stipend from her part-time work. Anya told me that both girls have a better relationship with him now that he isn't constantly worried about Marlene's spending habits. The final piece of news came last month, when Katrin called to inform me that Marlene had become engaged to someone she had been dating for several months. Katrin said the guy seemed polite, but she was curious if Marlene had told him about her debt issue. I haven't heard anything directly from Marlene on the engagement. Anya acknowledged it briefly, but didn't seem overjoyed with her mother's dating choices. Looking back on all that has happened, I am convinced that cutting Marlene off financially was the correct move. She never learned to manage her money correctly because there was always someone else to help her out. My refusal to maintain the pattern compelled her to make significant changes in her position. Anya is doing well at college and has learnt important lessons about independence and self-reliance. Lydia appears to be happier in their new living circumstances. Anton has benefited from not feeling pressured to support Marlene's financial practices. Marlene could be angry with me forever, and I've accepted that possibility. Some individuals would never forgive someone for refusing to be taken advantage of. But it is not my responsibility to manage Marlene's emotions or solve her problems. I've retained all of the evidence from Marlene's attempts to access my financial accounts just in case, but I don't anticipate any further issues. She appears to have moved on to other forms of help. My relationship with Mom is gradually improving. We spoke periodically, and she stopped bringing up Marlene's troubles or requesting that I help. Uncle Jacob and I have grown closer, and I appreciate his support during this scenario. The most important lesson I've learned is that family connections should be built on mutual respect, not financial obligations. People who just value you for what you can offer are not truly family in any meaningful way. I intend to stay in touch with Anya throughout college and beyond. Our partnership demonstrates that genuine familial bonds may be formed without relying on money. Lydia will hopefully gain a better understanding of the situation as she grows older. I hope Marlene finds happiness with her new fiancé and learns from the consequences of her conduct. But that is her journey, not mine to manage. This incident taught me the value of setting boundaries early and sticking to them, even when family pressure is high. I am in a better situation now than I was a year ago, and I do not regret any of my actions. My sister demanded $43,000 before Mom's surgery could begin. She smirked with her calculator, until the evidence she recorded destroyed her life. My sister kept track of every dollar our parents spent on me and demanded they match it penny for penny, since she believed love could be measured in receipts and that I was taking her inheritance one birthday gift at a time. Claudia was 6 years older than me and had always been preoccupied with money. After I arrived, she became persuaded that every dollar spent on me was a direct theft from her future. She kept a notebook dubbed the theft log, in which she chronicled every diaper, bottle and toy, along with pricing and running totals. She would sneak into my nursery and murmur, "You're expensive," while she calculated the cost of my formula. Claudia handed me a gift for my 10th birthday in front of our entire family. It was a printed invoice for all our parents had spent on me since I was born. $74,958.34. "This is what you owe me," she stated. She described her new method in which all expenses had to be matched. If Mom bought me school supplies worth $55, Claudia got $55 cash. If my father paid for my dentist appointment, she received the equivalent in her savings account. She'd already created spreadsheets with 12 years of backdated computations, which our parents owed her. Never mind that they had been spending money on her the entire time. Conveniently, the money did not count. Our parents tried to argue with her, but Claudia was ready for this. She had looked into inheritance law and vowed to sue them for financial favoritism. To avoid her meltdowns, they began giving in. For me, every purchase meant writing a check to Claudia. She had a calculator on a chain around her neck and was continually tallying. Every ordinary childhood event became a business. They began skipping stuff I needed simply to avoid double the cost. When I required braces, they told me no since they couldn't afford 2 sets. Even though Claudia didn't need them, my teeth remained misaligned. I learned to decline gifts, skip meals, and dress in old clothes to avoid triggering her calculator. Claudia had a mental breakdown when I started college. The tuition exceeded our parents' ability to pay in cash. She asked that they either give her the equivalent immediately or refuse to pay for my education, as she had no interest in attending college. When they took out loans for me, she demanded matching loans for herself, which she promptly cashed out. She claimed I was taking her future with each semester. I worked 3 jobs to reduce what my parents paid, but Claudia still included room and board, textbooks, and even my toothpaste in what they owed her. Things worsened when Mom became ill. She required costly therapies that insurance only partially paid. I dropped out of school to help with expenses and childcare. But Claudia saw things differently. Every medical bill represented money stolen from her inheritance. She ordered that half of all treatment expenditures be transferred into her account, or she would sue for elder abuse based on financial manipulation. She really filed paperwork, saying that I was causing our parents to spend their cash on unneeded care, depleting Polly's potential inheritance. I will never forget the day Mom needed emergency surgery. While my father and I were afraid in the waiting area, Claudia arrived with her calculator and laptop. She'd investigated the procedure's expenses and requested a bank transfer before Mom went under. $43,000 for the surgery, she revealed. I'll take a payment plan, but I want post-dated checks today. When I mentioned that her mother might die, she replied it would be cheaper, and she began calculating burial costs versus extended care. Mom survived, but she returned home in need of 24-hour care, which we could not afford. I moved back to assist, but Claudia presented us with an invoice for my free rent, which she requested in cash. She'd emerge with receipts for my shower water, heat, and Wi-Fi usage. One day I discovered Mom sobbing about finances. She required medication that we could not afford because we had been paying Claudia matching amounts for all medical expenses. I informed Claudia that her greed was killing Mom. She giggled as she showed me her master spreadsheet. Since we were born, our parents had spent everything on me rather than her. Her calculations indicated that they still owed her $258,753.53. "I'm just taking what's mine," she explained. "You're the thief here." I resolved to put an end to this madness. I gathered all of Claudia's receipts, bank records, and insane spreadsheets over the previous 2 decades. I discovered something she had hidden: unrecorded deposits from her parents, lies about gifts, and years of fraud disguised as fairness. She'd taken far more than I had, but she lied about it. I confronted her with the proof and threatened to expose her to our parents if she didn't stop. Claudia smiled calmly as she pulled out her phone. She showed me a video of Mom's medicine bottles. I stared in horror as she opened each one and poured the pills down the drain. "I did this an hour ago," she said. "Mom's next refill isn't for 2 weeks, and the pharmacy won't fill it early unless you pay full price, which is about $3,000 you don't have." She moved in closer, calculator in hand. "So, here's the new deal. You're going to sign this document admitting you owe me everything in my spreadsheets. You'll pay me monthly for the rest of your life, or Mom goes without her heart medication. Your choice." I looked at this sister who'd turned love into ledgers and family into transactions. Mom needed the drugs to live. Without them, she could have just had days. Claudia brought out the contract, a pen, and her calculator, ready to calculate my first payment. "Sign it," she continued, "or start planning a funeral you can't afford." I looked at the contract, my hands quivering. The pen felt like it weighted 1,000 pounds. Mom's face flashed in my recollection, pale and weak after months of illness. $3,000 for medication, which we did not have because we had been feeding Claudia's greed for years. My phone vibrated. A text from Dad inquiring if I had picked up Mom's medicines yet. He had no idea what Claudia had accomplished. I looked at my sister, who was already calculating interest rates on her calculator, unconcerned by the fact that she had just signed my mother's potential death sentence. I placed the pen down. Claudia's eyes narrowed. I stood up and proceeded into the kitchen, opening each cupboard. Empty medicine bottles lined the shelves like tombstones, containing the heart medicines, blood pressure meds, and anti-clotting agents that protected Mom from suffering another stroke. "It's all gone." Claudia followed me while waving the contract. She'd laminated it, of course. Everything in her possession had to be official, documented, filed, and in triplicate. I ignored her and took my car keys. In the pharmacy, I begged. Janet, the pharmacist, was familiar with our family after years of filling Mom's prescriptions. She shook her head sadly as I described the circumstances, excluding the part about my insane sister. The insurance rules were tight. Early refills required full payment or a police report for stolen drugs, $3,500. I had about $320 in my account. I drove to 3 more pharmacies, hoping for different results. Everyone charged the same price and followed the same regulations. One pharmacist suggested going to the emergency department, but it would cost even more, and Mom was too fragile for unnecessary hospital visits. I returned home and found Claudia in Mom's room with her laptop, documenting Mom's medical equipment. She was calculating the resale value with her fingers speeding over the calculator. Mom slept fitfully, unconscious that her own daughter was basically preparing her estate sale while she was still alive. I drew Claudia into the hallway. She instantly began recording with her phone, which was another of her techniques. Everything needed to be documented for her hypothetical future lawsuits. I tried arguing first, explaining that without medication, Mom would rapidly degenerate. Hospital expenditures would deplete any bequest more quickly than medication would. Claudia only grinned and showed me another spreadsheet. She had already analyzed the cost. Difference between prolonged hospitalization and funeral expenses. The funeral was cheaper. Dad returned home from his second job, fatigued and perplexed by the tension. Claudia quickly presented him with an invoice for the day's electrical usage, comparing my percentage to hers. He paid it without hesitation, too exhausted to fight, too worn down by years of her manipulation. I couldn't tell him about the medicine yet. He had a weak heart, and the shock could cause something. Instead, I spent my evening calling every resource I could think of. Medicare would not help with early refills. Prescription assistance schemes required waiting periods. Local charity had reached their capacity. That night I lay awake, calculating my own statistics. Not money, but time. How long could Mom go without her pills? The doctor had been straightforward. Missing even a few days could result in a cardiac crisis. A week would be devastating. By the morning, I had a plan. Not a good one, but better than committing my life to Polly's craziness. I drove to the bank to apply for a personal loan. When I mentioned medical bills, the banker, who had known our family for years, became alarmed. The application would take many days to process. Mom did not have time. I applied anyhow, and then visited 3 other banks. The story is the same everywhere. When I arrived home, Claudia was there with the contract in her hand. She had inserted new clauses. She now wanted compound interest and a portion of any future earnings I might make. Her calculator anticipated payments until I was 80. I discovered Mom straining to breathe, her lips slightly bluish. Without her prescription, fluid had already accumulated in her lungs. I helped her sit up, piled cushions behind her, and opened the windows for fresh air. Claudia watched from the doorway, estimating how much my time was worth at the minimum salary. Mom felt worse the next morning. Her ankles had expanded overnight, which was another indication of heart failure. How does someone transform family into math like this? Claudia's notebook with infant expenditures and muttering, "You're expensive to a baby." I'm curious what makes a 5-year-old start thinking like that. She could barely walk to the restroom. I phoned her doctor, who recommended immediate treatment or hospitalization. When I described our insurance situation, he went silent. He then offered something. The sample closet. Doctors frequently have medicine samples. It wasn't a permanent solution, but it could buy us time. I rushed to the clinic. When I explained, the doctor who had been treating Mom for years gave me a gloomy look. He couldn't legally offer me samples for a current patient, but he could teach me about the medication while I was standing near his sample cupboard. I left with a week's supply of drugs tucked among instructional leaflets. Mom's color improved within hours of receiving her first dose. She could breathe easier. The edema began to subside. But 1 week wasn't enough. I needed an actual solution. I started selling goods like my laptop, phone, and college textbooks that were accumulating dust. Each sale felt like accepting defeat. But Mom needed the medications. Claudia, unsurprisingly, took note. She requested receipts, reasoning that any money I generated should be split with her because I was living in her home. The pawn store handed me $500 for my grandmother's ring, which was the only thing I kept from her inheritance. Claudia had obtained the rest, naturally, after submitting invoices proving that Grandma had spent $15 more on my birthday gifts throughout the years. I raised another $1,000 through odd jobs, plasma donations, and pestering friends for loans. Still short. Mom was nearing the end of her sample week. That's when I recalled Claudia's evidentiary films. She videotaped everything and saved it all on her laptop. Years of family memories were transformed into financial documents. But what more might be there? While Claudia was attending her weekly accountant meeting, I sneaked into her room. Claudia's laptop was password protected, yet she acted predictably. The password was her favorite number, the amount she claimed our parents owed her. Her files were well arranged, with folders within folders, each labeled with dates and monetary amounts. I discovered the recordings she'd recorded of damaging Mom's medication, multiple perspectives, time-stamped, and with her narration detailing her leverage technique. But I discovered more. Years of recordings in which she admits to lying about expenses, inflating costs, concealing gifts from our parents, and laughing about manipulating father's guilt and mother's illness. She had chronicled her own deception, too arrogant to recognize that she had manufactured evidence against herself. I transferred everything to a drive. Then I discovered something else. Her original bank statements, not the modified versions she handed our parents. Deposits they'd made that she'd never disclosed, gifts from relatives she claimed never arrived, and investment accounts under her name funded by money she'd stolen from our parents over the years. The front door opened. Claudia arrived home early. I closed the laptop and slid out through the window. My pulse raced when I heard her footsteps in the corridor. The drive burned in my pocket like proof of my own wrongdoing, yet it was nothing compared to what she had done. Claudia handed me a new contract that evening. This one had a clause stating that I would give up any claim to inheritance in exchange for monthly payments that were geared for inflation. She had evaluated my entire life's earning potential and wanted 50%. I pretended to think about it while Mom napped in her chair, breathing laboriously despite the samples. 3 days of medicine remain. The pharmacist had contacted twice regarding the pending refills. $3,500 could as well have been $3 million. Claudia took out her phone and showed me additional videos. This time she had videotaped herself at the drugstore, guaranteeing that they would not refill early. She had actually gone to make sure I couldn't work around her idea. Her wickedness was breathtakingly thorough. Dad walked in when Claudia was explaining the interest calculations. He stared between us, puzzled by the tension. Claudia quickly went into victim mode, alleging I was attempting to take her due fortune by pushing unneeded medical bills. I saw Dad's face crumple. He'd worked 2 jobs for 30 years and saved every penny, but it wasn't enough to support 1 daughter or save his wife. The weight of failure strained his shoulders. That night I made a decision. Claudia had transformed our family into a business. Perhaps it was time I learned her language. I spent the next morning in the library, learning everything I could on financial fraud and elder abuse. The facts on my drive provided a clear picture, but I needed to learn how to apply it successfully. Claudia had several years of expertise manipulating our parents. I had many days to learn how to fight back. The librarian, an elderly woman who had assisted me with school projects years prior, saw my stack of legal volumes. She brought me coffee and gave me a concerned look. I said that I was helping a friend with a family crisis. She nodded knowingly and directed me to materials on financial exploitation inside families. When I returned home, I saw Claudia had installed a lock on the medicine cabinet. She'd also installed security cameras in the kitchen and living room, all linked to her phone. She was documenting everything, arguing that I was the true threat to our parents' finances. Mom's breathing became more heavy over the hour. The sample drugs were helpful, but not sufficient. She needed her entire prescription regimen. I assisted her onto the couch, adjusting pillows to improve her breathing. Claudia appeared with her calculator, calculating the expense of my care at professional rates. I decided to try something out. While Claudia watched, I took out my wallet and gave Dad $40. I informed him it was for food. Claudia's fingers rushed over the calculator. She requested the matching 40 immediately. Dad, tired and perplexed, groped for his wallet. I stopped him and showed Claudia the supermarket receipt from my wallet. The $40 was reimbursement for groceries I had already purchased. According to her own guidelines, this was not new money spent on me. It was payback. Claudia's face turned red. She had not anticipated me to begin documenting like her. She spent the next hour establishing new subcategories in her spreadsheet for reimbursements and direct expenditures. I took advantage of the opportunity to visit my father's home office and review old bank statements. If Claudia could make a case using numbers, so could I. The statements revealed something intriguing. Claudia persuaded our parents 5 years ago to enlist her as a joint account holder for emergency considerations. Since then, regular payments have been leaving their account, always just below the threshold that would activate banking notifications. They probably didn't notice the small, persistent bleeds. I photographed everything using an old digital camera I found in the closet. Claudia had access to my phone via family sharing. She couldn't locate this camera. Mom's condition worsened that afternoon. Even though she was sitting upright, her lips became blue. Her fingertips swelled. I recognized the symptoms of fluid retention that the doctor had warned me. Without the diuretics, her body was drowning from within. I contacted the doctor again. He couldn't prescribe new samples right away, but he did add that the hospital pharmacy occasionally offered patient aid programs. They might be able to assist if Mom was admitted, but admission entailed tests, examinations, and expenditures that would set Claudia's calculator off. Claudia must have been keeping track of my calls. She appeared in the doorway, holding printed hospital admission estimates. A cardiac evaluation costs a minimum of $25,000. She wanted her half up front, or she'd accuse me of pressing unneeded treatments on her mother. I made a decision that felt like betrayal, but it could save Mom's life. I agreed to Claudia's most recent contract with one adjustment. Instead of making lifetime payments, I would give her a big amount from the sale of everything I owned. She immediately calculated and agreed, dispelling mistrust. My automobile, leftover jewelry, electronics, and even my clothing were valuable. She estimated a total of $18,000. She agreed and took out her phone to document the deal. I signed her contract, and she quickly started scheduling times to inventory my belongings. What she didn't realize was that I had previously sold the most valuable items for Mom's medication. She figured $18,000, based on products that no longer exist. Claudia celebrated her victory by updating spreadsheets and calculating interest. I assisted Mom in getting to her car. I told Claudia I was bringing Mom for some fresh air. She was too preoccupied calculating her windfall to pay attention. At the hospital, I explained our insurance situation to the intake nurse. She assessed Mom's blue lips and swollen ankles, and classified the admission as an emergency cardiac examination. The billing department might handle the money later. Mom needs aid right now. The physicians verified my fears. Without medication, Mom's heart was failing. They started taking 4 diuretics right away, and the edema started to go down within hours. Her breathing relaxed. Her face regained its color. The hospital's patient advocate indicated that they had pharmaceutical assistance programs, but the paperwork would take several days. I stayed with Mom all night, clutching her hand as she slept. Hospital monitors beeped steadily, confirming that her heart was still struggling. Around dawn, my phone exploded with Claudia messages. She had detected my deceit about the possessions and was calculating fines and interest for my breach of contract. She arrived at the hospital with her laptop and portable printer, prepared to provide me with new documents. But she made an error. In her wrath over my lie, she brought the incorrect folder. Instead of her new contracts, she grabbed her evidence folder, which had footage showing her smashing her mother's medication. I saw a chance. While Claudia was setting up her mobile office in the waiting area, I queried a passing nurse about hospital security. I explained that my sister had footage on her laptop of trashing patient medication. Why does Claudia videotape herself doing awful things and then bring those films to the hospital? I'm intrigued why she keeps such extensive records of her own stunts. Does she believe no one will ever check her folders, or does documenting everything make her feel powerful? The nurse's countenance tightened. She called both security and the patient advocate. Claudia was deep in computations when hospital security arrived. They wanted to speak with her about the medicine incident. She chuckled, assuming I was making up stuff. Then she opened her laptop and showed them the evidence of my financial crimes. Instead, her ordered folders displayed on the screen, one of which was named Medication Leverage. The security guard urged her to access it. Claudia, still certain of her virtue, clicked the folder. Her own films played, showing her throwing drugs down the sink and discussing how she planned to exploit her mother's health as leverage. The security supervisor promptly contacted the hospital's administrator and social services. Claudia attempted to close the laptop, but the harm had been done. The patient advocate had seen enough. She stated that destroying prescription medication constituted a severe kind of elder abuse. The hospital would file reports with the appropriate agencies. Claudia's face turned white when she realized her meticulous record had become evidence against her. While Claudia handled security, I visited with the financial consultant. The hospital had emergency funding for situations like ours, in which family members were financially exploited. They might provide emergency care for Mom, while also assisting us in applying for long-term aid. The counselor stated that given proof of financial abuse, we might be eligible for expedited processing. I handed over the drive with Claudia's financial details. The counselor's eyes widened as she studied years of concealed transfers, inflated expenses, and recorded admissions to fraud. This was sufficient to demonstrate a pattern of exploitation. Dad came at the hospital, puzzled and scared. Claudia had contacted him, stating that I had kidnapped Mom and was forcing her to undergo unnecessary medical procedures. He saw Mom sitting up in bed, breathing normally for the first time in days, and with color in her cheeks. The disparity between Claudia's statements and reality finally woke him up. I showed him the bank statements that I had found. His palms shook as he identified a hitherto unknown transfer pattern. 20 here, 50 there, and sometimes hundreds, all transferred from their joint account to Claudia's personal account. Over 5 years, she had pocketed approximately $32,000 more than they had given her directly. The hospital social worker joined us and explained the situation. They were compelled to report elder abuse based on camera evidence and financial records. Claudia would likely face an investigation, but more significantly, they may assist us in protecting Mom and Dad's remaining assets from future exploitation. Claudia came into the room, calculator in hand, demanding to know who would pay half of her hospital fees. The social worker informed calmly that Claudia was no longer permitted to have unsupervised contact with her parents. Security let her out as she yelled about contracts and ownership. Mom's condition improved significantly over the next few days. Her heart stabilized after receiving the right medication. The swelling receded. She could walk without gasping for air. The hospital's aid program met her urgent needs while we worked on longer-term solutions. Dad appeared to have aged years in those days. Realizing how naive he had been to Claudia's manipulation, he began the arduous process of removing her from bank accounts and changing passwords. When the bank became aware of the elder abuse report, it assisted him in recovering some recent transfers and establishing safeguards against future exploitation. I obtained a part-time work at the hospital gift shop to supplement my income while caring for Mom. It did not pay well, but every dollar helped. Without Claudia's continual demands for matching cash, our parents' small income was sufficient to meet their necessities. Claudia attempted everything to regain control. She sent invoices for emotional distress caused by her exclusion from the hospital. She calculated the worth of her time spent researching my scam. She also attempted to bill our parents for the petrol she wasted traveling to the hospital. Each paper she sent provided additional evidence of her fixation. The investigation progressed slowly but steadily. Investigators discovered patterns dating back years. Claudia claimed dependent status on our parents for tax purposes while receiving thousands in undocumented remittances. She'd opened credit cards in their names and maxed them up, leaving our parents liable for the bill. Mom got stronger every day. We developed new routines, morning meds, afternoon walks, and nighttime activities to strengthen her heart without the added stress of Claudia's frequent computations. Mom smiled more. She began talking about the future rather than simply surviving each day. One morning, I discovered Dad in his office, surrounded by boxes of receipts and statements. He was trying to figure out just how much Claudia had taken throughout the years. I carefully removed the calculator from his grasp. We didn't have to play Claudia's game anymore. The investigators would handle the numbers. We needed to focus on healing. Claudia's accountant, whom she had met with weekly, called us. He'd been increasingly concerned about inconsistencies in her reporting. When he found out about the investigation, he revealed paperwork proving Claudia had been concealing possessions and income while claiming poverty to our parents. The extent of her lies was astounding. The hospital released Mom with a steady medication regimen and follow-up appointments. The assistance programs paid for her prescriptions for the next 6 months while we worked on permanent solutions. Home was odd without Claudia's continual presence and calculations. I transformed Claudia's old room into a recuperation area for Mom. We removed the locks she had installed, the concealed cameras, and the dozens of calculators she had left behind. In their place, we added comfortable chairs, soft lighting, and family photos from before everything became a transaction. Dad began attending a support group for families affected by financial exploitation. He realized he wasn't alone. Many families shared similar stories about adult children who used love as leverage. The group helped him realize that giving in to Claudia had not been love. It had enabled her infatuation. Claudia made one final attempt to reclaim control. She arrived at the house with a new contract, this time promising to waive our debts to her in exchange for regaining access to our parents' finances. She calculated the worth of her forgiveness to be exactly the amount in their retirement savings. Dad greeted her at the door. For the first time in years, he did not take out his wallet. He merely informed her that love could not be calculated. Family was not a business, and she needed help with her addiction. He offered to pay for therapy if she agreed to it. She laughed and waved her calculator, but Dad silently shut the door. Through the window I saw Claudia standing on the porch, feverishly calculating on her phone. She appeared smaller, deflated without an audience for her spreadsheets. She eventually left, but not before slipping a final payment under the door for the emotional effort of the visit. Claudia was ordered to pay restitution for the drugs she destroyed and the money she fraudulently obtained. She was also forbidden from having financial dealings with her parents. The legal ramifications were less significant than the family ones. She had betrayed a trust that could not be assessed or returned. Mom continued to recover. Her heart got stronger after being released from the stress of constant financial depletion. She resumed gardening, which she had abandoned when Claudia's calculator triggered with each seed packet. Dad retired early to spend more time with her, finally reaping the benefits of decades of hard labor. I returned to school part-time to study healthcare administration. My experience navigating Mom's care and hospital aid programs motivated me to assist other families facing similar issues. The financial aid staff assisted me in locating grants and scholarships that did not demand matching payments from anyone. Claudia sent out periodic texts, always with computations attached. She'd calculate the cost of missed birthdays, family events she wasn't invited to, and the monetary value of relationships she'd shattered. We stopped opening them. Some things couldn't be quantified, no matter how many decimal places she used. The investigation's results provided us leverage, but Claudia wasn't done. She began popping up at weird hours, experimenting with new strategies. One morning, I saw Mom preparing to jimmy the lock on Dad's car while holding a calculator, ready to calculate the depreciation value she claimed we owed her for emotional vehicle damage. I documented everything with an old camera, creating our own evidence file. Claudia's despair became more obvious every day. She'd lost her principal source of income, and her obsession could only focus on increasingly odd calculations. The bank assisted us in discovering more concealed accounts. Claudia had been siphoning money for more than 10 years, not just 5. The amount had exceeded $65,000, but recovering it would take time. Each revelation seemed like peeling away layers of lie. Mom's healing remained steady. The hospital's medicine program changed to a permanent help plan. She could cultivate for hours, her breathing calm and assured. Dad made raised beds so she wouldn't have to bend so much. A simple move that would have previously triggered Claudia's calculator. I discovered additional evidence while cleaning out old boxes. Claudia had been deceiving our parents since high school, fabricating school costs and pocketing the proceeds. She manipulated report cards to indicate fee-based activities and permission slips for excursions that never occurred. The paper trail dated back 20 years. Claudia escalated her efforts to reclaim control. Claudia's own folders were used as evidence against her, which is amazing. She meticulously ordered everything, effectively building the case herself. I'm attempting to figure out what goes through someone's mind when they label a folder medication leverage and assume it's standard behavior. She filed complaints with Adult Protective Services, saying that I was isolating my parents. The inspector who arrived to investigate discovered Mom teaching me her pie recipe as Dad repaired the kitchen sink. There are hardly no evidence of seclusion or abuse. The investigator really assisted us in filing further protections. With Claudia's documented habit of false reports, we could seek restraining orders. Not a full restraining order, but sufficient to prevent her persistent pestering. Claudia's next move stunned us. She contacted distant relatives, telling stories about being cut off from her dying mother. I am confident she calculated the emotional manipulation worth of each call. These relatives, however, were familiar with our family. They'd observed Claudia's obsession build over time. Most simply stopped answering her calls. One relative paid a visit, anxious about the family drama. He discovered Mom healthier than she had been in years, and Dad calm and smiling. We showed him some of Claudia's invoices and spreadsheets. He walked away shaking his head, grumbling about getting his own finances checked after seeing what relatives could do. The restitution hearing started. Claudia arrived with boxes of her own documents, ready to demonstrate that every penny was justified. However, her own thorough records worked against her. Every video, spreadsheet, and calculated manipulation became evidence of financial misconduct. She attempted to represent herself, estimating the savings in legal bills. The judge carefully emphasized that destroying medication and extorting family members are not typical financial transactions. Claudia actually used her calculator to refute this, calculating the market worth of leverage. Claudia was ordered to reimburse $20,000 for the stolen dollars she could show, as well as the cost of her mother's ruined prescription. Payment schedules were set up based on her actual income, not on her exaggerated expectations of what she deserved. Claudia's response was anticipated. She sent invoices for the cost of going to court, the value of her time spent on reparation paperwork, and even the emotional toll of being held responsible. We filed them alongside all of her other documents, indication that an obsession had not changed. Mom's health has been entirely stable. She enrolled in a cardiac rehabilitation program to strengthen her heart with careful exercise. Dad drove her to each session, finally able to support his wife without matching payments to anyone. I continued to work at the hospital gift store while attending school. The flexible schedule allowed me to assist with Mom's appointments and Dad's transition to retirement. Our income was small but adequate without Claudia's relentless drain. Claudia attempted one final significant manipulation. She showed there, claiming to be pregnant, and calculated how much child support our parents would owe as grandparents. She had spreadsheets with predicted costs for college. But she made a mistake. Her own documents revealed that she had been claiming infertility for insurance benefits. Add another phony to the list. The authorities widened their inquiry in light of this fresh evidence. Insurance fraud carries serious sanctions. Claudia's meticulous recording of her fraudulent claims made prosecution simple. She had calculated herself into a corner. During this time, we rediscovered our family bond. Dad rediscovered woodworking, producing furniture without regard for matching cash. Mom taught me her mother's recipes and shared stories unrelated to money. We played board games that did not include calculators. Claudia's final court appearance ended in probation and rehabilitation for her financial preoccupation. The judge ordered her to attend therapy developed expressly for persons who have turned their relationships into business. She attempted to negotiate a lower sentence based on the expense of the therapy, but the court was not interested in her figures. The restitution money began to arrive monthly. Small sums, yet indicative of accountability. We put them directly toward Mom's medical expenditures, and money started flowing in the correct direction. I completed my healthcare administration degree. The hospital offered me a full-time role guiding families through financial aid programs. My experience with Mom's care and Claudia's exploitation fueled my desire to safeguard vulnerable people from financial abuse. Dad sold a few of his carpentry projects at local craft fairs. Not a lot of money, but enough to cover materials and have money for dates with Mom. They would go to matinee movies and share popcorn. Simple pleasures felt sumptuous after years of deliberate deprivation. Claudia delivered a final message on her collection day, which coincided with the anniversary of the first time she presented her childhood invoice. She computed the overall value of our relationship, which was negative $43,000 according to her math. We did not react. Mom celebrated 1 year of medication stability with a small party for close family and friends, nothing that would prompt calculations. She made her own cake, nurtured her growing garden, and danced with her father in the kitchen. Her heart beat in a steady pace. The house felt lighter today, free from the weight of continual financial monitoring. We had removed all of Claudia's covert cameras, locks, and monitoring devices. In their place were family photos from before money became more important than people. I wondered if Claudia's therapy was working, if she was learning to see relationships as more than transactions, but I couldn't think about it. We needed to focus on our own rehabilitation and rebuilding our lives. Dad framed Claudia's first theft record entry from when I was born, not as a reminder of pain, but of how far we had come. He just wrote below it, "Love is not a transaction." Claudia was barred from having any financial dealings with our parents after the investigation was officially finished. She couldn't access their accounts, request matching contributions, or determine their value. The judicial system had finally imposed limits on her passion. Mom returned to helping at the library, which she had stopped doing when every hour had a calculated value. She assisted senior consumers in finding large print books and taught basic computer skills. The librarian who helped me research financial abuse became a personal friend. Our new normal set in gradually. Breakfast without bills, shopping without mathematics, and family meals where the only numbers addressed were recipe quantities. We had learnt to be family again, imperfect but genuine. Claudia paid her first restitution payment without submitting an invoice. We knew something had changed, just a check. There are no computations or credit demands. Perhaps therapy was working. Perhaps she was discovering that certain things cannot be reduced to numbers. Mom's garden yielded abundantly that summer. She gave free vegetables to neighbors without keeping a ledger of who owed what. Dad erected a small greenhouse so that she could garden all year. I assisted them with canning tomatoes for the winter, stocking the cupboard with free-of-charge supplies. Looking back, Claudia's obsession almost wrecked us. But we'd survived by refusing to accept her assessment of our value. Love could not be invoiced. Family was not a business, and some debts could never be repaid, no matter how many decimal places were calculated. Mom's heart medication now arrives on a monthly basis, thanks to the assistance programs I helped her negotiate. Each medicine signified independence from Claudia's manipulation. Dad documented the deliveries on a calendar, not to manage costs, but to commemorate another month of Mom's health. We had learnt to protect ourselves through documentation and boundaries. But, more crucially, we had learnt to cherish what could not be quantified. Mom laughs at Dad's jokes. Garden tomatoes get heated from the sun. Quiet evenings without the sound of calculator keys. The family photos were placed back on the walls. Not the ones Claudia had documented for their frame values, but those that captured real-life moments. Birthday celebrations come before invoicing. Holidays came before spreadsheets. A time when love was assumed, rather than audited. I continued to work at the hospital, assisting other families in navigating financial crises while maintaining their humanity. Each time I saved someone from being exploited while they were vulnerable, I remembered Mom's bluish lips and empty medicine bottles. Never again. Claudia stayed at the outside of our lives, separated by legal boundaries and hard-earned wisdom. Her restitution payments persisted, modest acknowledgments of the harm she had caused. We used them to help Mom, transforming her intentional harshness into healing. Dad built raised garden beds, which became Mom's retreat. She produced flowers among the vegetables, adding beauty without intending to. Sometimes I'd find her sitting amid the plants, breathing calmly, heart steady, and finally free. Our story was not unusual. The support group Dad visited was full of similar stories: adult children who'd used love as leverage, families torn apart by calculating greed. But there were also stories about rehabilitation, setting boundaries, and rebuilding relationships on healthier ground. Mom celebrated her 75th birthday with a modest gathering. There are no invoices or calculations, only relatives and friends sharing cake and stories. Dad handed her a handmade jewelry box. I gave her a photo album depicting her garden throughout the seasons. Simple gifts that reflected her personality rather than her price tag. Financial recovery took time, but emotional rehabilitation took longer. Trust, once damaged by purposeful betrayal, was slowly rebuilt. We learned to accept help without suspicion, to give without keeping score, and to be family rather than business partners. Claudia's court-mandated therapy continued, and it may finally be taking root. Her texts became less frequent and less deliberate. The final one had no numbers at all, just a brief remark explaining that she was learning to view things differently. I'm intrigued how those distant relatives knew about Claudia's tendencies. Does this suggest she'd been doing this calculating thing for years before it became so bad? We choose cautious hope over seething hatred, not reconciliation, not yet, perhaps never. However, acknowledging that preoccupation can be cured, that people can change if they choose to, that even calculated hearts may learn to love without keeping score. Mom's heart beat steadily and strongly. The drugs worked. The support programs continued. The garden grew. We had survived Claudia's planned attack on our family by refusing to accept her valuation. Love was not a trade. Family was not a spreadsheet. Some items remained priceless no matter how many decimal places you attempted to add. My sister screamed I was ruining her wedding after I defended her best friend. 3 weeks later, her husband told me the chilling truth. I'm Rachel, 27 female, and I need to know if I was wrong for what I said to my sister Lauren, 31 female, at her wedding. This whole situation has torn our family apart, and I'm not sure if I made things worse. Lauren and her best friend Sophie, 32 female, have been inseparable since they were 7 years old. They met in 2nd grade when Chloe moved to our neighborhood, and Lauren was the first kid to talk to her. From that day forward, they were attached at the hip. They had sleepovers every weekend, shared clothes, went to the same college, and even got their first jobs at the same restaurant chain. Everyone in our family considered Chloe like a third daughter. She came to every family vacation, every birthday party, and every holiday gathering. Growing up, Lauren and Chloe made this pact that they would be each other's maid of honor when they got married. They talked about it constantly throughout high school and college. They even picked out each other's bridesmaid dresses when they were teenagers, saving magazine clippings in a scrapbook they called their wedding Bible. Our mom used to joke that she was planning 2 weddings because Chloe was over so much, helping Lauren dream about her future ceremony. Chloe has always been the more outgoing one. She's a fashion blogger with about 50,000 followers on Instagram, and has this really bold style. She wears vintage designer pieces, bright colors, and always looks like she stepped out of a magazine. Lauren, on the other hand, is more conservative with her clothing choices. She works as an accountant, and usually wears business casual outfits. Despite their different styles, they never had any conflicts about it. Lauren always said she loved how confident Sophie was, and how she could pull off anything. 3 years ago, Lauren started dating Adam, 33 male. He's a high school teacher and coach, who she met through a mutual friend. He seemed nice enough, though he was pretty quiet around our family. Lauren was head over heels for him from the beginning. They moved in together after 8 months of dating, and Lauren started talking about marriage almost immediately. Adam proposed 2 years into their relationship, right before the pandemic hit. That's when everything changed. The moment Lauren got engaged, her attitude towards Sophie shifted completely. She stopped inviting Chloe to family events. She would make excuses when Sophie suggested hanging out. She started declining invitations to parties where Sophie would be present. At first, our mom and I thought maybe Lauren was just stressed about wedding planning and needed some space. But weeks turned into months, and Lauren continued to distance herself from her best friend. The breaking point came when Lauren announced her wedding party. She asked me to be her maid of honor instead of Chloe. I was surprised, but tried to be supportive. I figured maybe she wanted to honor our sisterly bond. But then I found out through a group text that Chloe wasn't even invited to be a bridesmaid. Lauren had chosen 4 other girls, including 2 cousins she barely spoke to, and a co-worker she had known for less than a year. I confronted Lauren about this decision. She brushed me off and said that Sophie was too busy with her blog anyway, and probably wouldn't have time for bridesmaid duties. This excuse made no sense because Sophie had been asking about wedding plans for months, and offering to help with everything from dress shopping to venue hunting. When I pushed further, Lauren got defensive and said she could choose whoever she wanted in her wedding party. Our mom tried to talk to Lauren about the situation too. She pointed out that Chloe had been like family for 24 years, and that excluding her was cruel. Lauren's response was that people change and grow apart, and that she was focusing on her new life with Adam. She said Sophie would understand because she wasn't the type to cause drama. I decided to reach out to Sophie myself to see how she was handling everything. When I called her, she was clearly upset, but trying to put on a brave face. She said Lauren had been acting strange for months and that she didn't understand what she had done wrong. She mentioned that Lauren had stopped responding to her texts and had canceled their monthly dinner plans multiple times without rescheduling. Chloe said she was heartbroken, but didn't want to cause problems by confronting Lauren directly. The wedding was planned for last October. Lauren chose a beautiful outdoor venue with a rustic theme. She went dress shopping with just me and our mom, even though she had always said she wanted Sophie there for that moment. Lauren picked a simple, elegant dress with lace sleeves and a flowing skirt. It was beautiful, but very traditional and conservative, which suited her personality. As the wedding day approached, the tension in our family was obvious. Our dad kept asking why Sophie wasn't in the wedding party, and Lauren would change the subject. Our mom was clearly upset, but trying to keep the peace. I was caught in the middle, trying to be supportive of Lauren while also maintaining my friendship with Chloe. The week before the wedding, Lauren seemed increasingly anxious. She snapped at me during the rehearsal dinner preparations, and seemed on edge during the ceremony walkthrough. I assumed it was normal pre-wedding nerves, but looking back, there was something more intense about her behavior. On the wedding day, everything seemed to go smoothly at first. The venue looked beautiful, the weather was perfect, and Lauren looked stunning in her dress. The ceremony was lovely, and Adam seemed genuinely happy. But I noticed that Lauren kept scanning the crowd during the reception, and she had this tense expression that didn't match the joyful occasion. Chloe arrived at the reception wearing a navy blue wrap dress that hit just below her knees. It was form-fitting, but completely appropriate for a wedding. She had paired it with nude heels and simple jewelry. Honestly, compared to some of her usual outfits, this was quite conservative. Several other guests were wearing similar styles, and the bridesmaids were in tight-fitting dresses as well. But the moment Lauren saw Sophie, her entire demeanor changed. She went rigid and started whispering angrily to Adam. Throughout the entire reception, Lauren kept glaring at Sophie from across the room. She was clearly seething, and it was making everyone uncomfortable. Our mom kept trying to distract Lauren and get her to focus on her guests, but Lauren was fixated on Sophie. During the dinner portion of the reception, Lauren made several passive-aggressive comments about inappropriate wedding attire, within earshot of Chloe. She mentioned how some people don't know how to dress respectfully for sacred occasions. It was mortifying to watch, especially since Sophie's outfit was perfectly fine. After the cake cutting, Lauren finally exploded. She marched over to Chloe and started yelling about how she had no respect for the sanctity of marriage, and how she was trying to steal attention from the bride. She accused Chloe of being selfish and attention-seeking. Chloe was completely shocked, and tried to apologize even though she had done nothing wrong. That's when I stepped in. I told Lauren that she was being ridiculous, and that Sophie's dress was perfectly appropriate. I pointed out that Lauren had known Chloe for 24 years, and knew exactly how she dressed. If Lauren had such strong opinions about her outfit, she should have included her in the wedding party so she could choose her dress, or at least communicated her concerns beforehand. I said that Lauren was looking for an excuse to be angry, and that her behavior was embarrassing. Lauren completely lost it. She started screaming at me in front of all the wedding guests, calling me a terrible sister, and accusing me of ruining her wedding day. She said I was supposed to support her no matter what, and that I had chosen Chloe over my own family. The argument got so heated that Adam had to physically step between us. After the confrontation, Lauren stormed off to the bridal suite. Several guests started leaving early because the atmosphere had become so uncomfortable. Our dad was furious with me for causing a scene, saying that I should have kept my mouth shut and supported Lauren no matter what. Our mom was upset with everyone, and just wanted the day to end. Adam came to find me about an hour later. He looked exhausted and said that Lauren was having a complete meltdown and refusing to come back to the reception. He asked if I could try to talk to her, but I refused. I told him that Lauren owed Sophie an apology, and that I wasn't going to enable her behavior anymore. The reception ended awkwardly, with the bride nowhere to be found. Most of the guests left without saying goodbye to Lauren. Chloe left immediately after our argument, and I haven't spoken to her since that night. Our family rode home in complete silence. Since the wedding, Lauren has been giving me the silent treatment. She's been telling everyone that I ruined her special day, and that I'm a horrible sister. Our dad has been taking her side, saying that I should have kept my opinions to myself and supported Lauren no matter what. Our mom is caught in the middle, but has hinted that she thinks Lauren was wrong to treat Chloe so poorly. I keep replaying that night in my head. Maybe I should have stayed out of it and let Lauren and Sophie work it out themselves. But watching Lauren humiliate her best friend of 24 years over a completely appropriate dress felt wrong. I couldn't stand by and watch it happen. The thing that bothers me most is that Lauren's anger seems so disproportionate to the situation. Chloe wasn't trying to upstage anyone or cause drama. She was just existing in a dress that Lauren decided to have a problem with. The whole thing felt like Lauren was looking for an excuse to push Sophie away, and the dress was just the final straw. So, I need to know, was I wrong for calling out my sister at her wedding? Should I have kept my mouth shut and let her treat Sophie however she wanted? I'm starting to question whether I made the right choice, especially since it's caused such a rift in our family. Update 1. It's been 3 weeks since Lauren's wedding, and I thought I should update everyone on what's been happening. The situation has gotten much more complicated than I initially thought. The day after the wedding, I received several text messages from Lauren, calling me selfish and saying that I had destroyed the most important day of her life. She said she never wanted to speak to me again, and that I was dead to her. Our dad sent me a long message about how disappointed he was in my behavior, and how I needed to apologize immediately. Our mom texted me separately, saying that while she didn't agree with how I handled things, she understood why I was upset. I decided to give everyone some space to cool down. I figured Lauren would eventually realize that her reaction was over the top, and we could work things out. I was wrong. Instead of reaching out to me, Lauren doubled down on her anger. She started posting passive-aggressive messages on social media about fake family members and people who pretend to care about you. She unfriended me on Facebook and blocked me on Instagram. When I tried to call her, she had blocked my number. Our dad kept pressuring me to be the bigger person and apologize. He said that Lauren was still processing the stress of the wedding, and that I should understand she was emotional. He insisted that as the older sister, I should have been more mature and supportive. I refused to apologize because I genuinely believed I had done the right thing. Our mom was trying to stay neutral, but was clearly frustrated with both of us. She kept saying that this whole situation was ridiculous, and that we needed to find a way to move past it. She had been trying to get Lauren to talk to her about what really happened with Chloe, but Lauren kept shutting down the conversation. About a week after the wedding, I ran into Chloe at the grocery store. She looked terrible, like she hadn't been sleeping well. She thanked me for standing up for her, but said she wished the whole thing had never happened. She told me that she had been trying to figure out what she did wrong to make Lauren hate her so much. She said she had been going through their old text messages and social media posts, trying to pinpoint when things changed between them. Chloe mentioned that Lauren had been acting strange since she got engaged, but she couldn't understand why. She said she had been nothing but supportive of Lauren's relationship with Adam, and had even helped her plan some of the engagement party details. She was completely baffled by Lauren's behavior, and kept asking if I knew what was really going on. I didn't have any answers for her. The whole situation was as confusing to me as it was to everyone else. Then, last Tuesday, I got a phone call that changed everything. It was Adam, and he sounded upset. He said he needed to talk to me about something important, and asked if we could meet for coffee. I was hesitant because I wasn't sure if Lauren would be okay with him talking to me, but he insisted it was important. We met at a cafe near my apartment, and Adam looked exhausted. He said that he and Lauren had been fighting constantly since the wedding, and that he was starting to question everything about their relationship. He told me that Lauren had been acting paranoid and defensive, and that she had been making accusations that didn't make sense. Then he said something that completely shocked me. He told me that Lauren had been lying to him about Chloe for months. According to Adam, Lauren had told him that Chloe had been inappropriate with him at their engagement party, and had been trying to seduce him ever since. She claimed that Chloe had been sending him flirty messages, and showing up at places where she knew he would be. Adam said he was confused because none of this had actually happened. He barely knew Chloe, and had only met her a handful of times. He had never received any inappropriate messages from her, and she had never acted flirty or inappropriate around him. He said he had tried to tell Lauren that her accusations were false, but she insisted that he was being naive, and that Chloe was manipulating him. This explains so much about Lauren's behavior. She had been systematically pushing Chloe away because she believed her best friend was trying to steal her fiancé. But the problem was that these incidents had never actually happened. Lauren had either misinterpreted innocent interactions, or had completely fabricated them in her mind. Adam said that the dress incident at the wedding was just the final excuse Lauren needed to cut Chloe out of her life permanently. She had been building up to this confrontation for months, and she saw Sophie's outfit as proof that she was trying to get attention from men, specifically Adam. But there was more. Adam told me that he had been doing some investigating on his own after the wedding. He had gone through his phone records and social media accounts to see if there was any evidence of inappropriate contact from Chloe. He found nothing. He had also asked his friends who were at the engagement party if they had noticed anything inappropriate between him and Chloe. They all said no. Adam said that when he presented this evidence to Lauren, she had a complete meltdown. She accused him of taking Sophie's side, and said that everyone was against her. She claimed that Chloe had somehow deleted the evidence of her inappropriate behavior and had convinced everyone to lie for her. The final straw for Adam came when Lauren demanded that he cut contact with several of his friends who had defended Chloe. She said that anyone who didn't believe her version of events was obviously under Sophie's spell and couldn't be trusted. Adam realized that Lauren was asking him to isolate himself from his support system based on accusations that had no basis in reality. Adam said he had been trying to get Lauren to see reason, but she was completely convinced that Sophie was out to destroy their marriage. She had started monitoring his phone and social media accounts, looking for evidence of contact with Chloe. She had also been interrogating him about his whereabouts and demanding to know who he had been talking to. The situation had gotten so bad that Adam said he was considering marriage counseling, but Lauren refused to go. She said that the problem wasn't with their marriage, but with everyone else who was trying to sabotage them. She believed that I had been recruited by Sophie to help break up her marriage, which was why I had defended her at the wedding. Adam apologized for not speaking up sooner. He said he had been trying to be supportive of Lauren and had hoped that she would eventually realize her mistakes. But after 3 weeks of constant fighting and paranoid accusations, he was starting to wonder if he had married someone he didn't really know. He asked me what I thought he should do. I told him that I couldn't give him marriage advice, but that I was concerned about Lauren's mental state. The person he was describing didn't sound like the sister I had grown up with. The Lauren I knew was sometimes stubborn and jealous, but she wasn't paranoid or delusional. Adam said he was going to try one more time to get Lauren to see reason. He was planning to sit down with her and go through all of her accusations point by point, showing her the evidence that contradicted her claims. If she still refused to acknowledge reality, he said he would have to consider whether their marriage could survive this level of distrust and delusion. I asked Adam if he wanted me to talk to Lauren, but he said it would probably make things worse. Lauren was convinced that I was part of some conspiracy against her, and my involvement would only reinforce her paranoid beliefs. After Adam left, I sat in my car for a long time, trying to process everything he had told me. I realized that I had been completely wrong about the situation. I had thought Lauren was being petty and jealous, but the reality was much more serious. She had been living in a fantasy world where her best friend was trying to destroy her life, and she had been making decisions based on events that had never actually happened. I called our mom and told her about my conversation with Adam. She was shocked, but said it explained a lot about Lauren's behavior over the past few months. She said she had noticed that Lauren had been making strange comments about Sophie, and had seemed increasingly paranoid about her relationship with Adam. Our mom said she was going to try to talk to Lauren about getting professional help, but she wasn't optimistic. Lauren had been refusing to acknowledge that there was any problem with her behavior, and she was unlikely to admit that she needed help. I haven't heard from Lauren since Adam and I talked. I'm not sure if she knows about our conversation, but I suspect she does. The whole situation has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about my sister, and wondering if there were signs I missed along the way. Update 2. It's been 2 months since my last update, and the situation has completely exploded. I honestly don't know where to begin because so much has happened. After Adam and I talked, he went home and tried to have a calm conversation with Lauren about her accusations against Chloe. He said he approached it carefully, trying not to make her feel attacked or defensive. He asked her to walk him through each incident she claimed had happened, thinking that if they discussed it rationally, she might realize her mistakes. Instead, Lauren doubled down on everything. She insisted that Sophie had been flirting with Adam at their engagement party by complimenting his tie and asking about his job. She said that Sophie had been driving by their house frequently, which Adam knew was impossible since Chloe lived across town and had no reason to be in their neighborhood. She claimed that Sophie had been liking Adam's social media posts in a suggestive way, but when Adam showed her the actual posts, there were no likes from Chloe at all. Adam said that Lauren had an explanation for everything. When he showed her proof that contradicted her claims, she said that Sophie had deleted the evidence or that Adam was being manipulated. She accused him of being too trusting and said that he didn't understand how devious women could be. She insisted that she was protecting their marriage from a threat that he was too naive to see. The conversation escalated into a huge fight. Lauren accused Adam of choosing Sophie over his wife, and said that his refusal to believe her was proof that Sophie's seduction was working. She demanded that he admit she was right, and promised to cut all contact with anyone who defended Chloe, including me. Adam said he couldn't promise that because he knew Lauren's accusations were false. He told her that he was worried about her and suggested that they talk to a counselor together. Lauren took this as another betrayal, and said that Adam was trying to gaslight her into thinking she was crazy. The fight went on for hours. Lauren eventually stormed out of the house and went to stay with her parents. She told them that Adam was being manipulated by Chloe, and that their marriage was falling apart because of outside interference. She painted herself as the victim of a conspiracy, and said that no one was supporting her. Our dad immediately took Lauren's side, and called Adam to yell at him about how he was treating his daughter. Our mom was more skeptical, but tried to stay neutral. She called me to ask what I knew about the situation, and I told her about my conversation with Adam. Our mom decided to do her own investigation. She called Sophie and asked her directly about Lauren's accusations. Chloe was horrified and completely denied everything. She said she had barely interacted with Adam and had never been anything but friendly and appropriate. She was devastated to learn that Lauren had been accusing her of trying to steal her husband. Our mom also talked to several people who had been at the engagement party. They all confirmed that Sophie had behaved normally and appropriately. No one had witnessed any flirting or inappropriate behavior. In fact, most people said that Sophie had spent most of the party talking to Lauren and helping with hosting duties. Armed with this information, our mom confronted Lauren. She told her that she had talked to multiple witnesses and that none of them supported Lauren's version of events. She said that Lauren needed to admit she had made mistakes and apologize to both Adam and Chloe. Lauren's response was to accuse our mom of being manipulated too. She said that Chloe had obviously gotten to everyone and turned them against her. She claimed that our mom had never supported her, and had always loved Chloe more than her own daughter. She said that our entire family was part of the conspiracy to destroy her marriage. This is when our mom finally lost patience. She told Lauren that she was acting delusional, and that she needed professional help. She said that Lauren's behavior was destroying her relationships, and that she was going to lose her husband if she didn't get help. Lauren had a complete meltdown. She screamed that everyone was against her, and that she was the only one who could see the truth. She accused our mom of being jealous of her marriage, and said that our whole family was toxic. She packed her bags and left our parents' house that night. Lauren went back to Adam and demanded that he choose between her and everyone else. She said that if he really loved her, he would cut contact with anyone who didn't believe her about Sophie. She wanted him to stop talking to me, our mom, and several of his friends who had defended Chloe. Adam said he couldn't do that. He told Lauren that she was asking him to isolate himself from his support system based on false accusations. He said he loved her, but couldn't enable her delusions anymore. He suggested that they take a break while Lauren got help. Lauren's response was to accuse Adam of having an affair with Chloe. She said that his refusal to cut contact with people who supported Chloe was proof that he was cheating. She demanded to see his phone, and started going through his messages looking for evidence of infidelity. When Adam refused to hand over his phone, Lauren said it was confirmation that he was hiding something. She started calling him a liar and a cheater. She threatened to tell everyone that he had been unfaithful, and that Sophie was a homewrecker. Adam said that was the moment he realized his marriage was over. He told Lauren that he couldn't live with someone who didn't trust him, and who was willing to make false accusations against innocent people. He said he was done trying to reason with her, and that he wanted a separation. Lauren completely lost it. She started throwing things and screaming that Adam was abandoning her for Sophie. She said that she would never give him a divorce, and that she would make sure everyone knew what kind of man he really was. She threatened to destroy his reputation and his career. Adam packed a bag and left that night. He's been staying with a friend and has barely spoken to Lauren since. He said he feels like he married a stranger, and that he doesn't know who Lauren really is anymore. Since then, Lauren has been on a campaign to destroy everyone who she thinks betrayed her. She's been posting on social media about how her family and friends abandoned her in her time of need. She's been sending nasty messages to Chloe, blaming her for the destruction of her marriage. She's been telling anyone who will listen that Adam is a cheater, and that Chloe is a homewrecker. She's also been trying to get me and our mom to take her side. She keeps calling and texting, demanding that we support her and cut contact with Adam and Chloe. When we refuse, she accuses us of being terrible family members who care more about outsiders than our own blood. Our dad is the only one who still believes Lauren's version of events. He's been trying to convince Adam to come back and work things out. He says that Lauren is just scared, and that she'll calm down once she feels secure in her marriage again. He doesn't understand that Lauren's behavior is what's destroying her marriage, not some imaginary threat from Chloe. Last week Adam called me to say that he had filed for divorce. He said he couldn't live with someone who was willing to destroy innocent people to protect her delusions. He said he had tried everything to save their marriage, but Lauren refused to get help or admit that she was wrong. Lauren found out about the divorce papers when Adam's lawyer contacted her. She called me in hysterics, saying that Adam was abandoning her, and that it was all Sophie's fault. She begged me to talk to Adam and convince him to change his mind. I told Lauren that Adam was making the right decision. I said that her behavior had been unacceptable, and that she had destroyed her own marriage with her paranoia and false accusations. I told her that she needed to take responsibility for her actions and get help. Lauren's response was to cut contact with me completely. She said that I was a terrible sister who had chosen strangers over family. She said that she never wanted to see me again, and that I was dead to her. Our mom has been trying to get Lauren to see reason, but Lauren won't listen. She's convinced that everyone is against her, and that she's the victim of a massive conspiracy. She's been living alone in the house that she and Adam bought together, and she's been spiraling further into paranoia and delusion. I talked to Chloe last week. She's been devastated by this whole situation. She said she never imagined that her best friend of 25 years would turn against her so completely. She's been considering moving to another city because she's tired of dealing with Lauren's harassment and false accusations. The worst part is that Lauren doesn't seem to understand that her behavior is what caused all of this. She genuinely believes that she's the victim and that everyone else is wrong. She's destroyed her marriage, her relationship with her family, and her friendship with Chloe, all because she couldn't accept that her accusations were false. I don't know what's going to happen next. Adam is moving forward with the divorce, and Lauren is threatening to fight it. Our family is completely fractured, and I don't see how we can ever go back to the way things were. Lauren has shown a side of herself that I never knew existed, and I'm not sure I can forgive her for what she's done to the people who loved her. Update 3. It's been 6 months since Adam filed for divorce, and I'm writing this final update because the situation has reached its conclusion. Lauren's behavior has gotten progressively worse, and she's now facing the consequences of her actions. After Lauren cut contact with me, she spent several months trying to rally support for her version of events. She created a detailed social media campaign about how her family had betrayed her and how Chloe had destroyed her marriage. She posted long rants about loyalty and betrayal, sharing screenshots of text conversations taken out of context to make it look like we were all conspiring against her. She also started contacting Adam's friends and co-workers, trying to convince them that he was having an affair with Chloe. She would show up at his workplace and cause scenes, accusing him of being a cheater and a liar. She started following him around town, claiming she was gathering evidence of his infidelity. Adam had to get a restraining order against Lauren after she broke into his apartment and went through his personal belongings. She claimed she was looking for proof of his affair, but of course there was no evidence to find because nothing had happened between him and Chloe. The restraining order was the wake-up call that our dad needed. He finally realized that Lauren's behavior was completely unacceptable, and that she wasn't the victim she claimed to be. He stopped supporting her financially and emotionally, which sent Lauren into an even deeper spiral. Lauren's harassment of Chloe also escalated. She started driving by Sophie's apartment at all hours, leaving nasty notes on her car, and sending threatening messages. She created fake social media accounts to harass Sophie online, and started spreading rumors about her in their professional circles. Chloe eventually had to get her own restraining order, and seriously considered moving to another state. The turning point came when Lauren showed up at Sophie's workplace and caused a huge scene. She accused Sophie of being a homewrecker in front of Sophie's boss and co-workers, screaming that she had destroyed her marriage. Security had to escort Lauren out of the building, and Sophie's employer was so concerned that they offered to help her with legal fees. That incident was the final straw for our mom. She had been trying to maintain some relationship with Lauren, hoping that she would eventually come to her senses. But watching Lauren destroy innocent people's lives while refusing to take any responsibility for her actions was too much. Our mom called Lauren and told her that she was cutting off all contact until Lauren got professional help. She said that Lauren's behavior was unacceptable, and that she wouldn't enable it anymore. She told Lauren that she had lost her husband, her family, and her friends because of her own choices, and that she needed to take responsibility for her actions. Lauren's response was to accuse our mom of abandoning her and choosing Chloe over her own daughter. She said that our mom had never loved her, and had always been jealous of her success. She claimed that our mom was part of the conspiracy against her, and that she never wanted to see her again. Around this time, the divorce proceedings were heating up. Lauren was fighting the divorce and trying to get alimony and half of Adam's assets. She was also trying to use her false accusations against Sophie as grounds for claiming that Adam had been unfaithful. Her lawyer eventually dropped her case because she couldn't provide any evidence for her claims, and because her behavior was making it impossible to represent her effectively. Lauren had to represent herself in the divorce proceedings, which went about as well as you'd expect. She used the court as a platform to air her grievances against Adam and Chloe, making wild accusations that she couldn't prove. The judge was clearly frustrated with her behavior and warned her multiple times about making false statements. The final divorce hearing was a disaster. Lauren had prepared a presentation about how Adam and Chloe had conspired to destroy her marriage, complete with printed social media posts and text messages that she claimed were evidence of their affair. When the judge asked her to explain how these posts proved infidelity, Lauren couldn't provide a coherent answer. Adam's lawyer systematically debunked each of Lauren's accusations. He presented evidence showing that Lauren had been harassing both Adam and Chloe, including the restraining orders and police reports. He showed that Lauren's accusations were not only false, but that she had been using them to justify increasingly dangerous behavior. The judge granted Adam the divorce and awarded him the majority of their shared assets. He cited Lauren's harassment and false accusations as factors in his decision. Lauren was ordered to pay Adam legal fees, and was warned that any further harassment would result in criminal charges. Lauren completely lost it in the courtroom. She started screaming that the judge was corrupt, and that everyone was against her. She accused Adam of bribing the judge, and claimed that the legal system was part of the conspiracy to destroy her. Security had to escort her out of the courthouse. After the divorce was finalized, Lauren seemed to disappear for a while. She stopped posting on social media and stopped trying to contact any of us. We later found out that she had been evicted from the house she and Adam had shared because she couldn't afford the mortgage on her own. She's apparently been living in a small apartment across town, and working at a retail job. She's had to start over completely because she destroyed all of her relationships and burned all of her bridges. I heard from a mutual acquaintance that Lauren has been telling people that she's the victim of a massive conspiracy involving her family, her ex-husband, and her former best friend. She's apparently still convinced that she was right about everything, and that everyone else is wrong. Adam has been doing much better since the divorce was finalized. He's been going to counseling to process everything that happened, and he's slowly rebuilding his social life. He's been dating someone new, and he seems genuinely happy for the first time in years. Chloe decided to stay in town, but has been keeping a low profile. She's been focusing on her career, and has been slowly rebuilding her confidence after months of harassment. She's been dating someone new as well, and she seems to be doing better. As for me, I've been processing everything that happened with my own counselor. Watching my sister transform into someone I didn't recognize was traumatic, and I've had to accept that the Lauren I grew up with might not exist anymore. I've been trying to focus on my own life and relationships instead of dwelling on what happened. Our mom has been struggling with guilt and sadness about losing her daughter. She's been wondering if there were signs she missed, or if she could have done something differently. She's been going to grief counseling because she says it feels like Lauren died even though she's still alive. Our dad has been the most affected by everything. He feels terrible for enabling Lauren's behavior for so long, and for not seeing how destructive she had become. He's been trying to reach out to Adam and Chloe to apologize, but he understands that they might not be ready to forgive him. I don't know if Lauren will ever get the help she needs, or if she'll ever realize what she's done. Part of me hopes that she'll eventually come to her senses and try to make amends. But another part of me knows that some damage can't be undone. She destroyed so many relationships and hurt so many people that even if she apologized, it might not be enough. The whole situation has taught me that you can't really know someone until you see how they handle adversity. Lauren's reaction to perceived threats revealed a side of her that none of us knew existed. She chose to destroy the people who loved her rather than face the possibility that she might be wrong. I still think about that night at the wedding sometimes. I wonder if things would have turned out differently if I had handled the situation another way. But I also know that Lauren's problems went much deeper than one argument at a reception. Her willingness to fabricate an entire narrative about Sophie trying to steal her husband shows that she was struggling with issues that none of us understood. The hardest part is accepting that Lauren made her choices. She chose to believe false accusations over evidence. She chose to push away everyone who tried to help her. She chose to harass innocent people rather than get professional help. She chose to destroy her marriage rather than admit she was wrong. I've had to accept that the sister I grew up with is gone. The Lauren who laughed with Sophie over silly inside jokes and included her in every family event wouldn't recognize the person who spent months harassing her best friend based on imaginary slights. I don't know if that person was always there underneath, or if something fundamental changed in Lauren, but either way, she's not coming back. Our family will never be the same. There's an Lauren-shaped hole in every holiday and family gathering. Our mom still sets a place for her at Christmas dinner out of habit, then quietly removes it. Our dad still talks about her in present tense sometimes, as if she's just temporarily away, instead of permanently gone, but we're learning to move forward. Adam has become like a brother to me, and we check in on each other regularly. Chloe and I have maintained our friendship, though we avoid talking about Lauren. Our parents are working on healing their own relationship after all the stress and conflict. I don't regret standing up to Lauren at her wedding. Someone needed to call out her behavior, and I'm glad it was me rather than letting Chloe continue to suffer in silence. But I do regret that it took so long for all of us to see how far gone Lauren really was. Sometimes I wonder if Lauren is happy in her new life, living alone with her version of the truth. Part of me hopes she is, because the alternative is too sad to think about. But mostly I try not to think about her at all anymore. She made her choices, and now we all have to live with the consequences. The strangest part is that Lauren got exactly what she wanted. She successfully removed Chloe from her life and cut ties with anyone who supported her. She's living in a world where she's the victim and everyone else is the villain. I just don't think she realized how lonely that world would be. I'm sharing this story because I want people to understand that sometimes family members make choices that force you to choose between enabling their destructive behavior and protecting innocent people. I chose to protect Chloe and Adam, even though it meant losing my sister. I still believe it was the right choice, even though it cost me more than I ever imagined. If someone in your life is making false accusations and refusing to listen to reason, don't enable them. Don't sacrifice innocent people to keep the peace. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do for someone is to stop supporting their delusions, even if it means they'll push you away. Lauren taught me that blood doesn't automatically make someone family, and that real family is the people who support you, without asking you to destroy others. Adam and Chloe have been better family to me over the past year than Lauren was in the months leading up to her wedding. I hope Lauren finds peace someday, but I can't sacrifice my own peace waiting for her to change. She knows where to find me if she ever decides to get help and make amends, but I'm not holding my breath. Some bridges, once burned, can never be rebuilt. My sister promised to watch my 5-year-old. Security footage caught her leaving him alone in a crowded zoo before walking out the gate. I'm a 34-year-old mother, and I need to write this down because I can't believe what happened to my family. My husband Brock, 36 male, and I have been married for 8 years. We have a son named Ford, 5 male, who just started kindergarten this year. Brock works as an IT manager at a tech company and makes decent money. I work part-time as a dental hygienist at a local clinic. We live in a suburban neighborhood about 30 minutes from the city. Our house is nothing fancy, but it's comfortable for our small family. Brock and I both come from middle-class backgrounds, and we've worked hard to build a stable life for Ford. My son is a bright kid who loves dinosaurs and building blocks. He's been asking for months to visit the Natural History Museum in the zoo for his upcoming 6th birthday. My mother, Linda, 58 female, has always been involved in our lives. She volunteers at the local animal shelter and runs a small dog grooming business from her home. She's known in our neighborhood for organizing charity drives and fundraisers. People always compliment her on how caring and generous she is with animals and children. My sister Karen, 32 female, is a stay-at-home mom with 2 kids of her own, Emily, 7 female, and Luke, 4 male. She's married to a successful accountant, and they live in a bigger house across town. Karen has always been the favorite child. She was the one who got straight A's in school, while I struggled with math. She married young to a man with good prospects, while I took longer to find my path. My parents helped Karen and her husband with a down payment on their house, but when Brock and I needed help with our mortgage, they said they didn't have extra money. I've learned to accept that Karen gets different treatment, but it still stings sometimes. 3 weeks ago, Ford kept asking about his birthday plans. He specifically wanted to go to the zoo to see the new dinosaur exhibit they had opened. The problem was that Brock and I both had work commitments on that Saturday. I was scheduled for a mandatory training session at the dental office that I couldn't miss without facing consequences. Brock had an important client presentation that had been scheduled for months. When I mentioned this to my mother during our weekly phone call, she immediately offered to take Ford to the zoo. Karen was visiting that day with her kids, so she said it would be perfect timing. They could take all 3 children together and make it a fun group outing. My mother insisted it would be no trouble at all, and that Ford would have a wonderful time with his cousins. I felt hesitant about the arrangement. Ford had never been on a big outing without either Brock or me present. He's generally well behaved, but he can get excited and wander off if something catches his attention. I've always been the type of parent who keeps a close eye on him in crowded places. When I expressed my concerns, my mother laughed and said I was being overprotective. She reminded me that she had successfully raised 2 daughters, and that Karen was an experienced mother of 2. Karen chimed in during the conversation, and said she was looking forward to taking Ford. She mentioned that she had taken her own children to the zoo several times, and knew all the best spots. She also said that Ford would benefit from spending time with his cousins, and learning to be more independent. Both my mother and sister kept emphasizing how much fun it would be, and how Ford would remember this birthday forever. The night before the zoo trip, I packed Ford's backpack with snacks, water, and his emergency contact information. I wrote down my phone number, Brock's phone number, and our address on a piece of paper, and put it in his pocket. I also made sure he knew our phone numbers by heart. Ford was incredibly excited and kept talking about seeing the dinosaurs and playing with Emily and Luke. That Saturday morning, my mother picked up Ford at 8 a.m. She seemed cheerful and kept reassuring me that everything would be fine. Karen was already in the car with her 2 children, and they all seemed excited about the day ahead. Ford gave me a big hug and promised to tell me all about the dinosaurs when he got back. I watched them drive away and went to get ready for my training session. The training session went well, and I finished around 2 p.m. I checked my phone and saw that I had missed several calls from an unknown number. When I called back, a woman identified herself as Sarah from the zoo's Lost Children department. She told me that Ford had been found alone near the reptile house about an hour ago. She said he was safe but upset, and that they needed me to come pick him up immediately. I felt my stomach drop. I asked Sarah what had happened to the adults who were supposed to be watching him. She said that Ford told them his grandmother and aunt had left him sitting on a bench and told him to wait for them. When they didn't come back after 30 minutes, other visitors noticed him crying and brought him to the security office. I immediately called my mother's phone. It went straight to voicemail. I called Karen's phone and got the same result. I called Brock and told him what had happened. He left his presentation immediately and met me at the zoo. The drive there felt like the longest 20 minutes of my life. When we arrived at the zoo, Ford was sitting in the security office with a zoo employee. He had been crying and kept asking why his grandmother and aunt had left him. The staff member Sarah explained that Ford had been found around 1:30 p.m. near the reptile exhibit. He told them that his grandmother had told him to sit on a bench and wait while she and his aunt went to get ice cream. When they didn't return, he started walking around looking for them and got lost. Sarah also mentioned that they had made several announcements over the zoo's public address system, calling for Linda and Karen to come to the Lost Children area. No one had responded to these announcements. The zoo had security cameras throughout the facility, and Sarah said they could review the footage if needed to understand what had happened. Brock and I took Ford home, and he seemed subdued for the rest of the day. He kept asking if he had done something wrong, and why his grandmother and aunt had left him. We tried to reassure him that it wasn't his fault, but he clearly didn't understand what had happened. Later that evening, I finally got a call back from my mother. She sounded casual and unconcerned when she asked how Ford was doing. I asked her directly what had happened at the zoo. She said there must have been some kind of misunderstanding, and that she and Karen had been looking for Ford everywhere. She claimed they had checked with security and been told that he had already been picked up by his parents. This didn't make sense because the zoo staff had told us that Ford was found at 1:30 p.m., and no one had responded to the announcements they made. I pointed this out to my mother, and she became defensive. She said that it was a busy day at the zoo, and that children get separated from their guardians all the time. She insisted that it was just an unfortunate accident, and that everyone was making too big a deal about it. When I asked to speak to Karen, my mother said she had already gone home and was busy with her own children. She suggested that we all just move on from the incident and focus on making sure Ford had enjoyed his birthday outing. This response made me more upset, because it showed no acknowledgement of how serious the situation had been. The next day I called Karen directly. She gave me a similar story about looking everywhere for Ford and being told by zoo staff that he had been picked up. However, her details didn't match what my mother had told me. Karen said they had been near the gift shop when they realized Ford was missing, while my mother had said they were at the food court. I decided to call the zoo back and speak with Sarah again. I asked her if she could provide more details about what had happened. She told me that their security footage showed my mother and Karen leaving the zoo through the main entrance at approximately 1:15 p.m. Ford was not with them at that time. The footage also showed Ford sitting alone on a bench near the reptile house starting around 1 p.m. This information directly contradicted what both my mother and Karen had told me. According to the security footage, they had left the zoo 15 minutes before Ford was even found by other visitors. There was no evidence of them looking for him or checking with security as they had claimed. I confronted my mother with this information during a phone call. She became very defensive and accused me of not trusting her. She said that the zoo security must have made a mistake, and that she would never abandon her grandson. She also mentioned that she had been volunteering with children and animals for years, and that her reputation in the community spoke for itself. Karen's response was similar when I called her. She said that the security footage must have been from a different day, or that the zoo staff had misidentified them. She also said that I was being dramatic, and that Ford was fine, so there was no reason to keep bringing up the incident. Both my mother and Karen have been avoiding my calls since then. When I do manage to reach them, they change the subject, or make excuses to end the conversation quickly. Ford has been asking when he can see his grandmother and cousins again, but I don't know what to tell him. Brock thinks we should demand a full explanation, and consider involving the police if necessary. He's particularly upset because he feels that our son could have been seriously hurt, or kidnapped, while he was alone at the zoo. I'm torn between wanting to protect my relationship with my family, and making sure that Ford's safety is never compromised again. I keep thinking about what could have happened if other visitors hadn't noticed Ford crying, and brought him to security. The zoo is a huge place with thousands of visitors on weekends. A 5-year-old child could easily get lost or hurt without proper supervision. The fact that my mother and Karen seem unwilling to take responsibility for what happened makes me question whether I can trust them with Ford in the future. I need advice on how to handle this situation. Should I give my mother and Karen the benefit of the doubt and accept their explanations? Or should I take Brock's advice and demand a full accounting of what happened that day? I'm struggling with the possibility that my own family members might have deliberately abandoned my son, but the evidence seems to point in that direction. Update 1. I posted 3 weeks ago about my mother and sister leaving my son at the zoo. I want to thank everyone who commented and gave me advice. A lot of people suggested that I needed to get to the bottom of what really happened that day, and I've learned some things that have made the situation much worse. After my original post, I decided to take Brock's advice and push for more information. I called the zoo again, and spoke with a supervisor in their security department. I explained that there seemed to be conflicting stories about what had happened, and I asked if they could provide me with more details from their security footage. The supervisor, whose name was Mark, was very helpful. He said that incidents like this were taken seriously by the zoo, and he was willing to work with me to understand what had happened. He offered to set up a meeting where I could review the relevant security footage myself. Brock and I went to the zoo the following Tuesday to meet with Mark. He took us to a security office where they had compiled footage from several different cameras that covered the areas where Ford had been that day. What we saw was much worse than I had originally thought. The footage showed my mother, Karen, and all 3 children arriving at the zoo around 9:30 a.m. For the first few hours, everything looked normal. They visited various exhibits together, and the children appeared to be having a good time. Around 12:30 p.m., the group stopped at the food court for lunch. After lunch, the footage showed them walking toward the reptile house. At 12:55 p.m., my mother could be seen talking to Ford and pointing to a bench. Ford sat down on the bench, while my mother and Karen walked away with Emily and Luke. The camera angle made it clear that my mother was giving Ford specific instructions to stay in that spot. What happened next was the most disturbing part. Instead of returning to get Ford, the footage showed my mother and Karen taking Emily and Luke to the gift shop. They spent about 15 minutes there, during which time Ford remained sitting on the bench as instructed. Then at 1:15 p.m., the footage showed all 4 adults and children leaving the zoo through the main entrance. Ford was not with them. The security footage proved that my mother and Karen had deliberately left Ford at the zoo. This wasn't an accident or a misunderstanding. They had intentionally told him to wait on a bench, and then left the premises without him. The timestamps on the footage made it impossible for them to claim they had been looking for him, or that they had checked with security. Mark also provided me with a written report that documented the incident. The report included the exact times that Ford was found, the announcements that were made over the public address system, and the lack of response from any adults claiming to be his guardians. This report would serve as official documentation of what had happened. When I got home from the zoo, I immediately called my mother and demanded an explanation. I told her that I had seen the security footage, and that I knew exactly what had happened. Instead of apologizing or showing remorse, she became angry and defensive. She accused me of spying on her, and said that I was making too much of a simple mistake. I asked her to explain how leaving a 5-year-old alone at the zoo could be considered a simple mistake. She said that Ford was old enough to sit still for a few minutes, and that she had planned to come back for him after taking Emily and Luke to the gift shop. She claimed that she had lost track of time, and that it was an oversight, not intentional abandonment. This explanation didn't make sense, because the footage clearly showed her leaving the zoo with everyone else. I pointed this out, and she became more defensive. She said that Karen had insisted they leave, and that she had assumed Karen would go back for Ford. She also said that she thought I was being overdramatic, and that Ford was fine, so there was no real harm done. When I called Karen to get her side of the story, she gave me a completely different explanation. She said that my mother had told her that Ford was meeting us at the zoo entrance, and that she had believed him to be with his parents already. She claimed that she had no idea Ford was still inside the zoo when they left. The fact that Karen and my mother were giving me contradictory stories made it clear that they were both lying. Neither of them was willing to take responsibility for what had happened, and both seemed more concerned with protecting themselves than with acknowledging the harm they had caused. I decided to share the security footage and the zoo's official report with other family members. I sent copies to my father and to Karen's husband Tom. I wanted them to understand the full extent of what had happened and to see the evidence for themselves. My father's response surprised me. He called me within an hour of receiving the footage and said that he was horrified by what he had seen. He said that he had been married to my mother for 35 years and had never seen her do anything like this before. He promised to talk to her and demand an explanation. Tom's response was different. He called me 2 days later and said that he had watched the footage and spoken with Karen about it. He said that Karen had admitted to him that she had known Ford was still at the zoo when they left. She had told Tom that she thought it would be a good lesson for Ford to learn independence, and that she believed zoo staff would take care of him until we arrived. This revelation made me realize that both my mother and Karen had planned to leave Ford at the zoo. This wasn't an accident or an oversight. They had made a deliberate decision to abandon a 5-year-old child in a crowded public place. The fact that they had lied to me about it afterward made their actions even worse. Tom also told me that he was reconsidering his marriage to Karen. He said that he had always known she could be selfish and manipulative, but he had never thought she would endanger a child. He said that if she was willing to abandon her own nephew, he worried about what she might do to their own children in the future. The following week, my father called me again with more information. He said that he had confronted my mother about the incident, and that she had finally admitted the truth. According to him, she had been annoyed by Ford's behavior at the zoo, and had decided to teach him a lesson by leaving him alone for a while. She had intended to come back for him after an hour or two, but Karen had convinced her to leave entirely. My father said that he was deeply disappointed in my mother's actions, and that he was considering leaving her. He said that he couldn't understand how she could have put her own grandson in danger, and then lied about it for weeks. He also said that he was worried about her judgment, and whether she could be trusted with children in the future. This information confirmed what I had suspected based on the security footage. My mother and Karen had deliberately abandoned Ford at the zoo, and they had planned to leave him there for an extended period. The fact that they had lied about it afterward showed that they knew their actions were wrong. I decided that I needed to protect Ford from any future contact with my mother and Karen. I called both of them and told them that they were no longer welcome in our home, and that they would not be allowed to spend time with Ford unsupervised. I also told them that I would be sharing the security footage and the zoo's report with other family members and friends, so that everyone would know what had happened. Both my mother and Karen became very angry when I told them this. They accused me of being vindictive and of trying to destroy their reputations in the community. They said that I was overreacting and that Ford had not been seriously harmed by their actions. I told them that the potential for harm was what mattered, not the fact that Ford had been lucky enough to be found by caring strangers. I also pointed out that their willingness to lie about the incident showed that they understood it was wrong, even if they weren't willing to admit it. Since that conversation, neither my mother nor Karen has attempted to contact me or Ford. Brock has been very supportive throughout this process, and he agrees that we need to protect our son from people who would deliberately put him in danger. Ford has been asking about his grandmother and aunt, but we've told him that they're busy with other things and won't be visiting for a while. I've also been in contact with the animal shelter where my mother volunteers. I felt that they needed to know about the incident, since she works with children there as well. The shelter's director was very concerned when I shared the security footage and the zoo's report. She said that they would be reviewing my mother's volunteer status and considering whether she should continue working with children. Looking back, I realized that there were warning signs that I should have noticed. My mother had always been somewhat controlling and had a tendency to prioritize her own convenience over other people's needs. Karen had always been selfish and had a history of manipulating situations to her advantage. I had assumed that they would put Ford's safety first, but I was wrong. The hardest part of this situation has been accepting that my own family members were willing to endanger my child. I keep thinking about what could have happened if Ford had wandered away from that bench, or if he had been approached by someone with bad intentions. The zoo is a large, crowded place, with many potential dangers for a young child. I'm still processing the fact that my mother and Karen not only abandoned Ford, but also lied about it for weeks. Their willingness to deceive me about such a serious matter makes me question whether I can trust them about anything else. I'm also concerned about what other incidents might have occurred that I don't know about. Brock and I are now planning to have Ford's 6th birthday party at our house, with just close friends and Brock's family. We want to make sure that he has a safe and happy celebration, without the stress of wondering whether his grandmother and aunt might put him in danger again. Update 2. It's been 6 weeks since my last update, and things have gotten even more complicated. I found out some additional information that has made me realize this situation was worse than I originally thought. About 2 weeks after my last update, I got a call from my cousin Rachel. She's my father's sister's daughter, and we've always been close. Rachel told me that she had been talking to other family members about what happened at the zoo, and she had learned some disturbing information. Rachel said that my Aunt Mary, who is my father's sister, had told her about an incident that happened 2 years ago. At that time, my mother had been babysitting Mary's daughter, Sophie, who was 4 years old. My mother had taken Sophie to a grocery store, and according to Mary, she had left Sophie alone in the car for over 30 minutes while she went shopping. Mary had only found out about this incident because Sophie had mentioned it weeks later during a conversation. When Mary confronted my mother about leaving Sophie alone in the car, my mother had claimed that she had only been gone for 5 minutes, and that Sophie was being dramatic. Mary had decided not to make a big deal about it at the time, but she had never allowed my mother to babysit Sophie again. Rachel also told me that my cousin Brian, who is Karen's age, had a similar story. About 3 years ago, Karen had been watching Brian's son, Michael, who was 6 at the time. Karen had taken Michael to a park, and according to Brian, she had left him there alone while she went to meet a friend for coffee. Michael had been found by other parents at the park, who had called Brian when they couldn't find any adults supervising the child. When Brian had confronted Karen about this incident, she had claimed that she had only stepped away for a few minutes, and that she had been able to see Michael the entire time. Brian had been upset about the situation, but Karen had convinced him that it was just a misunderstanding. However, Brian had never allowed Karen to watch Michael unsupervised again. Learning about these previous incidents made me realize that what happened to Ford wasn't an isolated occurrence. Both my mother and Karen had a pattern of leaving children unsupervised in potentially dangerous situations. The fact that they had lied about these incidents and tried to minimize their seriousness showed that they knew their behavior was wrong. I decided to call Mary and Brian directly to get more details about what had happened. Mary confirmed Rachel's story and said that she had been very upset about the incident with Sophie. She said that leaving a 4-year-old alone in a car, especially during warm weather, was incredibly dangerous. She also said that she had considered reporting the incident to Child Protective Services, but had decided against it because she didn't want to cause family drama. Brian also confirmed his story about Karen leaving Michael at the park. He said that he had been furious when he found out what had happened, but Karen had been very good at making excuses and convincing people that she hadn't done anything wrong. He said that he had always felt uncomfortable about the incident, but had tried to give Karen the benefit of the doubt. Both Mary and Brian said that they were not surprised to learn about what had happened to Ford at the zoo. They said that my mother and Karen had shown a pattern of putting their own convenience ahead of children's safety. They also said that they were glad I had decided to keep Ford away from them. This information made me realize that I needed to warn other family members who might be considering leaving their children with my mother or Karen. I decided to send an email to my extended family explaining what had happened at the zoo and sharing the information about the previous incidents. The response to my email was mixed. Some family members were supportive and said that they were glad I had shared the information. Others accused me of trying to destroy my mother's and Karen's reputations and said that I was being vindictive. A few family members said that they didn't want to get involved in family drama and asked me not to include them in future communications about the situation. My father's response was particularly difficult. He called me after receiving the email and said that he was upset about the additional information I had shared. He said that he had been trying to work things out with my mother and that my email had made the situation more complicated. He also said that he felt like I was airing the family's dirty laundry and that some things should be kept private. I told my father that I felt other family members had a right to know about the pattern of behavior that my mother and Karen had shown. I explained that children's safety was more important than family privacy, and that I wouldn't be able to live with myself if another child was endangered because I had kept quiet about what I knew. My father said that he understood my concerns, but that he wished I had talked to him before sending the email. He said that he was still trying to decide what to do about his marriage to my mother, and that my email had put additional pressure on him to make a decision quickly. 2 days after I sent the email, I got a call from Karen's husband, Tom. He told me that he had filed for divorce, and that he was seeking primary custody of Emily and Luke. He said that the information about Karen's previous behavior with other children had been the final straw for him. He was worried about what Karen might do to their own children if she was willing to abandon other people's children. Tom also told me that he had been documenting Karen's behavior for several months because he had been concerned about her parenting. He said that she had been increasingly neglectful of Emily and Luke, often leaving them alone while she went out with friends. He said that the zoo incident had convinced him that Karen was not a safe person to have around children. I felt bad that Tom's marriage was ending, but I also felt like he was making the right decision to protect his children. I told him that I would be willing to provide him with copies of the security footage and the zoo's report if he needed them for his custody case. A week later, my father called me again with more news. He said that he had decided to separate from my mother and that he was moving out of their house. He said that he couldn't continue to be married to someone who would endanger children and then lie about it. He also said that he was worried about my mother's judgment and whether she was mentally competent to make decisions about other people's safety. My father told me that my mother had been having difficulty accepting that people knew about what she had done. She had been calling family members and trying to convince them that I had made up the story about the zoo incident. She had also been claiming that the security footage had been doctored and that the zoo's report was inaccurate. This behavior concerned me because it showed that my mother was still not taking responsibility for her actions. Instead of apologizing and trying to make amends, she was continuing to lie and trying to make me look like the problem. This made me feel more confident that I had made the right decision to keep Ford away from her. My father also told me that he had spoken with the director of the animal shelter where my mother volunteers. The director had decided to terminate my mother's volunteer position because she felt that someone who would abandon a child could not be trusted to work with children at the shelter. My mother had been very upset about losing her volunteer position, especially since it had been a big part of her identity in the community. At this point, I realized that the consequences of my mother's and Karen's actions were extending far beyond just their relationship with Ford. Their willingness to endanger a child, and then lie about it, had damaged their relationships with multiple family members, and had affected their standing in the community. I also learned that Karen had been posting on social media about the situation. She had been claiming that I was a vindictive person who was trying to destroy her family because I was jealous of her success. She had also been saying that the zoo incident had been blown out of proportion, and that children get lost at public places all the time. Several friends and family members had contacted me to ask about Karen's social media posts. I had provided them with copies of the security footage and the zoo's report so that they could see what had actually happened. Most people were shocked by the evidence and said that they couldn't believe Karen was still trying to defend her actions. The situation has been very stressful for Brock and me, but we both feel like we made the right decision to protect Ford. He has been asking fewer questions about his grandmother and aunt, and he seems to be adjusting to their absence from his life. We've been making sure to spend extra time with him and to create positive experiences that will help him feel secure and loved. Looking back, I wish I had paid more attention to the warning signs that other family members had tried to share with me. If I had known about the previous incidents with Sophie and Michael, I never would have allowed my mother and Karen to take Ford to the zoo. However, I'm glad that I now know the truth about their behavior, even though it's been painful to learn. Update 3. It's been 4 months since my last update, and I wanted to share what has happened since then. This will be my final update because I think the situation has reached its conclusion. The first major development was that Tom was awarded primary custody of Emily and Luke. The court was very concerned about the evidence showing that Karen had repeatedly left children unsupervised in dangerous situations. The judge said that Karen's pattern of behavior showed a disregard for child safety that made her unsuitable for primary custody. Tom has been very good about keeping me informed about how the children are doing. He said that Emily and Luke have been asking about Ford and wondering why they don't see him anymore. Tom has been honest with them about what happened at the zoo in an age-appropriate way. He told them that their mother made some poor choices that put Ford in danger, and that's why the families aren't spending time together anymore. Karen has been allowed supervised visitation with Emily and Luke, but she has to have a court-appointed supervisor present at all times. According to Tom, she has been angry about this arrangement and has been trying to convince the children that their father is being unfair to her. The court supervisor has had to intervene several times when Karen has tried to badmouth Tom during visits. My father followed through on his decision to separate from my mother. He moved into a small apartment across town and filed for divorce. He told me that he had tried to work things out with my mother, but she had refused to take responsibility for what she had done. She had continued to claim that everyone was overreacting and that she had done nothing wrong. According to my father, my mother had become increasingly isolated after losing her volunteer position at the animal shelter. She had been asked to step down from several other community organizations after word spread about what had happened at the zoo. My father said that she had been spending most of her time at home and had been refusing to see friends or family members. About 6 weeks ago, my father called me with concerning news. He said that he had gone to the house to pick up some of his belongings and had found my mother in a very poor state. She had not been taking care of herself properly, and the house had been in disarray. He said that she had been talking to herself and making comments that didn't make sense. My father had convinced my mother to see a doctor, and she had been diagnosed with early-stage dementia. The doctor said that the condition could have been affecting her judgment and decision-making for some time. This news made my father feel guilty about leaving her, but the doctor assured him that dementia doesn't excuse dangerous behavior and that he had been right to protect himself and others. Learning about my mother's diagnosis made me feel conflicted. On one hand, it provided a possible explanation for her behavior at the zoo and her inability to take responsibility for her actions afterward. On the other hand, it didn't change the fact that she had put Ford in danger and that I needed to continue protecting him. My father asked me if I would be willing to visit my mother now that we knew about her condition. I told him that I would need to think about it. I discussed the situation with Brock, and we decided that we would not allow Ford to spend time with my mother, even with her diagnosis. We felt that her condition made her even less suitable to be around children unsupervised. However, I did decide to visit my mother one time to see how she was doing. I went to the house with my father, and I was shocked by what I found. My mother seemed confused and disoriented, and she kept asking me the same questions over and over. At one point, she asked me where Ford was and why he hadn't come to visit her. When I reminded her about what had happened at the zoo, she seemed genuinely confused and said she didn't remember anything about it. This visit was very difficult for me. Part of me felt sad to see my mother in such a deteriorated state, but another part of me was still angry about what she had done to Ford, regardless of whether she remembered it or not. I realized that I had spent months processing the betrayal and the lies, and seeing her confusion didn't erase those feelings. My father has been working with social services to arrange proper care for my mother. She is now living in a memory care facility where she can receive the supervision and medical attention she needs. My father visits her regularly, but he has said that she often doesn't recognize him or remember that they are divorced. Karen's situation has been different. She has not been diagnosed with any medical conditions, and she continues to maintain that she did nothing wrong at the zoo. According to Tom, she has been telling people that I manipulated the security footage and that the zoo's report was falsified. She has also been claiming that my mother's dementia diagnosis proves that she wasn't responsible for what happened. Tom has been documenting Karen's continued refusal to accept responsibility for her actions. He said that this behavior has been helpful in his custody case because it shows that Karen is not capable of making good decisions about child safety. The court has been very concerned about Karen's inability to acknowledge her mistakes and learn from them. About a month ago, Karen tried to contact me directly for the first time since the zoo incident. She called me and said that she wanted to apologize and rebuild our relationship. However, when I asked her to specifically acknowledge what she had done wrong at the zoo, she became defensive and said that I was being unreasonable. She said that she had already apologized and that I needed to move on. I told Karen that I had not received any genuine apology from her. I explained that a real apology would involve taking full responsibility for her actions, acknowledging the harm she had caused, and making a commitment to change her behavior. I said that her continued attempts to minimize what had happened showed that she was not truly sorry. Karen became angry and said that I was being vindictive and that I was keeping Ford away from his family out of spite. She said that she missed him and that he probably missed her too. I told her that Ford's safety was my priority and that I would not allow him to spend time with someone who had shown such poor judgment about child safety. Since that conversation, Karen has been posting on social media about how I've turned the family against her. She has been claiming that I am a manipulative person who has brainwashed other family members into believing lies about her. Several mutual friends have contacted me to ask about these posts, and I have shared the security footage with them so they can see what actually happened. The extended family has essentially split into two groups. Most people have sided with me after seeing the evidence of what happened at the zoo. However, a few family members have continued to support Karen and my mother, claiming that family should stick together no matter what. These relationships have been permanently damaged, and I don't expect them to be repaired. Brock and I have been focusing on building positive relationships with the family members who have been supportive. We have been spending more time with Brock's family and with my father when he is available. Ford has been thriving with these relationships, and he rarely asks about his grandmother and aunt anymore. Ford will be turning 6 next month, and we are planning a small party at our house. We will be inviting close friends and supportive family members, but we will not be including anyone who has shown poor judgment about child safety. I want Ford to have a happy birthday celebration surrounded by people who truly care about his well-being. Looking back on this entire situation, I am grateful that I discovered the truth about my mother's and Karen's behavior before something worse happened. The security footage from the zoo provided undeniable evidence of what they had done, and it prevented them from continuing to lie about their actions. I have learned that it's important to trust my instincts when it comes to protecting my child. I had felt uneasy about allowing my mother and Karen to take Ford to the zoo, but I had ignored those feelings because I wanted to maintain family harmony. Now, I know that my child's safety is more important than keeping other people happy. The situation has also taught me that some people are not capable of taking responsibility for their actions, even when faced with clear evidence of wrongdoing. Both my mother and Karen showed a pattern of endangering children, and then lying about it afterward. This behavior is not something that can be easily forgiven or forgotten. I have had to accept that my family will never be the same after this incident. The relationships that were damaged may never be fully repaired, and some family members will always be excluded from our lives. However, I believe that protecting Ford from people who have shown poor judgment about child safety is worth the cost of these broken relationships. Brock has been incredibly supportive throughout this entire process. He has never questioned my decision to keep Ford away from my mother and Karen, and he has been willing to deal with the family drama that resulted from my actions. Having a partner who prioritizes our child's safety above all else has made this difficult situation more manageable. Ford seems to have adjusted well to the changes in our family structure. He has stopped asking about his grandmother and aunt, and he appears to be happy with the family members who remain in his life. We have been careful not to speak negatively about my mother and Karen in front of him, but we have also been honest about why certain people are no longer part of our lives. I want to thank everyone who commented on my previous posts and offered support and advice. Reading your responses helped me realize that I was not overreacting to the situation, and that protecting my child was the right thing to do. Your encouragement gave me the strength to stand up to family members who were trying to minimize what had happened. For anyone else who might be dealing with similar situations, I want to emphasize the importance of trusting your instincts and prioritizing your child's safety. Family relationships are important, but they should never come at the expense of a child's well-being. Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do is to keep your child away from people who have shown they cannot be trusted. I don't expect to post any more updates about this situation. My mother is receiving the care she needs for her dementia, and Karen is dealing with the consequences of her actions through the court system. Ford is safe and happy, and that's what matters most to me. We are moving forward with our lives, and building positive relationships with people who truly care about our family's well-being. My sister hijacked the Hawaii trip I fully paid for, then convinced everyone to go without me, so I canceled her ticket and took back control. I, 29 male, come from what you'd call a close-knit family, but let me tell you, that term is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. We're 3 siblings, me, my younger brother, 26 male, and my younger sister Linda, 24 female. Now my brother and I, we're tight. We've got that typical brotherly bond. We can go from wrestling each other 1 minute to having each other's backs the next. But Linda, that's where things get complicated. Growing up, Linda was always the golden child, you know the type. The baby of the family who could do no wrong in our parents' eyes. While my brother and I were expected to be responsible and mature, Linda got away with murder. Forgot to do her chores? Oh, she's just tired from all her activities. Got a C in math? Well, she's more of a creative type anyway. Meanwhile, if I so much as left a sock on the floor, you'd think I'd committed a capital offense. This dynamic created a rift between us that only grew wider as we got older. It's not that I don't love my sister, I do, she's family after all, but her sense of entitlement has always grated on me. And it's not just me, my brother's patience with her antics is even thinner than mine. Put them in a room together for more than 5 minutes, and you can bet your bottom dollar there will be fireworks. Let me give you an example of the kind of stuff we're dealing with here. Last Christmas, Linda showed up empty-handed at our family gift exchange. Her excuse? I'm a broke college student, you guys understand, right? Fair enough, except she'd posted pictures of her brand new iPhone and designer boots on Instagram just days before. When my brother called her out on it, she burst into tears and accused him of being materialistic. Guess who our parents comforted? Yep, you guessed it, Linda. But despite all this, I've always tried to be the bigger person. I figured that, as we all got older, things would even out. Linda would mature, our parents would start treating us more equally, and we'd all laugh about the past. Earlier this year, I hit the jackpot at work. I'm talking a bonus that made my eyes pop out of my head like a cartoon character. After the initial shock wore off, my first thought was, I want to do something nice for my family. Our parents' anniversary was coming up, and I had this brilliant idea: why not treat everyone to a family vacation? It had been years since we all went on a trip together. The last time was probably when Linda was still in high school, and even then it was just a weekend at a nearby lake. This time, I wanted to go all out. I'm talking a week-long trip to Hawaii, all expenses paid. Flights, fancy resort, activities, the works. Why Hawaii, you ask? Well, that's where my parents went on their honeymoon. I thought it would be romantic for them to revisit the place where their journey began, this time with their children in tow. Plus, who doesn't love Hawaii? Sun, sand, surf. It's paradise on earth. When I announced the trip to my parents, you should have seen their faces. My mom actually teared up a little. Dad tried to play it cool, but I could tell he was over the moon. They started reminiscing about their honeymoon right there and then, sharing stories I'd never heard before. It was a beautiful moment, and I felt like the best son in the world. My brother's reaction was exactly what I expected. He gave me a bear hug and immediately started planning all the activities we could do together: surfing, hiking, maybe even skydiving if we could convince our parents. His enthusiasm was infectious, and I found myself getting even more excited about the trip. And then, there was Linda. I'll admit, I was a bit apprehensive about her reaction. To my surprise, and relief, she seemed genuinely thrilled. She started rattling off all the things she wanted to do, and the Instagram reels she was going to make. I rolled my eyes internally at that last bit. But hey, at least she was excited, right? For a moment there I actually thought this trip might bring us all closer together. Maybe this was the turning point in our family dynamic I'd been hoping for. Oh, how naive I was. The problem started almost immediately. Linda, in her typical fashion, decided that since I was footing the bill, she should be in charge of planning the trip. She didn't ask, she demanded. "You're not good at planning stuff," she told me, as if I hadn't successfully organized this entire vacation. "Just hand it over to me, and I'll make sure we have the best time ever." Now let me be clear, I had my reasons for wanting to plan this trip myself. First off, it was my treat. I wanted to surprise everyone with the activities I had lined up. But more importantly, I know my sister. When someone else is paying, Linda has champagne taste on a beer budget. If I let her take charge, we'd end up with gold-plated toilets and private jet tours of the islands. To give you an idea of what I'm talking about, let me tell you about the last time we went out to dinner as a family. Linda ordered the most expensive steak on the menu, paired with a $200 bottle of wine. When the bill came, she conveniently forgot her wallet. But when it's her turn to treat, we're lucky if we get a Subway sandwich. I tried to explain this to my parents, but they, in their infinite wisdom, suggested a compromise. "If you're busy," they said, "maybe you could let Linda help with planning the activities." I told them that the activities were meant to be a surprise, hoping that would put an end to it. But Linda wasn't having it. She insisted on knowing everything in advance so she could pack appropriate outfits. I assured her that there was nothing that would catch her off guard, but she kept pushing. Looking back, I should have stood my ground, but I was so desperate to keep the peace that I eventually caved and gave her the itinerary. Big mistake. Huge. The moment Linda got her hands on the schedule, she went into full control freak mode. She called me immediately, tearing apart my carefully planned itinerary. According to her, everything needed to be rearranged to make everyone feel comfortable. And you know what? Some of her suggestions actually made sense, so like an idiot, I agreed to make a few changes. That was all the encouragement Linda needed. Suddenly, she was acting like she was the mastermind behind the entire trip. She announced in the family group chat that she had taken over the planning and made some changes. At first it wasn't too bad. She suggested we all wear matching outfits each day, which was kind of cute, I guess. But then things started to spiral. A week before the trip, I logged into my account to double-check some details, and my jaw hit the floor. Linda had canceled some of the activities I had booked. Activities I had specifically chosen because I knew everyone would love them, and replaced them with her own preferences. She had even posted in the family chat about her executive decisions regarding the itinerary, instructing everyone to follow her lead. I was livid. This was supposed to be my gift to the family, and she had completely hijacked it. I called her, trying my best to keep my cool and reason with her. But Linda, in her infinite wisdom, was having none of it. "I'm better at planning," she insisted. "You should be grateful I'm helping." Grateful? Grateful? I was ready to explode. I told her, in no uncertain terms, that she had gone too far, that she needed to back off and let me handle the trip I was paying for. Her response? She accused me of being controlling and hung up on me. That night my phone rang. It was my parents, and they didn't sound happy. Apparently, Linda had run to them with some sob story about how I was ruining everything. I tried to explain the situation without giving away the surprises I still had planned, but it quickly became clear whose side they were on. Linda's just excited about the trip, they said. You should let her have some control over it. They didn't seem to grasp, or care, that she had completely disregarded my efforts and my money. Their attitude was essentially, what does it matter who's planning or paying? We're family. I felt like I was taking crazy pills. Was I the only one who saw how messed up this situation was? In that moment, I was tempted to cancel the whole damn trip, but I took a deep breath and decided to take the high road. Fine, I thought. If Linda wants to be in charge so badly, let her handle it. I'll just sit back and try to enjoy myself, even if it's not the trip I had envisioned. But, oh my friends, the drama was far from over. 2 days ago, just 24 hours before we were set to leave, I received a notification that my tickets had been canceled. At first, I thought it must be some kind of mistake. I called the airline in a panic, only to be told that the cancellation had come from my account. There was nothing they could do. I knew immediately who was behind this. Linda. I called her. When she answered, she had the audacity to act like nothing was wrong. Oh yeah, she giggled when I confronted her about the tickets. Isn't that funny? I was seeing red at this point. Care to explain? And then she said, okay, I hate to say this. She said, not sounding sorry at all. I know you were funding it and blah blah blah, but we can't have you on the trip, dude. You're too controlling, and your negative vibes would ruin the vacation for everyone. I have discussed this with everyone, and the family has agreed to dump you. You are not worth spoiling our trip. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The trip that I had paid for, that I had planned as a gift for my family, was now happening without me. Somehow Linda had convinced everyone that I was the problem, and they had all agreed to go along with it. In that moment, something in me snapped. I wasn't going to let her walk all over me anymore. Without saying another word to Linda, I hung up and logged into my account. With a few clicks, I canceled her ticket and rebooked it in my name. Then, just to be safe, I changed the password on the account so she couldn't access it anymore, or make any more changes to the travel itinerary. I typed out a message to the family group chat. Since Linda has decided I'm not welcome on the trip I paid for, I've canceled her ticket. If any of you wants to stay with her, I'll be happy to cancel your tickets too. The fallout was immediate. My phone started blowing up with notifications. The first call came from my brother. To my relief, he seemed just as shocked as I was about the whole situation. He swore up and down that he had no idea about Linda's plan to kick me off the trip. According to him, she had made the whole thing up. Neither he nor our parents had ever agreed to dump me. While I was still on the phone with my brother, trying to process this new information, my parents called. They were furious that I had canceled Linda's ticket, accusing me of being petty and vindictive. I stood my ground, explaining again that I had planned and paid for this trip as a gift to the family. If they didn't want me there, fine. I'd take a solo trip, but I wasn't about to hand over my hard-earned money and sacrifice myself for their comfort. To their credit, my parents seemed genuinely shocked when I told them about Linda canceling my ticket. They swore they had never asked her to do that, but they also weren't thrilled that I had retaliated by canceling hers. They kept insisting that we all needed to go on this trip together as a family. I told them, point blank, that I wasn't going to let Linda dictate the terms of my generosity. If she wanted to plan her own trip, she was welcome to do so with her own money, but this was my gift, and I wasn't going to be pushed out of it. Meanwhile, Linda was blowing up my phone with angry texts. She called me every name in the book, accusing me of ruining everything and being a terrible brother. I simply forwarded all her messages to our parents, letting them see for themselves what their precious baby girl was really like. My dad called me back a little while later, offering to mediate the situation. He suggested a conference call with Linda, where she would apologize to me, and then I could rebook her ticket. Part of me wanted to refuse outright. Why should I be the one to extend an olive branch when she had tried to kick me off my own trip? But another part of me was curious to see how this would play out. I knew Linda well enough to know that a genuine apology from her was about as likely as snow in Hawaii, so I agreed to the call. My dad added Linda to the line, but she was too angry to realize it was a conference call. Dad started off by telling her that she had acted meanly by canceling my tickets, and that she should apologize. Before he could even finish his sentence, Linda exploded. Apologize to that jerk, my butt, she snapped. I did the right thing. He was going to ruin everything with his controlling attitude. There was a long, awkward silence after that. I could practically hear the gears turning in my dad's head as he realized that they had been enabling Linda's behavior all these years. Without another word, he hung up the call. I gave it a few minutes before calling him back. "Do you now see how cruel your daughter is?" I asked him. "Or do you still want me to take her on this trip?" He was quiet for a long moment. When he finally spoke, "I'm torn between two of my children," he said. "I don't know what to do." And part of me felt bad for him, but a bigger part of me was just relieved that finally, my parents were seeing Linda for who she really was. As I sit here now, I can't help but feel a mix of emotions. On one hand, I know I've done the right thing. I refuse to be a doormat, to let Linda walk all over me and take advantage of my generosity. On the other hand, I'm sad that it's come to this. This wasn't how I envisioned this trip going at all. I wanted this to be a family trip, a chance for all of us to reconnect and create new memories together. And no matter how I feel about Linda, she is still part of the family. My brother and I might be able to enjoy the trip without her, but I know my parents will be upset by her absence. But you know what? Maybe this is the wake-up call our family needed. Maybe now my parents will finally see that their constant coddling of Linda has created a monster. Maybe this will be the push we all needed to address the issues that have been simmering under the surface for years. So that's where things stand right now. I'm packed and ready to go on a trip I planned and paid for, but the joy and excitement I once felt have been replaced by a knot of anxiety in my stomach. My brother is still coming, my parents are on the fence, and Linda is probably plotting her revenge as we speak. Whatever happens next, at least I can say I finally stood up for myself. And hey, if all else fails, I hear Hawaii is beautiful this time of year, even if you're there alone. So guys, AITA for canceling my sister's trip that I bought with my own money. Update 1. Hey Reddit. Up here with an update on the whole trip fiasco because things got even messier, if you can believe it. So remember how I canceled Linda's ticket after she tried to kick me off my own trip? Well, apparently, that was just the beginning of her master plan to ruin everything. After I told everyone in the family group chat, Linda went into full meltdown mode. We're talking nuclear-level tantrum here. But instead of just accepting that she'd screwed up and maybe, apologizing like a normal person, she decided to double down on the crazy. She tried to rope my brother into her schemes. One night, out of the blue, she calls him up with this brilliant idea. She pitches him on co-sponsoring the trip with her so they could all go without me. Yeah, you read that right. She wanted to team up with our brother to essentially steal the trip I'd planned and paid for. Now, my brother may not be perfect, but he's not an idiot. His first question was, naturally, "Do you even have that kind of money?" Linda's response, "No, I don't have it right now, but I'll pay you as soon as I can." I wish I could have seen my brother's face when she said that. I imagine it was a mix of disbelief and, "Are you freaking kidding me right now?" For context, Linda's idea of a job is working part-time at a local coffee shop. And when I say part-time, I mean she shows up when she feels like it, which isn't often. She's been fired from more jobs than I can count, because she thinks showing up on time and actually working is beneath her. So yeah, her promise to pay as soon as she can is about as reliable as a chocolate teapot. My brother decided to see how far down this rabbit hole Linda was willing to go. He asked her if she was serious about this plan. Her response, "Hell yeah, but if the Hawaii trip is too much to bear, we can go to Mexico." I swear, sometimes I wonder if Linda and I are actually related. Mexico. She wanted to downgrade a fully paid trip to Hawaii to a budget trip to Mexico that my brother would have to fund. The audacity of my sister is truly breathtaking. My brother, who apparently has a much better poker face than I do, managed to keep it together long enough to point out the obvious. Why would he trade a free trip to Hawaii for a trip he'd have to pay for? And to add insult to injury, he knew he'd end up being Linda's personal Instagram photographer the whole time. Linda, true to form, didn't take this rejection well. She hung up on him and proceeded to blow up his phone with a barrage of insults that would make a sailor blush. Apparently, he's a selfish jerk, and a mommy's boy for not wanting to bankroll her vacation. The irony is completely lost on her, I'm sure. But Linda wasn't done yet. Oh no, she still had one more card to play, the guilt trip. For the next few days, she was constantly at our parents' house, crying and carrying on about how we were abandoning her and tearing the family apart. She painted herself as this poor, innocent victim, who was being cruelly excluded from a family vacation. To their credit, my parents stood their ground this time. They told her that if she wanted to come on the trip, she needed to apologize to me and make things right. Of course, in Linda's world, apologizing is something other people do. She refused, insisting that she had done nothing wrong and that I was the one who needed to apologize to her. For what, you ask? For always trying to make her look bad and buying everyone's love with money. Yeah. Because apparently, planning a nice family vacation is now a sinister plot to undermine her. My parents did try to play peacemaker. They called me, asking if I would consider being the bigger person and letting Linda come along. But I stood my ground. I told them that I wasn't going to reward Linda's behavior by giving in to her demands. If she wanted to come, she needed to own up to her actions and apologize, simple as that. The day of the trip arrived, and it was tense to say the least. My brother was excited, bouncing around like a kid on Christmas morning. My parents, though, they looked like they were heading to a funeral rather than a tropical paradise. As we boarded the plane, I could feel the weight of their disappointment. It was written all over their faces. We should all be here, the whole family. But you know what? That's on Linda, not me. I refused to let her actions ruin this trip for everyone else. Once we landed in Hawaii, though, things started to turn around. It's hard to stay mad when you're surrounded by pristine beaches, crystal clear water, and breathtaking sunsets. I threw myself into making sure everyone had an amazing time. We went on a private luau, tried snorkeling, and even took a helicopter tour over the islands. Slowly but surely, I could see my parents starting to relax and enjoy themselves. But of course, Linda couldn't let us have this one nice thing without trying to ruin it. Throughout the week, my phone was constantly buzzing with angry messages from her. She'd swing wildly between rage. I hope you all get sunburned and eaten by sharks, and self-pity. I can't believe my own family would abandon me like this. My parents checked in with her occasionally, but even they were starting to see through her act. It's amazing how much clearer things become when you're not in the midst of one of Linda's drama storms. By the end of the trip, we had a suitcase full of incredible memories, and maybe a few too many souvenir t-shirts. My parents, while still sad that Linda wasn't there, admitted that they had a wonderful time. They even thanked me for all the effort I'd put into planning everything. When we got back home, I discovered that Linda had blocked me on all social media platforms. Apparently, seeing pictures of our trip was too much for her to handle. She was furious with our parents for choosing me over her and threatened to cut them off too. Of course, that threat rang a bit hollow, considering she still lives in their house rent-free. She didn't spare our brother either, calling him a freeloader for going on the trip. Because apparently, in Linda's world, accepting a gift from your sibling is freeloading, but expecting your brother to fund your vacation is totally reasonable. The cherry on top of this drama Sunday, Linda declared that she never wanted to see me again. And you know what? I am okay with that. I'm tired of walking on eggshells around her, tired of her constant drama and entitlement. Don't get me wrong. It hurts. Despite everything, she's still my sister. I wish things could be different. But I refuse to set myself on fire to keep her warm anymore. I stood up for myself, set a boundary, and stuck to it. If that makes me the bad guy in her story, so be it. Maybe one day Linda will grow up and realize that the world doesn't revolve around her. Then we might be able to mend our relationship. But until then, I'll hold on to the memories of that incredible trip. A trip that happened because I finally said enough to Linda's entitled behavior. And hey, if nothing else, at least I've got a killer tan and some great stories to tell. Silver linings, right? Update 2. Alright Reddit. It's been a few months since the great Hawaii debacle of 2024, and I'll be honest, I was hoping things would have calmed down by now. If anything, they've gotten even more ridiculous. After we got back from Hawaii, I dove headfirst into work, partly because I had to make up for the time off, but also because I needed a break from all the family drama. I figured I'd give everyone some space to cool off, and Linda would take this time to reflect on her actions and grow as a person. Yeah, I know, I'm a hopeless optimist. While I was busy adulting, my brother and I may have indulged in a bit of petty revenge. We flooded our social media with pictures from the trip. Think perfect sunsets, mai tais on the beach, all of us with big smiles and only slightly sunburned faces. Was it mature? Probably not. Did it feel good? You bet your sweet bippy it did. Fast forward about 3 months. I finally had some time off and decided to swing by my parents' place for dinner. As I pulled up to the house, something felt off. It took me a minute to realize what it was. Linda's beat-up Volkswagen Beetle, a gift from our parents for her 21st birthday, wasn't in the driveway. When I got inside, the first thing I noticed was that Linda's room was empty. Not just, she's out for the day, empty, but someone moved out, empty. The walls were bare, the closet was open and cleaned out, and there was a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. Despite everything, Linda is still my sister, and the idea of her out there on her own, well, Let's just say I've seen how she adulted before, and it's not pretty. I found my parents in the kitchen looking lighter, like a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. When I asked about Linda, they exchanged a look that spoke volumes. I swear sometimes I wonder if Linda and I are actually related. Mexico. Mexico. She wanted to downgrade a fully paid trip to Hawaii to a budget trip to Mexico that my brother would have to fund. The audacity of my sister is truly breathtaking. My brother, who apparently has a much better poker face than I do, managed to keep it together long enough to point out the obvious: why would he trade a free trip to Hawaii for a trip he'd have to pay for? And to add insult to injury, he knew he'd end up being Linda's personal Instagram photographer the whole time. Linda, true to form, didn't take this rejection well. She hung up on him and proceeded to blow up his phone with a barrage of insults that would make a sailor blush. Apparently he's a selfish jerk and a mommy's boy for not wanting to bankroll her vacation. The irony is completely lost on her, I'm sure. But Linda wasn't done yet. Oh no, she still had one more card to play the guilt trip. For the next few days she was constantly at our parents' house, crying and carrying on about how we were abandoning her and tearing the family apart. She painted herself as this poor innocent victim who was being cruelly excluded from a family vacation. To their credit, my parents stood their ground this time. They told her that if she wanted to come on the trip, she needed to apologize to me and make things right. Of course, in Linda's world, apologizing is something other people do. She refused, in insisting that she had done nothing wrong and that I was the one who needed to apologize to her. For what you ask for, always trying to make her look bad and buying everyone's love with money, yeah, because apparently planning a nice family vacation is now a sinister plot to undermine her. My parents did try to play peacemaker. They called me asking if I would consider being the bigger person and letting Linda come along, but I stood my ground. I told them that I wasn't going to reward Linda's behavior by giving in to her demands. If she wanted to come, she needed to own up to her actions and apologize, simple as that. The day of the trip arrived and it was tense, to say the least. My brother was excited, bouncing around like a kid on Christmas morning. My parents, though, they looked like they were heading to a funeral rather than a tropical paradise. As we boarded the plane, I could feel the weight of their disappointment. It was written all over their faces. We should all be here, the whole family. But you know what? That's on Linda, not me. I refused to let her actions ruin this trip for everyone else. Once we landed in Hawaii, though, things started to turn around. It's hard to stay mad when you're surrounded by pristine beaches, crystal clear water, and breathtaking sunsets. I threw myself into making sure everyone had an amazing time. We went on a private luau, tried snorkeling, and even took a helicopter tour over the islands. Slowly but surely I could see my parents starting to relax and enjoy themselves. But of course Linda couldn't let us have this one nice thing without trying to ruin it. Throughout the week my phone was constantly buzzing with angry messages from her. She'd swing wildly between rage, I hope you all get sunburned and eaten by sharks, and self-pity, I can't believe my own family would abandon me like this. My parents checked in with her occasionally, but even they were starting to see through or act. It's amazing how much clearer things become when you're not in the midst of one of Linda's drama storms. By the end of the trip, we had a suitcase full of incredible memories, and maybe a few too many souvenir t-shirts. My parents, while still sad that Linda wasn't there, admitted that they had a wonderful time. They even thanked me for all the effort I'd put into planning everything. When we got back home, I discovered that Linda had blocked me on all social media platforms. Apparently seeing pictures of our trip was too much for her to handle. She was furious with our parents for choosing me over her and threatened to cut them off too. Of course that threat rang a bit hollow, considering she still lives in their house rent-free. She didn't spare our brother either, calling him a freeloader for going on the trip, because apparently in Linda's world, accepting a gift from your sibling is freeloading, but expecting your brother to fund your vacation is totally reasonable. The cherry on top of this drama Sunday, Linda declared that she never wanted to see me again, and you know what, I am okay with that. I'm tired of walking on eggshells around her, tired of her constant drama and entitlement. Don't get me wrong, it hurts. Despite everything, she's still my sister. I wish things could be different, but I refuse to set myself on fire to keep her warm anymore. I stood up for myself, set a boundary, and stuck to it. If that makes me the bad guy in her story, so be it. Maybe one day Linda will grow up and realize that the world doesn't revolve around her, then we might be able to mend our relationship. But until then, I'll hold on to the memories of that incredible trip, a trip that happened because I finally said enough to Linda's entitled behavior. And hey, if nothing else, at least, I've got a killer tan and some great stories to tell. Silver linings. Right. Update to all right Reddit. It's been a few months since the great Hawaii debacle of 2024, and I'll be honest, I was hoping things would have calmed down by now. If anything, they've gotten even more ridiculous. After we got back from Hawaii, I dove headfirst into work, partly because I had to make up for the time off, but also because I needed a break from all the family drama. I figured I'd give everyone some space to cool off, and Linda would take this time to reflect on her actions and grow as a person. Yeah, I know I'm a hopeless optimist. While I was busy adulting my brother and I may have indulged in a bit of petty revenge. We fluttered our social media with pictures from the trip, think perfect sunsets, mai tais on the beach, all of us with big smiles and only slightly sunburned faces. Was it mature? Probably not. Did it feel good? You bet your sweet bippy it did. Fast forward about 3 months, I finally had some time off and decided to swing by my parents' place for dinner. As I pulled up to the house, something felt off. It took me a minute to realize what it was. Linda's beat-up Volkswagen Beetle, a gift from our parents for her 21st birthday, wasn't in the driveway. When I got inside, the first thing I noticed was that Linda's room was empty. Not just she's out for the day, empty, but someone moved out empty. The walls were bare, the closet was open and cleaned out, and there was a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. Despite everything, Linda is still my sister, and the idea of her out there on her own, well, let's just say I've seen how she adulting before, and it's not pretty. I found my parents in the kitchen looking lighter, like a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. When I asked about Linda, they exchanged a look that spoke volumes. Turns out they'd finally done what they should have done years ago. They'd cut the cord. Now, before you start thinking my parents are heartless monsters who kick their daughter to the curb, let me give you some context. This has been a long time coming. See, Linda has never been big on responsibility, or work ethic, or basic human decency. She's bounced from job to job, never lasting more than a few months because apparently showing up on time and doing what you're paid to do is like totally unfair. A year ago, my parents finally put their foot down and told Linda she needed to start paying rent if she wanted to keep living at home. You'd have thought they'd asked her to donate a kidney. She threw a fit worthy of a toddler, calling them every name in the book and accusing them of not loving her. But my dad stood firm. He told her she could either pay rent or find somewhere else to live. Faced with the prospect of having to support herself, Linda grudgingly agreed to pay rent. Want to guess how many times she actually paid in the past year? 3 whole months out of 12. Every month it was a new excuse. I had to buy new work clothes, my car needed repairs, Mercury was in retrograde, and it's bad luck to pay rent during that time. I wish I was making this up. After we got back from Hawaii, Linda really ramped up the drama. She blew up at our parents, screaming about how they'd abandoned her and chosen me over her. When they tried to calm her down and gave her the gifts we brought back for her, she literally threw them back in their faces. That was the last straw for my dad. He told her to pack her bags, that he was done enabling her behavior. Linda, realizing she'd finally pushed too far, did a complete 180. Suddenly she was all tears and apologies, clinging to our mom, and promising she'd do better, that she'd pay rent on time, that she'd get her act together. But my parents had finally wised up to her manipulation tactics. They stood firm. They helped her find a small apartment, and even paid the first 2 months' rent for her. My dad also gave her a stern talking to about responsibility and growing up. I'll be honest, I thought this was still too generous. Linda was being handed an opportunity on a silver platter while the rest of us had to work our butts off. But I kept my mouth shut. At least she was out of the house, right? For the first couple of months, things seemed to be going okay. Linda would stop by for dinner occasionally, but nothing too out of the ordinary. But then my mom noticed a pattern was showing up more and more often, always around dinner time, and she started staying overnight more frequently. At first my parents wrote it off as homesickness, but as the weeks went by and Linda's visits became more frequent and longer, they started to suspect something was up. Finally, after about 4 months of this, they sat Linda down for a chat, and that's when the truth came out. Linda hadn't paid a single month's rent since moving out. Not one. She'd been dodging her landlord, couch surfing with friends, and mooching meals off our parents to avoid going back to her apartment. When my mom asked her what she'd done with her salary from the job she'd miraculously managed to keep for more than a month, Linda's response was peak Linda. I had to buy shoes for work. I'm sorry, what? Unless she's working as a centipede impersonator, I'm pretty sure she didn't need to spend 3 months' worth of rent on shoes. My mom, still trying to be supportive, offered to loan Linda some money to get caught up on rent, but Linda, in her infinite wisdom, insisted that she should just move back home instead. That's when my dad stepped in. He'd finally reached his limit. He told Linda in no uncertain terms that she was on her own now. No more bailouts, no more free meals, no more living at home. He even went as far as to say that if she showed up again asking for help, they wouldn't answer the door. Harsh maybe, but after years of enabling Linda's behavior, I think my parents finally realized that tough love was the only way forward. Of course, Linda didn't take this well. She tried every trick in her book, crying, pleading, guilt-tripping, even threatening to cut them out of her life as if that was supposed to be a punishment. But my parents didn't cave. With our parents standing firm, Linda turned to her last resort, our brother. She called him up, spinning some sob story about how cruel and unfair everyone was being to her. My brother didn't fall for it. He told her straight up that he was barely making ends meet himself and couldn't help her financially. Then Linda, in a move that honestly impressed me with its audacity, asked if he'd be willing to borrow money from me and then give it to her. Why didn't she just ask me directly, you wonder? Well, according to Linda, asking me for help would boost my ego and make her feel like a loser. I mean, if the shoe fits, right? My brother, showing more patience than I would have even though they always fought together, suggested that if she needed money that badly, she should swallow her pride and ask me herself. Linda's response? She called him my bootlicker and accused him of being my pet who runs behind me for free meatloaf. I don't even know what that means, but I'm pretty sure it's not a compliment. So here we are. Linda is out on her own, probably couch surfing and dodging her landlord. My parents are finally standing firm on their boundaries. My brother and I are apparently in some sort of master-pet relationship that revolves around meatloaf. News to me. But okay, and me. I'm sitting here marveling at the absolute chaos that is my family. I'm glad my parents have finally stopped enabling Linda's behavior. It's long overdue, and maybe this will be the wake-up call she needs to get her act together. I know some people might think I'm being too harsh. But she's family, they'll say. You can't just cut her off. And you know what? They're right. Linda is family. She'll always be my sister, no matter what. But being family doesn't give you a free pass to treat people like crap. It doesn't mean you get to manipulate and guilt trip and throw tantrums when you don't get your way. Being family should mean you treat each other with more love and respect, not less. I know this isn't the end of the Linda saga. Knowing her, she's probably already plotting her next move, figuring out how to worm her way back into our parents' house, or guilt trip one of us into bailing her out. But for now at least, there's a sense of peace in our family that's been missing for a long time. So that's where things stand now, Reddit. Linda's out on her own, my parents are sticking to their guns, and I'm here sharing this saga with a bunch of internet strangers because, let's face it, sometimes life is so ridiculous that you just have to laugh. Thanks for listening to my rant. If there are any new developments in the Linda saga, I'll be sure to update. But for now, I'm going to go make some meatloaf. I hear it's great for bribing siblings. Update 3. Well, you know what they say about karma. Turns out it's got nothing on my sister Linda when it comes to making unexpected returns. It's been about 6 months since my last update. 6 blissful, drama-free months where I almost forgot what it was like to have my life turned upside down by Hurricane Linda. I should have known it was too good to last. It's a quiet Sunday afternoon. I'm at my parents' house for our newly stated weekly family dinner, sans Linda, of course. Mom's bustling around the kitchen, Dad's watching the game, and my brother and I are locked in an intense battle of wits. Okay, we're playing Mario Kart, but it gets pretty intense. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. We all freeze. Nobody ever knocks. We all have keys, and our friends and extended family know to call before dropping by. For a moment, we all just look at each other, silently asking, "You expecting someone?" Then we hear it. That voice. That whiny, entitled voice that has haunted my nightmares for the past year. "Mom? Dad? Is anyone home? It's me, Linda." I swear in that moment you could have heard a pin drop. Hell, you could have heard an ant sneeze. We're all just staring at the door like it's about to burst open and unleash the zombie apocalypse. Dad's the first to move. He gets up, squares his shoulders like he's preparing for battle, and opens the door. And there she is. Linda. Looking like she's been through hell, to be honest. Her hair, which she usually spends hours styling, is pulled back in a messy ponytail. Her clothes, typically designer labels she can't afford, are wrinkled and look slept in. For a split second, I feel bad. Then she opens her mouth, and any warm, fuzzy feelings I might have had evaporate faster than a snowball in Hawaii. "Daddy," she says, "I'm home." I have to hand it to my dad. He doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, blocking the doorway, and says in the calmest voice I've ever heard, "No, Linda, you're not." Linda's face crumples like she's been slapped. She tries to push past him, but Dad stands firm. "We talked about this, Linda," he says. "You're not welcome here anymore, not until you get your act together." And then the waterworks start, full-on, Oscar-worthy sobs. "But Daddy," she wails, "I have nowhere else to go. They're going to arrest me if I don't pay my rent. Don't you love me anymore?" Now, I've seen Linda pull some manipulative stunts in her time, but this takes the cake. She's standing there, crying her eyes out, looking for all the world like a lost little girl instead of a grown woman who's repeatedly screwed over her own family. I can see Mom wavering. She's always had a soft spot for Linda, and seeing her baby girl in distress is clearly tearing her up. But before she can say anything, my brother steps in. "Arrest you?" he says, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "For not paying rent? Come on, Linda B. We weren't born yesterday." Linda's tears dry up real quick at that. She glares at my brother like she's trying to set him on fire with her mind. "Stay out of this," she snaps. "This is between me and my parents." "Oh hell no, I've had enough." I stand up, walk over to the door, and look Linda straight in the eye. "No," I say. "This is between you and all of us. You don't get to waltz back in here and pretend the last year didn't happen. You don't get to manipulate Mom and Dad anymore. You made your choices, Linda, now you have to live with them." "Oh, look who it is, the golden child, always so perfect, aren't you?" "Well, guess what? Nobody likes a goody two-shoes. You think you're so much better than me, but you're not. You're just a stuck-up jerk who doesn't know how to have fun." I'm about to retort when Dad cuts in, his voice like steel. "That's enough, Linda, you need to leave now." Linda looks at him, then at Mom, clearly hoping for some support. But Mom stays quiet. She looks torn, but she doesn't contradict Dad. "Fine," Linda spits. "Fine, I see how it is. You've all turned against me. Well, I don't need any of you. I'll figure this out on my own. Don't come crying to me when you realize what a mistake you've made." And with that, she turns on her heel and storms off. We watch her get into her beat-up Volkswagen. How she's still keeping that thing running is beyond me, and screech out of the driveway. For a long moment we all just stand there in silence. Then Mom bursts into tears. Dad wraps her in a hug, murmuring comforting words. My brother and I exchange a look. We both know this isn't over. The rest of the evening is subdued. We eat dinner, but nobody's really tasting the food. We're all lost in our own thoughts, processing what just happened. Later, as I'm helping Mom clean up, she turns to me with tears in her eyes. "Did we do the right thing?" she asks. "Should we have let her stay?" I take a deep breath. "Mom," I say gently. "You know as well as I do that letting her stay wouldn't have solved anything. Linda needs to grow up and take responsibility for her actions. We can't keep enabling her behavior." Mom nods, but I can see the pain in her eyes. "I just worry about her," she says. "Is she eating enough? Does she have a place to sleep? What if something happens to her?" I give her a hug. "I know, Mom. I worry too. But Linda's an adult. We have to trust that she'll figure things out. And if she really wants to change, she knows what she needs to do." As I drove home that night, I couldn't help but chuckle. Who needs soap operas when you've got family like mine? I should really start writing this stuff down. Who knows, maybe one day I'll turn it into a book. Living with Hurricane Linda, a survival guide for the chronically entitled sibling. Bestseller material right there, folks. Bestseller material. So that's the latest in the Linda saga. Reddit. Will I ever master the blue shell in Mario Kart? Seriously. That thing is the bane of my existence. Thanks for listening, Reddit. Your support and advice have been a lifeline through all this craziness. Here's hoping the next update will be about Linda turning her life around and becoming a productive member of society. But let's be real. It'll probably be about her trying to sell essential oils or joining a cult or something equally ridiculous. Catch you on the flip side, Reddit. I'm off to practice my Mario Kart skills. Got to be prepared for the next family showdown after all. My sister and fiancé planned for 7 months to steal my $23,000 savings and humiliate me in front of 200 guests. But karma came faster than expected. My sister borrowed my clothes, my friends, and finally my men. When I was 16, she persuaded my crush, Zach Moreno, to accompany her to prom instead of me by claiming I had been talking about another boy. When I was 22, Mom moved in with my college boyfriend Ryan while I was studying abroad in Italy, claiming she was helping him deal with depression after his father died. My parents repeatedly defended her with the same stale excuses. "Vanessa doesn't mean to hurt you," Mom would say, stroking my hair as I grieved. "She just has a magnetic personality. People are drawn to her." "Your sister's not malicious," Dad would say. "She's just young and doesn't think things through." But Vanessa was always thinking things thoroughly. I discovered her diary at the age of 15, which contained comprehensive plans for snatching my friends, opportunities, and life. She wrote about Zach. "Lauren is so boring. I bet I could persuade him to notice me in a single chat. Regarding Ryan. He's too wonderful for Lauren anyway. She does not appreciate what she has. But I believed Ethan Ward was different. We'd been together 4 years and engaged for 8 months. We'd met in a restaurant where I was working as a waitress to pay for nursing school, and he was a line cook with greater goals than money. Ethan enjoyed how I made him laugh during his biggest kitchen disasters, like scraping scorched sauce off pots at 2 a.m. He practiced new recipes. He appreciated how I supported his goal of launching a restaurant by putting my whole savings account, $23,000, to his business plan when banks refused to lend him money. He appreciated how I believed in him after his own family labeled him a failure for dropping out of college to go culinary school. Ethan had already witnessed Vanessa's manipulation of men. He'd been there during family dinners when she'd openly flirt with my high school boyfriend Brandon, right in front of me, only to claim she was just being polite when confronted. He'd rolled his eyes at her wedding dress shopping advice. Lauren's very practical, but wouldn't something more form-fitting be better? You want Ethan to feel aroused, not comfy? He'd laughed when she accidentally poured red wine on my engagement photos at last year's Christmas party, claiming the lighting made me seem washed out and offering to reshoot them with her photographer friend. Your sister is exhausting, he informed me after the party. I don't know how you put up with her constant drama. I defended Vanessa as I usually do. She intends well, she just does not have a filter. The rehearsal dinner was excellent. We had reserved a private dining room at Bella Vista, the restaurant where Ethan and I had our first formal date. 50 of our closest family and friends packed the room with laughter and champagne toasts. Ethan grabbed my hand beneath the table as my father delivered his speech about finding your person, how glad he was to welcome Ethan into our family, and how he'd seen Ethan grow from a struggling cook to a man deserving of his daughter's love. Vanessa sat across from us, stunning in her sapphire bridesmaid dress, which cost me $400, toasting our pleasure with champagne, and that smile I'd known my entire life. She had insisted on sitting right across from Ethan, insisting it was the perfect location for shots. Throughout dinner, she'd lean forward when Ethan talked, laugh a bit too loudly at his jokes, and touch his arm when discussing the wedding. She's just excited for you, Ethan said quietly as I noticed her actions. Vanessa's always been dramatic. Vanessa stood with tears in her eyes during the maid of honor speech, gripping the microphone as if she were addressing the United Nations. Lauren has always been my role model, she explained, her voice breaking with genuine passion. She's taught me about loyalty and the importance of always supporting those you care about. When Ethan entered her life, I witnessed my sister become the happiest version of herself. Ethan, you're getting someone who will fight for your dreams and support you no matter what. Lauren, you are getting someone who recognizes your brilliance. She raised her glass with trembling hand. To Lauren and Ethan, may you always choose each other first, no matter what challenges come your way. The room erupted with applause. Ethan stroked my cheek and whispered, your sister really loves you. I felt awful about ever doubting Vanessa's intentions. 2 nights later, I was unable to sleep. Wedding nerves, I mused. Our big day was in 18 hours. I'd previously laid out my dress, a vintage-inspired A-line with hand-sewn pearls that my grandmother wore in 1952. I confirmed the final head count with the caterer, 147 people, double-checked that the rings were safely tucked in Ethan's best man's pocket, and informed the photographer about the special shot with my parents' wedding bands next to ours. My phone had alarms set for every hour to remind me to drink water and eat something. At 5 a.m., I gave up on sleeping and decided to surprise Ethan with coffee at his apartment on our last morning as an unmarried couple. I had gotten him his favorite dark roast from the 24-hour cafe and some fresh bagels. My key turned in his lock as it had hundreds of times before, the same lock I'd assisted him in installing when he moved into the 1-bedroom flat above Mrs. Lou's flower store. I found them in his bed. My sister, my fiancée. The white silk lingerie I'd purchased for our honeymoon, $300 in delicate lace from the boutique Vanessa recommended, tangled around her ankles. The engagement ring, which I had watched him save for over 8 months while working double shifts, shone on the nightstand next to empty champagne glasses and what appeared to be leftover takeout from Russo's, the Italian restaurant where we had celebrated our 6-month anniversary. Vanessa saw me first. Instead of embarrassment or astonishment, I noticed triumph in her eyes. She had been waiting and planning for this time. I was going to tell you, she continued, gently rising up and not trying to cover herself. Ethan realized he chose the wrong sister. Ethan hurried for his boxers, stammering apologies for what had just happened, for being confused, and for still loving me. His face was flushed with embarrassment and worry, sweat dripping on his brow as he sought to find words to express what I was experiencing. "Claw, this isn't what it looks like," he added, the most cliché lie imaginable. But Vanessa interrupted him with a laugh that chilled my blood. She laughed the same way she had when she told our parents that I had broken Mom's antique vase when we were 12. The laugh indicated that she had won again. "Stop pretending to be sorry, Ethan. We had been planning this for months. Tell her about your hotel room in Vegas when you attended that restaurant conference. Tell her about Christmas and how you shouted my name in your sleep. Tell her about last week when you mentioned you wished you had met me first." My knees nearly buckled. The Vegas conference was in March, 7 months ago. Vanessa had remained in the guest room next to us at my parents' house for Christmas. Last week, Ethan seemed aloof and reported work stress. "Tell her about the loan," Vanessa said, her voice becoming stronger and more confident. "Tell her how you're planning to use her savings to open a restaurant with me instead." The room swirled. My $23,000. The money I'd saved by working 60-hour weeks as a nursing assistant, picking up extra shifts over the holidays, and foregoing meals to save every penny. The money that was going to go towards our dream restaurant, Ward's Place. "Vanessa, stop," Ethan murmured softly, but she was on a roll now. "Tell her about the apartment we viewed at last week. The one with the large kitchen and garden view. Tell her how we plan to depart shortly after the wedding, take her money, and start over in Portland." Portland. Ethan mentioned Portland recently, claiming that a chef buddy had offered him a position there. I had urged him to think about it, thinking it would be beneficial for us to start over somewhere new. They planned my humiliation for months, while I was arranging flowers and scheduling cake tastings, mailing save the dates and picking centerpieces, verifying RSVPs, and finalizing seating charts. Ethan claimed he worked late nights at the restaurant and came home smelling like perfume from the female waiters. Vanessa canceled our sisterly shopping trips because she had a date with someone she couldn't tell me about yet. They'd both been so helpful with wedding planning, insisting on hiring the photographer and videographer themselves because they had connections who could save us money. "We chose Sophie Allen," Vanessa had stated of the photographer. "She's amazing at candid pictures. She will catch every moment." Now I understand why. I walked away without speaking. They were still yelling my name as I descended the small steps, Ethan's voice breaking as he begged me to listen, and Vanessa's shrill and demanding as she implored him to leave me go. "Dear Claire, please," Ethan shouted from his window as I got into my car. "Let me explain." I drove slowly away, observing him in my rearview mirror as he stood half-naked at his window, obviously aware that his life was about to implode. For the next 6 hours, I sat in my car at Sunset Beach, where Ethan had proposed 13 months before. He had arranged an extravagant sunset picnic, complete with my favorite Thai food and a playlist of music that were meaningful to our relationship. When he got down on one knee, he talked about starting a life together, about how I was his closest friend and future all in one. "I can't imagine doing any of this without you," he exclaimed, shaking his hands as he opened the ring box. "You make me better at everything." I should have cried, called my parents and canceled vendors. Instead I felt something cold and calculating creep into my chest. Vanessa had taken everything from me since we were kids, and I had always forgiven her because family was supposed to forgive. This time though, things were different. This wasn't a borrowed garment or a stolen boyfriend, it was my future, money and existence, which she had plotted to destroy. I drove home around 11 a.m. I discovered my parents in the kitchen, frantically calling vendors to cancel the wedding. Mom was sobbing after a talk with the florist about losing her deposit. Dad appeared 10 years older, with scruffy hair, as he complained with the caterer about their cancellation policy. "Sweetheart," Mom exclaimed when she spotted me, her mascara streaking down her cheeks. "Ethan called." He explained the confusion to Vanessa. "He claims it's only cold feet. These things happen to couples before major commitments. Maybe you two can figure it out if you just talk about it." Even now they were on his side. Vanessa was their lovely kid who could do no wrong, and Ethan felt like family after 4 years. I was simply the hurt party who needed to be more understanding. "There's no confusion," I stated calmly, placing my purse on the counter. "The wedding is still happening tomorrow, just not the way anyone expects." My parents exchanged concerned glances. Dad cleared his throat. "Honey, perhaps you're in shock. This is a lot to process. Why don't you sit down and we can figure out how to proceed?" "I'm not in shock," I murmured, pouring myself a glass of water with steady fingers. "I am thinking clearly for the first time in months." And I answered, "The wedding is still happening." I secluded myself in my childhood bedroom and began to work. First, I contacted my cousin Lucas, who worked in IT security for a company that protected celebrities from stalkers and corporate espionage. Lucas had always been my favorite relative. He was 3 years older, incredibly smart, and had never succumbed to Vanessa's manipulation. When we were youngsters, he was the only one who confronted Mom when she lied about damaging items or stealing money from our grandmother's purse. "I need a favor," I replied when he responded. "Remember when you said I could ask for anything after I assisted you with your divorce?" Lucas's ex-wife had attempted to take him for everything, including his dog and his grandmother's wedding band. I'd spent 3 months assisting him in documenting her affair and attempts to hide assets. When the divorce was finalized, he received full custody of his dog and kept everything she attempted to steal. "Name it," he exclaimed immediately. I explained the situation, the affair, the money, and the planned betrayal. Lucas listened without interrupting, occasionally emitting nasty grunts. "Those pieces of shit," he remarked as I finished. "What do you need?" Lucas has designed security systems for famous weddings, set hidden cameras in offices for business investigations, and assisted numerous friends in gathering evidence against cheating spouses. He understood the concept of prudence. Most importantly, he knew revenge. "I need to know everything," I explained. "How long this has been going on, what they've been planning, whether there are others involved, and I need it documented in a way that can't be questioned or denied." "Give me Ethan's address and phone number," Lucas asked. "I can place micro cameras in his apartment within 2 hours. His phone can be cloned if I have physical access for 30 seconds. How technical would you like to get?" "As technical as necessary. And Lucas, I need this done legitimately. Everything must be allowed if it comes to that." "Leave it to me. Ethan's apartment building does not have security cameras, correct? And his lease most likely includes conventional language granting management access for maintenance. I'll pretend to be a cable repairman. Half of the buildings in that neighborhood have been experiencing internet problems this week." Next, I called Sophie Allen, the wedding photographer Vanessa had personally suggested. Sophie specialized in candid moments and had an amazing portfolio of photographing genuine emotions at weddings. Her website included comments from brides who praised her ability to capture the real story of their big day. "Sophie, this is Claire Hayes. You are photographing my wedding tomorrow." "Oh my God, Claire, I am so excited. Vanessa has told me so much about you. Are you feeling nervous about your upcoming wedding? You sound a little stressed." "Interesting," Vanessa informed her about me. "Actually, I'm phoning because our plans have changed. I have a pretty particular shot list for tomorrow, and I need to know if you're willing to capture some unexpected moments." "Of course. I take satisfaction in getting photos that other photographers miss. What did you have in mind?" "I need you to record everything that happens tomorrow. Everything. Even if it appears improper or awkward. Particularly if it appears incorrect or uncomfortable. Can you do that?" There was a pause. "Vanessa said that you might want some dramatic photos. She mentioned that you enjoy telling truthful stories. I'm completely on board. Should I bring additional memory cards?" Vanessa had been planning this for a while, arranging for a buddy to capture my humiliation. Perfect. "Bring everything you own. And Sophie, there may be some video components to tomorrow's event. Do you feel comfortable with live streaming?" "Absolutely. I do a lot of social media integrations. Will this appear on Instagram Stories or Facebook Live?" "Something like that. One more thing. I need you to keep this conversation between us. The surprise elements will not function if word spreads. Your secrets are safe with me. Vanessa always claimed you were more inventive than others gave you credit for." After I hung up, I sat there staring at my phone. Vanessa had been planning this humiliation for months, arranging for her photographer buddy to capture my breakdown. She presumably envisaged viral recordings of me sobbing at the altar, content that would stick with me forever. Then I made the hardest decision of all. "Mrs. Ward," I responded when Ethan's mother answered the second call. "This is Lauren. I want to tell you something essential concerning tomorrow's wedding." Patricia, Ethan's mother, had never liked Vanessa. She dubbed her, "that manipulative little peacock," after Vanessa brazenly flirted with Ethan's married brother at our engagement party, including hair flipping and inappropriate touching while his wife was in the toilet. Mrs. Ward was a traditional Baptist, with strong beliefs about moral behavior and women who hurled themselves at taken men. "What is wrong, my dear?" she inquired instantly, picking up on my tone. "You sound upset." I told her everything, about how they met, about the months of falsehoods, about how they planned to embarrass me at my own wedding and steal my funds, about the Portland apartment and the restaurant they intended to start with my money. The pause was so long that I assumed she'd hung up. I could hear her breathing, short and sharp, as if she was attempting to contain herself. "Those sinful children," she eventually said quietly, her voice quivering with wrath. "After everything you've done for that boy. After you supported him through culinary school, after you." When Ethan's father labeled him useless, he was especially harsh during family dinners, continually comparing Ethan to his prosperous older brother, who worked in finance. I had spent countless evenings rebuilding Ethan after his father had torn him down. "Mrs. Ward, I have a plan," I explained, "but I need your help." "Sweetheart, tell me what you need. That boy has been destined for a fall his entire life, and Vanessa is the type of lady who will pull him straight to hell. Mrs. Ward has waited 30 years to replace someone like Vanessa. She grew up in a small southern village where women who stole other women's husbands were punished harshly and publicly. She recognized the importance of a good old-fashioned reckoning." I outlined my plan. Mrs. Ward listened and occasionally made approving sounds. "Are you sure this is legal?" she inquired when I had finished. "Lucas is managing the technical aspects. Everything will be documented correctly. And legally, all I'm doing is allowing the truth to be revealed, at my own wedding." "Good. Ethan must learn that his actions have consequences, and Vanessa must grasp that not everyone will just give her what she wants." "There's one more thing," I explained. "I need you to ensure that Ethan comes up tomorrow. If he tries to run or cancel, this will not work." "Oh, he'll be there," Mrs. Ward stated coldly. "I will make sure of it. That boy owes you an explanation, in front of everyone who has come to support your relationship. The least he could do is face the music." I awoke at 6 a.m. on my wedding day, feeling more tranquil than I have in months. My phone was already humming with texts, bridesmaids inquiring about timing, suppliers checking specifics, and relatives requesting directions to the chapel. Vanessa texted me at 6:15. "Ethan told me everything. I'm very sorry, sis. I never intended for this to happen. Can we speak before the ceremony? I need to explain." I stared at the message for an entire minute. Even now she was lying, attempting to mislead me one more time, possibly convincing me to gently cancel everything and slink away as she and Ethan rode off into the sunset with my money. I replied, "Of course. See you at church. We will have plenty of time to discuss." She had no idea I spent the night perfecting every aspect for her special day. Lucas had texted me at 3 a.m. "Package delivered. Everything is in place. You're going to adore the supplementary footage." Supplementary film meant he'd discovered more than I had anticipated. Vanessa and Ethan had undoubtedly been careless, believing they were safe after the ceremony was finished. My hair and makeup team arrived at 8 a.m. I kept the original appointments, informing them that there had been some adjustments, but that we would proceed as planned. Tara, my makeup artist, observed my calm mood. "You seem really zen for a bride," she commented as she applied my foundation. "Usually by now, brides are crying or yelling or both." "I'm exactly where I need to be," I said. Which was true. At 10 a.m., I arrived at St. Mary's Catholic Church wearing my bridal gown. The guests were already arriving. 200 people who had taken time off work, purchased gifts, reserved hotel rooms, and traveled from as far away as California to celebrate what they hoped would be my happily ever after. I saw Ethan's college roommates in the parking lot, laughing and fixing their ties. My nursing school friends gathered around the door, enjoying the flower arrangements I had spent months choosing. Vanessa waited in the bridal room, dressed in the sapphire bridesmaid dress I had purchased for $400. She appeared nervous for the first time in her life, messing with her hair and obsessively checking her mirror. When I went in, she leapt up, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. "Lauren, I need to explain." "No explanation needed," I remarked, gently fixing her hair. "You want Ethan, you can have him." Her face lit up with relief and victory, the same smile she used when she persuaded our parents to let her keep my bedroom when I left for college. "Really? Are you not mad?" "How can I be mad?" I smiled serenely. "You are my sister. If you believe Ethan is your soulmate, who am I to stand in the way of genuine love?" Vanessa absolutely sparkled. She'd gotten everything she wanted without facing any consequences, again. In her mind, I was the same pushover sister who always gave in when she wanted anything. "You're being so mature about this," she added, hugging me gently to prevent smudging our makeup. "I was worried you'd make a scene." "Me? Create a scene?" I laughed. "When have I ever caused a scene?" "Never," she replied swiftly. You've always been quite sensible. That's why Ethan and I expected you to understand eventually. There's only one minor change to the ceremony, I replied nonchalantly, helping her touch up her lipstick. Since you two are so in love, I thought you should be the one to walk down the aisle today. Vanessa's eyes widened. What do you mean? I've arranged for you to marry Ethan instead, right now, in front of everyone. Her face lost its color. Lauren, we can't just... Why not? You adore him, and he loves you. Everyone's already arrived. The flowers are paid for, the cake is ready, the photographer is set up, and I've arranged for a very unique documentation of your big day. I could see her thoughts racing. This was not how she had intended to kidnap my fiancé. She planned to do it slowly and deliberately, portraying herself as an innocent victim carried away by unexpected love. She wished to be the tragic heroine of a romance tale, not the homewrecker who ruined her sister's wedding. But what are you going to tell everyone? She inquired softly. The truth, I replied simply. That my sister and my fiancé found their soulmate in each other. That I'm stepping aside for true love. That everyone should witness the beginning of your beautiful life together. Vanessa realized she was stuck. If she refused, she'd come across as a manipulative homewrecker. If she accepted, she'd be married to Ethan before she could consider the ramifications. And walking back now would mean explaining to 200 guests why she couldn't marry the man she'd been having an affair with for months. Where's Ethan? She inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. Get ready in the men's suite. He's very pleased to marry you, Vanessa. He continued saying that you are everything he has ever desired in a woman. It was a lie. Ethan had spent the morning texting me furiously, begging to talk, and swearing that everything was a mistake. He made 17 calls between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. Before, I had banned his phone number. I forwarded all of his texts to Vanessa instead, with the following note. Your groom seemed apprehensive. Perhaps you should soothe him. Vanessa stood at the back of St. Mary's in a hastily changed wedding dress borrowed from our cousin Hannah, who happened to be the same size and had brought her dress for photos. The assembly mumbled in uncertainty as Pastor Green approached the microphone. Due to unexpected circumstances, Pastor Green carefully read from the script I'd given him. We're celebrating the union of Ethan Ward and Vanessa Hayes today, instead of Lauren Hayes and Ethan Ward. The murmurs became louder. I sat in the front row, near to my parents, who were ashamed and perplexed. Dad continued whispering frantic inquiries, which I answered with calm smiles and vague statements about love finding a way. Vanessa's grin was brittle as she proceeded down the aisle toward Ethan, who stood at the altar looking like he was about to vomit. He kept looking at me urgently, perhaps hoping I'd halt this lunacy. The organist played Here Comes the Bride as the congregation witnessed the oddest wedding ceremony they'd ever seen. Sophie, the photographer, snapped away excitedly, exactly as I had ordered. She'd placed herself ideally to capture both Vanessa's fake smile and Ethan's obvious sadness. When Pastor Green asked if anyone was opposed to the union, I could feel 200 pairs of eyes on me. The hush lasted for what seemed like hours. I smiled calmly and offered a modest, supportive nod for the ritual to proceed. Ethan, Pastor Green asked, examining his notes. Do you consider Vanessa to be your lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, for as long as you both shall live? Ethan looked at me once more, his eyes begging. I kept my tranquil expression. He had no option now. His mother was staring at him from the second row, and 200 guests were waiting for his response. Vanessa gripped his hands so firmly that her knuckles became white. I do, he croaked. Vanessa, do you consider Ethan to be your lawfully wedded husband, to have and to retain, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, for as long as you both live? Vanessa paused for a moment, possibly thinking that, for richer or poorer, would not work out as she had anticipated, but she lifted her chin proudly, giving the performance of her life. I do. You may kiss the bride. The kiss was awkward and fleeting, more like a peck than a passionate hug. Sophie got everything, including the wedding party's uncomfortable expressions and the guests' bewildered remarks. During the cocktail hour, I played the ideal gracious sister. I strolled through the gathering, explaining that love had simply taken a different road, that I was overjoyed to see my sister and Ethan together, and that sometimes the universe had other plans than ours. You're handling this so well, said Mrs. Liu, Ethan's elderly neighbor who had known him when he moved into the apartment above her flower store. Most women would be devastated. Vanessa and Ethan belong together, I replied, smiling serenely. I can see it now. Sometimes it takes a dramatic occasion to disclose the truth. Ethan's college mates appeared perplexed, but went along with it. Vanessa's sorority sisters felt thrilled with what they viewed as a romantic twist fit for a reality TV show. The older relatives spoke among themselves, evidently astonished but not wanting to create a disturbance. Vanessa and Ethan sat at the head table for supper, looking increasingly uncomfortable as reality struck in. They married each other without a prenup in front of everyone they knew. Ethan constantly checking his phone, most likely hunting for an escape route that did not exist. Vanessa kept her beautiful grin, but I could see terror developing in her eyes. The dinner was exactly what I had planned for my wedding to Ethan: salmon with lemon caper sauce, roasted veggies, and wild rice pilaf. The cake remained the three-tiered vanilla and raspberry masterpiece I had spent hours crafting with the baker. Even the flowers I chose, white roses and baby's breath, reminded me of my grandmother's garden. Everything was perfect for Vanessa's big day. That's when I stood up and revealed my wedding gift. "Before we cut the cake," I said, striking my champagne glass with a silver knife, "I have a special surprise for the happy couple." The room became quiet as the visitors focused their attention on me. Vanessa and Ethan looked perplexed, but hopeful, as if I was ready to deliver a tearful speech about stepping aside for true love. "As most of you know," I said, "Vanessa and Ethan's love story has been blossoming for a long time. I felt it would be great to share that journey with you all." The lights darkened, and a giant screen fell from the ceiling, the same one we had leased for a display of childhood memories and love moments. Lucas had positioned himself at a corner table, laptop open and ready to begin the presentation. "Sophie has done an amazing job documenting their relationship," I added, nodding at the photographer who was still taking pictures. "But today, I want to share some earlier footage that really captures the depth of their connection." The video begins with Vanessa and Ethan in bed together at his apartment, 3 months prior to the incident. Lucas's covert cameras had filmed everything in crystal clear high definition. The video showed them joking about how naive I was as they planned their strategy for breaking up with me after the wedding. "Lauren's always been so trusting," Vanessa commented in the video while lying naked on my fiancé's bed. "She has no idea we've been planning this since March." The room went completely silent. 200 shocked visitors took a collective breath in. "Tell me again about the money," Ethan murmured on television, stroking his hands down Vanessa's body. 23,000. She had been saving for years. "She won't be able to touch it until we get married and move to Portland. We'll have enough to open the restaurant and leave before she can do anything about it." The video continued, months of planning. While Vanessa tried on my wedding dress at his apartment, Ethan practiced his breakup speech. Vanessa calculated how much money they'd save by retaining all of the wedding vendors I'd already paid. Ethan mentioned how simple it would be to trick me into signing over power of attorney for the restaurant business. Vanessa was on the phone with someone a week ago, and she said, "Lauren's always been pathetic. She'll undoubtedly beg Ethan to take her back after the wedding, but we'll have already left. She lacks the courage to fight for anything." 200 guests stared in startled silence as the reality unfolded on the screen in painful detail. Ethan's mother rose up and left halfway through, her face contorted with disgust. My parents sat transfixed with fear. Vanessa's sorority sisters were shooting everything with their phones and most likely publishing it on social media. When the movie concluded, I stood up with the microphone, my face calm and pleasant. "Surprise," I exclaimed happily. "I thought everyone should know what kind of love story they were celebrating today." The room erupted. Guests began to stand and leave, with some throwing their napkins on their tables in disgust. Ethan's groomsmen seemed ready to fight him. Vanessa covered her face in her hands as her new mother-in-law's acquaintances walked by, grumbling about moral decay and the decline of family values. But I wasn't done. "One more gift," I said as turmoil erupted around us. Lucas rose from his corner table and nodded. Every phone in the room received the same text message, a link to a private website where the complete video was released, as well as screenshots of Ethan and Vanessa's text chats plotting my humiliation and their financial treachery. "Just so everyone can remember this special day," I added pleasantly. "The website has all of Lucas's footage from the past week, including some nice chats about how they want to disappear to Portland with my life savings. Vanessa, dear, you might want to examine your social media. I have already tagged everyone we know," Vanessa shouted as she looked at her phone. The video was being shared on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok quicker than she could erase notifications. Lucas had made it impossible to erase by uploading it to many platforms at once and sending it to every gossip blog and local news station in the city. The hashtag is #our sisterly love, I added helpfully. Feel free to share your thoughts. Ethan eventually found his voice, his cheeks flushed with humiliation and wrath. Lauren, you are insane. We can have the marriage annulled. Actually, I answered, bringing out a folder full of legal paperwork. You can't. You're both over 18, mentally competent, and said "I do" in front of 200 witnesses. In this state, consummation is not required for a legal marriage, and there is no evidence of force. Lucas assisted me in conducting in-depth legal study. Congratulations. You're stuck with each other. This is revenge pornography, Vanessa screamed, pointing to the television, where her naked image was still visible. I will sue you. Actually, Lucas announced, addressing the audience as if he were making a legal presentation. Everything was filmed in places where you had no expectation of privacy. Ethan's apartment building lease specifically includes the installation of surveillance cameras in communal areas in response to recent break-ins. The building management organization lawfully installed them after obtaining tenant authorization. Ethan signed the papers 3 months ago. Furthermore, the church ceremony was a public affair that you both agreed to have filmed. I've got the permits, consent documents, and legal opinions to prove it. Ethan grasped Vanessa's arm, knuckles white with rage. We're leaving. Good idea, I remarked pleasantly. Your honeymoon room at the Hilton has already been paid for and is sadly non-refundable. The penthouse package includes champagne and rose petals. I figured you'd love the irony. Vanessa yelled at Ethan about ruining her life as they hurried through the kitchen to evade the irate guests and cameras who had begun to arrive following Lucas's social media post becoming viral. This is entirely your fault, she screamed. You called her stupid. You claimed she wouldn't fight back. You are the one who intended to steal her money, Ethan yelled back. You said it'd be easy. Their voices faded as they vanished into the parking lot, leaving behind a room full of astonished guests, abandoned bridal gifts, and a 3-tier cake that would remain unfinished. The cleanup took 2 hours. Guests left in tiny groups, with several stopping to apologize to me for not detecting the deceit sooner. Ethan's college pals appeared especially embarrassed. They'd suspected something was wrong but hadn't said anything since they didn't want to get engaged in relationship drama. We should have told you, remarked Tyler, Ethan's culinary school roommate. Ethan has been acting strangely for months, canceling plans and lying about where he was going. We assumed he was simply stressed about the wedding. Mrs. Ward was the last to depart. She hugged me hard with tears in her eyes. I'm so proud of you for standing up for yourself, she told me. That boy got all he deserved. And Vanessa? Well, she'll soon discover what kind of man she married. What do you mean? I asked. Ethan has always been selfish and weak. When things get rough, he flees. Vanessa believes she has won a fantastic treasure, but she will realize that she is married to a coward who will blame her for everything that goes wrong in their lives. The next morning, I awoke in my childhood bedroom for the first time in months, free of tension in my chest. My phone had hundreds of messages, but not the ones I was expecting. Friends and extended relatives were offering their support. They had long thought Vanessa was manipulative, but had never seen proof. The video highlighted trends they'd noticed but dismissed. The way she undermined other women, flirted with taken men, and constantly positioned herself as the victim while causing drama. I always knew something was off about Vanessa, my college roommate Melissa texted. Remember how she attempted to convince me you were gossiping about me behind my back? Now I realize she was only attempting to isolate you from your pals. After seeing the video, Ethan's restaurant investors pulled out, with $150,000 in pledged finance gone overnight. Vanessa's job, a conservative law practice specializing in family values, sacked her for moral turpitude and behavior according to the firm's Christian standards. Ryan, Ethan's brother, sent the sweetest message. Thank God you dodged that bullet. Ethan has been a selfish jerk since we were kids, and Vanessa is ideal for him. Two narcissists deserve one another. Mom has never been happy to be incorrect about someone. 3 months later, I received a text from Vanessa. I want a divorce. Ethan is a nightmare, and everyone considers us as parasites. Please help me. I'll repay the money. I took a screenshot and shared it on social media with the caption, "Some people never learn. P.S. What money? I never gave you money." The comments were savage. People who had seen the wedding video had shared it with their acquaintances, and it had spread well beyond our small neighborhood. Vanessa and Ethan had become internet famous as the worst people ever, and proof that karma exists. Vanessa and Ethan remained married a year later, not because they wanted to, but because neither could afford to hire a divorce lawyer. Their reputations and jobs were devastated. They had moved to 3 different states, but Lucas's video accompanied them wherever they went. Social media algorithms ensured that anyone who searched for their identities found the wedding video. Vanessa had to legally alter her name and was employed as a clerk at a petrol station in Wyoming. Ethan was washing dishes at a truck stop diner, his aspirations of owning a restaurant forever dashed. Every time they tried to restart, someone recognized them from the video. Meanwhile, I'd spent the year traveling, starting my own nursing consulting business, and rediscovering myself without Ethan's weight on my shoulders. The money I saved for his restaurant became the initial investment for my own business, which helps hospitals enhance their patient care practices. Last month I got engaged to Lucas, the cousin who had helped plan the perfect retribution. He recognized loyalty, creativity, and the value of sticking up for oneself. As we worked together to repair my life, our friendship inevitably evolved into something more. "You know, I fell in love with you during the planning phase," he informed me as he proposed. "Watching you take control of your life like that, it was the sexiest thing I'd ever seen." Vanessa sent a furious congrats card to my parents' house that read, "Hope your marriage lasts longer than your capacity for forgiveness." I replied with a simple, "It will." I eventually learned to select those who pick me first. The wedding takes place next spring. Vanessa and Ethan aren't invited, but I'm sure they'll find a way to watch the video online. After all, Lucas has already pledged to broadcast the entire event under the hashtag #OurRealLove. The guest list contains everyone who attended the first wedding. They're all excited to celebrate a true love tale this time. Mrs. Ward will escort me down the aisle, as my father died last October. Even Ethan's college friends are coming, bringing their wives, eager to see the woman who exposed those cheaters. What is the best part? Every vendor from the original wedding has given their services for free, including the photographer, florist, and caterer. They all want to be a part of a genuine celebration after unwittingly participating in Vanessa and Ethan's lie. This time, the cake designer explained, "We're making something sweet enough to wash away the bitter taste of last year's disaster." I could not agree more. After 18 months of work, my dad destroyed my thesis laptop hours before submission, saying I didn't deserve a future. But I earned highest honors. My name is Elise. I'm 24 years old, and my father slammed my laptop against my skull 2 days before my PhD thesis deadline. I had been working on the thesis for 18 months. My mother laughed in the corner as blood streamed down my temples. Dad stood over me, his face distorted with anger. "What's your future?" "That's a joke," he spit. "You don't deserve a future. You're just a leech." I never anticipated my educational journey would end this way. If you're watching, I grew up in Millbrook, a little industrial town where the factory whistle regulated life better than any clock. Our humble 2-bedroom house located on the outskirts of town, its peeling paint a daily reminder of what my father termed, having realistic priorities. My father, Victor Morgan, had worked at the steel mill for 27 years. His calloused hands and constant scowl were the consequence of what he proudly described as real work. In his opinion, education was a luxury for those who were too soft to work hard. Marion, Mom, worked part-time at the local cafe when she wasn't maintaining the house exactly as Dad desired. She learned early in their marriage that contradicting him resulted in days of quiet or heated confrontations. She gradually became his echo, confirming his beliefs in order to avoid becoming their target. She would occasionally join him in mocking my intellectual interests, her uneasy laughter serving as a screen against being the next target of his scorn. My older brother, Andrew, was the golden child. He dropped out of high school during his junior year to work alongside his father at the mill. "Now that is a real Morgan," Dad would say proudly at family gatherings, clasping Andrew's shoulder. "None of that book nonsense, just honest work." Andrew readily absorbed these lessons, mimicking Dad in both viewpoint and manner. By the age of 20, he had his own apartment and a stable paycheck, both of which my parents believed to be the pinnacles of success. Meanwhile, I quickly learned that I like learning. Words captivated me. Numbers had mysteries that I longed to uncover. Science projects in our kitchen would cause me to lose track of time until Dad stormed in and demanded that I stop wasting food on silliness. Mrs. Whitaker, my third-grade teacher, was the first to notice. "Elise has remarkable analytical skills," she informed my parents during a conference. They just attended because it was required. Dad glanced at the wall and Mom nodded nicely, both forgetting her remarks before we arrived at the parking lot. By 5th grade, I had won the district spelling bee. The local newspaper published a little piece featuring my photograph. I was happy, clutching my certificate, as my classmates' parents took photos. Mine never appeared. Had to work overtime, Dad claimed. I subsequently overheard him telling Andrew that it was silly to celebrate learning how to spell phrases that a normal person could simply look up. In 7th grade, my scientific project on water quality in local streams received state distinction. The principal personally called home to deliver the news. Mom said, "That is nice," in the same tone she used to acknowledge the weather forecast. When I asked if they would drive me to the state competition 2 hours away, Dad laughed. "We aren't wasting gas just so you may play scientist. This will not put food on the table." High school became my refuge. I joined every academic club I could find, staying after school until the last possible moment before leaving for home. My English teacher, Mr. Callahan, loaned me books from his own library. "Your mind is exceptional, Elise," he once told me. "Do not let anyone dim your light." Miss Rivera, my math instructor, remained late to assist me prepare for advanced placement examinations. "College will open doors you cannot even imagine," she urged. When I became valedictorian, the principal personally invited my parents to the event. They did not attend. Dad had planned a fishing excursion with Andrew. Mom claimed to have a migraine. I presented my speech in front of a throng of strangers, fighting back tears while other students went to hug their ecstatic parents afterwards. I stood alone until Mr. Callahan appeared with a little wrapped gift. It was a journal with the inscription, "Your journey has just begun, the world requires your voice." That night, I made a secret pledge to myself. I would be the first Morgan to attend college. Not just any college, but the greatest one that will accept me. Education would be my escape from the limited future my family anticipated for me. Each rejection of my accomplishments just strengthened my resolve. Each disdainful word strengthened the basis of my resolve. I applied for scholarships in secret, utilized school computers to complete applications because we didn't have internet at home, and set up a special email address that my parents would never discover. To avoid receiving mail at our residence, I got a teacher to serve as my primary contact. While my peers shared their college acceptance letters with supportive families, I kept mine hidden under a loose floorboard beneath my bed, bringing them out at night to reread by flashlight. My fingertips tracing the embossed institution logos like treasure maps to another life. As my family celebrated my graduation, Dad simply remarked, "So, you start at the mill next week, correct?" When I finally mustered the nerve to inform them of my full scholarship to State University, the silence lasted 10 agonizing seconds until Dad slammed his plate against the wall. "Do you think you are too good for honest work? Is it too wonderful for your family? Books and theories do not nourish people, Elise. Real work works." Mom just gazed at her lap, and Andrew smiled and said, "Always knew you were weird." That night, I packed what little I had, knowing the bridge I was crossing was on fire behind me. Despite the terror twisting in my stomach, each item I packed into my luggage seemed like recovering a piece of myself they'd never completely recognized. My first day of college orientation seemed like I had stepped onto another planet. Families helped unload cars loaded with dorm supplies, with mothers fussing over bed layouts and fathers assembling furniture. I came alone on a Greyhound bus, carrying one suitcase and a backpack containing everything I possessed. The scholarship covered tuition and basic room and board, but not anything additional, such as spending money, a laptop, or extra clothes and supplies. "Are your parents arriving later?" Leah, my roommate, inquired as her mother organized their closet space, and her father set up a little fridge he had purchased as a surprise. "They had to work," I told a lie. The first of many over the next 4 years. The truth was too complex and terrible to communicate to these strangers, whose parents embraced them goodbye with tears and pleased grins. The first semester was the most difficult transition. Without a laptop, I spent hours in the computer lab typing papers while other students worked comfortably from home. The financial aid office assisted me in obtaining a work-study employment in the cafeteria, but the hours were limited and the income barely met basic needs. I got a second job waiting tables at a cafe near campus, working nights and weekends while attempting to maintain the GPA required for my scholarship. 3 weeks into October, my meticulously planned budget fell apart when I had strep throat. The doctor appointment and medication drained my modest cash. With nowhere else to go, I swallowed my pride and called home. Mom responded, her voice immediately guarded. "Is everything all right?" she inquired, implying, "Are you finally abandoning this college nonsense?" "I am a little short on money this month," I explained. "I got sick and had some medical bills. I was wondering if I could borrow $100 until my next paycheck." The hush lasted till Dad picked up the phone. "We already have money difficulties. Welcome to the real world, college lady. Maybe now you'll realize what actual responsibility feels like. He hung up without saying anything further. That night, I slept in my car for the first time, unable to pay for both my prescription and my share of the dorm expenses. Leah had family visiting, so I made excuses to stay with a buddy to avoid shame. I spent 2 weeks alternating between the back seat of my 15-year-old Honda and the 24-hour university library, showering in the gym before class. Nobody noticed. I became indistinguishable, just another exhausted student among thousands. By Thanksgiving, most students had gone home for the holiday. I took on extra shifts at the diner, earning double pay and huge tips from customers who felt sorry for the poor college girl working on a holiday. With those cash, I was able to get a small studio apartment off campus at a lower rate than the dorm. It was in a problematic area, but it was mine. Despite these challenges, I thrived academically. My lecturers recognized my hard ethic and intellectual interest. Dr. Patel, my introduction to psychology lecturer, was the first of many mentors who would help define my academic career. After I completed a report on the psychological effects of economic uncertainty on family dynamics, she invited me to stay after class. This analysis shows remarkable insight, she told me. Have you ever considered majoring in psychology? That conversation paved the way for new opportunities. Psychology provided a framework for understanding my own experiences. As I studied family systems, attachment theory, and resilience characteristics, I noticed commonalities in my own childhood. Knowledge became more than just an escape, it was also a source of healing. By sophomore year, I'd established a rigorous but sustainable schedule that included morning classes, afternoon library study sessions, evening work shifts, and late-night homework. I survived on ramen noodles, free campus event food, and the rare lunch bought for me by a professor during academic discussions. To save money on my apartment utility bills, I learned to look for buildings with the finest heating in the winter and air conditioning in the summer. Junior year offered a research assistant employment that paid more than my previous service jobs. Professor Whitmore chose me above dozens of applications based on my academic performance. Your perspective on socioeconomic factors and family psychology is unusually nuanced, he told me. Most pupils my age had merely a theoretical comprehension of these topics, if only he knew how intimately I understood them. Each theory I examined shed light on another facet of my family's dynamics. Each academic paper I read helped me put words to experiences I had only felt before. By senior year, I discovered my academic passion, investigating how family settings influence scholastic attainment and psychological development. The irony was not lost on me that my own family had become my most important research. I graduated summa cum laude with departmental honors. Several professors pushed me to apply to graduate programs and provided wonderful recommendations. I felt vindicated when I received my graduate school acceptance letter, which included a teaching assistantship that would cover the majority of my fees. I had proven myself despite all odds. In a moment of optimism, I called home to share the news. Mom responded, sounding older than I remember. I got accepted into the graduate program at State, I added, attempting to keep the pride out of my voice. Full funding and a teaching position. Oh, she stopped. Okay, more school then. Elise, when do you plan to obtain a real job? Mom, this is a legitimate job. I'll be teaching and conducting research. Dad must have been listening on the extension because his voice abruptly cut in. So, the perpetual learner continues to postpone maturing. Some of us have had genuine jobs since we were 16, but I think that is beneath the professor wannabe. I ended the call shortly after, reminding myself of why I had limited communication with them in the first place. Nonetheless, some infantile part of me yearned for approval, recognition that what I had done was worthwhile. That hope now appeared as unrealistic as expecting water from a stone. With graduate school ahead, I needed to find affordable apartments close to university. However, the teaching stipend would barely cover the necessities. After calculating expenditures, I made a difficult decision. I'd rent a small flat in my hometown, 20 minutes from university. The rent was much lower than university area apartments, and I could make the drive. I told myself it was all about money, but maybe a part of me still craved the family connection I'd never had. Graduate school enhanced every aspect of academic life. The homework became more difficult, the expectations increased, and the rivalry grew fiercer. However, for the first time, I felt completely in my element. My college struggles had prepared me for this strain in ways that my more wealthy classmates were only starting to appreciate. My research narrowed down on family psychology, specifically the effect of parental attitudes toward education on children's academic achievement and self-esteem. Every study article I produced revolved around this issue, exploring it from various theoretical perspectives. My lecturers observed the exceptional depth of my analysis. Most students your age approach these topics theoretically, Dr. Halverson said about one of my articles. Your work shows a remarkably nuanced understanding of the lived experience. If only she understood how personal this research was to me. Every statistical correlation I examined mirrored events from my own childhood. Every case study contained echoes of my own experience. I was both the researcher and the subject, but I kept this fact disguised under academic terminology and scientific rigor. 3 months into the program, my meticulously managed budget crumbled when my automobile required substantial repairs. The teaching salary barely covered rent, utilities, and food, leaving nothing for emergencies. After exhausting all other possibilities, I grudgingly contacted my parents. "I just need a place to stay for a month or two while I save for a new car," I said, hating the vulnerability in my voice. "I can pay some rent, help with chores, and I will be at the university most days anyway." To my amazement, they agreed without much debate. Dad grumbled about coming back with your tail between your legs, but Mom appeared almost delighted to have me back home. Maybe, I stupidly assumed, time had eased their attitudes. Maybe my dedication may finally gain their appreciation. The first week went remarkably smoothly. I put up a modest workspace in my previous bedroom, which is currently primarily used for storage. I developed a practice of leaving early for university and returning late, limiting our connection time. Mom would periodically leave plates of food in the fridge with my name on them. Dad kept his opinion to a few muttered remarks about career students, but nothing directly aggressive. This tenuous peace enabled me to concentrate on drafting my thesis idea. My past study had naturally led me to this topic: educational resilience in first-generation college students, family dynamics, and psychological coping mechanisms. My thesis committee warmly accepted it, citing its potential benefits to better understanding impediments to higher education access. Dr. Halverson consented to be my principal consultant, providing valuable assistance and support as I established my study technique. The initial research phase proceeded nicely. I conducted literature reviews, created survey items, and received Institutional Review Board approval for human subjects research. I organized interviews with 20 first-generation college students, carefully selecting individuals whose experiences would provide different perspectives on the topic I was researching. Each interview lasted 2 to 3 hours and provided valuable qualitative data that both verified and complicated my initial notion. As the workload increased, so did tensions at home. What started as subtle jabs turned into daily commentary on my obsession with schooling and concerns about when I'd join the real world. Dad was especially upset with my laptop, which represented everything he loathed about intellectual pursuits. "Staring at that screen all day will rot your brain," he would say, purposefully turning on the television at full power while I was working. "People who type for a living are just pretending to work," Mom repeated her usual pattern of passive reinforcement. "Your father just wants what is best for you," she would reply in response to particularly harsh statements. "Perhaps a comfortable office job would be preferable to all this stress. Simpler. Simpler." As if I desired simplicity. As if I hadn't spent my entire life fighting for a simple escape. My brother Andrew began visiting more frequently. When I was immersed in thought, he would burst into my room without knocking, ask irrelevant questions, or remind me of family obligations I had allegedly neglected. Each interruption sapped vital time and mental energy as I battled to regain my concentration. Sleep became a luxury that I could rarely afford. I started working through the evenings when the house was quiet, getting a few hours of sleep in the early morning before traveling to university. The physical and emotional weariness mounted, but my determination only became greater. Every impediment they erected spurred my determination to complete my thesis, to demonstrate once and for all that their restricted perception of my worth was incorrect. 6 weeks before the submission deadline, Dr. Halverson evaluated my paper and provided important criticism that required significant adjustments. "Your analysis is solid," she said, "but you should rearrange your conclusions to better meet the theoretical framework. These links are inherent in your work, but they should be explicit." This setback was accompanied by technological troubles that corrupted some of my backup data. I missed several days of work, forcing me to piece together difficult statistical analyses from memory and scattered notes. The pressure increased as the deadline approached, with seemingly insurmountable problems. Every day, I felt the thesis slip further from completion. The night I overheard my parents discussing me in the kitchen was the tipping point. I came downstairs for coffee, hoping to remain up for another all-night writing session. Their voices came from around the corner. She thinks she is so smart with all those books and big words, my dad said. What use is a fancy degree if you still live with your parents at 24? At the age of 19, Andrew acquired his own place. I worry about her, Mom said, not in defense but in agreement. All this schooling, and for what? No husband, no children, just papers that no one will ever read. Waste of time and money, Dad concluded. Should have gone to work after high school like a normal person. I retired quietly to my chamber, their words searing like venom in my chest. I retired quietly to my chamber, their words searing like venom in my chest. The weight of them pressed down on me. I could almost feel each sentence embed itself further in my head. With newfound motivation, I worked for 20 hours straight, powered by coffee and wrath. The hours merged into one another, and the world beyond my screen vanished. My fingers glided across the keyboard with mechanical accuracy. By the time daylight broke, I had rebuilt the lost analysis and applied the majority of Dr. Halverson's recommended changes. My thesis was 90% complete. Only the final pieces remained, with 48 hours to submission. That morning, Dad increased his interference. He barged into my room every 30 minutes, making minor demands or comments. Each encroachment was like a hammer breaking glass, shattering my concentration. It took me longer and longer to collect my thoughts again. Mom joined in, but more subtly. She insisted on taking breaks to eat meals I didn't desire, or to help with domestic activities that couldn't wait. Your thesis will still be there tomorrow, she responded dismissively when I mentioned the deadline. Family comes first. The last 24 hours were a struggle of wills. I had retreated to the dining room table, which was the only place with enough space for my reference materials. My notes, research articles, and drafts were carefully organized. Dad purposely turned on the television in the next living room and switched to a sports station at full blast. The sound echoed through the walls. When I requested him to lower it, he went on a diatribe about ungrateful children. My house. My rules. I labored all night, finishing the last adjustments as sunlight began to shine through the curtains. Only formatting and one final proofread remained. The submission deadline was 12 o'clock. I felt fatigued, yet triumphant. I had surmounted every impediment they had set in my way. The thesis was excellent. It was truly fascinating work, with significant contributions to my field. For the first time in weeks, I let myself feel a flicker of pride. When Dad walked into the dining room, coffee mug in hand, everything changed forever. The morning of my thesis submission day began with deceiving tranquility. Birds chirped outside my window. Sunlight seeped through the poor blinds, creating faint patterns on the crowded floor. I'd been awake for over 36 hours straight, fueled by black coffee and pure willpower. My eyes burned from gazing at the screen, but a sense of satisfaction overcame the tiredness. Just a few more hours, I reminded myself. With just a few more hours and 18 months of work, my thesis would be complete. The home was peaceful. Too quiet. I tiptoed into the kitchen for my 5th coffee refill. The microwave's digital clock illuminated at 7:06 a.m. There were less than 5 hours left until the noon deadline. I only needed to finish the final proofread, arrange the references to academic standards, and create the submission package. If nothing goes wrong, I'll finish with plenty of time left over. My workspace was arranged on the dining room table. I had moved there the previous evening after Dad took over the living room for a loud basketball game. My references and notes were carefully arranged into piles, each representing a portion of my thesis. My laptop, an old model that I had bought second-hand with my teaching stipend, hummed steadily as it processed the enormous document. The first sign of problems occurred about 7:30 a.m. when Dad emerged from his bedroom. On his days off, he usually slept in until about 8 a.m. His early look immediately threw off alarms in my thoughts. He paused in the kitchen doorway, eyes narrowed as he examined my workspace. "Still playing student, I see," he said, his voice bearing that old dismissive tone. "Normal people are heading to work right about now." I bit back the response that had formed instantaneously in my head. "Just a few more hours," I reminded myself. "Do not engage. Don't give him an excuse." "Good morning, Dad," I responded, keeping my tone calm. "I'll be done shortly. My submission is due by noon." He grunted and moved to the coffee maker. Submission. A fancy name for homework. When I was your age, I already had a family. The words hung in the air like an outdated accusation. I'd heard them hundreds of times before. Today they scarcely registered. I went back to my screen. Mom appeared next, with her hair still in curlers. She pursed her lips as she studied the dining room table. All these papers everywhere, she said. We need to set the table for breakfast. I just need a few more hours, I explained, trying not to sound desperate. It's due today. It represents the conclusion of 2 years of study. Work? Dad sneered in the kitchen. Typing is not working. Try hauling steel beams in 100-degree heat. That's work. Mom placed a hand on my shoulder. To anyone else, it may have been supportive, but I noticed the subtle pressure in her fingertips. Surely you may take a quick break for family breakfast. We hardly see you anymore. The irony of this statement was nearly hilarious. For weeks they had complained about my presence, about my laptop, about my documents cluttering their area. Now, family togetherness was a priority, and it happened to be right when my deadline was approaching. I really cannot stop right now, I stated firmly. The formatting is extremely precise, and I need to concentrate. Dad appeared at the doorway, holding a coffee mug hard. Your mom asked you to clear the table for breakfast. This was not a request. His speech had a deadly edge that I recognized from boyhood. That tone was always used before punishments and intense anger. Still, I could not give. Not today. Not with everything at stake. I will eat later, I offered as a compromise. You and Mom can use the kitchen counter. I just need to finish this. His face clouded. Ungrateful. That is what schooling does. It makes children believe they are too good for family meals. Too vital to respect the house rules. Mom used her normal peacekeeping line. Victor, please let her finish her school project. She can join us later. However, her statements lacked conviction. We all knew it. Dad slapped his mug down, spilling coffee over the rim. Project, she is 24 years old and spends her time on school assignments, while actual grown-ups work. I tried to ignore his voice by focused solely on my screen. Just keep working. Do not engage. Every minute of distraction was a minute lost, and the deadline was fixed. Andrew showed up unannounced at 9:30. His visits became disturbingly frequent during my thesis completion phase, always coinciding with periods of intense concentration. It was as if he had an internal radar that detected when I was in the midst of anything vital. The front door opened without a single knock. His booming voice filled the house immediately, breaking the fragile bubble of concentration I had been attempting to preserve. Have a family breakfast. Mom told me you were cooking, Dad, he said, dropping his keys loudly onto the counter so the sound echoed. He walked toward the dining room, peeking over my shoulder without asking. His gaze flickered to the TV. Are you still writing that paper? I thought you'd be done by now. Thesis, I corrected reflexively, my gaze fixed on the text. And yes, I am finishing it today. Andrew laughed briefly and dismissively. Thesis, paper, homework, whatever, same thing, right? He did not wait for a response. Hey, did I tell you about my promotion at the mill? He is currently the supervisor. Full benefits, pension. The works. Dad's face lit up instantaneously, a reaction I'd never seen in response to any of my accomplishments. That's my boy, he declared, beaming with pride. This is real job, real rewards. Enough of this degree nonsense that never ends. The contrast was nearly physically excruciating. My chest tightened, like if my father's words were pressing down on it. I had to physically stop myself from reacting by biting down on the inside of my cheek until I tasted blood. I took a long breath, focusing my concentration back on my citations. I would not be baited. I would not give them the satisfaction of knowing their remarks were reaching me. The next 2 hours were a flurry of planned sabotage. Passive-aggressive comments, unnecessary noises, and thinly veiled hatred. Mom came into the dining room repeatedly, dusting surfaces that did not require cleaning. Dad turned up the television volume in the living room every 15 minutes until I could hear the commentators as if they were standing next to me. Andrew made loud phone conversations directly behind my chair, pacing just enough to brush against my workspace each time he moved by. By 11:30 my nerves had frayed to the breaking point, but the finish line was within sight. The thesis was formatted properly, citations are verified, abstractly polished, everything was ready. All that left was a final save and submission via the university site. I truly intended to make it. Despite everything. Despite them. That is when the internet connection failed. I looked at the error notice with astonishment. No link is available. I checked my phone. There is no service there either. With growing dread, I strolled into the living room, where Dad was sitting in front of the television, his streaming service running flawlessly, high-definition picture included. The internet is out in the dining room, I remarked, straining to maintain my voice. I need to submit my thesis in the next 30 minutes. Can you check the router? He kept his gaze fixed on the television. Internet's working fine for me. But it's not working on my laptop or phone, I said, dread creeping into my voice. Please, this is vital. I need to submit by noon. He turned slowly, his face unreadable. Funny how these emergencies always revolve around your schoolwork. Never seem to have technical difficulties when it comes to assisting your mother with tasks. The revelation came with chilling clarity. Have you done anything to the internet? A faint, contented smile pulled on the corner of his lips. My house. My internet. Perhaps I turned on parental restrictions. Perhaps the dining area is suddenly a computer-free zone. Blood raced to my face. My voice shook from the effort of restraint. I need to submit my thesis. This is my future, Dad. He laughed, and the sound was entirely devoid of humor. What's your future? That is a joke. He stood up and loomed over me. What future does unending schooling provide? Andrew has a house, a promotion, and a normal life. What have you got? A stack of papers that no one will read, plus student debt. Mom arrived in the doorway, drawn by the rising noises. Instead of intervening, she remained calmly, her presence an implicit confirmation of his actions. I need to get this submitted, I said as I moved for the router. I'll reset the connection myself. His hand shot out and bruised my arm. You don't touch anything in my house without permission. Let go of me, I muttered, pulling my arm away. This is insane. I only need internet access for 5 minutes. Your work? He scoffed. Do you mean your excuse for avoiding real responsibility? Your lofty education, which leads you to believe you are superior to us? Something inside of me cracked. This was never about my education. This has always been about your insecurities. You're threatened because I selected a different path. His expression turned into rage. You ungrateful little... I cut him off. I am not ungrateful. I'm ambitious. I am determined. And I will not allow you to damage my future because you do not comprehend it. I turned and headed into the dining room to get my laptop. If I had to drive to campus, I would. The 30-minute journey would probably make me late, but I had to try. I heard him follow, his big footsteps causing the floor to quiver. I reached for my laptop as soon as he entered. You think you're so much smarter than everyone, he continued, speaking dangerously quietly. So much better than your family because of your precious education. I did not respond. I was completely concentrated on obtaining my materials as rapidly as possible. Time was running out. Look at me when I'm talking to you, he said. I continued packing. I said, look at me. I turned, hugging my laptop against my chest like a shield. I need to go, we can discuss this later. There is nothing to talk about, he murmured, moving closer. You must learn respect. You need to understand your place. My place is not here, I said, the truth echoing through my own ears. It never was. Something changed in his gaze, a frightening spark. Later, I'd recognize it as the moment when his desire for control took precedence over everything else. In that moment, he was no longer my father, but rather a man who could not endure to be challenged. Your future, he said, his voice oddly calm. That is a joke. His hand shot out at my laptop. For a brief time I imagined he might simply take it away, hide it until the deadline passed, a petty punishment. But I couldn't have predicted what happened next. He yanked the laptop from my grasp with the force of decades of physical labor and ferocious wrath. Our gazes locked for just a fraction of a second. There was no pause in his voice, no moment of parental reconsideration, only hard, purposeful rage. The laptop then landed hard on the side of my head. The collision ripped through my skull like a bullet. Pain erupted instantly, white-hot and excruciating. The device's corner struck just above my right temple, and I felt the skin tear open. Warm wetness started running down my face. The punch knocked me backward till my shoulders smacked the wall. My vision clouded and darkened at the edges. Through the haze, I saw my laptop fall to the floor, the screen separating from the keyboard with a horrible snap of plastic and electronics. 18 months of work vanished in an instant. You don't deserve a future, Dad said, hovering over me as I slid down the wall. You are just a leech. The most shocking sound came next. Laughter. My mom's laughter. She stood at the doorway, high and scared, and watched. Not intervening. I am not calling for assistance. There is no evidence of maternal protection. Instead of assaulting his daughter, her husband simply laughed, as if he had delivered a little inappropriate joke. "Victor," she finally replied, still giggling. "That's enough now." Enough. Blood was already dripping into my eye. My thesis, graduate degree and future were all in pieces on the floor. And for my mother, this was simply enough. Dad loomed over me, chest heaving, as if astonished by his own deeds but not at all sorry. "Clean yourself up," he said finally, "and clean up this mess too." He turned and went away. Mom followed him like a shadow. The kitchen was filled with the mundane noises of coffee being poured and the refrigerator door opening and closing, as if nothing unusual had occurred. As if he hadn't just crossed an indelible border. I stayed on the floor for several minutes, stunned and immobile. The anguish in my head pounded with every heartbeat. When I finally touched my temple, my fingers turned scarlet with blood. The incision was deep enough that I'd probably require stitches. More immediately troubling were the nausea and dizziness, which are clear indicators of a suspected concussion. With shaky hands, I collected the broken parts of my laptop. The screen was supported by a single wire from the keyboard. The case was split, with plastic parts spread like shrapnel on the floor. I tried to press the power button. Nothing. Not even a glimmer of life. The machine that supported my entire academic career has died. Panic cut through the ache. I needed those files. There had to be some way. I stumbled to the restroom, grasping the counter to keep myself stable. The mirror revealed an inch-long cut over my right temple. Blood was still flowing freely. My eye had already begun to swell, indicating a huge bruise before morning. I pressed a clean washcloth against the area and applied pressure. The bathroom light was really bright. When I moved my head too quickly, the room whirled. I should have gone to the ER, but the thesis deadline loomed greater than my physical well-being. Noon. Less than an hour remained. I returned to the dining room, a washcloth placed to my head. Andrew was now sitting at the table, going through his phone as if nothing unusual had occurred. "Dad really got you good," he said without looking up. Should have known better than to talk back. The casual way he recognized the assault, without condemnation, was nearly as unsettling as the crime itself. "I need to get my thesis files off this laptop," I replied, ignoring his comment. "Do you have a computer that I can use? I need to submit by noon." He laughed. "Are you still anxious about homework since Dad pushed you to next week? Your priorities are off, sis." "Please," I pleaded, hating the imploring tone in my voice. "This is my graduation thesis, everything I have worked for. I only need to access the files." He shrugged. "Sorry, I left my laptop at home. Besides, the stuff is toasted. There's no chance you'll get anything out of it." I knew he was correct. The destruction was devastating. Nonetheless, I had to try. With trembling hands, I gathered the broken pieces into my bag. Blood continued to flow through the washcloth, and there was no time to treat it properly. I needed to leave. Mom arrived at the doorway as I prepared to go. "Where do you think you are going?" she asked, as if I were a teen violating curfew rather than an ill adult. "Go to the hospital, and then to campus," I said without glancing at her. I couldn't stomach seeing the woman who had laughed while I was bleeding. "Your father is still upset," she explained, dropping her voice. "Maybe you should wait for him to settle down." I apologize for provoking him. The folly of her suggestion struck me as a second blow. Apologize? For what? For seeking education? Are you expecting basic human respect? For having my skull split open by my father? "Don't be dramatic, Elise," she groaned. "It was simply a small dispute that escalated. Family disagreements occur." "It wasn't a disagreement, Mom. This was an assault." Her expression stiffened. "Now you're simply acting ridiculous. Your father will never—" "He just did." I pointed to my wounded head. "Look at me. Check out what he did." She looked at my damage with chilly detachment. "You'll probably need a few stitches. I can drive you to urgent care after lunch." After lunch? The remarks left a bad taste in my mouth. As if my deadline, career and future were not fading by the second. "I am leaving," I stated firmly, gathering my bags. "And I am not coming back." Dad's words resounded from the living room. "If you go out that door, do not bother returning back. Ungrateful children do not get second chances in this house." Mom's eyes implored and accused simultaneously. "I see what you've started. Just apologize, and this will all be over." "No more," I replied. Goodbye, Mom. You'll regret this, I heard her say. When your fancy education leaves you alone with no family, you'll regret choosing books over blood. I did not respond. There was nothing more to say. With my broken laptop gripped to my breast and blood still pouring down my cheeks, I stepped into the dazzling sunlight of a future that had suddenly become disconnected from everything I'd labored for. The dizziness hit me strongly as I approached my car. Concussion symptoms worsened, making it difficult to focus. My phone said 11:40. No time to get to campus. There is no method to restore my files. There is no chance of extension without proof. But for the first time in my life, I had no plan, and surprisingly, no dread. I started the car and drove away from the house, which had served as both a jail and a battlefield for the previous 24 years. Whatever came next, I'd confront it without being weighed down by their toxic expectations. Blood might be thicker than water. However, it was never intended to be spilled by those who claim to love you. I drove aimlessly for 20 minutes, my mind clouded by agony and horror. Blood had poured through the washcloth, and the aching in my head got worse with each passing minute. Eventually, I arrived at Riverside Park, an empty public space on a weekday morning. I parked behind a shady oak tree and finally allowed myself to experience the full impact of what had occurred. The tears came quickly and violently. Great heaving sobs that appeared to come from some primordial place I'd kept hidden for years. I sobbed for the little child whose accomplishments were routinely disregarded. For the teen who secreted college acceptance letters as if they were contraband. For the PhD student whose own father ruined her work out of resentment and fear. Most of all, I sobbed for the daughter who had spent her entire life seeking acceptance from parents who were fundamentally incapable of providing it. My phone made a piercing ding, interrupting the collapse. Dr. Halverson sent an email to Elise at noon. The deadline is coming. Please validate the submission status. Reality struck back with devastating force. The thesis. The deadline. My entire academic future is hanging in the balance. I checked the time, 11:52. With 8 minutes left, I was sitting in a park with a head injury and a damaged laptop. It appeared hopeless. Then something changed inside me. A weird calm descended, displacing panic and despair. If my family taught me anything, it was to be resilient in the face of overwhelming circumstances. I'd spent my entire life conquering their challenges. This was only one more hurdle, perhaps the most severe. First and foremost, I found a clean tissue in my glove compartment and applied it to my still bleeding temple. Then I quickly responded to Dr. Halverson. Emergency situation. I'm heading to campus right now. Please advise on the late submission protocol. The response arrived almost instantly. What type of emergency? Are you okay? I paused before deciding that honesty was the only alternative. A physical injury necessitated medical attention. Laptop was destroyed. Cannot access thesis files. I will explain in person. I started the car and drove to campus gently to compensate for my dizziness. My phone was pinging again. Dr. Halverson had said, "Go to University Health Services immediately. I'll see you there. Don't worry about your thesis right now." Her care, which differed from my family's reaction, brought tears to my eyes. I followed her directions and carefully navigated to the University Health Center. By the time I arrived, blood had soaked through the tissue and was running down my cheeks again. The receptionist took one glance at me and instantly directed me to an examination room. Gallagher, a middle-aged nurse with caring eyes and efficient hands, treated my wound while asking soft questions about what had happened. I found myself telling her the plain truth. My father smashed my laptop against my head when I tried to submit my thesis. I said the words, which sounded strange even as I spoke them. Her hands paused for a time before returning to their work. "This injury is consistent with what you're describing," she explained carefully. "I'm going to chronicle everything thoroughly. The doctor will be here momentarily to see if you need stitches, and we will need to check you for concussion." "I have a thesis deadline," I said, or had. It was noon. "Your health comes first," Gallagher stated firmly. "Academic deadlines can be extended due to medical crises. This definitely qualifies." Dr. Halverson arrived as the doctor was examining me. She took one glance at my injury, and her professional demeanor wavered somewhat. "Oh my God, Elise," she exclaimed. "What happened?" The doctor, who had just confirmed I had a slight concussion requiring 4 sutures, looked up. "Are you her professor?" Dr. Halverson nodded. "Thesis advisor." "Your student has sustained a significant head injury," he said. "Concussion protocols need to be followed. No screens, limited cognitive strain for at least 48 hours. Of course, she replied promptly. The deadline has been completely waived. We can negotiate extensions after she has healed. While the doctor was preparing to patch my wound, Dr. Halverson grabbed a chair beside the examination table. Elise, the nurse claimed that your laptop was used as a weapon. Can you explain what happened? For the second time that day, I described the circumstances leading up to my injuries. Dr. Halverson listened without interrupting, her expression becoming more concerned. After I finished, she took a long breath. First of all, your thesis has not been lost. You sent me a draft 2 days ago, remember? We have that version at least. In the midst of the chaos, I felt a rush of relief. I had forgotten about the email. Second, she added, the university has protocols for circumstances like these. What occurred to you is assault, and we must report it. The university police station is right next door. Would you be willing to communicate with them once your medical treatment has concluded? I paused. Filing a police report against my own father appeared to be a one-way ticket. However, he had already crossed an irrevocable boundary by attacking me. Yes, I concluded, I will report it. The next several hours were a haze of medical operations and public declarations. The doctor patched my wound while outlining concussion treatment standards. A university police officer recorded my testimony, photographed my injury, and documented the damaged laptop as proof. The student services coordinator arranged me emergency temporary accommodation in a graduate apartment complex, as returning to my parents' house was clearly not an option. Throughout it all, Dr. Halverson stood by my side, advocating for me with various university departments. She assisted me in obtaining an emergency deadline extension for my thesis submission and arranging for IT assistance to attempt data recovery from my destroyed laptop. The graduate school dean has approved a 2-week extension given the circumstances, she told me as we sat in the student services office. And the IT department believes they may be able to recover your files from the hard drive, which seems intact despite the external damage. I do not know how to thank you, I murmured, overcome by her kindness. You do not need to thank me, she said firmly. This is what academic communities are meant to do. Assist one another. What occurred to you is outrageous, and ensuring you can do your work despite it is the bare minimum we can provide. Her remarks hit a deep chord. Support, community, concepts so different to my family's experience that they appeared practically mythological. Yet here they were, providing actual assistance when I most needed it. By late afternoon, the immediate issue was resolved. My wound was treated, a police report was filed, temporary housing was provided, and academic arrangements were made. The IT department had grabbed my laptop and promised to try data recovery overnight. I was told to relax and follow concussion protocol, which included no reading or screen time for at least 24 hours. As Dr. Halverson led me to my temporary housing, she offered a question that caught me off guard. Elise, is this the first time your father has used physical violence against you? Yes, I responded angrily. The emotional abuse has been constant, but this was the first physical attack. She nodded carefully. I suspected as much based on your research focus. Many family psychology scholars are drawn to the field because of personal experience. Her insight was frightening yet validating. Is it so obvious? Only to someone familiar with the patterns, she informed me. Your understanding of family dynamics has always been extraordinarily nuanced for someone your age. Now I understand why. We arrived at the apartment complex, and she assisted me in settling into the plain but pleasant emergency housing unit. Before leaving, she left a business card on the counter. This is the contact information for the University Counseling Center, she told me. They have crisis counselors on call 24 hours a day. Please consider phoning them. What you have gone through is distressing, and processing it with expert help might be useful. After she departed, I sat on the edge of the foreign bed, drained both physically and emotionally. The day's events were bizarre and intense, like something out of a dream. My head throbbed despite the pain medicine, and my thoughts kept returning to the moment when metal and plastic collided with bone, when blood poured down my face as my mother smiled. I took up Dr. Halverson's card and the phone. Some burdens were too enormous to bear alone. The next morning, a university IT worker knocked on my door, holding a small external hard disk. We were able to recover most of your files, he explained. Despite the laptop's damage, the hard disk remained amazingly intact. We've transferred everything to this external drive. I accepted it with trembling hands caused by a combination of medication, tiredness, and deep relief. Thank you. You have no idea what this means. Just doing my job, he said, smiling. The tech department wishes you a speedy recovery. After he went, I connected the drive to the loaner laptop given by student services. There was my thesis, complete with the exception of the final few modifications I had made the morning of the incident. This was a miracle given what could have happened. Despite the concussion protocol's warning against screen time, I spent the next several hours finishing the final formatting and changes. My head ached, and my eyesight momentarily clouded, but resolve trumped physical discomfort. By late afternoon, I had submitted the completed thesis through the university's website. Moments later, the confirmation email arrived. The thesis had been received. Submission was recorded. Those 5 words meant victory over every impediment my family had thrown in my way. Despite their efforts to disrupt my studies, despite physical and emotional assault, property ruin and personal pain, I had succeeded. The thesis was submitted. The degree requirements would be completed. The future they said I didn't deserve remained mine to claim. As I closed the laptop, a powerful realization came over me. Instead of supporting me, the relatives who should have stood by my side attempted to ruin me. However, their hostility had molded the toughness that enabled me to overcome the harm they caused. The ultimate response to their hostility was not hatred or retribution, but accomplishment on my own terms. With that in mind, I called the university's legal office to inquire about seeking a restraining order. To remove any prospect of return, several bridges had to be burned down rather than simply crossed. My parents had made their decision. Now I was creating mine. The physical healing process began with 4 stitches above my right temple. The wound healed beautifully, leaving a little scar that would diminish but never totally disappear. In some ways, it seemed appropriate, a permanent visible reminder of the moment that severed my final link to my family of origin. The concussion symptoms lasted nearly 3 weeks. Headache, sensitivity to light, and occasional dizziness, but progressively faded as my brain healed from the blow. University Health Services followed my progress with weekly appointments, and the campus counseling facility became a fixture in my schedule, with twice-weekly sessions that helped me process not only the assault but also the years of emotional abuse that preceded it. My thesis defense was postponed by a month to allow for my rehabilitation. When the big day arrived, I stood in front of my committee with the confidence that comes from having survived the worst and still going on. The questions were hard but fair, and my solutions were clear and well-reasoned. At the end, Dr. Halverson declared what I had barely dared to hope for. Highest honors. A unanimous decision. Those remarks echoed in my thoughts as I strolled across campus later. Highest accolades. After all, I hadn't just succeeded, I had excelled. The approval was nice, but more essential was the internal knowledge that I had overcome enormous challenges. No external acknowledgement could compare to the strength I discovered within myself. The restraining order against my parents was obtained uncontested. They did not attend the court, instead issuing a brief statement through their lawyer alleging that I was always prone to hyperbole and attention-seeking conduct. The judge evaluated the medical evidence, police report, and images of my injury before ruling their answer, concerning in its dismissiveness of documented assault. The order was approved for the maximum term, with the option to extend it if needed. As spring gave way to summer, the university delivered some surprising news. The department has an opportunity for a research assistant post with a moderate pay and on-campus housing for the forthcoming academic year. Dr. Halverson suggested me. Your thesis has attracted the attention of several faculty members, she noted when we met to discuss the chance. The interplay of family dynamics, educational resilience, and first-generation student experiences is becoming more relevant to our institutional aims. We'd like you to continue and develop this research. The post would allow me to stay in the academic setting where I had found support and purpose, while also putting my independence on a stronger footing. I agreed immediately. 2 months after the assault, while I was settling into my new campus housing and research position, an unexpected visitor arrived at my office door. Andrew stood awkwardly in the corridor, appearing both defiant and uncertain. "Can we talk?" he inquired, his typical bluster noticeably lacking. I hesitated, my hand involuntarily reaching for the thin scar on my temple. "That depends on what you want to say." He flinched at the gesture. "I am not here to defend them," he replied immediately. "What Dad did was wrong. Really wrong." The admission startled me to stillness. Andrew had always been our father's echo, confirming every criticism and disdain of my decisions. "Mom and Dad told everyone you fell and hit your head on the table," he says. "But I noticed the broken laptop. I know what happened, and you are only now accepting it, 2 months later." He looked down. "I should have said something that day. Should have stopped him or aided you later. I realized the apology was implicit rather than direct, which was typical of my family's emotional constipation in communication. Nonetheless, it marked a considerable shift from our previous dynamic. "Why are you here, Andrew?" I asked directly. "I got you something," he explained, reaching inside his jacket pocket. He produced a tiny box and placed it on my desk. To replace what was broken. Inside was a brand new laptop that was far superior to the destroyed second-hand model. The gesture was both touching and insufficient, a tangible answer to a deeply rooted issue. "Thank you," I replied thoughtfully. "But a laptop does not fix what happened." "I know," he confessed. "Nothing actually solves it. Dad had crossed a line that day. Mom, too, had a reaction." He paused, appearing to struggle with his next words. "I've been thinking a lot about how they treated you compared to me, how they always made your accomplishments appear insignificant while applauding me for trivial matters. It was unfair." Andrew's recognition was seismic. He had benefited throughout his life from the unequal allocation of parental approval. Recognizing it needed a level of self-reflection that I did not believe he was capable of. "No, it was not fair," I acknowledged. "But it shaped who I am. For better or worse." "Mostly better looks," he observed, looking around my university office with apparent adoration. "You made it despite them. Maybe even because of them, in some strange way." His insight startled me. Maybe he was more insightful than I gave him credit for. "Will you stay in touch?" he inquired as he prepared to depart. "Not with them. Only with me. I would like to know how you're doing." I seriously evaluated the request. Andrew had participated in the familial dynamic that resulted in violence, but he was also a product of that environment, fashioned by the same forces that had nearly destroyed me. "We can try," I said hesitantly. It was a little but substantial opening. The capacity to deliberately reconstruct family connections on my own terms gave me a new level of power. As my research position became more permanent, I started combining my personal experiences into outreach initiatives for first-generation college students from disadvantaged families. Without disclosing the exact trauma, I was able to connect with students who were suffering comparable challenges: parental rejection, a lack of support, and deliberate undermining of academic ambitions. Family resistance to your education often says more about their insecurities than your choices, I would tell these youngsters. Your pursuit of knowledge threatens the status quo, challenges their worldview, and sometimes highlights opportunities they never had, or choices they regret not making. This approach enabled many students to depersonalize their objections, viewing it as a systemic issue rather than a personal failure. The opportunity to use my unpleasant experiences to help others became the most unexpected gift of my trip. 1 year after the assault, I was invited to present my study at a national conference on educational equity. Standing at the stage in front of hundreds of educators and scholars, I felt a deep sense of validation. My father's attempt to discourage me had resulted in professional recognition, meaningful work, and a community that appreciated precisely what my family had discarded. Educational resilience is not just about academic persistence despite socioeconomic barriers, I explained during my presentation. It is also about retaining self-belief when those who should be your strongest supporters turn out to be your biggest impediments. For many first-generation students, the most significant accomplishment is not the degree itself, but the psychological stamina required to seek it in the face of deliberate discouragement from those whose praise they most crave. The subsequent standing ovation was gratifying, but the true prize came during the networking session that followed, when student after student approached me to express how my framework had helped them comprehend their own family dynamics. I had translated personal suffering into professional insight that could help others. There could be no greater victory over the story that my parents had attempted to impose. As for my parents, the distance I kept proved to be the healthiest option. Andrew's occasional updates suggested that they had not modified their stance, characterizing the assault as a misunderstanding and portraying themselves as victims of an ungrateful daughter. Their refusal to admit the truth of what transpired just proved the validity of my decision to stay away from them. The most profound realization came gradually, through both professional research and personal reflection. Their treatment of me had never been about me at all. My father's fury, my mother's enabling, and my brother's initial involvement were all the result of their own limitations, anxieties, and unrealized potential. Understanding this did not explain their actions, but it did relieve me of the burden of wondering what I could have done better to gain their acceptance. Nothing. The answer was nothing, because their condemnation was never based on my decisions or achievements. It was about how those accomplishments reflected back on them, about their own lives. My achievement became a mirror they couldn't bear to look at, so they attempted to break it instead. In breaking away, I discovered the freedom to define family on my own terms. Colleagues who helped me through a crisis. Students who shared their comparable experiences. Mentors who saw my potential when my parents did not. These individuals became my chosen family. Connected not by blood, but by mutual respect, shared beliefs, and genuine concern for one another's well-being. 2 years after the laptop incident, I stood in my new apartment, hanging a framed copy of my master's degree on the wall. The little scar on my temple had faded into a thin silver line that could only be seen if you knew where to look. Like so many other parts of that day, it had faded, but not vanished, blending into who I had become rather than defining me. My phone rang with a message from Dr. Halverson. The curriculum committee has approved your planned course on family dynamics and educational resilience for next semester. Congratulations, Professor Morgan. I smiled at the title, Professor Morgan. My father had declared that I didn't deserve my future, but it was now unquestionably mine. Not despite his cruelty, but because of how it shaped me. Every challenge they threw at me only increased my determination. Every dismissal had fueled my desire. The most profound lesson of my experience was not about familial trauma or intellectual perseverance, though both were important. The underlying truth was about the human ability to turn pain into purpose, to convert rejection into the gold of self-actualization. We have no control over the families we are born into, but we can choose who we become, and the families we establish for ourselves. Have you ever had to deal with opposition from those who should have backed you? How did you find the confidence to pursue your dreams despite their discouragement? Thank you for listening. Take care. Good luck. Perhaps listening to today's story has prompted you to ask new questions or recalled old recollections. Every day on Reddit, new experiences and moments spark new tales, which connect us all. Everyone's life journey is unique, and we all try to interpret the world in our own manner. These moments serve as a reminder that we are all human, sometimes happy, sometimes sad, and always learning new things. If you loved this article, please share it with your friends. Your views and feedback are always valuable to us because they inspire us to create even better material. Every tale has a distinct perspective, and our goal is to comprehend everyone's point of view in order to create diverse and relatable material. Stories like these remind us that everyone's journey through life is unique, and hearing other people's stories teaches us new things. You can also share your own experiences with us. We value your experiences as well. If you enjoyed this video, please provide feedback. We strive to generate content that always brightens your mind and inspires you with fresh thoughts. If you've seen this video before, your feedback is still valuable. Every piece of input helps us enhance our material and provide our readers with a different viewpoint. Today, what we witnessed was only a fraction of the numerous stories shared on Reddit and around the world. It's a reminder that we all try to comprehend life by sharing our experiences with one another. This film is only one example of how we use storytelling to connect with others and learn about various aspects of life. We aim to continue sharing stories that will help us all learn and grow together. Thank you for your time, and please keep a lookout for more stories coming soon. If you haven't already, please like and follow for more great material. Your sponsorship keeps us running, and we will continue to bring you thought-provoking and touching tales. Until next time, take care and remain curious. My sister's complaint ended my scholarship and exposed my coach's drug scheme. Now I'm planning revenge that could ruin her new life. I'm Ethan, a 19-year-old guy, and my 16-year-old sister Sophie absolutely wrecked everything our family had worked for over the last decade, and I don't think I'll ever forgive her for what she did. Let me start with some background. Our family has participated in competitive swimming for as long as I can remember. My father, Martin, 52, was a semi-professional swimmer in college until suffering a shoulder injury that halted his career. My mother, Clara, 49, worked as a swim instructor at the local community center for 15 years before taking on full-time responsibility for my career. They gave everything they had to make me successful. I started swimming competitively when I was 8 years old. By the age of 12, I was breaking area records. At 14, I qualified for the Junior Nationals. Last year, I was accepted by 3 Division I universities on full scholarships. I chose Northwestern because they have one of the greatest aquatic programs in the country, as well as an excellent alumni network in sports management. Sophie began swimming around the same time I did, but she never possessed the same natural skill. She was good enough for varsity at our high school, but she wasn't scholarship material. Our parents tried to encourage her, but they recognized where her true potential was. They dedicated the majority of their time and resources to my training, coaching, equipment, and competition-related travel expenses. Sophie was able to participate in local meets and had access to the same trainers, but the emphasis was obviously on my professional development. The problem with competitive swimming is that it's more than simply being fast in the water. There's an entire culture surrounding it, particularly at the elite level. The training is tough. The pressure is unrelenting, and you must make difficult choices about how far you are willing to go to win. Ryan Carter, my 41-year-old male coach, understood this better than anyone. He'd been coaching Olympic swimmers for almost 20 years, so he knew what it takes to compete at the greatest level. Ryan believed that mental toughness was equally vital to physical conditioning. He would put us through activities designed to tear down our psychological boundaries. This sometimes entailed training in painful conditions. Sometimes it meant going beyond what we thought were our boundaries. And sometimes it required coping with uncomfortable situations. Ryan began working more closely with me around 2 years ago on what he called advanced conditioning techniques. These weren't just about swimming faster or growing strength. They were about creating the mental toughness that distinguishes excellent swimmers from great ones. The training intensified, but the benefits were undeniable. My times dropped substantially, and college scouts took note. Sophie was also in Ryan's program, but she trained alongside the other high school swimmers. She did not engage in the advanced conditioning sessions since Ryan stated that she was not prepared for that level of training. My parents agreed with this evaluation, as did I. Sophie had always been more sensitive than me, and advanced training necessitated a level of mental toughness that I was not sure she possessed. The problem began approximately 6 months ago. Sophie started asking questions regarding my training sessions with Ryan. She wanted to know why I was staying late after normal practice, why I went to his house on weekends for extra coaching, and why she wasn't invited to these sessions. I tried to explain that the training was specifically tailored for swimmers of my level, but she persisted. My parents and Sophie had multiple conversations about this. They emphasized that different swimmers require different forms of coaching, and Ryan's advanced program was only for individuals competing on a national level. Sophie appeared to accept the explanation, but I could tell she was still upset by it. Things worsened when Sophie started dating Liam, a 17-year-old male from her chemistry class. Liam was not a swimmer and held strong views about competitive sports. He kept telling Sophie that our family relationships were problematic, that our parents played favorites, and that my secret training sessions with Ryan were suspect. Liam began showing up at our swim events and asking pointed questions about the program. He would make comments about how much time I spent alone with Ryan, so he began researching Ryan's background online. He discovered that Ryan had been involved in some sort of scandal at his last coaching post, though the specifics were never revealed, and no charges were ever filed. Sophie started spending more time with Liam and less time in the pool. She began missing practices and turning up late for team meetings. When my parents challenged her about her waning dedication, she accused them of only being concerned about my achievement. She claimed they had never supported her swimming career in the same way they had mine, and they were unaware of what was really going on in Ryan's program. The problem came to a head 3 weeks ago. Sophie had been acting strangely for some days, missing family dinners and spending the majority of her time in her room or out with Liam. My parents were becoming dissatisfied with her attitude, and there had been frequent disagreements regarding her responsibilities to the team. On a Tuesday evening, I returned home from one of my advanced training sessions with Ryan. These sessions typically lasted 3 hours and included intense physical fitness, mental preparation exercises, and technical development. I was exhausted and went directly to my room to shower and prepare for bed. Around an hour later, I heard shouts from downstairs. Sophie was disputing with our parents about something, and her voice became increasingly aggressive. I could hear my mother attempting to calm her down, but Sophie insisted that she couldn't keep quiet any longer, and that someone needed to know the truth. I walked downstairs to see what was going on. Sophie was standing in the living room, holding her phone, while my parents tried to persuade her to sit down and chat calmly. When she saw me, she pointed at me and began ranting about how I was a victim and that our parents were allowing something terrible to happen. My father asked Sophie what she was talking about, and she said that she had been documenting things for weeks. She took out her phone and showed them photographs of text messages between Ryan and me. The texts were about training schedules and technique adjustments, but Sophie saw them as evidence of something wrong. She also had images of Ryan's house, which she had snapped while following me there for weekend training sessions. She claimed that the fact that I was traveling to his house alone was evidence that something was wrong, despite the fact that these sessions were common procedure for competitive swimmers and that our parents were well aware of them. My mother tried to explain that Sophie was misinterpreting the issue, but Sophie insisted she had already made up her mind. She informed us that she had spoken with someone from the State Athletic Commission and had filed a formal complaint against Ryan's coaching practices and the framework of his training program. At this moment, my father lost his fury and warned Sophie that she was risking my entire future because of her jealousy and misunderstanding. He claimed she was being duped by Liam, who didn't understand competitive swimming and was flooding her mind with questionable thoughts. Sophie stated that she didn't care about my swimming career if it meant remaining silent about what she thought was going on. She claimed she had an obligation to speak out, regardless of the implications for me or our family. The next morning, I awoke to see my parents loading my possessions into luggage. They informed me that Sophie had carried out her threat and that Ryan's initiative would be investigated. They told me I needed to go reside with my Uncle Robert, a 47-year-old male, in another state until the problem was settled. My mother was crying as she helped me pack. She kept repeating that Sophie had wrecked all we had worked for and that my college scholarship would most likely be cancelled once the probe became public. My father was mainly silent, but I could tell he was angry. They drove me to the airport on the same day. Before I departed, my father informed me that Sophie was no longer welcome in their home and that they were investigating legal alternatives to deal with the damage she had done to my reputation and profession. I've been staying with my uncle for the past 3 weeks. He's been helpful, but he doesn't understand competitive swimming, so it's difficult to express the whole extent of what Sophie has done. My college coach contacted last week to let me know that Northwestern is reconsidering my scholarship offer awaiting the conclusion of the investigation. Ryan's program has been temporarily suspended, and the scandal has impacted the college prospects of numerous other swimmers on our team. The local swimming community is divided, with some backing Ryan and others believing that Sophie was correct to speak up. My parents have been keeping me informed on the situation back home. Sophie appears to continue live with Liam's family and has been cooperating with investigators. She has given them access to all of her documents and lengthy remarks about her issues with Ryan's coaching practices. What upsets me the most about this whole affair is that Sophie never approached me directly with her concerns. If she had any questions about my training or suspected something inappropriate was going on, she could have asked me. Instead, she acted behind everyone's back, making assumptions based on inadequate facts. I understand that she may have felt excluded or jealous of the attention I was receiving, but damaging my profession and our family's reputation was not the appropriate way to deal with those sentiments. Our parents made significant sacrifices to support my swimming, and Sophie understood how important it was to all of us. Now I'm in limbo, unsure whether I'll be able to return to competitive swimming or if my college ambitions are utterly shattered. My relationship with Sophie is probably gone, and my parents are considering disowning her totally. I'm just not sure how she could do this to our family. We've always been close, and I believed she supported my swimming career even if she wasn't as successful herself. Discovering that she's been surreptitiously documenting events and constructing a case against Ryan seems like a betrayal. Has anyone else experienced a family member destroying their job or future? I'm not sure how to proceed from here, or if there is any way to undo the harm that has been done. Update 1. I never imagined I'd be back here so soon, but things have become far worse than I anticipated. Sophie's inquiry has entirely blown out of hand, and new information is emerging that I did not expect. First, let me update you on what happened shortly following my first article. I was still staying with my Uncle Robert when the State Athletic Commission finished its preliminary inquiry of Ryan's coaching program. They interviewed Sophie and several other swimmers from our squad, as well as reviewing all of the paperwork she submitted. What they discovered appeared to be far more problematic than simply inadequate teaching practices. The investigators determined that Ryan had been giving numerous swimmers, including myself, substances that were not properly disclosed to our parents or the Athletic Commission. These weren't just protein powders or typical sports nutrition items. They were forbidden substances in competitive swimming. Ryan had described these as cutting-edge recovery supplements that would allow us to train harder and recover faster. He claimed they were entirely legal and that several Olympic swimmers used identical products. He made us pledge not to discuss the supplements with our parents or other coaches, since he claimed the compositions were unique and he didn't want other programs to mimic his methods. I'd been taking these vitamins for over 18 months without questioning them. Ryan would deliver them to me during our private training sessions, and I absolutely trusted his knowledge. The vitamins appeared to be effective because my performance improved considerably throughout this time, and I felt more energized and focused while training. When the investigators evaluated samples of these supplements, they discovered many compounds banned by both the NCAA and international swimming bodies. Some of these chemicals can cause major health concerns with long-term usage, and all would have resulted in instant exclusion from competition if discovered during drug testing. The hardest aspect was that I had no notion I was using prohibited substances. Ryan had convinced me that everything he was providing was legal and safe. When the investigators described what was in the supplements, I knew that my better performance over the previous year and a half was primarily attributable to performance-enhancing medications. This means that every record I established, every scholarship offer I received, and every accomplishment I achieved during this time was tainted by chemicals I had no idea I was using. The AITA promptly terminated my eligibility for collegiate swimming, and Northwestern formally rescinded its scholarship offer. But that isn't the worst aspect about this upgrade. 3 days after the supplement disclosure, Liam called me directly. I was astonished to hear from him because we had never gotten along, and I imagined he was calling to brag about Sophie being proven correct. Instead, Liam told me something that completely transformed my perspective on the entire scenario. He claimed that Sophie had not actually launched the probe into Ryan's program. According to Liam, Sophie told him months ago that she was concerned about my training but was scared to say anything since she didn't want to jeopardize my profession or upset our parents. Liam claimed he was the one who urged Sophie to chronicle what she was seeing, and he was the one who looked into Ryan's background and discovered the previous controversy at his former coaching post. More importantly, Liam was the one to call the State Sports Commission and file the original complaint. Sophie apparently urged Liam not to submit the complaint, but Liam told her that he couldn't stand by and watch what he thought was happening to me. He explained that Sophie was divided between wanting to protect me and not wanting to ruin my swimming career, so Liam made the decision for her. When Liam filed the complaint, he utilized Sophie's documentation and submitted it in her name because he believed the complaint would be taken more seriously if it came from a family member rather than Sophie's boyfriend, who was not a swimmer. Sophie had reluctantly agreed to his proposal, but Liam said she never intended to be the public face of the complaint. She had hoped that the inquiry would be completed quietly, and that if Ryan was exonerated of guilt, the whole matter would be shelved without any impact on my career. This discovery significantly impacted my perspective on Sophie's actions. She hadn't betrayed our family out of envy or hate. Rather, she was trying to protect me while simultaneously preserving my swimming career. Liam had twisted the circumstances so that it appeared Sophie was leading the probe. I immediately called Sophie to confront her with what Liam had told me. We hadn't spoken since the night she argued with our parents, and I wasn't sure if she'd answer my call. When she responded, she began crying before I could say anything. Sophie verified Liam's version of events. She stated that she had been concerned about my training for months, particularly after noticing changes in my behavior and physical appearance that she suspected were due to the supplements Ryan was providing me. She had tried to raise her concerns with our parents, but they disregarded them as envy. She told me she never wanted to file a complaint against Ryan, but Liam persuaded her that I was in danger and that someone needed to step in. When Liam filed the complaint in her name, Sophie felt compelled to publicly support it, despite her fear of the implications for our family. Sophie frequently apologized for not contacting me directly with her worries. She stated she was terrified I wouldn't trust her, and she was concerned Ryan had persuaded me to keep secrets from our family. She stated that she had no intention of making the probe public or affecting my scholarship. After speaking with Sophie, I realized that our parents had responded to the incident without fully knowing the circumstances. They imagined Sophie was acting out of jealousy and spite, while in fact she was attempting to shield me from something she truly believed was dangerous. I called my folks to tell them about my conversation with Liam and Sophie. My father was angry with Liam for manipulating the issue, but my mother was curious as to why Sophie had not felt safe approaching them with her concerns. My parents drove to Liam's house the same day to confront Sophie and hear her side of the tale. According to Sophie, they had a lengthy talk during which she expressed how alienated she had felt from our family and how concerned she had been about my training with Ryan. My mother stated that they had been so preoccupied with my swimming career that they had failed to address Sophie's worries or make her feel as if her thoughts were valued. My father said that they had ignored Sophie's concerns too quickly, and that they should have examined them instead of presuming she was acting out of envy. Sophie agreed to return home, but the harm to our family bonds had already occurred. The investigation revealed that Ryan had been administering prohibited chemicals to many swimmers without their knowledge, and several families were now dealing with the fallout from their children's tainted achievements. The local swimming community was in disarray. Parents were outraged by the supplements, swimmers were distraught by their destroyed careers, and there were suspicions that Ryan could face criminal charges for giving illegal chemicals to youngsters without sufficient medical supervision. My personal situation remained unaltered. Even though I realized Sophie was trying to protect me, my swimming career was over. The pills had irreversibly tarnished my eligibility for college competition, forcing me to take a completely new road forward. The most difficult thing was recognizing that my better performance over the previous year and a half was not the result of my own hard effort and inherent skill. I had been unintentionally cheating, and whatever accomplishment I was proud of during that time was practically pointless. Sophie and I were gradually mending our relationship, but things with our parents remained tricky. They were torn between guilt about disregarding Sophie's worries and fury over the demise of my swimming career. Our family relations had been utterly upended, and neither of us knew how to proceed. The inquiry was still underway, and there were speculations that Ryan could face more serious charges. Several other families were contemplating legal action, and the State Sports Commission was investigating all of Ryan's former swimmers to establish the scope of the supplement scheme. I was still staying with my uncle while we discussed our future moves, but I knew I would eventually have to come home and confront the reality of my predicament. My aspirations of swimming in college were shattered, and I needed to reassess my entire future. Update 2. The matter has taken another dramatic turn, and I'm not sure our family will ever recover from what we've discovered over the last month and a half. The examination into Ryan's teaching program has revealed details that go much beyond the supplement issue I mentioned in my previous post. After the illicit chemicals were discovered, the State Athletic Commission broadened their inquiry to include Ryan's whole coaching career and business dealings. What they discovered stunned everyone in our swimming community and had legal ramifications that none of us anticipated. Ryan had been running what authorities describe as a systematic fraud scam involving many swimmers and their families for the past 5 years. The pills were only one component of a much wider scheme that included forged training records, manipulated competition results, and financial fraud. Ryan had been charging families a premium for his advanced coaching program, saying that he had connections with Olympic training facilities and college scouts who would promise athletic scholarships to swimmers who exceeded specific performance thresholds. He provided families with elaborate training plans and progress reports that made it appear that their children were making outstanding development. What families didn't realize was that Ryan was changing training data and competition statistics to make swimmers appear more successful than they were. He would report phony times to college scouts, make fake training videos of swimmers performing better than they could, and even bribe officials at smaller contests to record inaccurate results. The illegal substances were part of this scam because they allowed swimmers to briefly achieve the performance levels Ryan claimed they had attained naturally. When swimmers raced at higher-level competitions where drug testing was more common, Ryan would modify their supplement regimens or find ways to escape testing entirely. My parents had paid Ryan more than $40,000 for my advanced coaching program over the previous 3 years. This included training fees, competition travel expenditures, and equipment payments, all of which Ryan said were required for high-level training. Other families had paid comparable amounts, and detectives estimate Ryan received more than $500,000 from families in our region alone. The most distressing revelation was that Ryan had been actively targeting families like ours, parents with unfulfilled athletic goals who were willing to invest extensively in their children's athletic careers. He would discover swimmers with innate talent and persuade their parents that with the correct coaching and financial support, their children might earn athletic scholarships and possibly Olympic success. Ryan appeared to be quite effective at understanding family dynamics and capitalizing on parents' competitive drive when it came to their children's athletic success. He would instill artificial competition among swimmers and their families, motivating parents to invest more money and time to keep their children ahead of the other swimmers in the program. This explains why our family ties have become so strained in recent years. Ryan had been gradually persuading my parents to devote more resources to my training while making them believe Sophie was not dedicated enough to justify the same amount of effort. He had effectively leveraged our family's competitive dynamics to get more money and power. Investigators questioned other families in Ryan's program and discovered similar patterns of dysfunction and financial distress. Parents had taken out loans, depleted college savings accounts, and even refinanced their homes to pay for Ryan's coaching program. Several families faced major financial troubles as a result of their investments in what turned out to be a fraudulent operation. The emotional impact on the swimmers has been severe. Aside from me, there were 12 other swimmers who had been using the illegal supplements without their awareness. All of these swimmers have lost their college sports eligibility, and several had already enrolled in institutions on swimming scholarships that have since been withdrawn. 3 swimmers from Ryan's program had already begun their freshman year of college when the probe conclusions were released. They were promptly suspended from their respective teams, and their scholarships were withdrawn. 2 of them had to drop out of school completely because they couldn't afford tuition without their athletic scholarships. Sophie has been plagued with intense remorse about her involvement in revealing Ryan's scheme, despite the fact that she eventually saved myself and other swimmers from years of further mistreatment. She continues repeating she wishes she had spoken up sooner, but she also worries that if she hadn't acted so quickly, Additional families would have been dragged into Ryan's plan. Our parents have been battling with personal shame and financial difficulties. Aside from losing the money they put in Ryan's program, they must also confront the fact that they grew so preoccupied with my swimming career that they disregarded Sophie and harmed our family connections. They have been attending counseling sessions to focus on their parenting style and relationship concerns. The financial impact on our family has been substantial. My parents had planned to utilize some of their retirement assets to augment my college fees, even though I had a full scholarship, but they now need to reassess their financial strategy. They are also considering filing a class action lawsuit against Ryan to recoup some of the money they spent for his coaching program. Ryan was arrested 6 weeks ago on allegations of fraud, distributing prohibited narcotics to minors, and conspiracy. His coaching license has been permanently withdrawn, and he faces several years in prison if convicted of all counts. His assets have been frozen as detectives work to recoup funds for the families he deceived. The ripple effects on our local swimming community have been massive. The facility where Ryan conducted his program has lost the majority of its membership, and several other coaches have been investigated to ensure they are not participating in similar schemes. Parents are becoming increasingly wary of premium coaching programs, demanding greater transparency regarding training techniques and expenses. For me, the last 2 weeks have been spent realizing that my entire athletic identity was constructed on lies and deceit. The swimmer I believed I was does not exist, and the accomplishments I was proud of were the product of prohibited chemicals and falsified competition results. I've started taking classes at a nearby community college to figure out where I want my life to go. It's been difficult to adjust to being an ordinary student rather than an exceptional athlete, but I'm discovering new interests and abilities that I never had time to pursue when my entire life focused around swimming. Sophie and I have started spending more time together, and our connection has gradually improved. She's been assisting me with researching job alternatives and college programs that would be a suitable fit for my current abilities and interests. She's also been really kind with me as I process my anger and disappointment with the situation. The hardest aspect is that I still like swimming, but I am unable to engage in competitive swimming due to my permanently contaminated eligibility status. I've been swimming recreationally at the community center, but it's a very different feeling when you're not practicing for competitions or aiming for certain performance goals. Our family is still attempting to restore trust and communication, but it is a slow process. We are all dealing with the fallout from Ryan's deception and attempting to figure out how to move forward. The counseling sessions have been beneficial, but there is still a lot of damage to be repaired in terms of our relationships and personal self-esteem. Sophie has decided to give up competitive swimming entirely. She claims that the entire experience has caused her to lose interest in the sport, and she wants to focus on other activities that do not involve the same level of competition and possibility for exploitation. She's been experimenting with photography and journalism, which was influenced in part by her research documentation. Ryan's criminal trial has yet to begin, and it will very likely take several months. Meanwhile, detectives continue to review his papers and interview family members to uncover the entire extent of his fraudulent operations. Additional charges may be made when new evidence becomes available. Civil actions against Ryan and his coaching program are now underway, but lawyers have told families that even if we win, Ryan's assets may not be sufficient to completely recompense everyone who was duped. Many families may never recover the money they put into his scheme. Update 3. It's been over 9 months since the scenario began, and I wanted to share a final update on how things have turned out. Ryan's criminal trial ended last month, and while there was some sense of justice, the fallout for our family and the other families involved has been mixed. Ryan was convicted of the majority of the counts brought against him, including fraud, distribution of banned narcotics to minors, and conspiracy. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison and forced to pay compensation to the cheated families. However, the restitution amount was far lower than what families actually lost because Ryan had already spent the majority of the money he earned from his coaching program. Our family received approximately $6,000 from the restitution fund, a fraction of what my parents had given Ryan throughout the years. The class action lawsuit is still proceeding, but lawyers do not expect families to receive any extra compensation because Ryan's assets were restricted. The most significant breakthrough for me was learning that 3 institutions were willing to consider awarding me academic scholarships based on my grades and standardized test scores. Because I was so focused on swimming, I never truly considered furthering my education based on intellectual quality, rather than physical skill. I accepted an academic scholarship to a state university about 3 hours away. The scholarship does not cover all of my expenditures, as a full athletic scholarship would. But when combined with financial aid and a part-time work, I may attend college without placing a pressure on my parents' finances. I'm studying in sports administration with a concentration in business ethics. My encounter with Ryan's bogus scheme piqued my curiosity, and learning how sporting organizations may better protect young athletes from exploitation. I hope to eventually work in compliance or supervision roles for sports groups. Sophie began her senior year of high school in the autumn and has already moved on from competitive swimming. She joined the school newspaper and has written pieces on child sports and athlete safety. Her work recording Ryan's program proved to be good preparation for investigative journalism, and she is thinking about pursuing communications or journalism in college. Our family ties have greatly improved in recent months, however we are all still absorbing the effects of Ryan's manipulation on our family dynamics. My parents have been a lot more mindful of not favoring Sophie over me, and they've encouraged both of us to explore our own interests, rather than focusing solely on physical performance. The counseling sessions helped my parents recognize how their concern with my swimming career had impacted Sophie and our family connections. They've tried to foster Sophie's interests in journalism and photography with the same enthusiasm they had for my swimming. Though Sophie occasionally appears uncomfortable with too much attention, my bond with her is probably stronger than it has ever been. We've both learned to express our concerns and thoughts more directly, and I admire her bravery in speaking up about Ryan's program, even though she knew it would have major ramifications for our family. The larger swimming community in our area is still recuperating from the controversy. Several other coaches have developed more transparent processes and improved oversight to avoid similar incidents. Parents are becoming increasingly wary of premium coaching programs, asking extensive inquiries regarding training methods and pricing. 5 of the other swimmers involved by Ryan's supplement regimen have also lost their college athletic eligibility indefinitely. The majority of them are seeking academic scholarships or attending college without athletic funding. 2 swimmers elected to take a gap year to sort out their next moves, while 1 enlisted in the military. Ryan's scam has had the greatest financial impact on families, and they are still struggling. One family had to sell their home because they took out a second mortgage to cover coaching expenses. Another family is coping with huge debt that will take years to repay. Ryan's approach has long-term financial ramifications for certain families. Ryan's coaching facility was permanently closed following his imprisonment, and the building currently houses a different firm. The pool, where I spent thousands of hours training, has been converted into a fitness facility. Sometimes I drive past and reflect about all the time and energy I spent there, but I try not to focus on what could have been. I still swim recreationally several times per week, primarily for fitness and stress relief. It took several months for me to be able to enjoy myself in the water, without worrying about competition times or training goals. Swimming is now something I do for leisure, which is certainly better than my previous obsessive relationship with the sport. Looking back, I believe Sophie spared me from years of further exploitation and severe health concerns from the forbidden narcotics. While losing my swimming career was upsetting at the time, I'm thankful that the truth came out sooner rather than later, when the ramifications could have been far worse. I have no touch with Ryan, and am not interested in connecting with him. Several other families have gotten letters from him expressing regret for his conduct, but I don't believe whatever he says will change my feelings about what he did to me and the other swimmers in his program. My parents have become increasingly wary of persons who promise remarkable results in exchange for large financial investments. They've also become advocates for increased control and regulation of kids' sports programs, and they occasionally speak at community gatherings about warning flags that parents should look out for. Sophie and I intend to continue our work to avoid such exploitation of young athletes. She's been working on a series of stories about youth sports safety for her school newspaper, and I'm thinking about writing about my own experiences for my college newspaper once I've settled into my academic program. The entire ordeal taught our family that sports success is not worth sacrificing family connections or financial stability. We're all working toward our respective goals now, but with much better communication and more realistic expectations of what success looks like. I'm not sure I'll ever totally recover from losing my swimming career, but I'm creating a new identity that isn't just based on athletic achievement. College has been difficult but gratifying, and I'm discovering skills and interests that I never had time to cultivate when my entire life was centered on training and performance. This will be my final update on the matter. Our family is moving forward, and while Ryan's manipulation will always have an influence on us, we will not let it define our future. Sophie and I are doing fine. Our parents learned from their experiences, and we're all better equipped to safeguard ourselves and others against similar exploitation. Story 2. My parents threatened to boycott my wedding unless I invited my sister, who had shattered my 5-year relationship by sleeping with my partner. What occurred next astonished everyone. I, a 28-year-old female, never expected to find myself in this predicament, but here I am. My sister Olivia, a 26-year-old female, and I were quite close growing up. We shared a room in our little suburban home, whispering secrets late into the night and daydreaming about our future. Olivia was always the more gregarious one, with a talent for art and music, whereas I was the studious kind, nose buried in a book. Despite our disputes, we remained linked. Our parents, Thomas, 55, and Grace, 53, taught us to put family above all else. Dad worked long hours as a construction foreman to support us, while Mom worked part-time and took care of the house. They instilled in us a strong sense of loyalty and taught us the value of sticking together through thick and thin. Little did I know how much my familial loyalty would be tested in the coming years. Ryan, a 30-year-old male, and I met during our sophomore year in college. He was a senior, charismatic and popular, who shared my enthusiasm for literature. We bonded over our common love of classic novels, and we spent many hours in quaint coffee shops talking about our favorite authors. Ryan was my first serious boyfriend, and I fell hard and quickly. Ryan decided to stay in town and work for a small publishing business after graduation. Our relationship grew stronger, and we soon began discussing our future together. We moved in together after graduation, sharing a small but comfortable apartment near the city center. Ryan was always supportive of my marketing career goals and encouraged me to aim high. Olivia, on the other hand, had decided to follow her passion for art rather than attend college. She worked several jobs to support herself while attempting to establish a name in the local art community. I admired her tenacity and determination, even though our parents were dismayed by her decision not to pursue more study. Ryan and Olivia hit it off from the start. They shared an interest in indie music and abstract art, frequently engaged in passionate debates about the newest gallery openings or underground bands. I was overjoyed that my boyfriend and sister got along so well, never suspecting that their relationship would develop into something more sinister. Ryan and I were doing well 5 years into our partnership. We'd weathered the storms of early adulthood together, including job changes, financial difficulties, and the death of our beloved childhood dog. We had even begun casually researching engagement rings online, fantasizing about a future wedding and the family we would create together. In contrast, Olivia's life was more turbulent. She moved from job to job, trying to make ends meet while pursuing her art. There were times when she'd crash on our couch, and Ryan and I would assist her financially. I didn't mind. After all, she was my sister, and I wanted to support her aspirations. Everything changed on a wet Tuesday in April. I had a large presentation at work and discovered I had left some important data on my home laptop. Knowing Olivia was staying with us that week, I contacted and requested her to send the files to me. She agreed, and I didn't think anything more about it. Hours later, after nailing my presentation, I checked my inbox to find Olivia's files. But there was something else. Olivia had mistakenly left an email thread open when she transmitted the files. My heart stopped as I read the letters between her and Ryan, which contained intimate details and arrangements for their secret rendezvous. I felt as if the ground had vanished beneath me. The two individuals I trusted the most in the world had deceived me in the worst way. I left work early, my thoughts reeling, and confronted Ryan in our apartment. He attempted to downplay it at first, stating it was simply a few innocent flirtations. However, as I shared more of what I had read, his excuses disintegrated. Ryan eventually disclosed to Olivia that he had been having an affair for 6 months. He claimed it began innocently. Late-night conversations while I was sleeping or working late. A common interest for art that grew into something more. He stated he never wanted to hurt me, that he was confused about his emotions. I couldn't endure hearing it any longer and urged him to go. Confronting Olivia was even more challenging. I approached her modest studio apartment, my hands trembling as I knocked on the door. When she opened it, her expression sank. She realized I'd found out. Unlike Ryan, Olivia did not try to offer excuses. She looked me in the eyes and told me she had fallen in love with Ryan, that they hadn't planned it, but couldn't resist their feelings. The following several months were a haze of agony and hatred. I moved out of the apartment I shared with Ryan and stayed on a friend's couch until I could locate my own place. I put myself into work, picking up extra assignments to keep my mind occupied. I cut off all contact with Ryan and Olivia, blocking their phone numbers and social media profiles. My parents were devastated by the news. They attempted to mediate at first, encouraging me to hear Olivia out and contemplate forgiveness, but I couldn't handle the thought of being in the same room with her. The treachery was too new, too deep. They eventually stopped pushing, but I could see the sadness in their eyes every time the subject came up. After nearly a year of treatment and self-reflection, I felt ready to date again. That's when I met Lucas, 32, at a charity auction for the local animal shelter. He was tall, with nice eyes, and a soft grin that put me at ease right away. We bonded over our mutual love of dogs and our volunteer experiences at the shelter. Lucas was kind and compassionate as I discussed my past. He never pushed me to go faster than I felt comfortable with, always respecting my limits. Slowly but steadily, I found myself falling in love again. This time with a man who actually cherished and respected me. 2 years into our relationship, Lucas proposed on a morning trek to our favorite viewing point. It was simple, private, and beautiful. As we started planning our wedding, I felt a mixture of excitement and dread. The thought of walking down the aisle again triggered memories I'd rather forget. Everything was going fine until my dad mentioned inviting Olivia to the wedding. They contended that she is still family and should be present on my special day. The very suggestion made my stomach turn. How could I celebrate the most joyful day of my life with someone who had given me so much pain? I firmly refused, informing my parents that Olivia's presence would just bring up sad memories and could ruin the day. Lucas agreed with me, saying that our wedding should be about our love and happiness, not attempting to patch relationships that may be beyond repair. My parents did not take it well. They accused me of being petty and unwilling to move forward. They even threatened not to go if Olivia was not invited. Some of our relatives also got involved, accusing me of selfishness for separating the family and asking me to be the bigger person. But I don't believe I am in the wrong here. Olivia deceived me in the worst manner possible. She slept with the man I believed I'd spend my life with. I've worked hard to overcome that grief and create a new life with Lucas. I don't want anything to compromise my newfound contentment and calm. So, Reddit, am I an asshole for not inviting my sister to my wedding? Am I being petty, or do I have the right to remove someone who has badly injured me from one of the most important events in my life? Update 1. I'd want to thank everyone who left helpful comments and advice on my first article. The response was amazing, and it gave me the confidence to have a difficult but essential conversation with my parents. I invited them over to supper last week, determined to clear the air and establish some boundaries. The evening started quite stressful. Mom kept trying to shift the talk toward wedding plans, while Dad was unusually silent. After we finished our meal, I took a big breath and went in. I went into depth about how Olivia's actions had affected me, including the sleepless nights, trust issues that nearly ruined my relationship with Lucas, and the therapy sessions I required to get through my anguish. I told them about the panic attacks I used to get anytime I saw a pair resembling Ryan and Olivia, how I'd lost weight because food lost its flavor, and how I'd poured myself into work to avoid dealing with my feelings. I explained how Lucas had been gentle with me, comforting me during nightmares and consoling me when my doubts threatened to overtake me. To my amazement, Mom burst into tears midway through my explanation. Between sobbing, she revealed that they had pushed for Olivia's inclusion out of remorse. Olivia's life had spiraled downward after the tragedy. Olivia, according to my parents, had lost her job at the gallery where she had previously worked. Her drinking, which had previously been sociable, had progressed to the point that she was rarely sober. She'd been in a number of short-lived, destructive relationships, including one that left her in the hospital with a fractured arm. Mom and Dad felt responsible for not seeing Olivia's problems sooner. They scolded themselves for applauding her free spirit without acknowledging that she may have required more guidance and assistance. In their thoughts, bringing Olivia to the wedding was a chance to reintegrate her into the group and possibly help her get her life back on track. While I sympathized with Olivia's hardships, I made it clear that this did not excuse her behavior or erase the anguish she caused me. I reminded them of all the instances they had assisted Olivia financially and emotionally over the years, emphasizing how supportive they had always been as parents. I highlighted that I am not responsible for Olivia's well-being, and I should not have to give up my peace of mind for her. Dad, who had kept silent for the majority of the conversation, suddenly piped out. He told me a story about his own background that I had never heard before. Apparently his older brother had done something similar when they were younger, betraying Dad's trust significantly. They had never really reconciled, and I could see sadness in Dad's eyes as he recounted decades of stressful family reunions and squandered possibilities. He stated that he did not want the same for Olivia and me, which is why he has been pushing for reconciliation. But he also admitted that he couldn't compel forgiveness, and that healing had to happen on my own terms. Dad apologized for pressuring me and promised that he and Mom would respect my decision regarding the wedding. He also told me that they would attend, with or without Olivia. My parents agreed to speak with the relatives who had been causing me problems and explain the issue. They vowed to stop any future attempts to guilt-trip me into inviting Olivia. After this emotional chat, I felt as if a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. Although my feelings remained unresolved, I felt heard and understood by my parents for the first time since the ordeal began. Lucas, who had made himself scarce during the dinner to allow us peace, was quite supportive when I told him later that night. He held me while I cried, a mixture of relief and anguish sweeping over me. He advised we take a weekend trip to decompress and refocus on our wedding planning. We had a wonderful weekend at a nearby beach town, simply enjoying each other's company and finalizing some wedding plans. We chose our wedding cake, chocolate with raspberry filling, planned the celebration playlist, and even practiced our first dance on the beach under the starlight. This event has increased my appreciation for Lucas. He's been my rock through it all, constantly prioritizing my sentiments and wholeheartedly supporting me. I am more confident than ever that I am marrying the right guy. The wedding is less than 2 months away, and I'm looking forward to celebrating our love with those who actually care about us. I still feel sad over Olivia's absence, but I know this is the best decision for my mental health and happiness. Thank you again, Reddit, for assisting me in standing my ground and prioritizing my well-being. Your support has meant more than you realize. Update 2. It has been a crazy few weeks since my last post, and I have some unexpected news to offer. I got Olivia's letter around 3 weeks ago. The envelope lay on our kitchen counter for days, and I hesitated whether to open it or throw it away. Lucas, ever the voice of reason, argued that reading it would bring some solace, even if I choose not to reply. Finally, on a peaceful Sunday morning, I mustered the confidence to open the letter. It was many pages lengthy and filled with Olivia's distinctive looping handwriting. As I read, I could practically hear her voice in my thoughts, recalling late-night chats and secrets from our youth. Olivia began by acknowledging the grief she had caused me, accepting full responsibility for her actions and offering no excuses. She wrote of the downward spiral her life had taken when Ryan left her, and how she had turned to drink to alleviate her remorse and shame. She claimed to suffering from depression, which had begun long before the episode with Ryan but had increased dramatically thereafter. Her admission that she was going to rehab stunned me the most. She had apparently been in a treatment facility for the previous 6 months, focusing on her sobriety and mental wellness. She wrote of the grueling treatment sessions, group gatherings, and the difficult task of confronting her demons. Olivia mentioned that part of her healing process was making amends to individuals she had harmed. She clarified that she did not seek forgiveness, and respected my decision not to include her at the wedding. Her intention in writing was just to apologize and inform me that she was attempting to become a better person. The letter concluded with a story from our childhood. I stood up for her against some bullies at school. Olivia said that she had always admired my strength and honesty, and that betraying me was her biggest regret in life. I'd want to say I felt a rush of forgiveness after reading the letter, but the truth is that it left me torn. A part of me remained furious and sad, while another sensed a glimmer of the sisterly affection we had shared. I decided to take some time to examine my emotions before making any decisions. After a few days of deliberation and numerous conversations with Lucas, I agreed to meet Olivia at a neutral site, a quiet cafe in town. Seeing her in person after 3 years seemed weird. She appeared smaller, with black circles under her eyes, but she exuded a sense of tranquility that had not previously existed. Our communication was difficult at first, with long pauses and unsure phrases. But as we talked, things became easier. Olivia restated what she had said in the letter, her voice breaking with emotion as she apologized once more for the hurt she had caused. She told me more about her sober journey and the work she had done in therapy. Olivia even showed me a journal in which she had been writing letters to me as part of her recovery, despite the fact that she had no intention of sending them. Reading excerpts from her genuine, unedited thoughts during those sad days was eye-opening. I'm not going to lie. That was an emotional meeting. We both cried as we discussed the past and the sorrow we had both endured. Olivia revealed that she and Ryan had split up just months after I discovered them, their relationship withering under the weight of guilt and anger. She hadn't communicated with him since. By the end of our appointment, I felt a sense of closure that I hadn't realized I needed. The wrath that had been burning inside me for years began to subside, and was replaced by a complex mix of sadness, relief, and cautious hope. After much deliberation and conversation with Lucas, I have decided not to invite Olivia to the wedding. It's too soon, and I want to enjoy my special day without additional worry or mental issues. However, I've agreed to try to re-establish our friendship gradually, beginning with occasional text messages and perhaps coffee meets in the future. Olivia appreciated and respected my decision. She even sent Lucas and me a modest gift, a lovely hand-painted letter wishing us success in our marriage. It reminded me of the cards she used to make for my birthdays when we were younger, which brought back bittersweet memories. I understand that this journey of healing and rebuilding trust will be long and possibly difficult. There are still times when the anguish of betrayal resurfaces, reminding me of everything we have lost. But for the first time in 3 years, I am optimistic about having my sister back in my life eventually. The wedding preparations are in full flow. Lucas and I are delighted to celebrate our love with our closest friends and family. While Olivia will not be present, I am more at peace with that decision now. Our special day will be spent looking forward to our future together, rather than lingering on past hurts. Update 3. It's been 6 months since my wedding, and I wanted to provide you with a last report on this chapter of my life. The wedding day was simply wonderful. Lucas and I exchanged vows in front of our loved ones in the stunning vineyard setting we had chosen. The weather was beautiful, with a moderate wind and clear blue skies that seemed to reflect the delight I felt in my heart. I walked down the aisle on my father's arm, my gaze riveted on Lucas's. All of the drama and pain of the previous years seemed to fade away in that instant. As I stood at the altar with my soon-to-be husband, all I could feel was love and appreciation. The ceremony was modest and personal, with readings picked by our closest friends and vows written by ourselves. There wasn't a dry eye in the house as Lucas promised to always be my safe haven, and I promised to be a constant companion through all of life's adventures. The reception was a happy occasion. The meal was wonderful, the wine was plenty, and the dance floor was full all night. My parents were on their best behavior, praising Lucas and me, and making no mention of Olivia. It was great to see them so joyful and supportive. Olivia, on the other hand, complied with my requests and did not attempt to contact me on the wedding day. Instead, she delivered a gorgeous bouquet of sunflowers, my favorite flower since childhood, to my hotel room. The accompanying note congratulated us and wished us a life of happiness. It was a lovely gift that I valued more than I anticipated. Since the wedding, Lucas and I have adjusted into married life, which has been fantastic. We recently purchased our first home together, a quaint craftsman-style house with a modest backyard. We've enjoyed making it our own by painting the walls and adding a garden. It feels nice to be starting a life together and making new memories in a space that is genuinely ours. My relationship with Olivia is gradually improving. We've had a few more coffee meetings and are now texting on a regular basis. Our chats are still somewhat guarded, but there is a developing comfort between us that reminds me of our previous connection. Last month we even ate dinner with our parents. It was tense at beginning, with everyone trying to avoid certain topics. However, as the evening went, the atmosphere became more familiar. Olivia remains committed to her recovery and has been making significant improvements in her life. She's back in school, training to be a counselor for disturbed teenagers. She thinks her own experiences have given her insight into the difficulties that young people encounter, and she wants to help others avoid the mistakes she did. Seeing her progress and commitment to changing her life has aided me in my forgiveness journey. Olivia recently requested if she might exhibit some of her artwork at a local gallery. I hesitated at first, recollections of her previous artistic undertakings bringing up conflicting emotions, but I decided to go anyway, with Lucas by my side for encouragement. Walking into the gallery, I was taken aback by the transformation in her work. The chaotic, dark pieces of her turbulent years were replaced by brilliant, hopeful canvases that appeared to throb with life. One painting in particular caught my eye: 2 interwoven trees with branches reaching for the sky. Olivia later told me that it mirrored her hope for our relationship, to grow together again after being apart. While we are not back to being best friends, and I doubt we will ever be, I am glad we are striving to mend our friendship. It's a lengthy process, with occasional setbacks when past hurts resurface, but it feels right. We're learning to be sisters again in a way that honors our separate paths and who we've become. I would want to thank everyone who helped me through this difficult time. Your guidance and encouragement helped me stay strong and make the best decisions for myself. I've learned a lot about setting boundaries, self-care, and the power of forgiveness, not for the benefit of the other person, but for my own peace of mind. Looking back, I learned that the healing process isn't linear. There are good and bad days, periods of growth and moments of uncertainty. But I'm pleased of how far I've come, and I'm enthusiastic about the future with Lucas. To anyone in a similar situation, remember that it is acceptable to prioritize your personal well-being. Healing takes time, and you don't have to forgive somebody until you're ready to do so. Trust your intuition, surround yourself with helpful people, and do not be hesitant to seek professional help if necessary. As for me, I'm looking forward to the next chapter in my relationship with Lucas. We're talking about starting a family soon, and the prospect of becoming parents both excites and scares us. Whatever problems come our way, I am confident we will face them together. My sister got pregnant by my fiancé. My parents told me to forgive and forget, so I gave my sister's baby shower guests proof she stole my fiancé. "We have something to announce," my sister exclaimed in my living room at my party, which I paid for. Everyone went silent. My fiancé threw his arm around her waist like he had never hugged me before. I wondered if she had realized yet. "Poor thing," my sister remarked, rubbing her belly. "We're pregnant." 4 months, he clarified. 4 months. "Your face is priceless," he murmured. "Did you really think this was serious? I stuck around for your credit cards, but my child needs something more stable, something you don't have." I turned to my parents. My mom sighed. "Don't make a scene. Be the adult." My father continued. "Your sister requires your support. That is what family is for." She smiled. "With what you earn, you won't even notice. You're going to be the most useful aunt in the world." I left. Not one word. I simply drove. I cried me dry. I returned home, disregarded the mess they had created, and went straight to my office. I accessed the investment folder. It was not family money. That was the trust fund my grandfather gave me was the only one who recognized my discipline when everyone else saw an ATM. I'd tripled it in 10 years. I grinned for the first time that evening. Everything, absolutely everything, was under my name. They were correct about one thing. Babies are expensive, and they were about to discover the true cost of betraying me. The next morning arrived without tears. I woke up with an odd sensation, similar to when you cut yourself and don't feel the agony until you see the blood. I walked directly to my office and opened the family investment folder on my desk. The first paper is the lease agreement for my sister's apartment, with my name as the principal guarantor. Second, the loan documents for his car, my name again. Third, the family loan agreement for her university, which they signed without reading when they were 20. My riches were the foundation for everything. I scanned them one by one, painstakingly. They had never bothered to understand a single page, signature, or revocation provision. But I did not cancel anything. That was my first strategic decision, a deliberate vacuum used as a weapon. A week later, the initial bait proved effective. My sister contacted me upset when her premium credit card was denied at the spa. "What's wrong with your account?" "I don't know what you're talking about. Everything is fine with my account." I hung up. What they didn't realize was that I had set up notifications on all accounts. Any transaction that above $200 required my manual approval. I allowed typical transactions to go through but prohibited anything that smelled of luxury. I made them feel uncertain without confirming what was happening. Their reaction was typical. They increased their spending like children having a tantrum. They began emailing me links to $400,000 mansions. On social media, they tagged me in photographs of expensive cribs for my baby. My sister even shared a photo of a Mercedes-Benz. The baby deserves to come in elegance. But things did not add up. The 4-month betrayal had left me paranoid. I began auditing our past together, going over every single bank statement. I needed to know how I had been so blind. That's when I discovered the first anomaly. A $0 Uber ride on a day when he was apparently homesick and nauseous. At 11 p.m., the excursion came to a conclusion at the downtown bar district. I made a bogus Instagram profile. I looked up the location tags for that date and area. It took 3 hours, but I finally discovered it. A snapshot posted by a blonde woman I had never met. He was kissing her. My sister was not the other woman. She was simply the safer investment. I kept digging. I discovered 2 years of digital lies, and whole life he had been leading behind my back. Instagram stories I wasn't tagged in. We never booked any hotel bookings together. Romantic dinners didn't exist in my reality. I called a lawyer the next day and scheduled a 1-hour meeting. "I want to confirm all of my revocation and execution rights on these 3 assets," I explained, placing the scanned documents on his desk. He spent 20 minutes reviewing them. "You have absolute control. You can revoke any guarantee with 30 days notice. For the car loan, you can demand immediate payment of the total debt. For the apartment, technically, you can evict them whenever you want. Legally, everything is ironclad. Their signatures authorize it." I paid the $200 consultation charge in cash and departed with a smile I hadn't felt in weeks. I began documenting everything. I produced digital and physical folders containing screenshots of their exorbitant spending, recordings of their calls requesting money, and communications in which they treated me like an ATM. Every insult, snub, and evidence of their ingratitude is documented with a date and time. Then came the counterattack. My best buddy called me, and her voice was odd. "Is it true you've had a mental breakdown? Your sister says you're obsessed and need help." That's when I realized their strategy. Socially isolate me. Paint me as the insane person who couldn't embrace their happiness. Since when do you believe her more than me? I asked her. Uncomfortable quiet. I'm just worried about you. It worsened when my mother called. Her voice was devoid of any diplomatic concern from the parties. It was pure accusation. Your sister is under a lot of stress because of you. It could be bad for the baby. Do you want that on your conscience? Pure emotional blackmail. I'm fine, Mom. Just reevaluating priorities. Stop being dramatic. She's your sister. I know exactly who she is. A month after the fiasco, I received the call I had been waiting for. My mother spoke again, but in a sugary voice. Honey, we're having a baby shower for your sister. We know you've had your differences, but it's time to forgive and forget. Family is the most important thing. I remained silent for 5 seconds. It felt like an eternity. Of course, Mom. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I'll be there. Really? That's wonderful. I knew you'd come to your senses. Count on me. In fact, I'll bring the gifts. When I hung up, I opened my laptop and began composing a detailed list. They were not gifts I was bringing. These were sentences. The game had started. On Monday, after my talk with Mom, I began shifting the pieces. First, I mailed a certified eviction notice to my sister's residence, giving her 30 days to remove. When they received the document, my sister called me and laughed. Seriously, a lawyer's letter? What are you going to do next? Call the police. She cackled as if it were the most hilarious joke in the world. Relax, drama queen. Mom already told us you were going to come to your senses. I hung up without responding. On Wednesday, I stopped paying the installment for my ex's car. The bank began calling him the following day. I knew because he texted me. Fix the car account. This is a system error. On Friday, I sent a letter to the university canceling my support for my sister's final semester, with copies to the scholarship office, the financial department, and the dean. You have 30 days to locate alternative funds or face immediate academic suspension. That's when the true panic began. My sister contacted me at 7 a.m., screaming uncontrollably. On Saturday. What did you do? They're going to kick me out of the university. I'm pregnant. I can't work full time. Good morning, sister. How are you and the baby? Don't give me that. Fix this right now. I can't fix what isn't broken. Check the contracts you signed. Those papers don't mean anything. We're family. Exactly. That's what family is for, I replied, echoing my father's sentiments. Isn't that what you told me? The hush on the other end lasted 5 seconds before she hung up. My ex received a formal repossession warning from the bank the following Tuesday. Of course, he ignored it. He sent me a message. Stop the drama. You're aware that I need the car for work. Think of the baby. As if my sister's baby were my duty. On Wednesday, they hired a low-cost lawyer they found through Google. I know because I received a stupid letter, full of spelling problems, threatening me with serious legal consequences for violating implied family obligations. My lawyer laughed when I showed it to him. Implicit family commitments. This guy got his degree from a cereal box. I requested that he provide copies of all signed contracts, with each revocation clause highlighted in fluorescent yellow. The cheap lawyer's quiet sounded deafening. We never heard from him again. However, my masterstroke required an unexpected ally. I scoured Instagram till I discovered the blonde in the shot. Her name was Andrea. She had a public profile and 3 years' worth of images with my ex. I made a phony account and sent her a direct message including a single photo of the two of them kissing on the day he was supposed to be sick. I felt you should know that he is cheating on you with me. We have been together for 2 years. He is marrying me in December. Her response arrived in 10 minutes. What? 2 years? We have been living together for 3 years. Who are you? I emailed her screenshots of our conversations, images of our life together, and receipts for romantic dinners she'd never seen. I'm his fiancé. Oh, he was living with you since he also lives with me. The information exchange took 2 hours. It turns out he had 2 apartments, 2 lifestyles, and 2 ladies paying his bills, each believing she was the only one. Andrea paid half of her rent on the opposite side of town. I paid for everything else. That son of a... She eventually wrote. What do you want to do? Do you know my sister? The one who's pregnant by him? He's pregnant by him? He told me he was sterile. Andrea became my most important ally. She not only confirmed that my ex was a professional liar, but she also had 3 years of evidence of his true personality, photos at parties while he was supposedly caring for his sick girlfriend, me, messages mocking the fools who maintain my lifestyle, and even videos in which he practiced lies to tell me later on. "There's something you have to see," she wrote. "They're having a baby shower this Sunday. Your sister posted on Facebook asking for money for the best gifts for the future baby." She sent me screenshots. My sister had started a GoFundMe campaign titled, "Help a Single Mom." She explained how her wealthy family abandoned her because she was pregnant. The tale was that I had kicked her out of the house out of jealousy, and she needed community support to provide the best for her baby. She'd raised $1,200. My blood boiled. But Andrea had a better idea. "What if I go to the baby shower? As his girlfriend, I have a right to meet the mother of his child." "No." Meanwhile, my ex showed up in my workplace parking lot on Friday afternoon. He was nervous, sweating and gesticulating violently. "We need to talk right now." I took out my phone and began recording before approaching him. "What do you want to talk about?" "Cut the crap. You know damn well what. Cancel all this before it's too late." "Cancel what? Be clear." "The evictions. The repossessions. Everything." "I don't know what you're talking about. Are you having some legal trouble?" "Don't play dumb with me. It's my child, my family. You can't destroy my life over a tantrum." "A tantrum? Is that what you call finding out you cheated on me for years with my own sister?" "That doesn't matter. What matters is the future. That baby needs stability." "You're right. Babies do need stability. Maybe you should get a job." He went insane, yelling that I was vindictive and would regret it, all captured in high definition. That same night, my parents began direct harassment, including missed calls, WhatsApp messages, and an email from my father's work account. My mother's voicemail read, "If you don't come to your senses, we're going to tell the whole family what you're really like. Your Aunt Carmen, your cousins, your grandparents, everyone will know what a selfish, vengeful person you are. Is that what you want? To destroy your family's reputation over a whim?" My father was more forthright. "This has gone too far. This isn't about the engagement anymore. This is about destroying lives out of spite. I thought we raised you better." I kept every message, audio, and threat. On Sunday morning, they tried their final desperate measure. They discovered the account where we had accumulated money for the wedding. They attempted to access it with their old credentials. They discovered the account was empty and decided to close it for 3 weeks. My sister called me and cried, "Where's the wedding money?" "That money was for the baby. It was our money." "Our money? With what face do you say our? We were going to be a family. That money was going to be for all of us." "You're right. It was for a family. But that family was destroyed when you slept with my fiancé." I decided that it was time for strategic silence. I blocked my sister, my ex, and my parents' phone numbers. Any communication has to go through my lawyer. This maneuver drove them mad. They suddenly didn't have direct access to me. They couldn't manipulate me. They could not emotionally blackmail me. My cousins began receiving panicked calls requesting them to speak with me because I had lost my mind. My Aunt Carmen sent me a lengthy message emphasizing the significance of family forgiveness. My grandma gave me a photo of another cousin's newborn with the caption, "Babies are a blessing. Don't let pride destroy something beautiful." I did not respond to any of them. On Wednesday, the formal baby shower invitation arrived in the mail, a blue card with teddy bears, and the message, "Let's celebrate the arrival of the miracle." Location, my parents' home. Date, Sunday. Time, 2 p.m. Finally, in my mother's handwriting it reads, "We hope this special day helps us heal as a family." I laughed aloud. That night I prepared my gifts. It wasn't simply a folder. I purchased 3 exquisite gift boxes in blue and white paper, the ideal size for baby things. I carefully wrapped them with ribbons and cards. I scribbled the following on each tag: for the future, for stability, and for the truth. The first box contains a copy of the eviction notice as well as all of the apartment documentation. The second contains the car repossession paperwork and the withdrawal of the university sponsorship. Inside the third, screenshots showed my ex's double life with Andrea, the phony GoFundMe page, and transcripts of all the messages in which they threatened me, as well as a USB drive containing the audio and video recordings. On Friday, I unexpectedly ran into my ex at a coffee shop near his workplace. He appeared emaciated, as though he hadn't slept in days. "The baby shower is tomorrow," he explained, approaching my table. "I hope you come with a good attitude. Your sister is very stressed." I looked him in the eye with the coldest smile I could muster. "Don't worry. I'll be there, and I'll bring gifts." Real gifts or more of your legal games? You're going to have exactly the day you deserve. He lingered there for a bit, as if he wanted to say anything else, before turning and leaving. That night, as I was finishing off the final copies of documents, I discovered something. I wasn't angry anymore. The rage had subsided, leaving behind something even more dangerous: absolute coolness and clarity. The frigid satisfaction of knowing that justice would finally be served. On Sunday morning, I got up early and put on my nicest outfit, which I had never worn for them. I took my 3 carefully wrapped boxes and headed to my folks' place. It was time for a baby shower. I came at 2:15 p.m., 15 minutes late on purpose. The baby shower was in full swing in my parents' garden, with blue and white balloons, a candy table, and approximately 30 guests I had not seen in months. My sister, resplendent in the center, with my ex by her side, playing the role of adoring future father. The talk came to an end when I appeared with my 3 immaculately wrapped boxes. My mom raced over. "Honey, so glad you came. I knew you'd come to your senses." My sister grinned at me with her phony smile, which she had practiced since childhood. "Sister, thank you for coming, it means a lot to us." My ex came over and gave me a hug that was 2 seconds too long, enough to whisper, "Thanks for not ruining this." "You're welcome," I said, with a smile that did not reach my eyes. My father requested silence, and my ex took the floor. There he was, discussing ethics and how he had found his soulmate in my sister. Sometimes fate leads us down unexpected paths, but always to where we are meant to be. My sister shed crocodile tears, thanking everyone for their help during these trying times and looking directly at me. I especially want to thank my sister who, despite our differences, is here today. Applause. Smiles. Perfect performance. My mother stated, "It's time for gifts. Who wants to start?" "I do," I replied, raising my hand. I walked to the center with my 3 cartons. All eyes are on me. The prospect of reunion lingered in the air like cheap perfume. "A baby shower is for giving gifts that help the new family build their future," I explained clearly. "My gifts are exactly that, gifts of clarity and responsibility so they can build on a solid foundation." I addressed my parents first. "For you, who asked me to be the adult and reminded me that's what family is for." I gave them the first package. My father opened it with a smile that froze abruptly. Inside came a beautifully bound accounting ledger with the gold leaf title, Family Investment. Page after page itemized every penny I had spent on them in the previous 5 years: apartment, car, university, credit cards, vacations, medical emergencies. The number was underlined on the final page: $147,000. My mother went pale. "What? What is this?" "A receipt. I wanted you to remember exactly what family has been for." I turned to face my ex. "For you, who built this future on the foundation of my support." I gave him the second box. When he opened it, he discovered the automobile repossession documentation and a single key. I got out my phone and projected a shot of his Civic onto the TV screen they had set up for the baby photo slideshow, the tow truck that had taken it away that morning. "You won't be needing this anymore," I replied as he stared at the photo, mouth agape. "Are you crazy? That's my work car." "Check the contract. It was never yours." I finally turned to my sister. "And for you, who had such a bright future ahead." The third package contained the university's formal notice of suspension and a copy of the student loan agreement, which included a demand for urgent payment. My sister's face turned pink, white, then red as she read the document. "You can't do this. I'm pregnant. I'm 2 classes away from graduating. You should have thought of that before." "She's crazy," she exclaimed, playing the perfect victim. "She's obsessed. She can't stand to see us happy." The muttering from the crowd began. Some nodded, believing her act. "I'm not finished," I exclaimed, raising my voice. "There's one more gift. A gift that isn't from me, but for you." I plugged the USB drive into the television. The first image that flashed was of my ex kissing Andrea at the pub. My sister stared at him, puzzled. "What is this?" At that moment, the garden gate opened. Andrea strode in decisively, looking directly at my ex. "I came to give my own gift," she remarked calmly, piercing the air. "It's called honesty." My ex became as white as a sheet. "What are you doing here?" Andrea smiled. "Meeting the mother of your child. Though I wonder, did you tell her we've been living together for 3 years?" The presentation automatically played photographs of my ex and Andrea, including romantic dinners, trips, and bedtime dates that matched with our supposed anniversaries. My sister viewed the photographs as if they were in a horror film. What? What does this mean? It means that your soulmate has 2 apartments, 2 girlfriends, and told each one the other didn't exist, says Andrea. And by the way, he told me he was sterile. My sister collapsed, but she didn't wail like the victim. It was the shrill, frantic screech of someone who had just discovered she had been duped as badly as I had. "You son of a bitch," she yelled at my ex while stomping on his chest. "You told me she was history. You told me you loved me." My ex, cornered and witnessing his life fall, erupted. "You and your stupid family pressured me. Of course I needed a plan B. It was all about the money. Did you think I was going to live as a parasite from a single source for my whole life?" The hush was supple. He just confirmed everything in front of the whole family. My father stood up and trembled. "Parasite?" "Yes," my ex said, screaming out of control. "You and your money. Your daughter paying for everything." Of course I looked for alternatives. Any smart man would have. My sister was on the ground, sobbing in a way I'd never seen before, completely broken. I stepped over, bent down to her level, and murmured just quietly enough for just her to hear. "You wanted a real family. He gave you one. Enjoy it." I stood up, grabbed my purse and proceeded to the exit. Behind me, the commotion was complete. My ex is yelling justifications. Nobody believed. My sister is crying on the grass. Andrea is shooting everything with her phone. My parents were shocked, staring at the accounting ledger, while the visitors murmured and took pictures. At the door, I took one last look back. My mother was soothing my sister, but she was looking at me with a look I'd never seen before. Respect mixed with terror. "That's what family is for," I stated loudly enough for her to hear. I drove home in complete silence. I didn't play any music. I did not call anyone. I just drove with a tranquility I hadn't experienced in months. When I arrived at my apartment, I made myself a drink of water, sat on my sofa, and for the first time in a long time, I smiled. My phone began vibrating with messages, missed calls, and WhatsApps. I disregarded them all. It wasn't vengeance I felt in that garden, it was justice. Cold, planned and flawless justice. And for the first time since that awful night at my engagement party, I felt entirely liberated. It had been 6 months since the baby shower. That same night my sister and ex-partner split up. He escaped the city like the rat he had always been. She had no housing, no university and was pregnant, so she had to move into my parents' basement. The irony is exquisite. My parents, who pushed me so hard to keep the family together, are now obligated to support their daughter and the baby with their retirement resources. They became victims of the very daughter they defended. They attempted to reconcile with me 3 months ago. My mother called me, weeping. "We made a mistake. We need our family." "Of course," I told you. "But I'm no longer your ATM. We can have a relationship, but it will be cordial and at a distance." I agreed to see them for lunch once a month, but the terms are strict. No talk about money, no pleas for my sister, and no emotional coercion. They sacrificed their daughter the bank to make a faraway acquaintance. I sold the repossessed vehicle and rented out the apartment. The symbols of my betrayal are now generating passive money. Every month I receive $2,200 in rent, and my lawyer sends me a collection notice for the student loan, a harsh bureaucratic reminder that actions have consequences. I severed off communication with all relatives who pressed or judged me. My social circle was halved, but the quality increased enormously. I no longer have to deal with jealous cousins, misogynistic uncles, or controlling grandmothers. Last week I moved into a new house, smaller than the last one, but all mine, with no bad memories or ghosts from the past. In my study, I have a folder called Freedom Fund. All of the money I save from not supporting parasites goes in there. I've already accumulated $7,000. My sister attempted to contact me once the baby was delivered. She sent me a photo on WhatsApp with the remark, "Your nephew wants to meet his favorite aunt." I did not answer. I blocked that number. I don't hate her. It would demand emotional energy that I'd rather devote to my own life. She just doesn't exist for me. She is a stranger who formerly shared my surname. Last night, as I was evaluating my financial portfolio and observing how my money has increased since I removed the leeches from my life, I noticed something. It wasn't vengeance I sought, it was justice. And justice isn't always exciting or cinematic. Sometimes it's silent, cold, and unchanging. I got myself a cup of tea, sat on my new patio, and watched the city lights. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't experience any exploding satisfaction. I felt something far better: complete tranquility. Order was restored not via cries or drama but through unyielding boundaries and natural outcomes. My family disowned me over for my sister's course. So I cut their $1 million lifeline. Now they're facing evictions and business collapse. Holy crap, Reddit. I never thought I'd be posting here, but after what happened 8 months ago, I need to get this off my chest. My buddy Cassian convinced me to share this story because he says it's the most epic family revenge he's ever witnessed. Buckle up, because this gets absolutely wild. I'm a 32-year-old male, and I own a mid-size construction company that specializes in commercial building projects. Started with just me and a pickup truck 7 years ago. Now I've got 52 employees, and we pulled in $14.2 million last year. Not bragging, just setting the scene for why my family thought I was their personal ATM. My family dynamic was always complicated and, honestly, pretty dysfunctional looking back. Dad, Rick, 58, runs a concrete supply business that's been struggling for years, mostly because he refuses to modernize or adapt to industry changes. He's stubborn as a mule and thinks technology is the enemy. Mom, Carol, 55, has this boutique real estate agency that looks super fancy with the marble counters and expensive artwork, but barely breaks even most months. She spends more on maintaining appearances than actually generating sales. My sister Serena, 28, is a professional Instagram influencer who calls herself an entrepreneur, but has literally never earned a legitimate dollar in her life. Her idea of work is posting photos of overpriced coffee and designer handbags while spouting motivational quotes she found online. When my construction business really took off about 5 years ago, I started helping the family out. Dad needed new equipment, I'd co-sign loans. Mom's real estate office needed cash during slow seasons, I'd wire $50,000 without thinking twice. Serena wanted to start her luxury lifestyle brand. Sure, here's $75,000 to get started. My business partner, Cassian, always gave me grief about it. Dude, you're running a family welfare program, he'd say during our morning meetings. When's the last time any of them actually thanked you? Honestly, I couldn't remember. But here's what they didn't know. I wasn't just helping out occasionally when they had small problems. I had systematically become the financial backbone holding their entire world together, like some kind of invisible support structure they took completely for granted. Dad's concrete business was operating entirely on my business credit lines because he couldn't qualify for his own after some serious tax issues from 2018 involving unreported cash payments. Mom's boutique agency was paying rent through automatic transfers from my company account, transfers she thought were coming from some mythical family trust fund our grandfather supposedly set up. Serena's entire lavish lifestyle, the downtown loft with city views, the white BMW, the endless designer everything, was funded by what she believed was a family investment account, but was actually just me sending her $4,500 every single month like clockwork. 3 weeks ago, everything changed. Serena calls me on a Tuesday morning, doesn't even say hello, just launches into, "Dorian, I need you to cover something important for me." Turns out she'd been accepted into this exclusive business mentorship program in Los Angeles. The cost, $85,000 for 6 months of networking with industry leaders and mindset coaching. Here's the thing though. We were in the middle of our biggest expansion yet. And I'm talking about serious growth that would determine our company's future for the next decade. I had just hired 15 new employees, including 2 project managers, 3 site supervisors, and a whole crew of skilled workers. We were also financing a massive equipment purchase that was costing us nearly $200,000. New excavators, concrete mixers, and specialized machinery that would let us take on bigger commercial projects. Cash flow was genuinely tight. Not because we weren't profitable, we were crushing it, but because every available dollar was strategically invested into growth initiatives that would secure our future and potentially double our revenue within 2 years. So for the first time ever, I told her something I'd never said before. Serena, I can't swing that right now. The business is expanding rapidly, and I've got serious payroll commitments. Maybe in a few months we can revisit this. The silence on the phone was deafening. Then she explodes. Are you serious right now? After everything this family has done for you? I'm thinking, what exactly has this family done for me? But before I could respond, she hits me with, "You know what, Dorian? Success has made you selfish. Don't bother calling me back until you remember what family means." She hung up on me. That was Tuesday. Thursday night, I'm at home with my wife Isolda, finally relaxing after a 14-hour day managing 3 different job sites, when my phone buzzes. Text message from Dad. "You're no longer my son. Don't contact us again." I swear I stared at that message for 20 minutes straight. Called Cassian immediately. What the heck happened? He says when I read him the text. Over 85 grand? Are you kidding me? Friday morning. There's an envelope slipped under my front door. No return address, just my name written in Mom's handwriting. Inside was a single piece of paper. You are not welcome at family events. Do not come to the house. That's when Cassian came over and found me sitting in my kitchen, just staring at this note like it was written in a foreign language. Bro, Cassian says, sitting down across from me. You realize what this means, right? What? They just declared war on the wrong guy. Cassian has been my best friend since we were 14 and started working construction jobs together every summer. When I decided to start my own company, he was the first person I called. He's got this incredible ability to see through people's nonsense and find humor in even the darkest situations, which is probably why we've been business partners for so long. All right, Cassian says, setting up his laptop at my kitchen table Friday evening. Let's talk facts here. How much money have you actually given these people over the years? I pulled up my accounting software, and we started going through the records. The numbers were honestly shocking, even to me. Dad's business, $340,000 in loan guarantees, plus about $180,000 in direct cash loans that were never repaid. Mom's real estate agency, $290,000 over 3 years in temporary cash flow assistance. Serena's lifestyle, $216,000 in direct transfers, plus I'd been covering her rent, $2,800 monthly, and car payment, $830 monthly, for the past 2 years. Good grief, Dorian, Cassian says, nearly choking on his coffee. You've given them almost $1 million, and they disowned you over $85,000. But here's where Cassian really proved his worth as a friend and business partner. Dude, you realize they don't actually understand how their own finances work, right? Like Serena probably thinks her rent gets paid by magic. He was absolutely right. In all my years of supporting them, none of them had ever asked for details about how the money flowed. They just assumed it appeared when they needed it. So what do you want to do? Cassian asks, leaning back in his chair. I want to show them what "not my son" actually looks like. Cassian grins. Now you're talking, but we're going to do this intelligently. No emotional decisions, just cold, hard business logic. Saturday morning, Cassian shows up with coffee and a legal pad. All right, brother, time for some financial reality. But first, we're going to protect you legally from any blowback. We spent the entire weekend systematically mapping out every single financial connection I had with my family. And honestly, it was like discovering an iceberg. The surface stuff was just the beginning. The web was way more extensive and complicated than even I had realized after years of gradual involvement. Dad's concrete business wasn't just getting occasional help. It was essentially operating as a subsidiary under my commercial credit lines because his personal credit was completely destroyed. The company trucks, the equipment leases, even the liability insurance were all flowing through my business credit. His employee health insurance was subsidized through my company's group plan because his business couldn't afford decent coverage on its own, and I'd been quietly covering the difference for 3 years. Mom's real estate office situation was even more complex than I'd remembered. The lease was personally guaranteed by me when she couldn't qualify solo. Her website hosting, professional licensing fees, marketing budget, all that expensive office furniture she loved showing off to clients, even her membership in the Regional Real Estate Association. Everything was paid through automatic transfers from my business account that she naively assumed came from some family trust fund our grandfather had established decades ago. Serena was absolutely the worst-case scenario, though, and Cassian was shaking his head as we documented everything. Not only was I covering her rent and car payments, but her credit cards were tied directly to my business accounts as consulting expenses. She was technically listed as a brand consultant for my company, which was just a clever way to funnel her money legally without tax complications. Her health insurance, phone plan, gym membership, grocery delivery service, clothing allowances, even her subscription boxes for makeup and wine were all flowing through my company like she was some kind of dependent child rather than a grown adult. Dude, Cassian says, reviewing our notes, you didn't just help them out occasionally, you basically adopted 3 financially irresponsible adults. By Sunday evening we had a comprehensive plan. Cassian dubbed it, Operation Reality Check. Here's the thing, he explains, they want to disown you? Perfect. But they don't get to keep all the benefits of being your family while treating you like garbage. Time to cut every single cord. Monday morning, I started making calls. Cassian insisted on being present for what he called the Great Financial Disconnection. We set up in my home office with our laptops, coffee, and what Cassian called our productivity playlist, mostly motivational business podcasts. All right, brother, Cassian says, let's start with the straightforward stuff and work our way up to nuclear options. First call, my business insurance agent removed Dad's trucks from our fleet coverage effective immediately. Next, the commercial credit line that financed his equipment. I requested an immediate review of all authorized users and had his access terminated. How long until he notices this one? Cassian asks. Probably when he tries to purchase materials tomorrow morning. Beautiful. Next up was Mom's situation. Called the commercial real estate management company and terminated my personal guarantee on her office lease. Then I canceled every single automatic transfer to her business accounts. She's going to panic when that rent notice arrives, Cassian says with satisfaction. But Serena's financial setup was the most complex. Cassian was reading from our list. Car payment, rent, health insurance, phone service, gym membership, grocery delivery, credit cards. Dorian, you were basically this woman's sugar daddy. I systematically canceled everything. Car payment authorization, health insurance coverage, phone plan, even her streaming service subscriptions that were somehow tied to my accounts. By noon Monday, Cassian and I had methodically removed my financial backing from their entire existence. But we weren't finished. Time for the nuclear option, Cassian announces. The business partnerships. Here's what they never understood. Dad's concrete business was technically structured as a subsidiary of my construction company for tax optimization purposes. Mom's real estate agency was operating under my business license through some complicated arrangement my accountant had set up. Serena's luxury lifestyle brand was actually just a DBA registration under my company's umbrella. If they want to disown you, Cassian points out, they lose all the business protections and advantages too. I contacted my business attorney and initiated the process of dissolving every shared business entity. By Wednesday, they'd all be operating as completely independent businesses with zero connection to me or my company. How long until they realize what's happening? Cassian asks. Probably when they try to place orders tomorrow and discover their credit has been terminated. But the real masterstroke was Cassian's suggestion about the house. See, my parents live in this beautiful suburban home they purchased 5 years ago. What they conveniently forgot is that I co-signed the mortgage because their credit scores weren't sufficient for the loan amount they wanted. Technically, I owned 50% equity in their primary residence. You could force a partition sale, Cassian, make them buy you out or sell the house. That seems pretty nuclear, brother. They told you that you're not their son. At this point, why should you care? I contacted my attorney and began the legal process of demanding my equity stake in the house. In Texas, I could force a partition sale if we couldn't reach an agreement on terms. By Wednesday afternoon, their entire financial ecosystem was about to collapse, and they had absolutely no idea what was coming. You know what the best part is, Cassian says as we're finishing up the paperwork. They're going to blame each other initially. Serena's going to assume Dad stopped paying her bills. Dad's going to think Mom messed up. The business accounts. It's going to be complete chaos. Thursday morning, my phone started ringing non-stop. Thursday at 6:47 a.m., my phone starts exploding with missed calls. Serena, Dad, even Mom. But the first actual message I received was a text from Serena at 7:23 a.m. My car got repossessed from the parking garage. What did you do? Cassian was already at my office with coffee and breakfast sandwiches, ready for what he called the fireworks display. She thinks it's your fault her car got repossessed? He asks, reading over my shoulder. I mean, technically it is. I stopped authorizing the payments. That's absolutely perfect, just perfect. By 8 a.m. the calls were relentless. I put my phone on speaker so Cassian could listen. First call was from Dad. Dorian, what's going on? The lumber supplier called and said our credit line is suspended. They won't deliver materials for the Morrison project. I let him talk for about 30 seconds before hanging up. Stone cold, Cassian says, clearly impressed. Next call was Mom. Dorian, honey, there's been some kind of mistake with the office rent. The property manager says I'm behind on payments, but that's impossible because... Click. You're getting really good at this, Cassian observes. But Serena's call was the most entertaining. She was actually crying, real tears, going on about how her landlord was threatening eviction, her credit cards weren't working, and how could I do this to her? Serena, I finally interrupted, you told me I was selfish and not to call you back. So, I'm not calling you back. I'm simply doing exactly what you requested. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Actually, it's precisely what you meant. You and Dad made it crystal clear that I'm not family anymore, so I'm acting accordingly. Cassian was giving me encouraging thumbs-up gestures throughout the conversation. Dorian, please, I need help. I don't understand what's happening to me. What's happening is you're experiencing life without family financial support. You wanted independence from your selfish brother, so congratulations on achieving that goal. I hung up and Cassian started laughing. Dude, she genuinely has no concept of how money works. She literally thinks bills just magically pay themselves. Around 10 a.m., things escalated significantly. My attorney called with an update. Dorian, I just received a very interesting phone call from someone claiming to be your father. He's demanding I cease all legal action immediately. What did you tell him? I informed him that I don't take instructions from people who aren't my clients. Cassian nearly choked on his coffee. Your attorney is savage. By noon, the real panic was setting in. Mom actually showed up at my office building, which she'd never done in 7 years of my business operating. My assistant called me. Dorian, there's a woman in the lobby claiming to be your mother. She seems quite upset. Tell her I'm unavailable and she needs to schedule an appointment through proper channels. She's insisting it's an emergency. Tell her emergencies require being family, and I was recently informed I'm not family anymore. Cassian was thoroughly enjoying every moment of this. Brother, you're absolutely stone cold. I'm genuinely impressed. But the absolute highlight came around 2 p.m., when Serena showed up at my house with suitcases, crying hysterically. Dorian, they evicted me. I have nowhere to go. Hotels exist for situations like this. I don't have money for a hotel. Then perhaps you should contact your family for assistance. You are my family. Actually, according to Dad's text message, I'm not. So you might want to figure out alternative arrangements. Cassian was watching from my living room window, trying not to laugh out loud. That evening, all three of them appeared at my house together. Dad was carrying a bottle of wine like he was coming to a social dinner party. Son? I'm not your son. Remember, you made that very clear in writing. Look, we need to discuss this business situation. There's no business situation to discuss. There's just you dealing with the natural consequences of your choices. Cassian opened my front door before I could stop him. Hey folks, Dorian's pretty busy right now, but I'd be happy to take a message. The expressions on their faces were absolutely priceless. By Friday morning, the situation had escalated to full crisis mode for them. Cassian came over early with breakfast and his laptop. Brother, you've got to see this, he says, pulling up Serena's Instagram account. She'd posted this long sob story about family betrayal and learning hard lessons about trust and independence. The comment section was brutal, people calling her out for being spoiled, asking why a 28-year-old needed family funding for basic living expenses. She's getting absolutely roasted, Cassian laughs. Look at this comment. Maybe try getting an actual job instead of posting selfies all day. But the real entertainment came when my phone rang around 9 a.m. It was Dad, but his tone was completely different from previous calls. Dorian, son, I think there's been a serious misunderstanding. No misunderstanding whatsoever. You clearly stated, I'm not your son. I'm simply respecting your decision. I was angry. I didn't actually mean, Dad, you sent me a text saying I'm not your son, then had Mom deliver a written note telling me I'm not welcome at family events. Those aren't words you say in anger. Those are calculated decisions. Cassian was making encouraging keep-going gestures behind his laptop. Look, can we just sit down and have a rational conversation about this? Your mother's extremely upset. My mother? I thought I wasn't part of the family anymore. Long pause. Dorian, what do you want us to do here? Nothing. I want you to do absolutely nothing. You made your choice. Now experience the consequences. I hung up, and Cassian was grinning ear to ear. Dude, he called you like 6 times in that conversation. They're definitely feeling the financial pressure. Around 11 a.m., Mom called crying. Actual tears, which I'd maybe witnessed twice in my entire adult life. Dorian, the office lease is in default. I could lose everything I've worked for. That sounds like a challenging business situation. You don't understand. This is my life's work. Mom, with respect, your life's work has been funded by me for the past 3 years. Maybe it's time to discover if it can actually function independently. Dorian, please. I'm begging you. Begging who exactly? I'm not family, remember. But the absolute masterpiece came when Serena called around 2 p.m., completely hysterical. Dorian, I'm staying in a Motel 6. Do you understand how humiliating this is for me? I wouldn't know. I've never needed family funding for my housing arrangements. Come on, and you know I can't afford. Serena, you're 28 years old. The fact that you can't afford basic housing isn't my problem to solve. What am I supposed to do? Get employment? A job? Dorian, I'm an influencer. I have a personal brand. Cassian was dying laughing in the background. Ask her how much her brand actually pays per hour, he whispers. Serena, exactly how much does your influencer brand pay you monthly? Extended silence. That's not the point. No, that's precisely the point. You've been living off family money while pretending to be a successful businesswoman. Now you get to discover if your business model actually works. That evening, Cassian and I were having coffee on my back patio when all three of them showed up again. This time they looked like they'd been crying for hours. Dorian, Dad starts, we're sorry. We made a terrible mistake. We want to make this right. Okay. What does making it right look like? They exchanged uncertain glances. Mom spoke up. We want you to be part of our family again. Cool. What's changed since Tuesday? More confused glances. What do you mean? Serena asks. I mean, 3 days ago, you decided I was selfish and not worth being related to because I couldn't fund Serena's $85,000 life coaching program. What's different now? Silence. Let me guess, Cassian interjects. What's different is now you're facing the reality of cutting off your family bank account. That's not fair, Mom protests. Isn't it though? I ask. Because if I was truly family, if you genuinely wanted me around for who I am rather than what I provide financially, wouldn't you have had this conversation before your bills started bouncing? Dad attempted a different approach. Son, we know you've been generous over the years. Generous. Dad, I've given you people almost $1 million over 5 years. I've co-signed loans, guaranteed leases and basically subsidized your entire lifestyles. That's not generosity. That's financial enabling. We didn't ask you to do all that, Serena says defensively. Cassian and I both started laughing. Serena, I said, you literally contacted me twice monthly asking for money. You absolutely asked. The conversation continued for another hour, but it became clear they still didn't understand the fundamental issue. They weren't sorry for how they treated me. They were sorry about the consequences of their treatment. After they left, Cassian and I sat back down with our coffee. So what's the plan now, brother? Now I let them figure out what family actually means when it's not based on financial transactions. The weekend came, and Cassian convinced me to attend our friend Magnus's barbecue. You need to get out and socialize, man. Plus I want to see if any of them show up groveling. Sure enough, around 3 p.m., while we're grilling burgers, my phone starts ringing. Cassian sees the caller ID and announces to the entire party, it's Serena. Everyone be quiet. This is going to be entertaining. I answered on speaker. Dorian, I need to talk to you privately. It's really important. I'm at a barbecue with friends. You know, people who actually enjoy my company. Dorian, I'm serious. I'm in genuine trouble here. What kind of trouble? I borrowed money from someone and they want immediate repayment. Cassian raises his eyebrows. How much money, Serena? Who is that? That's Cassian. Remember him? My business partner and best friend who you've never bothered to learn the name of despite knowing him for 10 years. Dorian, I borrowed $15,000 and the person wants it back by Monday, or they're going to. Going to what? They say they're going to expose me on social media. It'll destroy my influencer reputation. The entire barbecue party is listening now. Magnus's girlfriend, Alara, speaks up. Wait, she borrowed $15,000 to maintain her Instagram image? Serena must have heard her. Who said that? Dorian, who are you with? I'm with my actual friends, Serena. You know, people who spend time with me even when I'm not paying for everything. Dorian, please. I just need. Need what? Money from someone who's not your family? Long pause. You're still my brother. According to Dad's text message, I'm not. That was a mistake. No, Serena. The mistake was me thinking that financially supporting you people made us closer as a family. All it did was make you entitled and ungrateful. Cassian gestured for the phone. Serena, this is Cassian. I've got a question for you. What? When's Dorian's birthday? What kind of question is that? Just answer it. When's your brother's birthday? Silence. How about his wife's name? What's Dorian's wife's name, Serena? More silence. One more. What's Dorian's company called? The business that's been funding your lifestyle for years. I don't see how that's relevant. It's relevant because you don't actually know anything about your brother's life except that he gives you money. You don't know his birthday, his wife's name, or even what he does for work. But you definitely know his bank account routing number. Cassian handed me back the phone. Serena, Cassian is absolutely right. You want to be family? Tell me 3 things about my life that don't involve money. The silence stretched on for nearly 30 seconds before she hung up. Magnus's girlfriend Alara shook her head. That's ice cold. She really doesn't know your birthday. It was last month, I replied. She forgot completely, but she remembered to ask for money 2 weeks later, Cassian added. Sunday morning, I woke up to 17 missed calls from Dad. The voicemail was desperate. Dorian, we need to meet today, it's urgent. The business is, just call me back immediately. I returned his call around noon. Dad, what's the emergency? The Morrison contract fell through. We can't secure materials, can't make payroll, and now they're threatening to sue us for breach of contract. That sounds like a serious business problem. Dorian, I could lose everything. Dad, with respect, you told me I wasn't your son. Why would someone who's not your son concern himself with your business problems? Because you're a good man. And you know this isn't just about me, I've got 8 employees depending on. Dad, you're attempting to guilt trip the wrong person. You want to know what a good man does? A good man doesn't disown his son over money. A good man doesn't send threatening notes through intermediaries. A good man doesn't try to manipulate his child into being a family bank. Long pause. What do you want from us, Dorian? I want you to figure out who you are without my financial support. I want Serena to get legitimate employment. I want Mom to operate a business that actually generates profit, and I want all of you to understand that family relationships aren't financial transactions. And if we do that, then maybe we can discuss being family again. But not before. That afternoon, Mom showed up at my house alone. Cassian was overworking on some project proposals, but when he saw her pull up, he grabbed his laptop and headed to the kitchen. I'll be right here if you need backup, he said. Mom looked like she'd aged 5 years in a single week. Dorian, can we talk? Just you and me? Sure. We sat on my front porch. She was quiet for a long time before she started speaking. Your father's pride is going to destroy this family, she said finally. Mom, Dad's pride didn't send me that text. Dad's pride didn't write that note. You all made this decision collectively. We were angry. No, you were entitled. There's a significant difference. She started crying. Dorian, I know we messed up terribly, but you're destroying us. Mom, I'm not destroying anything. I'm just not building it anymore. There's a difference. Your sister's sleeping in her car now. Her choice. She could get employment, find a roommate, move somewhere more affordable. Instead, she's choosing to be homeless rather than work. She doesn't know how to work. Dorian, we never taught her those skills. That was the first honest thing any of them had said throughout this entire situation. Then maybe it's time she learned. Mom sat there crying quietly for a while before she got up to leave. At the door, she turned back. I love you, Dorian. Whatever happens, I want you to know that. I love you too, Mom. But love and money aren't the same thing. Took me 32 years to figure that out. 3 weeks later, Cassian and I were finishing up a client meeting when my assistant buzzed the intercom. Dorian, there's a woman here who says she's your sister. She looks different. Cassian grinned. This should be interesting. Serena walked into my office looking like she hadn't slept properly in days. Her usual perfect Instagram appearance was completely gone. No makeup, hair in a messy ponytail, wearing jeans and a basic t-shirt instead of designer everything. Dorian, I got a job. Cassian looked up from his laptop. Congratulations. What kind of employment? I'm working at a marketing firm downtown. It's entry level, but they said if I work hard, I can advance. I gestured to a chair. That's excellent, Serena. How's it going? It's really hard. Much harder than I expected. I had no idea how much I didn't know about actual work. She paused. Dorian, I owe you a serious apology. For what specifically? For everything. For treating you like a personal bank instead of a brother. For not caring about your life unless I needed something from you. For not even knowing your birthday. She took a deep breath. Cassian was completely right. I didn't know anything about you except that you had money. Cassian nodded approvingly. This represents genuine progress. I've been attending therapy, she continued. The therapist helped me understand that I was, what's the word? Parasitic. I was living off you without giving anything back to the relationship. What changed your perspective? I asked. Honestly, being completely broke. Turns out when you can't afford food, you start questioning your life choices pretty quickly. And Dad's business is struggling, but he's trying to make it work without loans or credit extensions. Had to sell some equipment, let go of 2 employees. Mom closed the expensive office and is working from home. She's actually making money for the first time in years. And how do you all feel about me now? Serena looked down. We understand why you did it. We're not happy about the consequences, but we understand your reasoning. Dad keeps saying he should have seen it coming. Cassian leaned forward. Serena, what's Dorian's wife's name? Isolde. She's a pediatric nurse at Children's Hospital. You guys met in college but didn't start dating until after graduation. She's originally from Oklahoma. When's his birthday? April 15th. Same day as tax day, which he says is fitting since he's always worried about business finances. What does his company do? Commercial construction projects. You started it because you were frustrated with how inefficient construction management was when you worked for other contractors. Cassian looked genuinely impressed. Not bad. How did you learn all that information? I asked. I ask questions. Turns out Dorian's actually pretty interesting when you're not just trying to get money. From him. We talked for another hour. Serena told me about her job, how she'd had to learn basic adult skills like budgeting and cooking, how she'd sold most of her designer possessions to pay rent, how she'd realized that her influencer brand was just an expensive hobby with no real income. Dorian, I want to ask you something, and I promise this isn't about money, okay? Go ahead. Do you think, could we try being brother and sister again? Like actual siblings who talk about life and spend time together sometimes? I looked at Cassian, who nodded encouragingly. Serena, you want to know the truth? Yes. I never wanted to stop being your brother. I just got tired of being your bank. She started crying. Not the manipulative crying from before, but genuine tears of remorse. I'm so sorry, Dorian. I'm sorry for taking advantage of you. I'm sorry for not appreciating what you did, and I'm really sorry for not being a better sister. Serena, the fact that you're here, that you got employment, that you learned my wife's name, that means something significant. Cassian cleared his throat. This is touching and all, but what about your parents? They want to apologize too, but Dad's too proud and Mom's too embarrassed. They know they messed up badly. Tell them something for me, I said. Tell them I'm willing to have a conversation, not about money, not about business, just about being family. But they need to understand that being family means caring about each other as people, not just financial resources. Serena nodded. I'll tell them exactly that. After she left, Cassian and I sat in my office quietly for a while. You think they actually learned their lesson? He asked. Serena definitely did. Mom probably did. Dad. We'll see. You going to help them if they really change? Maybe someday. But they need to prove they can stand independently first. Independence builds character. Cassian laughed. Brother, you basically gave your entire family a masterclass in consequences. It's like you're the world's most expensive life coach. A month later, Dad called me. His voice was different, quieter, more humble than I'd ever heard it. Son, I owe you an apology, a real one. I'm listening. I treated you like a resource instead of a person. I took your generosity for granted and then punished you when it wasn't enough. That's not what fathers do. What do fathers do, Dad? They support their sons even when they can't help financially. They're proud of their kids' success instead of jealous of it. They say thank you instead of demanding more. We talked for 2 hours, really talked, maybe for the first time since I was a teenager. He told me about his struggles, his fears, his regrets. I told him about the pressure I'd felt, how I'd lost myself trying to be everyone's financial solution. Dorian, I don't expect forgiveness. I just want you to know that I'm proud of you, not for the money, but for having the strength to walk away when we treated you wrong. Dad, I never wanted to walk away from family. I just wanted to be treated like family instead of like a business. I understand that now. 6 months later, we had Thanksgiving dinner together for the first time since the incident. Serena brought her boyfriend, a guy she met at work who had no idea she came from money. Mom cooked everything herself instead of catering it. Dad talked about his business struggles openly instead of pretending everything was perfect. And Cassian was there too, because he'd basically become family through all of this. "You know what's funny?" Serena said during dessert. "I'm actually happier now than I was before. Working for my own money feels better than having it handed to me." "That's because accomplishment feels better than entitlement," Cassian said. "Dorian tried to tell you that for years." Mom raised her glass. "To Dorian, for teaching us the difference between being supported and being spoiled. And for having the courage to do what needed to be done, even when it hurt," Dad added. As we sat there, I realized something profound. My family was smaller now. Some relatives still thought I was too harsh, and a few family friends had taken sides. But the people at that table were there because they wanted to be, not because they needed something. Cassian was right all those months ago. Sometimes you have to burn down the old structure to build something better. And sometimes the best thing you can do for people you love is stop solving their problems for them. The golden boy learned to say no. My brother mocked my small wedding. Then he Googled my fiance's name and found out he was the builder of luxury resorts across the Middle East. It all began when I joyfully arrived to the family house with the invitations. It was nothing spectacular, yet we made it with love. My mother stared at it like if I'd given her a pizza flyer. "Are you serious? A hole this simple?" She threw the invitation on the table as if it repulsed her. "Oh, what a shame." My brother grabbed it and presented it to his girlfriend while holding back laughs. "Look, my sister is having her grand wedding here. Isn't it picturesque?" His girlfriend covered her lips, faking sympathy. "Oh no, how sad." My father did not even turn around. "Don't count on me, I'm not going to make a fool of myself." "But Dad." "No buts. That's not a wedding, it's a neighborhood block party." Just then, my aunt strolled in, as if the cosmos needed another round of ridicule. "What are you talking about?" "About the girl's little wedding," my mother muttered contemptuously, as if the term wedding bothered her. "Oh yes, my friend already told me. She says it's such a pity she settled for so little." My brother gave a loud laugh. "They're going to think we've run out of money or something worse." Deep down, I knew this would happen. I wasn't expecting a standing ovation, but hearing it from their own mouths, so raw and unfiltered, was like getting slapped in slow motion. Something shattered or hardened inside of me as I placed the crumpled invitation away. They would see who had the most horrible wedding. I did not sleep that night. My family's words played like a music. But it wasn't only the words spoken that afternoon. It was an echo, the closing lyric of a harsh opera that I had grown up listening to. Sitting in the darkness of the kitchen, the humiliation of the offer faded into a carousel of bad memories. I was 19 when I introduced them to my first boyfriend, a genuinely nice guy who worked as a mechanic to pay for his studies. I recall my mother's frozen expression and her later private remark. "Darling, love is nice, but it doesn't pay the bills at the garage. Aim higher." When I told my father at 23 that I was quitting the law degree he had picked for me to pursue my passion for graphic design, he didn't even look at me. "So much investment in your education for you to end up making little drawings. What a disappointment." And the continual comparison to my brother, whose advances at a marketing firm were celebrated with lavish dinners, and his new cars were a source of family pride. When I sold my first piece to an independent gallery, my brother remarked at Christmas dinner, "Well, at least it pays the rent." There are levels to everything, right? A term he had used just a few days before. It was always the same. Money was the measure of worth, status trumped affection, and appearances over happiness. This was not about the wedding, it never was. It was about me, choosing a path they couldn't brag about in their social circle. The kitchen clock chimed 3 a.m. The weight of a lifetime of slights sat on my chest. It was then that I informed my fiancé everything, including the invitation. I told him everything about my mechanic boyfriend, my career and my brother, including the pauses. "My father said you would leave me in ruins," I informed him, my voice cracking. I noticed his jaw stiffen. "That's not the worst part," I said. "My sister already told the whole family they're not coming, so no one gets their hopes up." He remained silent for a long time after saying those words. Then he held my hands with a calmness that shocked me. "I have something to confess to you." A shiver went down my spine. "What do you mean?" "My father doesn't just sell furniture. That's his hobby, a small side business. He actually owns a real estate development company that builds luxury resorts and hotels all over the world. We've been working with international investors for years, but he always told me to keep that private here. People will treat you differently if they know you have money, he'd tell me. I was speechless. Are you kidding me? Not at all. And my mom isn't a housewife. She's an architect with contacts all over the world. He ran his hands through his hair. When I tell them what your family did to you, they want a money show. We'll give them the show of their lives. The next day, we visited his parents' house. They had always treated me like a daughter, but when I told them what had happened, I noticed something different in their eyes, something more protective and intimate. I can't believe they said such things to you. Anyone who messes with the woman my son loves, messes with us, my father-in-law remarked calmly, giving me shivers. What do you need for those people to eat their words? My mother-in-law rose up without saying a word, reached for her iPad, and began typing quickly. They're going to eat their words. This will be the wedding of the year. She called her assistant in Dubai. I need you to book the yacht for a private ceremony. Yes, the 200-foot one. And contact the photographer who worked with the Al Rashids. While we were planning, my mother forwarded me an article on WhatsApp about how women suffer when they marry someone from a lesser status, or practically poorer class. The note read, "Something for you to think about." These people have no shame, my mother-in-law mumbled, staring at the message as if unable to believe what she was reading. That afternoon, we sat down to review my family's Instagram accounts. My mother-in-law took notes like a sleuth from a noir novel. Your sister is obsessed with brands. Look, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, always tagging the stores. Your mom brags about her Cancun vacations as if it were Paris. She burst out laughing. And your dad. His newest car is a 2018 BMW and he posts it like it's a Lamborghini. They're just posturing, my father-in-law stated. People who are secure in their position don't need to show off so much. My mother-in-law made a private Instagram account. She added 3 of my distant cousins as well as 2 work colleagues. The gossip has to filter out naturally, she explained. If we add too many people, it will be suspicious. 3 days later, my brother sent images from his weekend at a small resort. The caption reads, "Enjoying the nice things in life, there are layers to everything." Did you see this? I asked my mother-in-law, showing her the screen. Perfect. Now we know we're on their minds. For a test, we purchased a Hermes bag and a Rolex watch. My mother-in-law snapped casual images of me at an expensive cafe and uploaded them to our private account with the caption, "Coffee dates before the preparations." The next day, my distant cousin said, "What a beautiful bag." That night, my aunt texted me, "My dear, I hear you're buying expensive things. Isn't it better to save for a house?" My mother-in-law erupted into laughter. "The gossip has already reached your family. I bet they have a WhatsApp group talking about your new lavish lifestyle." She was not mistaken. My cousin later informed me that someone in the family conversation said, "They're already spending what they don't have. They will be in debt by their first anniversary." The bait worked, I told my mother-in-law. "Now comes the fun part," she said, giving me the contacts on her phone. "You know what? Every luxury wedding needs witnesses, lots of witnesses." My mother-in-law began making calls in Arabic. My father-in-law, meantime, was conversing in English with someone in London. My fiancé translated bits and pieces. A royal wedding photographer, flowers from the same location where the Prime Minister's daughter married, and a band that performs at the Burj Al Arab. "Isn't this too much?" I inquired, half smiling and half frightened. "Love," my fiancé replied, taking my face in his hands. "My family has spent 20 years building palaces for people who spend in one night what your family earns in a year. This is not too much. You deserve this and more." My mother-in-law finished a final call and smiled at me. "Done. Your family wanted a decent wedding. They're going to have to eat their words when they see what a truly decent wedding looks like." That night, as I looked over the images we had posted to our secret account, I noticed that my sister had attempted to follow us using a phony account. My mother-in-law had refused the request without hesitation. "Let them die of curiosity," she declared. "The desperation will drive them insane, and when they see the real photos." She paused and smiled in a way that made me shiver. "They will understand the true meaning of the word miserable." When we boarded the plane to Dubai, we knew exactly what we were going to do. It was not a routine excursion, it was a deliberate deployment. First class, champagne is offered before to take off, not a word more. I shared a story featuring the glass with the label facing the camera, my hand with the ring showing, and an airplane emoji. There's nothing more. It was only the first piece of bait. When we arrived at the international airport, we were greeted by a chauffeur dressed in a pristine dark gray suit and holding a tablet with our names. I did not even record that. I waited until we arrived to the hotel, not the one we were staying in, but the one my in-laws helped build 5 years ago, and their names are still inscribed on a marble wall. A modest snapshot of the lobby, a silhouette of me with a view of the Burj Khalifa from the suite, and a note to close friends. Life has a way of settling scores. We knew someone would spread such lies. It was simply a matter of time. The first day was for acclimatization. We walked through the mall with my mother-in-law's designer, who had previously prepared the dress fittings. We purchased a couple pieces of casual jewelry. My mother-in-law sent images of me from her private account, knowing who was following and what comments they anticipated to see. Day 2. A yacht tour along the coast. Still no ceremony. My father-in-law's partner owned the yacht, which was 200 feet long and had a deck as white as snow, wealthy but not vulgar. I shared a photo of the skyline from the water at night, with beautiful lights reflected in the sea. The caption read, "A modest vista to begin our lives together." I'm not sure who captured the screenshot. 30 minutes later, my brother commented on his account. "Did you win the lottery or what? Be careful with your debt, little sister." I read it while having my nails done. I did not even respond. I just showed it to my mother-in-law. "Perfect, they're biting," she explained. My mom wasn't far behind. She commented on another photo, this one of me and my fiancé at a restaurant saying, "Daughter, I hope you're being prudent. Love does not pay her credit cards." We glanced at each other and laughed. They had no idea, but they were causing their own doom. On day 3, we decided to ramp up the intensity. We shared a carousel of pre-wedding preparation photographs, including professional cosmetics, close-ups of high couture fabrics, and a view from the suite with the dress hanging on a gold hanger. In one photograph, I can be seen holding a glass of champagne. The ring gleamed brighter than usual. We shared another photo with our hands intertwined, his Patek Philippe watch, my ring. The text I wrote was almost surgical. Marrying the richest man I know in ideals, spirit, and, as it turns out, everything else as well. Thank you for teaching me about actual worth. My relative made a quick comment. "Is this the same Aiden that everyone thought sold chairs?" Another person responded, "Bro, Google his full name." I just fell out of my chair. Someone did and shared it. A cousin shared a copy of a Forbes article titled Aiden, last name, the hidden builder of luxury hospitality in the Middle East. Then there's the founder of the Green Humanity Foundation, who received multi-million-dollar donations in Geneva. Those links made it into the family group chat. Screenshot after screenshot. Someone even sent his LinkedIn profile. Then quiet. The family chat, which had previously been a machine of remarks, theories and contempt disguised as gossip, fell silent. 15 minutes. Nothing. No emojis. Not a wow. This is not a congratulations. Only the weight of their pride collapsing in real time. Then came the cleanup. I watched as my mother, brother, and even an aunt's comments vanished. They removed everything, as if this would undo the entire story. However, there was no going back. Day 4. The big day. The ceremony was held on the yacht's deck at twilight. There were only a few visitors, including my fiancé's parents, 2 close family partners, and a few acquaintances. Each was carefully chosen, with a social media presence, high-profile following, and a role in the strategy. The wedding was private and wonderful, with no unnecessary peculiarities but no shortage of details. White flowers, soothing live music, and a violinist playing as I approached him. My garment floats in the breeze. When we said "I do," there was no raucous applause, just a shared, genuine smile. Then followed the star post, a photo taken on the deck shortly after dusk. I'm in my dress, he's in his suit, and we're hugging in front of warm lighting. We captioned that image. "Thank you for joining us in this new phase." It was not an ordinary wedding, it was an extraordinary, personal, and unforgettable experience. Below there is another photo of us with his parents. The caption was straightforward. "Infinitely grateful to my new parents for making our dream wedding a reality. Family members choose to be there for you." I tagged my father-in-law. His profile was hidden, but his name was already known. Then the panic started. My father first texted me, asking, "What is all this? Are you degrading us? Where did you receive the money?" Then my mother asked, "Why didn't you tell us you were going to do something like this? You left us out on purpose." And then my sister said, in a voicemail that I still have saved, "I believe it's terrible that you exposed us like this. People ask me if we are impoverished. Is that what you wanted?" I did not respond. The nicest thing happened next. My parents' friends, who don't even follow me, began openly commenting on my images. How wonderful. I didn't realize your daughter had married Aiden. Congratulations. We attended an opening for one of his hotels in Qatar. Wonderful individuals. Their masks came off in front of their own social group. They could no longer pretend to be above everyone else. They appeared hostile, stupid, and unable to see. And then, as the final nail in the coffin, the reel. It was only 40 seconds long, yet it appeared to be a movie. Drone footage entering the yacht's bow. White flowers falling as I walked. Champagne being given, the final kiss, and the night view. All expertly edited. Not a single second was wasted. The views surged. And then something unexpected occurred. One of my father's friends posted the video on his own Facebook with the caption, "When love and elegance come together, things like this happen. Congratulations, family." He tagged my father. It was the ultimate in public humiliation. Their attempts to maintain control had failed. My relatives began sending me voice messages one after another. "Honey, we need to chat. We could have a celebration here, right? We can do a second more informal celebration for everyone." One even remarked that Grandma is wondering why she wasn't invited. And I just watched the notifications come in. As we had tea on the hotel balcony, my mother-in-law expressed it best. Sometimes the best revenge isn't to destroy anyone. It's simply to show them what they lost by being so arrogant. She was correct. The tension was at its highest. The masks were off. The truth was made public. And best of all, I had not said anything. I simply revealed the reality that they had always denied. They dug themselves a social grave. I just turned on the lights. A week after returning from Dubai, the doorbell rang at 7 p.m. My spouse proceeded to open it. I heard them before I saw them, their artificially happy voices and syrupy tone, which they had never used with me. "How wonderful to see you, son." My father, with a manufactured warmth, turned my stomach. My husband called from the entrance. "Love, your family came to visit." I stepped down the stairs and saw them. My father with a smile that seemed to physically hurt him, my mother clutching an expensive present bag, and my brother anxiously fumbling with his car keys. But what struck me the most was how their gaze grazed me before focusing on my husband as if he were the most important thing in the room. "We brought some little gifts," my mother explained, taking a Chanel bag from the larger suitcase. "For you, my daughter." She extended it to me without looking at me directly, as if it were a formality to be accomplished before proceeding to more important matters. My father offered my spouse a box of Cuban cigars. "To celebrate. I knew you had the makings of a champion from day one." And I just stood there, invisible. The woman they had degraded, dismissed by those who had reared me. My brother had not even greeted me. His gaze followed my husband's every movement as if he were a superstar. "Sit down," my husband stated calmly, sending thrills down my spine. "But I want my wife to be present for this entire conversation. It's my turn to defend her." They settled into the living room. My mother continued to address just him. "We wanted to get to know you better. Please excuse us if we didn't give you the welcome you deserved." My dad laughed uneasily. "It's just that sometimes one misjudges a person's character, but it's clear you're a man of the world." My brother, who could not keep silent, stepped in. "In fact, I have an incredible business idea, apps for luxury hotels. With your experience and my technical knowledge." My spouse let them chat, do their calculations, propositions, and desperate attempts to coerce him. I felt like a ghost in my own home, watching my family behave in ways they never had with me. Then, my mother did something that destroyed my heart. She brought out my grandfather's watch, which I had often requested but was denied since, according to her, your future is uncertain. "We wanted to give you this," she said to my husband. "It's a family heirloom. You've proven you know how to value important things." That's when something within me snapped. I've been asking for that watch for 20 years. 20 years of being told I wasn't ready and wouldn't take care of it. And now they were handing it to him, like if it were a bribe. My hubby has finally spoken. His voice was steady, yet each syllable had a glacial quality. "Let me see if I understand." He glanced directly at my brother. "A month ago, I was your sister's charity project, right?" My brother became red. "That was a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" my spouse asked, leaning forward. "How do you misinterpret enjoying the good things in life? There are levels to everything." He turned to face my father. "And you? You told me I was going to drag your daughter into mediocrity. That when I left her in ruins, she shouldn't come crying to you. My father attempted to interrupt. Look, son. I am not your son. His frigid tone could have chilled the air. And you? He asked my mother. You said our wedding was so embarrassing it didn't deserve your presence. My mother sputtered. It was a misunderstanding. We were worried about her. Are you worried? My spouse asked, standing up. Do you know what the most pathetic part of all this is? I haven't changed. I am still the exact same man you met. The only difference is that now you know my father has a bigger bank account than yours. The silence was terrible. Their problem was never my wallet, he explained. Their problem was that they measured their own daughter's worth by the man she married. And when they thought that man had no money, they decided she was worthless too. My brother swallowed hard. My father stared at the floor. My mother fidgeted anxiously with her hands. But you will never forgive yourselves for this, my husband said, taking my hand. The biggest insult wasn't to me, it was to her. You told your own daughter that her love was worthless, that her happiness was an embarrassment, that her wedding was miserable. His voice hardened, becoming as harsh as glass. An extraordinary woman who loved you unconditionally, and you treated her like trash because you thought she was marrying someone poor. Do you know what that says about you as people? My mother attempted to speak. We love her. No. My husband cut her off. You loved her conditionally, depending on how much money her husband had. That's not love, that's convenience. He walked towards the door. The only family I see in this room is her. The watch stays here. The gifts too. And you will leave now. My father rose, stumbling. You can't throw us out like this. We're her family. Family? My husband glanced at him with scorn. Where was that family when she needed your support, when she was crying because the people she loved most humiliated her on the most important day of her life? My brother attempted one final play. We can start over, forget all this. Like you forgot your sister when you thought it wasn't convenient for you. My spouse opened the door. Some wounds are not forgotten. Some wounds are remembered forever. He watched as they left one by one. My mother sought to hug me as she died. I drew away. Honey, please. I'm not your honey anymore, Mom. I murmured in a voice that did not sound like mine. I stopped being that the day you decided my happiness was an embarrassment to you. When the door closed, my husband grabbed me. I cried as I hadn't in years. Not grief, but relief. Finally, someone justified my worth. Finally, someone had prioritized my dignity above everything else. Do you regret it? I questioned him. Regret what? Marrying the most valuable woman I know. Starting a family with you. He peered into my eyes. Never. They lost an extraordinary daughter. I gained an extraordinary wife. There's no comparison. That night, as we were sorting through the gifts they had left, I discovered a note from my mother under the purse. Please forgive us. We were mistaken. I ripped it up without finishing it. Some apologies arrive too late. Some wounds go too deep. But for the first time in years, I felt complete. I no longer required their validation. I no longer required their conditional affection. I had something far better, a family that selected me for who I am rather than what I have. 6 months later, the impacts continued to spread. My brother got dismissed from his job. His supervisor, who had seen the entire humiliation on Instagram, informed him, "We don't want people with that kind of judgment in this company." I found out when my cousin told me in a message she later erased. My parents were social outcasts. At their club's annual charity event, they were openly disregarded. They were viewed as greedy fools who had invested on the wrong horse, according to my aunt, in an unpleasant phone call that I ended after 5 minutes. We have blocked my entire family on social media. The digital solitude became our newfound tranquility. No more harmful notifications. No more emotional blackmail. No more contrived drama. My husband burned a letter from my mother without allowing me to see it. Protection above all else, he added simply. I did not argue. Some wounds do not require extra salt. We agreed to legally change my last name to his. It was symbolic, severing the last formal ties to the family. The day I signed the paperwork, I felt more liberated than ever. The poetic justice was completed. My family sacrificed everything in their desperate drive for prestige and wealth, including their family connection, social reputation, and any hope of reaching the world they so desired. They were left with a poverty of soul. The true wealth was never my husband's money. I restored my dignity. It was discovering that family is chosen, not inherited. It was discovering that unconditional love exists, even if it does not always come from the expected sources. Some wounds break you, while others make you stronger. It was one of the latter. I no longer need their approval. I'm no longer waiting for their regret. I'm no longer carrying their toxins. I have something far better. A life of my own, established on my own terms, with people who accept me for who I truly am. In the end, that is worth more than all of the world's luxury weddings combined. So now I ask you, have you ever had to choose between maintaining family harmony and defending your own dignity? Was the cost worthwhile? Do you think I should have swallowed my pride and forgiven them? Because after all this, I'm still wondering if I went too far, or not far enough. My brother stalked my girlfriend for 2 years, and our parents tried to bribe her to drop charges before his 18-month jail sentence. My 30-male younger brother Albert, 27 male, has been wrecking my life for years, but my parents refuse to see it. He is now targeting my girlfriend Claire, a 26-year-old woman, and I am at a loss for what to do. We live in a little Ohio town where everyone knows each other. My parents own a successful accounting firm and value their reputation. They had me first, and Albert 3 years later. Albert was perfect in their eyes from the start. When Albert was 7 and I was 10, I saved my allowance for months to purchase a remote control helicopter. Albert asked to play with it, but I declined because he had already damaged 2 of my toys that week. While I was in school the next day, he took it outside and flew it straight into our neighbor's fence, utterly breaking it. When I returned home and discovered the parts, Albert informed our parents that I had flown it carelessly and it had been an accident. My parents made me apologize to Albert for not sharing and bought him his own helicopter the following weekend. When I was 15, I had been with my first girlfriend, Sophie, for about 6 months. Albert, who was 12 at the time, began telling others at school that I had cheated on her with several girls. He made up elaborate stories about seeing me with other girls behind the movie theater and at parties I had never been to. Sophie broke up with me without even asking for my side of the story. When I confronted Albert, he just shrugged and said, maybe I shouldn't be so boring if I wanted to keep a girlfriend. My parents told me I was overreacting, and that guys will be boys. The practice persisted into high school and college. Albert found a way to end every significant relationship I had. He informed my girlfriend Holly that I had a gambling addiction and showed her bogus bank statements. He convinced my girlfriend Megan that I was going to break up with her anyhow, so she should spare herself the embarrassment. My parents either refused to believe me or claimed Albert was only looking out for me. After college, I returned home to help with the family business and save money. Albert also lived at home and worked part-time in a sporting goods store. He'd never had a job for more than a few months. My parents paid for everything, including his car, phone, and clothes. They said he was still discovering himself. Claire and I met 2 years ago in a downtown coffee shop. She was traveling from the next town for a job interview at the local elementary school. She's a second-grade teacher and the nicest person I've ever met. We began dating, and for the first time in my life, I kept my relationship a secret from my family. For 8 months I did not tell them anything about Claire. We'd meet in the neighboring town or drive to the city for dates. I'd learnt my lesson about introducing women into my family. But Claire began to query why she had never met my parents or visited my residence. She assumed I was embarrassed of her, or that I was married. I needed to make a choice. First, decided to inform my parents about Claire first, without Albert present. I went to their house on Thursday evening, when Albert was supposed to be at work. I said that I'd been seeing someone for 8 months, and wanted to take her to dinner on Sunday. My mother immediately began organizing the dinner and questioning Claire about her employment and family. When I stated her profession as a teacher, my father nodded in approval. Everything appeared normal. Sunday arrived and I brought Claire up from her apartment. She had purchased a new outfit and spent an hour styling her hair. She was thrilled to finally meet my family. I told her a few stories about Albert, but they seemed like usual sibling rivalry. I did not want to scare her away. We arrived at my parents' place at precisely 6 o'clock. My mother answered the door with a big smile and a hearty hug for Claire. My father shook her hand and complimented her clothing. Albert arrived from the kitchen and quickly pushed by our mother to reach Claire. He enveloped her in a hug that was at least 5 seconds longer than necessary. Claire's smile faded slightly, but she graciously hugged him back. Throughout dinner, Albert controlled the conversation. He sat directly across from Claire, bending forward to touch her arm while they talked. He told stories about my childhood, but each one was distorted to make me look awful. He described the time I became sick at a school carnival as being too weak to do usual things. He used the tale of me getting lost at a mall as proof that I had always been careless and required constant monitoring. My parents laughed at each anecdote, adding their own comments about how Albert had always been the more dependable brother. Claire kept looking at me, confused. She has heard different versions of the same story from me. The worst moment was when my mother served dessert. Albert insisted on cutting Claire's slice of cake for her and attempted to feed her the first mouthful with his fork. Claire respectfully rejected, claiming she could manage. But Albert insisted. He actually gripped her chin with his free hand and attempted to guide the fork into her mouth. Claire jerked away and exclaimed, "Stop, please." Albert laughed and said he was simply being friendly. Claire excused herself from supper to use the bathroom. I followed her down the hall and discovered Albert standing outside the bathroom door. When Claire emerged, he moved closer to her, effectively trapping her between himself and the wall. Albert was telling her that she seems too intelligent and ambitious for someone like me. He stated I'd always been the sort to hold others back and that she should try dating someone more driven, like him. Claire attempted to step around him, but he moved to block her way. She said, "Excuse me," twice, but he continued speaking. I stood between them, telling Albert to back off. He raised his hands in fake submission, claiming he was only getting to know my girlfriend. My parents emerged from the kitchen, asking what was going on. Albert said I was neurotic and possessive. My father advised me to relax and quit being so territorial. We left soon after that. Claire was quiet as she drove back to her apartment. She finally admitted that dinner had been awkward, and Albert had made her feel uneasy. She inquired whether he always acted this way around ladies. I told her the truth about his pattern of destroying my relationships. Claire listened attentively and did not interrupt. When I finished, she stated she understood why I had taken so long to introduce her. She also stated that she would not allow Albert or anyone else to harm our relationship. We agreed that we would limit our contact with my family and only see them when necessary. For 2 weeks, everything seemed normal. Then Claire began receiving phone calls at work. The caller would hang up the moment she answered. Her principal stated that someone had been calling the school and asking questions about her personal life and work schedule. A parent reported that a man was sitting in the parking lot during pickup time, just monitoring the building. Claire began staying later at school to avoid walking to her car alone. One evening, she called me in tears because someone had followed her home and sat outside her apartment building for 20 minutes before driving off. She had noted down the license plate number. I ran it through a friend who works at the DMV, and it came back registered to one of Albert's high school classmates. I drove straight to my parents' house and found Albert in the garage working on his car. I challenged him over the harassment. He initially denied everything, then smirked and suggested Claire was simply paranoid. He claimed that some ladies couldn't handle attention from actual males. I grabbed him by his shirt and urged him to keep away from Claire. He shoved me back, saying Claire was fair game because I clearly couldn't care for her properly. That's when I struck him. I punched him right in the jaw, and he fell backward into his toolbox. My parents ran out of the house. Albert was grabbing his face and screamed that I had attacked him without reason. I tried to explain about the stalking and harassment, but they refused to listen. My mother stated that I had clearly lost my mind and required anger management. My father advised me to leave the house and not return until I apologized to Albert. I departed and have not spoken with any of them since. That happened 6 months ago. Claire and I moved in together and tried to move on with our lives, but the harassment continued. If anything, things grew worse. I thought things couldn't get worse after my previous post, but I was mistaken. The harassment has grown beyond anything I could have predicted, and my family's reaction has been much more twisted than I expected. After I stopped communicating with my parents and Albert, the number of phone calls to Claire's employment increased. Her principal received daily phone calls from someone pretending to be her ex-boyfriend, alleging she had mental health difficulties and should not be around children. The caller had detailed information regarding her lesson plans and the grades she taught. Someone was certainly paying careful attention to her. Claire's vehicle was vandalized twice in the school parking lot. First, someone poured paint thinner onto her windshield, cracking it totally. The second time, all 4 tires were shredded. The school added more security cameras, but whomever was doing it knew exactly where the blind spots were. The breaking point occurred 6 weeks ago. Claire was working late, grading papers in her classroom at around 8 p.m. The custodian had already left, and she believed she was alone in the building. She heard footsteps in the corridor and believed it was the night security guy on his rounds. When she looked up from her desk, Albert was standing in the classroom doorway. He had managed to get past the closed main entrance and strolled through the entire school to find her room. Claire instantly grabbed her phone and threatened to contact the police. Albert entered the room and locked the door behind him. He explained that they needed to converse without my intervention. He informed Claire that I had been lying about him and that he had never intended to make her uncomfortable. He stated he understood why she had the false idea, but he was really attempting to protect her from my domineering tendencies. Claire stood up and ordered him to go immediately. Albert walked closer to her desk, saying he wasn't done talking. He claimed I had a history of psychological manipulation and that all of my prior girlfriends had left me for the same reason. He claimed I was isolating Claire from her friends and relatives, and that she would soon be left with only me. Claire attempted to walk around her desk, toward the door, but Albert grabbed her wrist. He insisted she listen since he was the only one brave enough to give her the truth. Claire snatched her arm away and dashed towards the door. Albert followed her down the hallway, warning her that she would regret not listening to him. Claire made it to the main office and set off the silent alarm. Within minutes, police came and discovered Albert still inside the building, peering through the windows of other classrooms. He explained to the cops that he was come to pick up his nephew, but had gotten lost while seeking for the main office. When questioned with his nephew's name and teacher, he was unable to answer them. Officers detained Albert for trespassing and obtained Claire's statement. She gave them images of her vandalized car and audio recordings of some of the threatening voicemails she had been receiving. The detective assigned to the case stated that they had enough evidence to charge Albert with stalking and harassment, in addition to trespassing. Here's when things get extremely twisted. My parents hired a lawyer for Albert before he was even arraigned. The lawyer contacted Claire's principal, claiming that Claire was having an affair with Albert and that her claims were retaliation for him discontinuing the relationship. The lawyer sent bogus text messages purporting to be from Claire, imploring Albert to leave his girlfriend and join her. Claire's principal called her into the office and inquired about the claims. Claire showed him the police reports and described the entire situation. The principal believed her, but added that the school board was concerned about the negative publicity. They proposed that Claire take a leave of absence until the criminal case was completed. Claire refused to quit her employment due to false accusations. She hired her own lawyer, who quickly identified the forged text messages as evidence. The metadata indicated that they were created on a computer and not sent from a phone. Claire's counsel filed a complaint with the state bar against Albert's attorney for presenting fake evidence. The most awful thing occurred last week. My mother phoned Claire and asked her to dismiss the charges. She described Albert as a confused young man who had developed affections for her but didn't know how to express them properly. She offered to pay for Claire's car repairs and vowed to keep Albert away from her if she gave him another chance. When Claire declined, my mother's tone altered dramatically. She claimed Claire was destroying their family due to a misunderstanding, and that no jury would trust her testimony against Albert's. She said Albert had acquaintances who could testify that Claire had been flirting with him at family dinner and luring him on. She told Claire that small communities have long memories, and that pursuing the allegations could make it impossible for her to continue working here. Claire recorded the entire conversation and provided it to the prosecutor. Witness intimidation is considered a criminal in our state, so now my mother is also facing criminal prosecution. Albert's trial is slated for next month. His lawyer is attempting to negotiate a plea agreement, but the prosecutor claims the evidence is too solid and the behavior is too terrible to warrant anything less than jail time. The school board unanimously agreed to assist Claire and provide her with additional security measures. Claire and I have been looking for work in various states. We both understand that staying here means coping with my family's hostility for years to come. My parents have made it clear that they will never stop blaming Claire for their son's conduct, even if Albert ends up in jail. I keep thinking about all the warning indicators I've missed throughout the years. Albert damaged every relationship, every lie my parents believed, and every time they preferred his version of events over clear proof. I assumed they were simply enabling terrible behavior, but now I realize they were actively engaged in it. Albert's trial concluded last week and the impact has been more dramatic than I anticipated. The verdict was guilty on all charges, but what transpired throughout? The trial highlighted how severe my family's dysfunction is. The prosecution produced a massive amount of evidence against Albert. Security footage from the school saw him entering through a side door that he had propped open earlier in the day. Phone records showed that he had made over 60 calls to Claire's employer. Albert and his friends used text messages to arrange the harassing campaign. The bogus evidence produced by his counsel was also used as an example of continued witness intimidation. Claire testified for 3 hours on the stalking and harassment. She remained cool and accurate throughout her evidence, even when Albert's counsel attempted to suggest she had encouraged his actions. The judge halted the cross-examination twice because the questions got inappropriate. Albert took the stand in his own defense, even though his lawyer warned him not to. He immediately began raving about how I had stolen Claire from him and how she was giving him confusing signals. He claimed Claire smiled at him during the family supper, which he saw as romantic interest. He explained that following her and calling her workplace were merely his way of getting to know her better. The prosecutor questioned Albert about how breaking into an elementary school at night was part of getting to know someone. Albert said he hoped Claire would be impressed by his tenacity and eventually agree to speak with him without my meddling. When asked why he destroyed her car, Albert explained that he was trying to give her an excuse to call him for help. The most painful moment occurred when the prosecutor showed a recording of my mother threatening Claire. Albert stopped the video, yelling that his mother was correct and Claire was destroying their family. He stated that Claire should have been appreciative for his attention, because most women would be fortunate to have someone battle for them the way he had fought for her. The jury deliberated for little than 2 hours. Albert was convicted of stalking, harassment, criminal trespassing, and vandalism. The judge sentenced him to 18 months in jail, followed by 2 years probation. He was also ordered to avoid contact with Claire and me for 5 years. Albert's reaction to the ruling was dramatic. He began screaming at Claire that she would regret ruining his life. He threatened to let everyone in town know what kind of person she was. The bailiffs had to physically restrain him as he was hauled out the courthouse. My parents sat in the front row for the entire trial, glaring at Claire and muttering to one another. Following the verdict, my father stood up and declared that it was a farce of justice. He said that Albert was the true victim, and Claire had twisted the entire thing to make herself appear innocent. My mother's trial for witness intimidation was set for the next week. She accepted a plea deal that included 6 months of house arrest and community service. Her attorney managed to keep her out of jail because she had no past criminal record, but she now has a permanent criminal conviction on her record. The local papers covered both cases extensively. My parents' accounting firm lost several significant clients who refused to work with a family involved in stalking and witness intimidation. My father had to sell his partnership in the firm and take a job with a larger company in the next county. The most stunning revelation occurred following Albert's imprisonment. His cellmate from his brief pre-trial imprisonment contacted the prosecutor with additional information. Albert had allegedly boasted about destroying my prior relationships and had outlined plans to further his harassment of Claire if he was released. Albert told his cellmate that he wanted to follow Claire to her new employment and continue harassing her. He claimed he was confident he could finally wear her down and persuade her that I was the problem. He further stated that he had pals who were eager to help him continue the campaign, even if it meant going to jail. This information was utilized to support the maximum sentence and the extended no-contact order. The prosecutor claimed Albert's own remarks demonstrated he had no intention of changing his behavior and posed a continuing threat to both Claire and myself. Claire and I received employment offers in Colorado the day after Albert was sentenced. We accepted instantly and gave notice at our current positions. Claire's principal and school board issued letters of recommendation, praising her professionalism throughout the ordeal. Several instructors and parents also wrote letters praising her integrity and effort. We've started packing and will be gone before Albert is freed from jail. Claire claims she is not fleeing the situation, but rather preparing for a new life in which Albert's acts will no longer define her. I fully agree with her. The challenges have fractured my extended family. Some relatives say Albert received just what he deserved and have apologized for my parents' actions. Others believe Claire overreacted and that we should have handled the situation privately inside the family. I've decided not to retain relationships with people who believe stalking and harassment are acceptable family actions. We've been in Colorado for 4 months now, and life here has been very different from what we left behind in Ohio. Claire got a job in an excellent primary school, and I work for a marketing agency in Denver. For the first time in years, we can wake up without fear of harassment or family conflict. Albert was freed from jail 2 weeks earlier, having served his entire sentence. His probation officer contacted us to confirm our address and reminded us of the no-contact rule. He broke the injunction within 3 days after being released. Albert found our new phone number and called Claire's school, claiming to be her brother and reporting a family emergency. Claire had expressly warned them about probable harassment from Ohio, which raised suspicions among the school secretary. They called Claire to confirm, and she promptly informed the local police and Albert's probation officer. Because Albert crossed state borders to break the no-contact order, federal charges were filed. He was detained again within a week and now faces more jail time. His probation was revoked, and he faces another 18 months in prison. My parents presumably drove to Colorado to look for us following Albert's arrest. They went to Claire's school and requested to talk with her, claiming they wanted to apologize and resolve matters. The school principal summoned the police, who walked my parents off the campus and warned them against trespassing. That evening, my parents arrived at our apartment building. They managed to get past the security door and were knocking on our door when we arrived home from work. My father instantly began ranting about how we had wrecked their family and Albert's life. My mother cried and begged Claire to withdraw the additional charges against Albert. I told them to leave immediately, or I'd contact the cops. My father stated they had driven 12 hours to speak with us and deserved to be heard. Claire quietly took out her phone and began dialing. My mother grabbed Claire's arm and claimed she only needed 5 minutes to explain everything. This was their second mistake. Putting hands on Claire after everything that had transpired was unforgivable. I went in between them and informed my parents that they had precisely 30 seconds to leave our building before the cops arrived. My father began threatening to sue us for harming his business and family's reputation. He promised to make sure everyone in our new neighborhood realized who we truly were. My mother claimed they had spent their entire life savings on lawyers and court bills because of us. The cops arrived and arrested both of my parents for harassment and trespassing since they had crossed state boundaries to torment us. Federal prosecutors are considering filing further charges. The local district attorney stated that my parents' behavior demonstrated an escalation pattern that called for harsh punishment. Claire and I testified via video link at Albert's federal sentencing hearing last month. The judge sentenced him to 2 years in federal prison and 3 years of supervised probation. He will be ineligible for early release, and any subsequent infractions will result in considerably lengthier sentences. My parents were released on bail, but they are not allowed to leave Ohio while their case is pending. Their lawyer is attempting to reach a plea agreement, but the prosecutor wants jail time because to their history of witness intimidation and physical contact with Claire. The most enjoyable aspect of this whole journey has been seeing my parents face the repercussions of their conduct. For 30 years they tolerated Albert's actions and made excuses for his increasingly serious wrongdoing. They never believed his victims and always tried to blame everyone else for his acts. Now they face criminal prosecution, financial devastation, and a loss of communal standing. Their business is gone, their reputation is ruined, and their only child is in federal prison. The reality they crafted over decades of denial and enabling has finally crumbled around them. Claire and I married last month in a quiet ceremony attended by only a few of our closest friends. We did not invite any family members and did not make it public. We wanted our wedding to focus on our future together, not on the unhealthy relationships we had left behind. Several people have asked if I ever feel guilty for what happened to my parents and Albert. The answer is no. Every decision they made, lie they uttered, every victim they blamed contributed directly to this result. They had numerous opportunities to confront Albert's actions but decided not to. They caused this scenario via years of intentional blindness and enabling. Claire is pregnant with our first kid, due in the spring. We've decided to raise our children without any interaction with my parents or Albert. Our children will grow up knowing they are safe and protected, something I never had in my own upbringing. We've constructed a life around honesty, accountability, and mutual respect. We will not allow harassment, manipulation, or abuse from anyone, even family members. Breaking the cycle of dysfunction was the best decision we'd ever taken. People occasionally ask if I miss my family or regret cutting them off entirely. I don't miss the endless drama, the gaslighting, or the uncertainty of what Albert will do next. I have no regrets about protecting Claire and our future children from those who refuse to face their own destructive behavior. Claire and our unborn child make up my genuine family. We're creating something healthy and stable together, distant from the toxic environment that defined my first 30 years. That is enough family for me. Story number 2. After being tormented by his family for being poor, I uncovered my husband's secret first marriage. Now I'm divorcing him and launching a business with his sister. Hello everyone. I am Nora, a 28-year-old woman seeking help on a matter involving my spouse, Ethan, a 30-year-old man, and his family. We have been married for 3 years and together for 6. When we first met, everything seemed ideal. Ethan was friendly, attentive, and supportive. His family also appeared decent, particularly his sister Lila, a 32-year-old female. I was raised in a tiny town with working-class parents. My father worked in a factory, while my mother cleaned houses. They worked hard yet battled to make ends meet. I learned the importance of money and hard work at a young age. I started babysitting when I was 12 years old and obtained my first real part-time job at 16, working after school and on weekends at the local cafe. Despite financial constraints, my parents constantly encouraged me to continue my education. They couldn't afford to send me to a nice institution, so they encouraged me to attend. community college while working full-time. It was difficult to balance employment and school, but I was determined to make a better life for myself. After graduating from community college, I worked as a marketing assistant for a small local company. I worked my way up by taking on additional assignments and learning everything I could about the profession. 6 years later, I'm the marketing manager for a mid-sized corporation in the city. I'm proud of what I've accomplished and the career I've started from scratch. Ethan's background couldn't be more different than mine. He is from a wealthy family that runs a thriving chain of high-end restaurants. His parents, Margaret, 58, and Charles, 60, began with a small restaurant and have grown it into an empire over the last 3 decades. Ethan grew raised in a home, attended fancy schools, and never worried about money. When we first met at a mutual friend's party, I was frightened by Ethan's pedigree, but he was down to earth and really interested in getting to know me. He stated he respected my work ethic and how I had started my career from nothing. We bonded over our mutual passion of cooking, but his experiences came from sophisticated culinary classes, and mine from assisting my mother in our modest kitchen. Everything went well over the first couple years of our partnership. Ethan's family seemed to welcome me, even if they made occasional remarks about my quaint upbringing. I dismissed these, assuming they were simply attempting to relate to me in their own manner. After we married, things began to alter. Ethan's relatives, particularly his mother, Margaret, made increasingly sharp remarks. They would say things like, "It must be nice to marry into money," or, "I'm sure Nora appreciates not having to clip coupons anymore." I tried to laugh it off at first, but it eventually became too much for me. Margaret began criticizing my clothes, claiming they were cheap or unprofessional. She'd make a big deal about gifting me costly designer stuff for birthdays and Christmas, then get upset when I didn't wear them to family gatherings. I tried to explain that fancy clothing were not appropriate for my position, but she just rolled her eyes and said something about career females. Ethan never advocated for me during these interactions. He'd explain that his mother was simply trying to be polite, and that I should be appreciative for the gifts. He began urging me to quit my job, saying I didn't need to work anymore, but I enjoy my job and I'm not comfortable relying on others for money. Furthermore, I worked hard to get where I am. I'm not prepared to give that up. The issue worsened when Ethan's sister Lila became engaged to a man from a similar wealthy household. Margaret repeatedly compared me to Lila's fiancé, mentioning how nicely he fit in with the family. She'd specifically ask me when I was going to start dressing more suitably for family occasions, as Lila's fiancé had. I attempted to explain to Ethan how his family's behavior was impacting me, but he constantly rejected my concerns. He'd suggest I was overly sensitive, or that I needed to work more to fit in. It appeared that he was more concerned with making his family happy than supporting his wife. The problem came to a head last month. Ethan's family was organizing a large charity banquet to commemorate the restaurant chain's 30th anniversary. Margaret insisted on purchasing me a dress for the event. It was a fashionable gown that cost more than I earned in a month. I was uncomfortable, but Ethan insisted I wear it to make his mother happy and to look like a wealthy restaurateur's wife. At the gala, I felt out of place. Everyone was talking about their recent trips to exotic destinations or the latest fancy vehicles they had purchased. I tried to participate in conversations, but people rapidly lost interest when they discovered I couldn't talk about yacht clubs or private aircraft. I went to the restroom to take a break and overheard Margaret talking with her pals by the sinks. She was giggling as she described how she had to dress up the help to make me acceptable. She claimed Ethan could have done so much better than some girl from the trailer park, and she was embarrassed to introduce me as her daughter-in-law. She even stated that she was attempting to get Ethan to have me sign a post-nuptial agreement to protect the family's assets. I was devastated. I had spent years trying to fit in with Ethan's family, believing that if I worked hard enough, they would embrace me. However, hearing Margaret's words made me understand that would never happen. They would always regard me as beneath them, no matter what I did. I exited the bathroom and found Ethan. I informed him what I had heard and that I wanted to go. Instead of supporting me, he accused me of eavesdropping and claimed I had misunderstood his mother. He demanded we stay at the gala to maintain appearances. I could not handle it anymore. I promised Ethan I would leave with or without him. He merely seemed ashamed and advised me not to cause a disturbance. I removed the beautiful jewelry Margaret had lent me for the event, handed it to Ethan, and departed. I went to stay with my best friend, Paige, 29 female, whom I'd known since high school. She has been my rock throughout this, reminding me of who I am and where I came from. Ethan didn't even try to prevent me from going. He simply appeared annoyed that I was disrupting his family's festivity. It's been a week and I'm still at Paige's. Ethan has called and texted, but only to ask me to come home and apologize to his family. He accuses me of being selfish and immature, and says I should learn to appreciate the life he has given me. He doesn't seem to comprehend or care about how I'm wounded. I do not know what to do. I love Ethan, or thought I did, but I can't keep living this way. His family treats me as if I were beneath them, and he does nothing to stop it. In fact, he appears to agree with them the majority of the time. I feel like I'm losing myself in trying to fit into their world. Part of me wonders whether I should have known this was coming. There were subtle clues early on in our relationship, comments about my automobile being a starter vehicle, or surprise that I'd never been to Europe, but I was so in love that I ignored them. Now I'm wondering if there was an error. I'm also concerned about what divorce would mean. I signed a prenuptial agreement before we married. At the time, I didn't give it much thought because I never intended to divorce Ethan. Now I'm concerned about the implications for my financial future if I leave. Am I overreacting to this? Should I simply accept that this is how things will be if I want to stay married to Ethan? Is it time to contemplate terminating my marriage and returning to my previous life, even if it means facing financial difficulties again? I could appreciate some outside insight on this. Thank you to everyone who responded to my first post. Your encouragement and suggestions truly helped me think things through. A lot has transpired in the last 2 weeks, and I wanted to provide an update. After spending a few days at Pages, I decided to return home and talk to Ethan. I hoped that if we had a real, honest chat away from his family, we could work things out. I was mistaken. When I went home, Ethan pretended nothing had occurred. He did not apologize or mention the incident during the gala. Instead, he informed me that his parents were coming over for dinner that night, and I needed to apologize to them for my nasty behavior at the event. I couldn't believe what I heard. I assured Ethan I would not apologize for standing up for myself. That's when things became ugly. Ethan began ranting at me, accusing me of being ungrateful and failing to appreciate anything his family did for me. He mentioned how they had paid for our wedding, which I had not wanted to be so extravagant in the first place, and how they had assisted us with the down payment on our home, which I had also wanted to be smaller and more modest. Ethan stated I was fortunate to be with him, and that many women would be delighted to take my place. He even hinted that he had other possibilities but had chosen me. In that instant, I understood the Ethan I had fallen in love with was vanished. Perhaps he never actually existed. I told Ethan I was leaving and wanted a divorce. He chuckled, saying I'd never make it without his and his family's money. He reminded me of the prenuptial agreement I had signed and told me that if I left him, I would be left with nothing. Then he said something that terrified me. He threatened to use his family's connections to destroy my career if I tried to leave. I grabbed my luggage and departed, returning to Paige's apartment. Ethan has been phoning and texting incessantly, alternately asking me to return and threatening me if I don't. I've been researching my legal options, but I'm concerned about going up against Ethan's family and their costly lawyers. This is where things take an unexpected turn. 2 days ago, I received a call from Lila, Ethan's sister. She offered to meet me for coffee. I was concerned given what had happened with Ethan's family, but I chose to listen to her. When we met, Lila dropped a bombshell. She informed me that she had wanted to leave the family business for years, but was frightened of being cut off financially. She stated she couldn't bear how her parents and Ethan treated me, and it wasn't the first time they'd done anything similar. Ethan had previously been married, Lila claims, around 5 years before we met. His ex-wife, Isabel, was likewise from the working class. According to Lila, Isabel was handled the same way the family treated me, with continual criticism and attempts to change her. Ethan never stood up for her either. Isabel departed their marriage after only a year. Lila claimed Isabel's family gave her a large sum of money to keep silent about how she was treated. They were concerned about their reputation, particularly because they were growing their restaurant chain at the moment. Lila handed me documentation proving everything, including the settlement agreement with Ethan's ex-wife. I was shocked. Ethan had never discussed his marriage before. When I asked why she was telling me all of this now, Lila explained that she couldn't stand by and watch it happen again. She also stated that she was preparing to leave the family business and requested my assistance. Lila aspires to build her own business that is radically distinct from her family's. She has an idea for a meal kit delivery business that teaches individuals how to prepare restaurant-quality meals at home. She has the culinary skills and business ideas, but she is concerned about the reaction from her family. She asked if I would consider doing business with her, suggesting my marketing skills would be beneficial. I'm not sure what to think. On the one hand, I'm upset that Lila didn't speak up sooner. On the other hand, I realize how difficult it may be to stand up to relatives, especially when there is a lot of money involved. And I must confess, the prospect of beginning a new business is exciting. It would be an opportunity to apply my talents and knowledge in a new context and create something of my own. I have not responded to Lila yet. I am still absorbing what she told me about Ethan and his past marriage. I cannot believe he kept something so important from me. It makes me question what else he could have been hiding. I've chosen to go with the divorce. I contacted a lawyer and began the procedure. The lawyer believes we may be able to contest the prenup due to Ethan's refusal to disclose his previous marriage. Ethan is still unaware of the facts Lila told me. Part of me wants to confront him, but my lawyer told me not to do so right now. I'm worried about the future, yet I also feel relieved. I know I'm making the correct decision by leaving Ethan. I'm just not sure whether I should trust Lila and explore her business proposition. What if it's a trap set by the family? On top of that, my parents found out what had been going on. They are furious with Ethan and his family, and they want me to return home. Part of me wants to accept their offer. It would be an opportunity to regroup and plan my next steps. But another part of me believes that would be going backward. I've worked so hard to establish my life and job in the city. I'm also concerned about the potential impact at work. I'm not sure if Ethan will make good on his threats to damage my career. Should I start looking for a new job just in case, or will doing so make me look guilty? There is so much to think about, and I'm feeling overwhelmed. What are your thoughts, Reddit? Should I take a gamble and start a business with Lila? Is this all too complicated, and I should just leave the entire family? Should I move back to my hometown or stay in the city? Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Hello again to everyone. It's been roughly a month since my last update, and much has changed. I'd like to thank you all again for your help and advice. It's definitely helped me get through this terrible period. First, the divorce is proceeding. Ethan wasn't pleased when I served him with papers. He alternated between asking me to return and threatening to ruin my finances. I'm delighted I had Lila's knowledge regarding his prior marriage since it offered my lawyer some power. We are in the process of challenging the prenup, and my lawyer is positive. Speaking of Lila, I decided to get her thoughts on the business plan. We met several times to discuss her ideas, and I must say, I was impressed. Her meal kit delivery service concept is solid, with a focus on educating people how to prepare restaurant-quality meals at home. It's very different from her family's business, and I can see myself being thrilled about it. After much deliberation, I accepted to collaborate with Lila. We've been working on a business strategy and seeking investors. It's exhilarating, but also frightening. I understand that doing business with my soon-to-be ex-sister-in-law carries some risk, but I believe it is worthwhile. Lila has been quite supportive throughout this entire process, and I believe I can trust her. This is when things become complex. Margaret, Ethan's mother, learned last week of my partnership with Lila. She arrived to my flat, enraged. She accused me of attempting to take her daughter away from the family. Then she made a surprising proposal. Margaret offered me $1 million if I walked away from the divorce and the business with Lila. She promised to make sure Ethan treated me better and that the family accepted me. All I had to do was persuade Lila to rejoin the family business and forget about our venture. I was stunned. I informed Margaret that I needed time to think about it. She gave me a week to decide. I'm not going to lie. The money is attractive. It would alleviate many of my financial concerns and make the divorce process smoother. But I know it would mean abandoning my self-respect and betraying Lila. I can't help but wonder if this is some sort of test or trap. What if I agree and they use it against me later? I wouldn't put it past them at this point. They've already demonstrated how manipulative they can be. I haven't informed Lila about Margaret's offer yet. I'm scared it will jeopardize the trust we've been developing, but I also feel bad hiding it from her, especially because it concerns her. On top of that, I've been dealing with some consequences at work. I'm not sure if Ethan followed through on his threats, but I have seen several of my coworkers treating me differently. My supervisor called me in for a meeting last week and inquired if everything was fine at home. He added that he had heard some worries regarding how my personal life affected my profession. I attempted to tell him that I was treating everything professionally, but I am concerned about my job security. I had been debating what to do. The logical side of me says to decline Margaret's offer and go ahead with my plans, but a small voice in my head wonders if I'm making a mistake by turning down such a significant sum of money. What happens if the business with Lila fails? What happens if I can't find another job? I understand I need to make a decision soon. Margaret's deadline is in 2 days. I'm considering declining the offer, but I'm concerned about the potential consequences. What if they try to undermine my partnership with Lila? What if they make the divorce more difficult? I've also been considering my parents' invitation to relocate back home. It would be a new beginning away from all of this drama, but it would also entail giving up the life and profession I've made here. I am not sure I am prepared to do that. I truly need some guidance, Reddit. How would you handle my situation? Should I accept the money and try to work things out with Ethan and his family, or should I stick to my guns and forward with the divorce and new business? What about my parents' offer to relocate back home? I feel like I'm at a crossroads, and each decision appears to have serious ramifications. It's been a while since I last updated. I wanted to let everyone know how things came out. First, I declined Margaret's offer. It was enticing, but I knew I could not live with myself if I accepted the money. I told Lila everything, and she thanked me for being honest. It actually strengthened our collaboration and increased our determination to achieve. The divorce was finalized 3 months ago. It wasn't easy, and Ethan's family pulled every trick in the book to make things difficult. However, because to the facts Lila supplied about Ethan's prior marriage, my lawyer was able to reach a reasonable settlement. Ethan's omission to reveal his previous marriage rendered the prenuptial agreement unlawful, entitling me to a more equal asset allocation. Regarding the business with Lila, we're off to a good start. We launched our meal kit delivery service 2 months ago and have had a fantastic response. We haven't made millions yet, but we're steadily increasing. Lila's culinary expertise, along with my marketing skills, has proven to be an excellent match. We've even received some local press coverage, which has raised our profile. Ethan's family was upset that Lila was quitting the family business. They tried to pressure her into returning, but she refused. I'm proud of her for advocating for herself. We've had to deal with some sabotage attempts, negative internet reviews that we assume were made by family members, and attempts to damage our supplier relationships, but we're dealing with it. Throughout this, my career suffered somewhat. I ended up leaving my position at the marketing agency. I'm not sure if it was Ethan's threats or the stress of everything interfering with my work, but it became evident that it was time to move on. It was terrifying at first, but now I'm glad I did it. Working on our startup full-time has been both tough and gratifying. Ethan has tried to contact me several times, generally after drinking. He fluctuates between apologizing and blaming me for destroying his life. I blocked his phone number and all of his social media profiles. I'm finished with that chapter of my life. I opted not to return to my hometown. As enticing as it was to have my parents' support, I decided I didn't want to abandon the life I'd created here. My parents understood and were supportive from afar. They also made a minor investment in our company, which meant a lot to me. I will not pretend that it has been easy. There are days when I mourn the financial security of my previous life and question if I made the right decision. Starting a business is stressful, and there have been occasions when I questioned whether we'd make it. But then I recall how unhappy I was with Ethan and his family, how they made me feel, and I realize I did the right thing. I'm currently working on creating my new life. The business keeps me busy, and I've started dating again, albeit casually. I'm taking things slowly and making an effort to emphasize my own happiness and self-esteem. I've also reconnected with some old friends who I had lost touch with throughout my marriage, which has been wonderful. Looking back, I realize how much I've developed from this experience. I've learned to stand up for myself, trust my instincts, and refuse to let anyone make me feel less than I am. It's been a difficult journey, but I'm optimistic about what the future holds. I've also learned the value of being honest to myself. I spent so much time trying to fit into Ethan's world that I almost forgot who I was. Now I am proud of my heritage and the ideals instilled in me by my parents. I'm no longer ashamed of where I'm from, it's part of who I am. Thank you again for your encouragement and wisdom along this journey. It made a big difference knowing I had people rooting for me, even if they were strangers on the internet. I hope that my story might help others who may be in similar situations. I was my sister's ATM for 5 years. When I said no more, she screamed, "Go to hell," and threw cake at my face. Now she owes me $39,000 with interest. For the past 5 years, I, a 32-year-old male, have essentially served as my 29-year-old sister's personal bank account. I will call her Lila. I don't mean, "Hey, can I borrow $20 for gas?" kind of circumstance. I'm talking about full-fledged financial assistance, rent, utilities, groceries, clothes for her children, school supplies, and everything. I work in a facility that produces car parts. It's not glamorous, but it pays well if you're willing to work a lot of overtime, which I've been doing almost non-stop since Lila's husband left her. My social life. What a social life. I haven't had a proper vacation since 2019. Most weekends, I work extra shifts or assist Lila with a broken item in her apartment. It was not always like this. Lila used to be married to this guy named Travis. He was fine. He had a regular job as an electrician. They seemed fairly regular, and they had a child together, my niece Chloe, who is now 7 years old, and actually quite cool. But Lila has always had rage issues. Like she'll appear okay, and then snap over nothing. She'd throw enormous tantrums and shout at Travis over little matters like him buying the wrong brand of cereal, or not responding to her texts quickly enough. It's no wonder that Dad got fed up and left when Chloe was approximately 2. I can recall Lila calling me at 11 p.m., sobbing about Travis being a selfish guy who abandoned his family. I subsequently discovered he had been telling her for months that he was unhappy, but she didn't take him seriously, I guess. Anyway, after the divorce, Lila could no longer afford her flat. Her work at the mall paid little, and child care charges are exorbitant. This is where my parents, Richard and Margaret, should have intervened, correct? But no, they've been living the retirement dream ever since Dad received his pension. They travel about 4 months out of the year and have refurbished their home with one of those expensive kitchens from TV. When I proposed that they should financially assist Lila, their daughter, Mom looked at me with a patronizing smile and said, "You're young and capable, Finn. You don't have any responsibilities yet. Lila needs help right now." So, like an idiot, I agreed to help Lila temporarily while she recovered. That was in 2020. It is currently 2025. And guess what? I'm still assisting. At first, it was simply assisting with rent. Then there was rent and utilities, as electricity is extremely expensive in the winter. Then there were groceries, because Chloe is developing and requires nutritious food. Then there were clothes for Chloe, school supplies, after-school activities, and a new laptop because she needed one for school. She was a first grader. New furniture since the old stuff makes me think of Travis. And on, and on. Every time I suggested that we cut back on certain spending, Lila would pull one of her famous moves. Sometimes she'd start crying about how difficult it is to be a single mother. Or she'd become really defensive and declare, "I'm being cheap." Her preferred strategy was to use Chloe as a shield. "So you want your niece to go without basic necessities?" she would ask, reminding me how fortunate I was not to have a family to maintain. Here's the thing with me. I've always been the family fixer. Middle child syndrome, perhaps. When things get uncomfortable, I start making jokes. I attempt to keep the peace. I dislike conflict. When I hand over money to Lila that I know I'll never see again, I just make a snarky remark like, "Well, there goes my dream yacht." Or guess I'll just have to win the lottery now. Everyone laughs, the matter is resolved, but I am still broke. I truly had a dream once. I was saving for a down payment on a home. Lila had approximately $15,000 saved up when her life crashed. That money was spent within the first year of assisting her. I intended to attend some community college programs in order to advance in my career or obtain a better position. Cannot afford it right now. I've even tried dating on occasion, but it's difficult to go out with someone when you're counting pennies after paying 2 sets of bills. Jordan, my pal, is constantly reminding me that I'm being used. Dude, she's a grown woman, she should figure it out like everyone else. However, when children are involved, things are not so straightforward. Chloe did not ask for any of this. And I adore that little kid. She's smart and humorous, and she likes to draw dinosaurs wearing hats. How can you say no when you know your niece will suffer? Uncle Henry is the only member of my family who can see through Lila's act. He drew me aside at Thanksgiving last year and said, "Kid, you're setting yourself on fire to keep someone warm who's just going to complain it's not hot enough." Henry has always been direct like that. He offered to loan me money once, but I declined. This problem is already hard enough without including more family members in the financial picture. Lila finally found a good job as an administrative assistant at an insurance company, full-time and with benefits, about 8 months ago. I hoped things would finally change. Maybe I could just help with Chloe's expenses or pay a portion of the rent instead of the entire amount. However, the financial obligations continued, often much more so than before, because changing jobs is expensive in various ways. She required a professional wardrobe and networking lunches, among other things, which sounded uncomfortably similar to, "I want to buy new clothes and go out to eat." Meanwhile, I'm still driving my 2008 Honda with 187,000 miles on it, going to discount grocery stores and using my phone until it practically dies because I can't afford a replacement. But I kept paying. Because I'm a sucker, I suppose. Because it feels impossible to say no after saying yes so many times. Because I'm worried about what will happen to Chloe if I cut Lila off. Because my entire identity in the family is the dependable Finn, who solves everyone's issues with a smile and a joke. But after Lila acquired her new office job, I started seeing strange things. Not all at once, but in small increments that simply did not add up. First and foremost, her financial situation deteriorated, rather than improved. When she was working part-time at the mall, I could understand why she needed assistance. But now she is making money. Not fantastic, but certainly better than before. And she's still asking me for money, sometimes even more. One week she called and said she couldn't pay her rent because she had to pay for Chloe's school pictures. School photos cost about $50, but her rent is $1,200. Make sure it makes sense. When I went over to her flat, I started seeing new things. Nothing fancy, but definitely not a bargain. New throw pillows and brand-name makeup on her bathroom counter. She even got one of those robotic vacuums. Who would buy a robot vacuum if they couldn't pay their electricity bill? The big red flag was when she arrived at my folks' house for Sunday dinner wearing these fancy shoes. I only recognized the brand because the person I was dating was infatuated with it. They cost a minimum of $300. When I cocked an eyebrow at her, she simply shrugged and claimed they were on sale. On sale for $250 rather than $300. That's still crazy when I'm over here buying work boots at Walmart. Then she started acting strangely about her phone. She used to just leave it on the table or something, but now she's carrying it everywhere, including the restroom, and she jumps anytime it alerts her with a notice. I once went in when she was texting and she practically flipped her phone over as if she was hiding nuclear codes or something. Her routine also became weird. Previously, she would spend the evenings at home with Chloe, but she started asking me to babysit more and more. Typically last minute. Emergency work thing, she'd explain, or girls' night. I really need this for my mental health. Now, I understand the necessity for social time, especially as a single mom. But it was happening about 2 to 3 times every week. I saw Chloe expressing things that didn't make sense given Lila's story of being a broke single mom. One day, I was picking her up from school, and she told me about this wonderful restaurant with a table where they cook in front of you. It's obviously a hibachi place. When I asked who took her there, she replied, "Mommy took me last week." So I'm sitting there thinking, I gave Lila money for groceries last week since she mentioned they were eating ramen every night. However, she was able to afford hibachi. That's about $60 to $70 for 2 people, easily. Another time, Chloe was playing with my phone and unintentionally launched my Amazon app. She saw a toy and replied, "I have that. Mommy ordered it for my good grades." The toy cost $40. Not the most costly item ever, but certainly not what someone who cannot pay their water bill should purchase. I began paying greater attention to Lila's social media accounts. She wasn't posting anything suspicious directly, but she was identifying herself in locations like fine restaurants, wineries, and performance venues. She was always with a bunch of work pals she hadn't mentioned previously. When I casually mentioned one of these outings, "Hey, how was that Italian place you went to Tuesday?" she became defensive right away. "Are you stalking my Instagram now? Wow, Finn, controlling much." I backed away because it is what I do. Make a joke, smooth things over and pretend everything is all right. Just making conversation, sis. Glad you're making friends at your new job. But I began to wonder where my money was going. If she can afford girls' nights, hibachi and high-end shoes, why can't she pay rent? Something was not adding up. Uncle Henry also observed. We were helping my father repair his deck. Well, Henry and I were working as Dad observed when Henry just asked me, "You still bankrolling Lila's life?" I gave him a non-answer like, "You know how it is. Family helps family." Henry just shook his head. "That girl's taking you for a ride, Finn. You don't see it because you don't want to, but everyone else does." That ached because deep down I knew he was correct. Even my friend Jordan had stopped asking me to go out because he was tired of hearing I can't afford it while seeing me Venmo hundreds of dollars to my sister. I tried discussing it with my parents once. We were at their house for Dad's birthday, and Lila had just begged me for money to fix her car the day before, an $800 repair that I'm pretty sure was fabricated. "Don't you think it's strange that Lila still needs so much help despite her new job?" I asked Mom while we were alone in the kitchen. Mom just gave me that look, like I'm being difficult. "She's a single mother, Finn. Do you have any idea how expensive it is to raise a child? You're lucky you only have to worry about yourself." There it was again. I'm lucky to be trapped paying for 2 families on one paycheck when everyone else may live their lives. When Lila began receiving deliveries, I became very suspicious. I knew because Chloe mentioned it. "The delivery man comes to our house a lot now. Mommy says it's because she deserves nice things." Goodness. While I'm over here contemplating whether I can afford to repair my car's air conditioner or if I should just sweat through another summer, I still didn't know what was going on. Part of me wondered if she had a shopping addiction or was in some sort of problem she wasn't telling me about. In any case, I resolved to discover the truth. The following time she asked me to babysit last minute for a work event. I consented as usual. I didn't intend to spy through my sister's belongings that day. I'm not that type of person. But when I arrived to babysit Chloe, strange things were happening on. First, Lila was completely dressed up for a work event on a Thursday night. She was dressed in a tight black dress that I'd never seen before, had fancy makeup and hair done, and was wearing perfume that clearly cost more than the body spray she used to buy at the mall. When I asked about it, she became really defensive. Some of us care about our appearance, Finn. Not everyone wants to look like they just rolled out of bed. For the record, I was wearing regular jeans and a clean t-shirt. Not quite just rolled out of bed, but whatever. The second strange thing was that Chloe appeared perplexed about where her mother was going. When Lila remarked, "Mommy has to go to a work thing," Chloe replied, "Is Mason going to be there?" Lila's face went white almost instantly. She yelled at Chloe, "Go brush your teeth right now," and nearly shoved me into the kitchen, stating we needed to talk about Chloe's bedtime ritual. Now I am not stupid. "Who's Mason?" I inquired. "Just a coworker," she replied hastily. "We're all going to this team building thing." She lied. I've known Lila my entire life, and she has this habit of touching her earring while lying. She was virtually ripping on her earring by this point, but I let it go since Chloe returned to the room, and I didn't want to start a fight in front of her. Lila went quickly, asking me not to wait because these work things can go late. After I settled Chloe into a movie, I decided to look around a little. Not full-fledged snooping, just observation. I was not opening drawers or anything. When I went to put away Chloe's sweater, I noticed a men's jacket hanging in the hall closet. Not like a unisex jacket, but a standard men's leather jacket in size extra large. Travis, Lila's ex, was best described as a medium. In the restroom I noticed men's body wash in the shower, not the cheap type either. The premium sort, which costs around $15 each bottle. There was also a men's razor on the countertop. However, the true proof was in the living room. While Chloe was putting on her jammies, I saw some mail on the coffee table. One envelope was addressed to Mason Jennings, the same address as Lila's flat. This guy was receiving mail at her residence. That is not a casual thing. That is not a coworker. That's someone who spends a lot of time there. When Chloe returned for the movie, I casually said, "Hey Pops, who's Mason again? Is he one of Mommy's friends from work?" She gave me that adults are so dumb look that only kids can pull off. "No, Uncle Finn, Mason is Mommy's boyfriend. He sleeps over lots of times and makes pancakes in the morning." Okay, there it was. My sister had a hidden boyfriend who allegedly spent enough time at her house to receive mail and prepare breakfast. "Does Mason buy you things?" I inquired, attempting to sound casual. "Sometimes," she responded, concentrating on selecting a movie. "He got me the robot that cleans the floor, and he took me and Mommy to the restaurant where they cook in front of you. He has a cool car too." So this guy was purchasing gifts for my niece, taking them to expensive places, and allegedly driving a cool car, while I was still paying Lila's rent and utilities because she couldn't afford them. I felt sick to my stomach. For 5 years, I'd been sacrificing everything to support Lila, thinking she was struggling, and now she had a man who was spending money on her and Chloe while I was still paying the bills. The more Chloe talked, the worse things got. Mason had reportedly been around for at least 6 months. He took them to the zoo after Lila informed me that she couldn't afford Chloe's field trip. He even took them on a weekend excursion to a water park. The same weekend Lila informed me she needed additional money because her hours were reduced. I maintained my composure in front of Chloe. We watched the movie, I told her a tale, and I tucked her down as if everything was fine. But internally, I was angry. After Chloe fell asleep, I examined around more carefully. In Lila's room, I discovered shopping bags in her closet with receipts for luxury clothes, and even an iPad. All acquired within the last few months while I was eating ramen for dinner to save money. In her nightstand drawer, there were weekend vacation brochures and a handwritten note that read, "Happy 6 months, babe. Can't wait for many more. Love, R." 6 months. She'd been dating this guy for half a year and was still receiving my money. I grabbed my phone and began photographing everything: the men's items in the bathroom, the mail, the shopping receipts, and the card. I even took a photo of the dude's jacket. I sought evidence when she tried to deny everything. Then I looked over her Instagram. She wasn't posting images with any guys, but when I looked closely at her girls' night out shots, I noticed the same guy in the background of numerous of them, not labeled, but clearly present. In one photograph, you can see his hand on her waist. Subtle, sis. Very subtle. I was still sitting there looking through her social media when I heard her key enter the door at about midnight. I immediately put everything back where I found it and attempted to appear relaxed on the couch. She came in still dressed up, little tipsy, and shocked to see me awake. "Oh, you're still here. How was Chloe?" "Great," I answered, my tone bland. "We had a nice talk. She told me all about Mason." The expression on her face was nearly worth the thousands of dollars I had squandered on her. Then she moved from denying everything, "He's just a friend," to downplaying it. "We've only been dating a few weeks," to ultimately admitting they had been together for almost 6 months. But the worst thing was when she tried to explain keeping him hidden from me. "You're so judgmental, Finn. I knew you'd make a big deal out of it." "A big deal? You've been taking my money for emergencies while spending it on dates with this guy." "It's not like that. Mason's going through a tough time financially right now. I've been helping him out sometimes." That's when I totally lost it. "So, let me get this straight," I responded, attempting to remain calm. "I work overtime every week so you can pay your bills, but instead you're using that money to support some grown man who should be supporting himself." She burst into tears then. Classic Lila move. When logic fails, activate the waterworks. She went on about how I didn't understand, how Mason was wonderful with Chloe, how she was happy for the first time since Travis left, and how dare I attempt to ruin it for her. I told her I was finished. There's no more money, no more bailouts, no longer being her personal ATM. She was capable of paying her own bills, just like any other adult on the earth. Of course, she called me every name in the book, selfish, uncaring, and jealous because I didn't have anyone. That last one stung because it may have been true. It's difficult to date when you're continuously working and broke from helping your sister. I left her place that night, assuming it was the end. Boy, was I mistaken. The next morning, my parents called. Guess who contacted them at 1 a.m., weeping about how mean I was. They lectured me on the need of family support and how ridiculous I was. When I tried to explain Mason, they brushed it aside as if it were nothing. "So she has a boyfriend. What's the big deal? She deserves some happiness after everything she's been through." Did everyone forget that I've been through a lot too? That I had put my entire life on hold for 5 years? For the next week, Lila continued texting me about invoices that were due. I disregarded them all. My parents called repeatedly, leaving guilt-ridden voicemails about how Chloe shouldn't suffer because I was stubborn. I also ignored those. I was finally standing my ground, which felt great. Then came Saturday. I was at home washing laundry when the doorbell rang. It was Lila, with a fancy-looking cake box. "Can I come in?" she inquired, appearing regretful for once. Against my better judgment, I allowed her in. She placed the cake on my kitchen table and began giving an obviously scripted speech about how sorry she was for not telling me about Mason and how she understood why I was unhappy. But couldn't we figure things out? Maybe I could still contribute with the rent while she sorted things out. I looked at her in bewilderment. "You still don't get it, do you? This isn't just about your boyfriend. It's about the lying, the manipulating, using me for 5 years while hiding how you were really spending the money." "That's not fair," she responded, becoming defensive again. "I did need help with necessities. Sure, not with fancy date nights and gifts for your boyfriend. Do you have any idea what I've given up for you? I've been living like I'm broke because I am broke after giving you all my money." "It wasn't all of your money," she murmured. "Don't exaggerate." I laughed, really laughed. "Lila, I've given you over $35,000 in the past 5 years. I calculated it." Her eyes bulged. I do not think she had ever done the math. "Look, I told you, I'm not even asking for the money back. It's gone, but I'm done. You have a job, you have a boyfriend. Figure it out between the two of you." That was when she pointed to the cake box. "I got your favorite carrot cake from that bakery you like as a peace offering." When I opened the box, there was indeed a lovely carrot cake inside. But something about it felt odd. "What's this really for?" I inquired. "You've never brought me cake as an apology before." She fidgeted with her earrings. "Just wanted to make things right." I saw some writing on the cake, which was partially visible under the box top. I opened it fully to see. "Happy 6-month anniversary, R." The rest was smudged. It clicked right away. "This is for Mason, isn't it? Today is your 6-month anniversary with him." Her face turned crimson. Well, yes, but I thought we could share it. I'm trying to include you in my life. Include me? I asked, my voice growing louder. You didn't even buy this for me. You bought it for your anniversary, and what, he canceled so you thought you'd use it to butter me up instead. Mason didn't cancel, she yelled. He's meeting me later. I just thought. You thought you'd smooth things over with me so I'd keep paying your bills, then go celebrate with him using my favorite cake that I'm guessing you paid for with money I gave you for your electric bill last month. It's not like that, she cried. God, you're impossible. This is why I didn't tell you about him. You're so judgmental and controlling. Controlling? I've let you walk all over me for 5 years. I'm not trying to control you. I'm just done being used by you. Fine, she exclaimed. Keep being a bitter, lonely loser jerk. Mason loves me, which is more than anyone can say about you. That hurt more than I cared to admit. If Mason loves you so much, I replied with a grimace, then congratulations. You finally found someone else to be your ATM, though I'm guessing he doesn't know that's his role yet. Maybe check if his credit score can handle the Lila attacks before you get too attached. Her face distorted with wrath, and before I could respond, she snatched the cake and smashed it right in my face. Carrot cake got everywhere, in my eyes, up my nose, down my shirt. The hefty cake plate struck me hard enough to cut my lip. Go to hell, Finn, she exclaimed. You think you're so much better than everyone. At least Mason isn't a pathetic loser who has no life outside of work. I stood there in awe, icing streaming down my cheeks. I was 29 years old, and my sister was flinging cake at me like a baby having a temper tantrum. She grabbed her purse and raced toward the door before turning back. Don't expect to see Chloe again if this is how you're going to be. The threat to use my niece as a weapon was the final straw. Get out, I murmured calmly, despite the cake on my face. And don't come back until you're ready to act like an adult. After she went, I stood in my kitchen, cake dripping on the floor, wondering how my life had come to this. After 5 years of sacrifice, all I got was a cake to the face and a threat to prevent me from seeing my niece. I took a shower, washed the frosting off my ears and hair, and made a decision. This was not over. If Lila wanted to play nasty, I could too. My phone started filling up with text messages from my folks. Apparently Lila had already contacted them with her version of events, in which I was cruel and unreasonable, and she was the victim again. This time, I did not ignore them. I snapped a picture of my still red face with the cut on my lip, and sent it to the family group chat with the following message. This is what your daughter did when I said I wouldn't pay her expenses anymore. Do you still think I am the problem? Dad's response. You know how emotional she can get. You should not have pressed her buttons. Classic. Lila acts like a lunatic, and it's my responsibility for pushing her buttons by refusing to pay her expenses any longer. I tried to explain about the boyfriend again, how she had been lying for months, and about the shopping sprees, restaurants, and excursions. Their response was basically, well, that's between her and her boyfriend. Number. It's between her, her boyfriend and me, the guy who's been funding it all. Uncle Henry was the only one who was on my side. He called. Are you pressing charges? Was his first question. I wasn't, obviously. She's still my sister, and Chloe would be traumatized if her mother were arrested. But the fact that someone finally admitted how bad the situation was meant a lot. Meanwhile, Lila had launched a full-scale public relations campaign against me. She was telling everyone who would listen that I had abandoned her and Chloe because I was envious of their love. She even made some weird comments on Facebook about toxic family members and finding out who really loves you. I could have simply walked away at this point, cut communication, nursed my wounds, and attempted to restore my savings. But something about me had changed. I had had enough of being the kind person who takes the hit for everyone else. Uncle Henry and I met for lunch a few days later. We were just finishing our burgers when he gave me a serious look. Have you thought about what you're going to do next? Because your sister isn't just going to let this go. I shrugged. What can I do? The money's gone. Henry smirked. Maybe not. My buddy Alex works at a debt collection agency. The legit kind, not the scammy ones. You got records of all the money you gave her? Every penny, I replied. I've been tracking it in a spreadsheet for years. 3 days later I was sitting across from Alex, sliding a folder full of statements, Venmo receipts, and text screenshots across his desk. So your sister asked for money for rent emergencies while buying $300 shoes, he inquired, thumbing over the proof. And taking secret boyfriends to fancy restaurants, I mentioned. And you have texts where she explicitly acknowledges these were loans? I pointed to the highlighted part. Lila. I swear I'll pay you back when I get on my feet. Me. You said that last month. Lila. I mean it this time. Perfect, he replied. I can work with this. I walked out of his office with a bounce in my step for the first time in weeks. The official notification was delivered to Lila's flat 2 days later. Total owed, $39,423.27 plus reasonable interest. Payment is needed immediately. Failure to answer might result in credit reporting, possible wage garnishment, and other legal action. My phone rang around 18 minutes later. Are you freaking serious right now? Lila's voice was so harsh that I had to move the phone away from my ear. Hello to you too, sis. You sent a debt collector after me? Well, I said with a smile. You know what they say, when someone throws cake in your face, send a professional to collect what they owe you, or something like that. This isn't funny, they're threatening my credit score, that is serious. Maybe you could ask Mom and Dad for help. Or Mason, he seems to enjoy funding your lifestyle. Though I guess he thought he was dating an independent woman, not someone who's been mooching off her brother for 5 years. The yelling that ensued was remarkable. I waited approximately 30 seconds before interrupting. Look, it's simple. You borrowed money, you didn't repay it. Now you have a debt. Welcome to adulthood, Lila. Those weren't loans, they were family helping family. Funny, I have about 50 texts that say otherwise. She hung up. I laughed and shut my phone, knowing that the family nuclear meltdown was about to occur. It did not disappoint. Mom and Dad made 17 calls in the next hour. I finally responded while making myself a meal. Have you completely lost your mind? Dad exclaimed without hesitation. Hi Dad, I'm doing well, thanks for asking. A debt collector against your own sister? Since she's allergic to personal responsibility, I thought I'd introduce her to professional responsibility. Mom cut in. Finn, you need to call this off immediately. Lila is absolutely distraught. So was I when she smashed cake in my face, and when she spent the money I gave her for rent on her secret boyfriend. But please, tell me more about how I'm the bad guy here. This isn't who we raised you to be, Dad remarked sadly. You raised me to be a doormat? Weird. I must have missed that lesson. The conversation then deteriorated. They alternated between guilt, threats, and pleas to familial loyalty. You know what's really funny, I ended by stating, I'm the only one who's ever held Lila accountable for anything. Maybe if you'd done that years ago, we wouldn't be here. They hung up on me. Progress. Alex called the following day. Your sister and her boyfriend came in, he remarked, amused. Quite the performance, I bet. Let me guess, tears, screaming, threats to call the police? All of the above, but the boyfriend pulled me aside and asked how much it would take to make this go away immediately. I almost dropped my phone. Seriously? He seemed very concerned about her credit score, almost like he was planning something that required good credit. I told him a significant good faith payment would show seriousness, and he wrote a check for $5,000 on the spot. I burst into laughter. You what? Yep. And they signed a payment plan for the rest. $500 a month until it's paid off. Congratulations, you'll be getting about $350 a month after our fee. I hung up and performed a victory dance in my living room. The best investment in a debt collector ever. Lila's social media accounts became oddly silent after that. No more posts about toxic families. No more victim narratives. Just radio silence. The first payment came into my account the next week. I quickly used it to fix my car's air conditioner, which had been broken for 2 summers. The following month, I paid off one of my credit cards. The month after that, I opened a savings account. My parents continued to give me the cold shoulder, certain that I had committed some unforgivable transgression against the precious institution of family. Uncle Henry found it hilarious. They'll come around, he told us during our fishing trip. Or they won't. Either way, you're not bankrupt anymore. What is the best part? For the first time in 5 years, I can buy decent coffee at the grocery store without worrying about how many of Lila's expenses the money will cover. Freedom tastes like a quality dark roast, which is excellent. Since several people have asked, yes, the debt collector way is legal if you have adequate paperwork showing the money was a loan, not a gift. Text messages in which someone acknowledges that it is a loan and agrees to repay you are legally binding in most places. Do your research and save your receipts. My dad backed his fiancé's plan to evict me. They tried to fight in court, but I turned the tables with proof. Now he begs me for forgiveness. Dad moves in soon-to-be bride, and she gets pregnant and demands I leave the house because she needs my room. I tell her, lady, I own the house. Sup, Reddit. My dad's gold-digging fiancée moved in with her 2 devil spawn. After she announced her pregnancy, she tried to kick me out of my own house. Her smirk disappeared when I told her I owned the place. What followed was an absolute show. Here's what went down. So, this whole saga started about 9 years ago when my mom died from cancer. I, 21 male, was 12. Dad was a wreck, and nobody knew what the hell to do with me. Luckily for everyone involved, my grandparents lived just outside the city on this decent chunk of land with a house that had seen better days, but still had good bones. After Mom passed, it just made sense for me to stay put with the grandparents. Dad would come home on weekends, holidays, whatever. The house itself is solid. 4 bedrooms, a couple of bathrooms, a big kitchen, sitting on about 3 acres of land that backs up to some woods. But here's where Dad started showing his true colors. Even as a kid, I noticed he had this thing about control. Everything had to be done his way, on his timeline, with his approval. He'd show up on weekends and immediately start rearranging things, telling Grandpa how to maintain the property properly, and making decisions about my life without asking anyone. My best friend Elio lived about 10 minutes down the road, so I wasn't completely isolated. Kid's been my ride or die since we were building forts in those backwoods. Here's where it gets interesting though. My mom was an only child. I'm an only child. When Grandma and Grandpa started declining a few years back, guess who's the only name on the will? That's right. Yours truly inherited the whole damn operation when Grandpa died. House, land, Grandpa's beat-to-hell pickup truck that somehow still runs, and a decent chunk of change they'd been sitting on. Dad used Mom's life insurance to renovate parts of the house over the years. But here's the thing. He acted like he was doing me some huge favor, like I should be grateful he was investing in the place. I found out about the inheritance when the lawyer called me after Grandpa's funeral. Dad was standing right there when I took that call. The look on his face when he realized I owned the house we were all living in. Not embarrassment or guilt, more like irritation, like I just complicated his life by existing. Elio was there that day, helping me sort through Grandpa's tools. When Dad walked away after that phone call, Elio just looked at me and said, "So you own the house now? Damn, Thanksgiving is going to be awkward." But we never discussed it. Dad just pretended it never happened and kept acting like he was the man of the house, making all the decisions, controlling everything from what we watched on TV to when I was allowed to have friends over. About 2 years after Mom died, Dad started dating again. Nothing serious at first, just random coffee dates and dinner meetups. Fast forward to about 6 months ago, and he drops this bomb. He's got a serious girlfriend. A 30-year-old preschool teacher named Samantha, who comes with 2 kids under 10 and enough emotional baggage to stock a therapy practice. Samantha's got this whole young professional mom aesthetic going on, drives a white SUV that's always spotless, wears those athleisure outfits, and has opinions about organic food that she'll share whether you ask or not. Her kids, Logan and Chloe, because of course their names sound like a country club membership roster, are these perfectly groomed little sociopaths. The first time Dad brought her to the house, she did this thing where she walked around taking mental notes like, this needs work and that needs replacing. I caught her opening cabinets and checking expiration dates on stuff in the pantry. Your grandmother had such interesting taste, she said, running her finger along the vintage wallpaper. It's so authentic, very lived in. The way she said lived in made it sound like a polite way of saying trashy, but Dad just ate it up. Samantha has such great design sense, he said, like she just complimented the Sistine Chapel. She's got so many ideas for improvements. Her kids were even worse than she was. Logan, who's maybe 8, spent the entire visit touching everything he wasn't supposed to touch while maintaining perfect eye contact. Chloe, the 6-year-old, accidentally knocked over Grandma's favorite plant, and then looked at me like it was my fault for putting it where she could reach it. When I mentioned the plant, Samantha just laughed. Oh, kids will be kids. They're just excited to be in such a big house. They're not used to having so much space to explore. Elio came by that evening and caught the tail end of their visit. After they left, he looked around the living room where Samantha had repositioned some of Grandma's throw pillows. Well, she seems fun, he said. Nothing says I'm definitely not planning to redecorate your entire life like rearranging furniture on the first visit. But Dad was smitten, started spending more money on dates, bought new clothes, got his teeth whitened. Classic midlife crisis stuff, except instead of buying a motorcycle, he'd found himself a ready-made family that came with built-in validation. Samantha played it perfectly, asking his opinion on everything, deferring to his wisdom, letting him feel like the big strong provider. 3 months in, she's practically moved in. Her stuff starts showing up in Dad's bathroom. Her car is in the driveway more than it's at her apartment. Logan and Chloe have claimed the guest room like they're planning to stay forever. And the kids, Jesus Christ, the kids. They went from perfectly behaved little angels to absolute demons the second they got comfortable. Logan would accidentally break my stuff and then act confused when I got mad. Chloe would go through my room when I wasn't home and mess with my things, then deny everything when confronted. Whenever I complained, Samantha would give me this wounded look and suggest that maybe I wasn't used to having kids around. Dad naturally took her side every time, telling me they're just kids and to cut them some slack. By month 4, she wasn't even pretending anymore. She'd gone from grateful guest to woman of the house faster than you could say gold digger. It started small. Rearranging the living room furniture while Dad was at work, then acting like it had always been that way. Replacing Grandma's dish towels with her own organic cotton ones, throwing away food she didn't approve of, and replacing it with expensive organic alternatives. But the real power move was how she started treating me like I was some deadbeat nephew who'd overstayed his welcome. You know, I can rent it to you at a significant discount, way below market rate. When I asked how much of a discount, she explained that market rate for that area is about $1,500, but she'd only charge me $1,200. Really a steal, for someone in your situation. And what happens to this place? Well, Samantha's got great ideas for making it more functional for a growing family. The baby will need a nursery, and the kids need proper rooms. Your room would be the perfect nursery space. My room. The room I've lived in since I was 12. But wait. There's more. Samantha continued. My mother has agreed to move in temporarily to help with the baby. She'll need the guest room. I looked at Dad, waiting for him to say something. Anything? Nope. He was just sitting there, nodding along to everything she said. So I decided to play along to see how far they'd go. That's interesting. I'll think about it. Samantha's smile got a lot tighter. Great, but you know, waiting too long would be limiting everyone involved, so think fast. Okay. I texted Elio as soon as they went back to their room about needing an emergency drink run. He showed up 20 minutes later, took one look at my face. Dude, you look like someone just shat in your cereal. Tell me about it. I told him everything. Classic, he said. Nothing says family values like kicking the owner to make room for Grandma. 2 weeks after the pregnancy announcement, I came home from my afternoon classes to find Samantha in my room with cardboard boxes, packing up my stuff like I'd already agreed to move out. Not just standing in the doorway this time, actually in my room, going through my closet, wrapping up my mom's pictures in newspaper and boxing up books like she was preparing for a yard sale. When I asked what the heck she was doing, she looked up with this bright smile, like I just walked in on her organizing a charity drive. Hi sweetie, I'm just helping you get started with packing. Your father and I decided it would be better to get you moved sooner rather than later, so I thought I'd give you a head start. My father and I decided. Nobody asked me what I decided. She kept that sickeningly sweet tone. Well honey, you've had 2 weeks to think about it, and really, what's there to think about? This is obviously the best solution for everyone. She held up one of my mom's framed pictures like she was examining it for flaws. Besides, some of this stuff probably needs to be updated anyway. You can't hold on to childhood things forever. Put that down and get out of my room. Now. Now, she said in that condescending preschool teacher voice. There's no need to be unpleasant. I'm trying to help you transition to adult living. This is exciting. Your own place. Real independence. When I repeated my demand for her to get out, Samantha set down the picture and straightened up. For the first time since I'd met her, the mask completely dropped. Listen, little boy, she said, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. I'm pregnant with your father's child. This house needs to work for a real family, not some overgrown teenager who can't handle the idea of growing up. You can either pack your stuff like an adult, or I can have your father explain to you why this isn't negotiable anymore. This isn't your house, you don't get to pack my stuff. Actually, she said, picking up another box and continuing like I hadn't spoken, your father and I have discussed this extensively. We've already paid the deposit on the apartment, and you're moving out this weekend. The movers come Monday to pick up your things. Movers. They'd hired movers for my stuff without asking me. When I said they couldn't do this, she told me they already did. The lease was signed, the deposit was paid. And frankly, you should be grateful we're handling all the logistics for you. Most parents would make their children figure this out on their own. That's when Dad walked in, and I could tell from his expression that he knew exactly what was happening. This wasn't Samantha going rogue. This was their plan. Dad, what the hell is this? We decided it's better to just rip the Band-Aid off. You've been dragging your feet on this decision, so we made it for you. You made it for me? Dad used that patronizing tone he'd perfected over the years. Look, this is happening whether you like it or not. You can either be mature about it and work with us, or you can throw a tantrum like a child. But either way, you're moving out this weekend. I looked between them. Dad standing there like he was delivering some tough love life lesson. Samantha smirking behind him like she just won the lottery. And they'd obviously planned this whole thing. When I asked what would happen if I refused, Dad's face went hard. Then they'd pack my stuff for me and put it in storage. I was an adult now, and it was time I started acting like one. This house was for families, not overgrown kids who couldn't handle change. Overgrown kids. My own father called me an overgrown kid for not wanting to be evicted from my own house. Samantha helpfully added that I had until Sunday. The cleaning lady needed time to prepare the room for the nursery furniture delivery. I pulled out my phone and started recording, asking them to say that again about moving me out of my house. Dad's face went red, and he told me to put that away. This is a family discussion, not some social media drama. I kept recording and asked him to clarify. They were evicting me from this house, the house that belongs to me. Samantha snapped that it belonged to this family, and families make decisions together. You don't get to hold everyone hostage because of some paperwork technicality. Paperwork technicality. Property ownership was a paperwork technicality. Dad, whose name is on the deed? Pure awkward silence while Dad realized he'd never actually checked the paperwork from when Grandpa died. When he finally admitted that legally, yes, the house was in my name, but started to say but, I cut him off. There was no but. Legally, this was my house, and he had just told me he was evicting me from my own property. That's when Samantha finally understood what was happening, and her face went through about 6 different emotions before settling on barely controlled panic. That can't be right, she said slowly. You're just a student. This student does. I showed her the phone screen. Inherited it from my grandparents when they died. House, land, everything. All mine. Samantha sat down hard on my bed, still holding one of my boxed up books. But your father, he pays for everything. Utilities. Upkeep. Yeah. On my property. Like a tenant. He renovated this place with my mom's life insurance money to improve my house. The color drained from her face as she realized her entire plan had just imploded. So, when you decided to evict me from my own house and turn my bedroom into your nursery without asking, yeah, that's not going to fly. Dad was quiet for a long moment, and when he finally spoke, his voice had that dangerous edge it got when he was really pissed off. Fine, he said. It's your house. But I was still 21 years old, and I was still his son, and I was still going to do what he told me to do. Actually, no, I wasn't. He said we'd see about that and walked out. Samantha stayed sitting on my bed, staring at the boxes of my stuff she'd been packing like they were evidence of a crime. She said this was insane. I couldn't just, this isn't how families work. You're right, families don't usually steal each other's houses. She looked up at me with pure hatred. You have no idea what you've just done. I am pregnant, and we need the house more than you do. Maybe you should have asked nicely. This isn't over. Good luck with that. I texted Elio immediately about deploying the nuclear option. They tried to pack my stuff without permission. His response came back in seconds, asking how they took the property ownership revelation. About as well as you'd expect, I told him. Dad's having an alpha male meltdown, and Samantha looks like she just watched her master plan burn to the ground. After the attempted forced eviction, I spent the weekend doing research, not homework. The kind of research that would help me figure out exactly how to make these people's lives as miserable as they tried to make mine. Elio came over Saturday morning with coffee and his laptop for what he called war council time. All right, what's the plan? I told him the plan. I was evicting them. Both of them. Even your dad? Especially my dad. He made his choice when he tried to force me out of my own house. Elio grinned. Ruthless. I like it. What do you need? We spent the morning researching tenant rights, eviction procedures, and property law. Turns out when you let people establish residency in your house, which Dad and Samantha had definitely done, getting them out requires proper legal channels. But when you own the property and they're not on any lease, you've got most of the power. Elio found the relevant laws. In this state, you need to give 30 days written notice for month-to-month tenants, but if they're not paying rent and there's no lease agreement, it's considered tenancy at will, and you can terminate it with notice. 30 days notice. But here was the fun part. If they refused to leave after notice, I could file for eviction and have them legally removed. When I asked about damages, like if they'd been living there rent-free, Elio found the beautiful part. I could sue for fair market rent for the entire time they'd been there without a lease, plus any damages to the property. I calculated quickly. Dad had been living there rent-free for 9 years. Samantha and her kids for about 6 months. At market rates for a 4-bedroom house in our area, we were talking about serious money. Dad would owe me about $200,000 in back rent. Samantha would owe about $15,000 just for the time she'd been there. Elio whistled. That's some expensive house playing. Monday morning, I went to the courthouse and filed the paperwork. Tuesday, I went to a lawyer to make sure I was doing everything by the book. Wednesday, I had the eviction notices printed up on official letterhead. Thursday evening, I waited for them both to be home, then called a family meeting in the living room. We need to talk, I said, setting the folder of legal documents on the coffee table. Dad was still in his post-superiority mode. If this is about your attitude problem, I don't want to hear it. You've been acting like a spoiled brat, and it needs to stop. Actually, this is about your housing situation. Samantha was sitting next to him, one hand on her belly like she was protecting the baby from my bad vibes. What about our housing situation? I opened the folder and pulled out the eviction notices. You're both being evicted. 30 days notice, effective immediately. The silence that followed was beautiful. Dad picked up his notice and read it like it was written in Sumerian. What the hell is this? It's an eviction notice. You have 30 days to find alternative housing and vacate the premises. He exploded. You can't do this. I'm your father. You little... Watch me. Samantha screamed. That's illegal. You can't kick out a pregnant woman. Actually, I can. But we don't pay rent, she said, like that was some kind of gotcha. Exactly. They were tenants at will, which meant they had even fewer rights than people with leases. Dad stood up and I could see that vein in his forehead that meant he was about to lose it completely. He called this the most ungrateful, disrespectful thing I'd ever done after everything he'd sacrificed for me. He went off about how he raised me, put money into this place, and had been taking care of everything. And now you can take care of your own housing, like every other adult on the planet. Samantha was reading through the notice again, and I could see the exact moment she found the part about back rent. She asked what this was about. Owed compensation for unlawful occupancy. That was the lawsuit I was filing for the rent they should have been paying this whole time. Fair market value for a 4-bedroom house, calculated monthly for the duration of their unauthorized residency. When Dad asked how much, I told him. For you about $200,000. For Samantha and her kids, $15,000 and counting. The color drained from both their faces. Samantha whispered, "You can't be serious." Dead serious. But I wasn't completely heartless. They could avoid the lawsuit by vacating within 30 days and signing an agreement not to pursue any claims against the property. Dad sat back down hard and asked, "About $200,000? That's what it costs to live in a house like this for 9 years. Who knew?" Samantha's voice got shrill, saying this was insane. They were going to be homeless, she was pregnant. Not my problem. You should have thought about that before you tried to steal my house. Dad was quiet for a long time, staring at the eviction notice like it might change if he looked at it hard enough. When he finally asked where they were supposed to go, I suggested anywhere but here. Samantha had that apartment, right? The one she was so eager to rent to me. That's a 1-bedroom, she said. We can't fit 3 adults and 2 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment. 3 adults? I asked her. My father and her mother, she explained. I laughed. Oh, she thought her mother was still invited to this party. That's adorable. Dad said he couldn't do this. He didn't have anywhere to go. All his money was tied up in this place. His money was tied up in my place. And now he knew how it felt to be told he had to leave. Samantha started crying. The angry, frustrated sobs of someone whose manipulation tactics weren't working anymore. She went on about how unfair this was, how they were building a life together and were going to be a family. But the baby, she wailed. The baby she got pregnant with to lock down my dad. That baby. Her crying stopped instantly, and the look she gave me was pure hatred. You don't know what you're talking about. Really? Let me guess. Birth control failure. Happy accident. Surprise pregnancy that just happened to occur right when you needed to cement your position in the house. Silence. Ian showed up the next morning with donuts and a shit-eating grin, asking how they took their eviction notices. Like you'd expect, I told him. Lots of crying, threats and disbelief that actions have consequences. Your dad too? He asked. My dad's having an existential crisis about owing me $200,000 in back rent. Beautiful, he said. Justice is a dish best served with legal paperwork. The next month was magnificent to watch. Dad tried everything. Lawyer consultations he couldn't afford to fight, emotional manipulation about being my father and this being our family home, and even attempted bribes about signing the house over to me officially and calling it even. Newsflash, I already owned the house. Signing it over to me would be like giving me my own birthday present. Samantha went full scorched earth, called my university to complain about my unstable home environment, called the police to report a domestic disturbance when I asked her to move her car. Even tried to call CPS on herself, claiming I was creating an unsafe environment for children, which backfired when they pointed out that maybe she shouldn't have her kids living somewhere she felt unsafe. Finding housing for an unemployed pregnant woman, her 2 kids, a 52-year-old man with mediocre credit, and potentially a grandmother, all on Dad's construction salary, turned out to be harder than they thought. Week 4, Dad suggested, maybe they could work out some kind of arrangement. He could pay me rent to stay. Market rate, they could make it official. I said no. He started to argue, but I cut him off. Nope. You had the chance to treat me with respect and have a conversation like an adult. Instead you tried to force me out of my own house. Actions have consequences. But I'm your father, he said. Yeah. And you're also the guy who tried to evict me from my own property to make room for your girlfriend's mother. Father of the Year material right there. That's when the real fireworks started. Samantha filed a complaint claiming I was evicting her because of her pregnancy status. The hearing was beautiful. Samantha had to explain that she was Dad's girlfriend, had been living there 6 months, had no lease, and paid 0 rent. Then I got to tell the judge how they'd tried to force me out of my own house and convert my bedroom into a nursery without my permission. The judge basically told her, you can't claim pregnancy discrimination when you're being evicted for trying to illegally evict the actual property owner. Case dismissed. But the real bomb came during week 5, and you're not going to believe what happened. I was at Elio's place when Dad called, and his voice sounded weird, shaky. We need to talk, he said. About what? You've got 3 days left to move out. About the baby. Something in his tone made me pay attention. What about it? Can you come home? I need to show you something. I found Dad sitting at the kitchen table with a stack of papers in front of him. He looked like he'd aged 10 years in the past month. He slid a paper across the table. Paternity test results. The baby isn't mine, he said quietly. I stared at the paper. What do you mean? Samantha had been lying this whole time. How did he find out? She'd wanted him to sign up for better health insurance at work to cover the pregnancy. The insurance company required blood work for pre-existing conditions. They ran some genetic screening panels. Turns out he couldn't be the father. Wrong blood type. So, whose baby was it? Her ex-husband's. Apparently they were still sleeping together when she started dating Dad. The whole thing was a setup. Where was she now? Upstairs. He'd confronted her this morning. She tried to claim the test was wrong, that maybe it was a mix-up at the lab. Then she tried to say it didn't matter because he'd be a better father than her ex anyway. When that didn't work, she said he was abandoning her and the baby, and how could he be so cruel to throw out a pregnant woman? He told her she had until tonight to get out, or he'd call the police and report her for fraud. She called him a heartless bastard and said this was all my fault for being a selfish little who couldn't handle having a real family. I almost laughed. Even caught red-handed lying about paternity, she was still blaming me. So what happens now? I asked. Dad was quiet for a long time. I screwed up bad. I chose a woman I barely knew over my own son. I tried to kick you out of your own house for someone who was lying to me from day one. Yeah, you did. I know you probably hate me right now, and you have every right to, but I'm hoping maybe we could work something out. I don't have anywhere to go, and I know I don't deserve any help from you, but no. The word hung in the air between us. You made your choice. You chose her over me. You tried to force me out of my own house. You called me ungrateful and disrespectful for not wanting to be homeless. You don't get to come crawling back now that your gold-digging girlfriend turned out to be exactly what everyone except you could see she was. But I'm your father. I'm your... Yeah. And I'm your son. Didn't stop you from trying to evict me. Dad looked down at the paternity test results and said he knew he messed up. He knew he didn't deserve forgiveness, but he was asking anyway. I told Dad if he really wanted to know what I thought. He nodded. I think you're a 52-year-old man who got manipulated by a 30-year-old con artist because you were thinking with your dick instead of your brain. I think you were so desperate to feel young and needed that you ignored every red flag she threw up. And I think when push came to shove, you chose her over your own son, and now that it's all blown up in your face, you want me to forget that you tried to steal my inheritance and kick me out of my own house. He flinched like I'd slapped him. It wasn't like that, he started to say, but I cut him off. It was exactly like that. You just got caught. Dad was quiet for a long time. So what happens now? He asked. Now you move out, as we agreed. That night, Samantha left. No big scene, no dramatic goodbye. Just packed her stuff and disappeared with her kids. Dad moved out 2 days later, rented a one-bedroom apartment across town, and took only his personal stuff. Left behind all the furniture he'd bought, all the improvements he'd made, everything he'd invested in the house that was never his. Elio came over the day after Dad left, bringing drinks and pizza. He asked, "You'll ever forgive him?" Maybe, but not today. And not because he got caught being an idiot. Fair enough, he said. So, what's the plan now? Finish school, enjoy living in my own house without anyone trying to steal it. Maybe get a dog. Sounds like a plan. My family shut me out of their weddings, then showed up at my door with a casserole dish under suspicion. The investigation put them both in jail. My name is Aaron and I am 31 years old. If you had told me 5 years ago that my wedding day would be the biggest act of quiet revenge I'd ever pull off, I would have laughed you out of the room. I was never the type to hold grudges, you know, always the one who tried to keep the peace even when it hurt. But when your own family spends most of your life reminding you that you're unwanted, something inside you eventually changes. It's not an explosion, not a meltdown. It's slower, colder, like a door inside you quietly locks, and you throw away the key without even realizing it. Growing up, I was the weird one in my family. Not rebellious, not a troublemaker, just different. While my siblings, Timothy and Sophia, were all about sports and popularity, I was the kid who loved books, played chess, and wanted to talk about space and history at the dinner table. You'd think being different would just mean some teasing, maybe a little distance. But in my family, it meant something more cruel. Exclusion disguised as just kidding, or you wouldn't enjoy it anyway. It started small. Birthday parties where my invite must have gotten lost. Family outings where someone forgot to tell me. I learned not to take it personally, or at least I tried. But then came the weddings. First was Sophia's when I was 22. She sat me down a month before, a big fake smile plastered on her face and said, "Aaron, I just think it's better if you don't come. It's going to be a very normal wedding, not really your scene." I remember staring at her, blinking, wondering if I was hallucinating. She hugged me like she was doing me a favor and promised to send pictures. I didn't go, I didn't fight it. I didn't even cry, though the lump in my throat made it impossible to eat for days. Mom and Dad brushed it off like it was no big deal. "She's the bride, she gets to choose," Dad said gruffly, barely looking up from his newspaper. Mom added, "Besides, you would have been miserable there, surrounded by all those people you don't know." As if I wasn't family too. As if I hadn't grown up with half the people on her guest list. Then came Timothy's wedding 2 years later. This time they didn't even bother pretending. I found out about it through a Facebook post. A blurry candid shot of my entire family dressed to the nines, laughing around a banquet table. The caption was something smug like, "Family is everything." I sat there staring at the screen, my stomach twisting into knots. Not a single call, not a text, nothing. Just radio silence and then a public reminder that I wasn't part of the club. You'd think after all that I'd be done with them, cut my losses, move on. But hope's a stubborn thing. It clings to you, even when it shouldn't. I kept trying. Holidays, birthdays, random check-ins. Sometimes they'd respond, sometimes not. When they did, it was always with this thin layer of politeness stretched over obvious disinterest. They'd ask about work in a tone that said they didn't really care, or mention how quiet my life seemed, like that was some kind of failure. Every visit felt like stepping onto a stage where I was playing a part nobody wanted to see. The final straw wasn't even a big blow-up. It was a random Saturday afternoon about a year before my wedding. I'd driven an hour out to Timothy's new housewarming party, lugging a gift card and a smile, determined stupidly to keep trying. When I got there, I rang the doorbell 3 times before Timothy finally opened the door. He looked genuinely surprised to see me. Hey, he said, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. Mom said you probably wouldn't show. I'm here, I said, forcing a grin. Brought something. He took the gift card like it was a bomb about to go off. Inside, the house was packed. Laughter, music, the smell of barbecue. I recognized faces, people I'd grown up around, but no one really seemed to recognize me. Or maybe they just didn't care. I mingled for a bit, trying to make conversation, but it was like shouting into a void. People gave me polite smiles and then turned back to their real conversations. I felt like an outsider at my own family's gathering. The kicker? Later that night, someone, I think it was Sophia, half drunk and slurring her words, laughed loudly across the yard and said, "Well, at least Aaron didn't ruin anything today. Must be a new record." The whole table burst into laughter. I stood there frozen, the plastic cup in my hand cracking under my grip. No one defended me. No one even looked guilty. It was just another joke at my expense. Another reminder that in their eyes I was a burden. A punchline. That was the night I decided I was done. Not loudly, not dramatically. I didn't storm out or make a scene. I just left, slipped out the side gate while they were busy laughing, drove home in silence, and deleted the group chat from my phone without another thought. Fast forward a year later, and something amazing happened. I met Eudora. She was everything my family wasn't. Warm, kind, actually interested in who I was as a person. She loved my nerdy facts, my quiet nature, my bad puns. For the first time, I felt seen, truly seen. When I proposed, she said yes with tears in her eyes, and we started planning the wedding almost immediately. We both agreed we wanted it to be small, close friends, chosen family, people who actually cared about us. As we sat one night with our guest list spread out in front of us, Eudora hesitated. "What about your family?" she asked gently. "Do you want to invite them?" I thought about it. I really did. Thought about extending an olive branch, about how weddings are supposed to bring people together. Then I thought about the look on Sophia's face when she told me I wasn't welcome. The smug Facebook posts, the drunken jokes, the years of being treated like a ghost at my own family events. "No," I said finally, my voice steady. "I don't." Eudora just smiled, kissed my forehead and said, "Good, because I want this day to be about love, not obligation." Word got out anyway. Of course, small towns have big mouths. A week after we sent out the invitations, I got a text from Mom. "Heard you're getting married. When are you sending our invites?" No congratulations, no warmth, just an expectation, like it was a given they'd be included no matter how they treated me. I stared at the message for a long time before replying. "There's no invitation," I wrote simply. The explosion was immediate. Group texts blew up. Angry messages poured in from Mom, Dad, Timothy, Sophia. Guilt trips, accusations, even some pathetic attempts to pretend like we were always so close, and they couldn't imagine missing my big day. Sophia even went so far as to post a vague, passive-aggressive Facebook status. Funny how some people forget where they come from, hope they enjoy their little party without real family. I didn't respond. I didn't argue. I didn't even read most of the messages. Instead, Eudora and I poured all that energy into making our day exactly what we wanted it to be. Friends who cheered the loudest at our engagement. Co-workers who'd seen me at my lowest and lifted me back up. Neighbors who treated me like family when my own blood didn't. These were the people who would stand by us as we promised forever to each other. And when the day finally came, when I stood at the altar and watched Eudora walk toward me with the biggest, brightest smile I'd ever seen, I realized something. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel unwanted. I felt chosen. But that wasn't even the sweetest part, because the real surprise came later, right after the ceremony, when someone pulled me aside with a sly grin. It was my old neighbor, Mr. Whitaker, a wiry guy in his 70s who still somehow had more energy than most people half his age. He leaned in, barely able to contain his smirk, and said, "Aaron, you're going to want to see this." Curious, I followed him over to his small group of friends, huddled around someone's phone. When they noticed me, they practically vibrated with barely disguised glee. "Look what's blowing up on Facebook," one of them said, turning the screen toward me. There, in real time, was a series of frantic, angry posts from Sophia, Timothy, and as a cherry on top, my own mother. Status after status, complaining about how selfish I was, how family means forgiveness, how no matter how someone hurts you, blood is blood, and you shouldn't turn your back. It was pure, messy, public meltdown gold. Sophia's post was the most dramatic. "Can't believe my own brother would exclude us from his wedding after everything our family has done for him. Absolutely disgusting behavior. Some people just don't understand the meaning of family." Someone had commented underneath it, "Didn't you leave him out of your wedding?" No response. Just a bunch of defensive likes and a handful of equally petty comments from her friends, trying to back her up. Timothy's was even worse. "Guess Aaron forgot who helped raise him. Maybe he'll remember when he's all alone someday." Another commenter responded, "You didn't invite him to yours, right? Sounds like karma to me." Mom's post was the most pathetic of all. A blurry photo of a family gathering, an old one from years ago, with a passive-aggressive caption. "Some people forget who loved them first. Loved me." I almost laughed. When had they ever really loved me? I could feel the eyes of my friends on me, waiting for some reaction. Maybe anger, maybe sadness. But I just shook my head and smiled. Because standing there with Eudora's hands slipping into mine and our wedding party laughing and cheering behind us, it finally hit me. I didn't owe them anything. I wasn't a lonely, desperate kid anymore, begging for a seat at their table. I had built my own table, my own life, my own family, and they weren't welcome at it. The reception went on like a dream after that. We had rented this cozy little vineyard just outside of town, and the weather was perfect. The kind of sunset you only see once in a lifetime, gold and pink spilling across the sky like someone had painted it just for us. Eudora and I danced under fairy lights while our friends cheered, toasted, and sang way too loudly. The cake was a little crooked, the playlist skipped once or twice, and someone spilled a drink all over the dance floor. It was perfect. Still, the drama wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The next morning, I woke up to my phone vibrating so hard it fell off the nightstand. Dozens of missed calls, voicemails, texts. At first I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd finally cooled down. Maybe they wanted to apologize, to make amends. But when I opened the first voicemail, it became crystal clear that wasn't the case. Mom's voice, tight and cold. "Aaron, you need to call me back immediately. I don't know what you think you're doing, but you're going to regret cutting off your family. You'll see. No one else will ever love you like we do." Another one from Sophia. "Congrats on your sad little party. Hope it was worth it, traitor." Timothy's was the cherry on top. Just a long sigh followed by, "You'll come crawling back one day. You always do." I sat there on the edge of the bed, listening to them one after another while Eudora slept peacefully beside me. Every angry word, every guilt trip, every threat, it all rolled off me like water. It didn't hurt anymore. It didn't even sting. It just sounded pathetic. I could have replied, could have sent a long scathing message, could have ranted and raved and told them exactly what I thought of them. But instead, I did the one thing they never could stand. I ignored them. I blocked every number, deleted every message, shut the door permanently this time. Later that afternoon, Eudora and I sat on the back porch of our rental cabin, watching the sun sink behind the hills, sipping cheap champagne straight from the bottle. She leaned her head against my shoulder and whispered, "Any regrets?" I thought about it for a second. "Nope," I said, squeezing her hand. "None at all." Because in the end they were right about one thing. Family is everything. But sometimes you have to choose the right one, and I had. It didn't take long for the silence to get under their skin. For the first few days after the wedding, it was just noise, angry voicemails, furious Facebook posts, passive-aggressive texts sent at all hours of the night. I ignored them all, choosing instead to sink into newlywed life with Eudora. We slept late, explored little towns hand in hand, and laughed about stupid things like how I always lost the hotel key and how she could never finish a cup of coffee before it went cold. It was peaceful. It was exactly what I had fought so hard to find. But apparently, peace was something my family couldn't handle. Not when they weren't in control. The first shift came about a week later. The texts from Mom changed tone. Less rage, more desperation. Family should stick together. Call me. We're still your parents. We deserve to be part of your life. Think about how hurt we are, Aaron, after everything we did for you. Still no apology. Still no acknowledgement of what they had done. Just this twisted, manipulative version of reality where I was the villain for finally walking away. When that didn't work, they doubled down. I got an email from Dad, an actual email, which was hilarious because the man could barely figure out how to unlock his phone without help. It was short, blunt, and painfully transparent. We're still your legal family. Don't think you can erase that. No love, no regret. Just a reminder that in their minds, family wasn't built on love or respect. It was ownership. Eudora and I joked about it at first, made up bingo cards for which guilt trip they'd try next. We're your real family. You're being selfish. You'll regret this someday. It was almost funny how predictable they were, until they showed up. It was a Wednesday mid-morning. I was working remotely from our little living room. Eudora was in the kitchen, humming along to some cheesy 90s playlist, when there was a knock at the door. Not a normal knock either. Loud. Frantic. Impatient. Eudora froze, spatula halfway to the stove. "Expecting someone?" she asked. I shook my head slowly. A bad feeling settled heavy in my gut. I crossed to the door and peered through the peephole. And sure enough, there they were. Mom, Dad, Sophia, and Timothy, all crammed onto the tiny porch like they were posing for some grim family portrait. Mom had a casserole dish in her hands like some awful prop, smiling that stiff, unsettling smile. Dad stood rigid and glowering beside her. Sophia was wearing sunglasses like she was shielding herself from me. Timothy looked bored, scrolling through his phone. I didn't open the door. Instead, I cracked the window just enough to hear them. "Hi, sweetheart," Mom called, overly bright. "We thought we'd come by and talk, as a family." Her voice was sweet, too sweet. The kind of sugary tone she used when she was trying to hide the fact that she was furious. "No thanks," I said calmly. "We're busy." There was a beat of silence. "Aaron," Dad barked, stepping closer. "Enough of this nonsense. We're not leaving until you come out here and face your family." Eudora appeared behind me, her hands slipping into mine, her face pale. "They're not going to just leave, are they?" she whispered. "No," I said quietly. "They're not." I watched as Mom's fake smile faltered. She set the casserole dish down on the porch railing with a loud clunk and crossed her arms. "This isn't you, Aaron," she said. "You're not this cold, this cruel." Her voice cracked just enough to make it sound like she was the real victim here, like years of exclusion, mockery, and dismissal had never happened. "You're letting her poison you against us," Sophia chimed in, pulling her sunglasses down just enough to glare at Eudora. That was enough. I opened the window a little wider, met Sophia's gaze head on, and said, "Nobody poisoned me. You did that all on your own." The smile slipped completely off her face. Timothy finally looked up from his phone, scowling. "Aaron, seriously," he said. "Grow up. You're throwing away your real family over what? Some hurt feelings? Boo-hoo." Eudora tightened her grip on my hand, but I could feel her trembling slightly. Not from fear. From anger. I took a deep breath, keeping my voice steady. "You didn't want me at your weddings. You didn't want me at family holidays. You didn't want me around when it actually mattered. So now you don't get to crash into my life when it's convenient for you. You made your choice a long time ago. Now I've made mine." "You'll regret this," Mom hissed. The fake tears were gone now, replaced with naked, ugly rage. "You'll regret cutting us out when you have nobody left." I smiled, a real honest smile, and said, "I already have everything I need." And with that, I closed the window. I didn't slam it, didn't yell, didn't make a scene. I just shut them out. For a moment there was stunned silence outside. Then the banging started, fists pounding against the door, angry shouts. Eudora backed away, pulling me with her toward the kitchen. "Should we call the cops?" she asked. I was about to answer when we heard it. A loud crack, like something breaking, and then another. They weren't just yelling anymore, they were trying to force their way in. I didn't panic. Not because I wasn't scared. Trust me, my heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. But because something inside me had shifted. The part of me that used to freeze, to beg, to hope they'd change. It was gone. Burned out. I looked at Eudora, who was clutching my hands so tightly her knuckles were white. And I realized this wasn't about fear anymore. It was about making sure they never got the chance to hurt me again. "Call the police," I said, voice low and even. Eudora didn't hesitate. She grabbed her phone and ducked behind the kitchen counter. I stayed where I was, standing firm between her and the door, even as the banging grew louder, more frantic. "We're not leaving without you, Aaron," Dad roared from outside, his voice thick with rage. "You're going to talk to us." Another loud bang. The door shuddered in its frame. I could hear Mom screeching something about ungrateful little traitors, and Sophia cursing under her breath. Timothy, true to form, was the loudest, shouting threats about how I'd regret this, about how nobody else would put up with me once Eudora realized what a loser I was. I didn't respond, didn't even flinch. I just stood there, breathing slow and steady, until I heard the sweetest sound in the world, the distant wail of sirens. The banging stopped almost immediately. I moved to the window just in time to see Mom snatching the casserole dish off the porch like that was somehow going to save face, while Dad barked at Timothy and Sophia to act normal. They scattered, trying to pretend they were just standing around casually chatting, like they hadn't been trying to break down my door 30 seconds earlier. The police cruiser pulled up fast, tires crunching against the gravel driveway. 2 officers got out, 1 male, 1 female, both looking grim and very, very tired, like they'd seen this kind of suburban disaster way too many times. I opened the door carefully, stepping outside with my hands visible so there'd be no confusion. "Morning, officers," I said calmly. "Thanks for coming." The female officer nodded. "We got a call about a disturbance. Can you tell us what's going on?" Before I could answer, Mom rushed forward, casserole dish still clutched in her hands like a ridiculous shield. "This is our son," she gushed, all fake tears and trembling voice. "We're just trying to talk to him. He's been brainwashed by her." She jabbed a finger toward the house where Eudora was peeking out from behind the curtain. "And now he thinks he can just cut off his family." The officer blinked, unimpressed. "So you were trying to force entry into the home?" "No," Mom gasped. He wouldn't open the door, and we needed to talk." Dad stepped up, looming like he always did when he thought intimidation would work. "We have a right to see him. He's our son." The male officer sighed, pulling out a small notebook. "Sir, it doesn't work like that. He's an adult. You have no legal right to enter his home without permission. If you continue to harass or threaten him, he can press charges." The color drained from Mom's face. Sophia started muttering under her breath. Timothy actually had the gall to roll his eyes, like he was the one being inconvenienced. I took a deep breath and said loud enough for all of them to hear. "I want to press charges for trespassing and attempted forced entry, and I want a restraining order." For the first time all morning, the whole porch went completely silent. Mom's mouth dropped open. Dad's face turned an alarming shade of red. Sophia's sunglasses slipped down her nose, and Timothy actually took a step back like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. You don't mean that?" Mom stammered. "Aaron, we're family." The word family snapped something clean in me. Not with anger, not with grief, just finality. I looked her dead in the eyes and said, "No. We're not. Not anymore." The officers separated us after that. Took statements, asked questions. Eudora came out eventually, holding my hand the entire time, steady and solid as a rock. My family kept trying, begging, pleading, threatening. They flipped between tactics so fast it would have been comical if it weren't so sad. Mom wept about losing her baby. Dad muttered about ungrateful brats. Sophia tried to shame me, ranting about how nobody turns their back on their family unless they're broken inside. Timothy just sneered like the whole thing was beneath him. The officers weren't moved. They issued them a formal warning right there on the spot, and made it very clear that if they ever showed up again, even once, they'd be arrested. I filed the paperwork for the restraining order that afternoon, and just like that, with a few signatures, a few hard lines drawn in the sand, the door slammed shut forever. The days that followed were strangely quiet, eerily so. No more angry calls. No more guilt trips. No more desperate Facebook posts. It was like they finally realized they'd lost whatever power they thought they had over me. I won't pretend it didn't hurt. Sometimes there were moments, small, sneaky moments, where a part of me missed the idea of family. Missed what could have been if they had been different people. Holidays were hard for a while. Seeing other families smiling together, laughing over shared memories, left a hollow ache in my chest that took time to fill. But it did fill, slowly, with better people. Real friends, chosen family. People who didn't love me because they had to, but because they wanted to. People who saw me for who I was and stayed. Eudora's parents, who welcomed me like a second son without a second thought. My co-workers who threw us a surprise post-honeymoon party with a cake that said, "Welcome to your real family." Neighbors who dropped off casseroles and homemade cards when they heard about the restraining order. Not because they pitied us, but because they respected the choice to cut out toxicity. Piece by piece, the life I'd always wanted came together. Not the life they tried to force me into. Not the life they abandoned me in. My life. About 6 months after the wedding, Eudora and I hosted a little barbecue at our place. Just close friends, good food, lots of laughter. At one point, I stepped back, beer in hand, and just watched. Watched my wife laughing with her best friend over burnt burgers. Watched our neighbors' kids chasing each other around the yard with water guns. Watched a group of people who genuinely loved and accepted me exactly as I was. And I realized, they hadn't just missed my wedding. They had missed everything. Every good thing that came after, every milestone, every celebration, every ordinary beautiful day. All because they couldn't be bothered to love me the way I deserved. And for the first time in my entire life, I didn't feel sad about it. I felt free. Truly, finally, completely free. And I wasn't ever giving that up again. Not for anything, not for anyone, and certainly not for people who only ever saw me as something they were entitled to control. As the sun dipped low and the fireflies came out, Eudora slipped her hand into mine and leaned her head on my shoulder. "We made a good life," she whispered. I smiled, kissed the top of her head and whispered back, "Yeah, we really did." And this time, I knew without a doubt that nobody could ever take it away from me. I thought the story had ended there. A clean break. The restraining order in place, my family out of my life, and my new chosen family stepping in where blood had failed me. For months, everything felt steady, almost peaceful. Eudora and I leaned into married life, filling our days with laughter, quiet routines, and the kind of joy that feels almost fragile because you're not used to it being real. But peace is a tricky thing. It doesn't last forever. The first sign came in the mail, a plain white envelope with no return address, tucked among bills and wedding gift thank yous. I almost tossed it aside, but Eudora's sharp eyes caught the faint scrawl of my name on the front. Aaron. Just that. No last name, no address. The handwriting was familiar, but I couldn't place it. I opened it at the kitchen table, my hands already trembling before I even unfolded the paper. Inside was one sentence, scribbled in my father's heavy block letters. "Family isn't done with you yet." No signature, no explanation, just that. Eudora saw the color drain from my face. She took the letter, read it once, then again, and then silently walked to the shredder and fed it through. "They're bluffing," she said firmly, her voice calm even as her knuckles whitened on the machine. "They're testing boundaries. Ignore it." I wanted to believe her. God, I tried. But something about that single line gnawed at me. Like a hook lodged deep in my chest. Weeks passed, no visits, no calls, no messages, just silence. Too much silence. Then came the call from the lawyer. A clipped professional voice informing me that my parents had filed a petition to challenge the restraining order, claiming I was emotionally unstable and manipulated by outside influence. The words blurred in my ears. I could hear Eudora arguing with him in the background, demanding details, but all I could think about was how far they were willing to go. We went to court again. My parents sat across the room, Mom dabbing fake tears with a tissue, Dad glowering like a wounded king, Sophia whispering furiously in her lawyer's ear, and Timothy, bored, scrolling his phone as usual. Their lawyer painted a picture of me as a fragile, damaged man being controlled by my manipulative wife. They claimed Eudora had turned me against my blood and that I was not of sound mind when I filed for the restraining order. It was laughable. Except nobody in that room was laughing. Our lawyer destroyed them with facts, documented police reports, voicemails, text messages, the attempted forced entry. The judge wasn't impressed with their act. The restraining order was upheld, expanded even, to cover not just me but Eudora as well. My family stormed out of the courtroom in a flurry of rage and muttered threats. I thought that was the end. But then came the twist I never saw coming. It started with Eudora's health. At first it was small things. Headaches that lingered too long, fatigue that didn't match her usual energy, bruises that showed up without explanation. She brushed it off. "Work stress," she said, or just clumsy. But then she fainted in the grocery store one Saturday morning, collapsing between the fruit stand and the cereal aisle. I caught her just in time to keep her head from hitting the floor. The ER doctors ran tests. Hours passed in sterile waiting rooms, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like nervous insects. When the doctor finally walked in, his face was carefully neutral. Too neutral. "We've found traces of heavy metals in your system," he said gently. "Specifically thallium. It's not something you'd normally be exposed to in daily life." My stomach dropped. Thallium. Poison. Eudora squeezed my hand, her eyes wide with confusion. Poison? From where? The doctor hesitated. It could be environmental, or deliberate. That word, deliberate, hung in the air like smoke. The investigation began immediately. Toxicology confirmed repeated exposure over months. Someone had been dosing her in small amounts, enough to make her sick without killing her right away. Detectives came to our house, combed through everything. They tested the water, the soil, the pipes. Nothing. Then they moved to the kitchen. And that's where they found it. Traces of thallium, in the ceramic glaze of a casserole dish. My blood went cold. The same casserole dish my mother had carried to my porch that day, smiling that stiff, awful smile. The dish she had clutched in front of the police, weeping about her poor brainwashed son. The dish she had taken back home when the sirens came. I don't remember much of what happened immediately after the detectives told us. Just fragments. Eudora crying into my chest, whispering over and over. I knew it. I knew they hated me. The officer's steady voice explaining how it could be introduced into food without notice. The way my hands shook so badly I could barely sign the statement. They arrested my mother 2 weeks later. The evidence was undeniable. The glaze on the dish matched the compound in Eudora's blood. Forensics tied it together neatly, but the real gut punch came during interrogation when she finally cracked. She hadn't acted alone. Dad knew, Sophia knew, even Timothy knew. It had been their plan. The transcripts of her confession still make me sick. She admitted they thought if Eudora was out of the way, I'd come crawling back. That I'd have no choice but to lean on them again. They had convinced themselves it wasn't attempted murder, just a way to wake me up before it was too late. Too late for what? For me to stop being my own person. For me to stop building a life they weren't at the center of. The sheer delusion of it was staggering. But the jury didn't see delusion. They saw intent. The trial made headlines in our small town, parents accused of poisoning son's wife. People I'd known my whole life looked at me with pity, horror, whispers of, how could family do that? For once, the shame wasn't mine to carry. It was theirs. The verdict was guilty, attempted murder, conspiracy, sentences long enough that none of them would see freedom for years, maybe decades. I thought I had cut my family out of my life. I thought the restraining order was the final blow. But what I didn't know was that even as I built my new life, they were scheming in the shadows, convincing themselves that blood gave them the right to destroy anything that threatened their control. They didn't just miss my wedding. They missed my entire life. And when they realized they couldn't claw their way back into it, they tried to poison the one person who finally gave me the love they never could. But they failed. Eudora survived. She's stronger than all of them combined. And now, instead of being haunted by the family I lost, I'm protected by the family I chose. And by the justice system that finally saw through their lies. The last time I saw my mother was in court, shackled at the wrists, her once perfect hair hanging limp, her face gaunt with rage. She tried to look at me, to plead with her eyes like she always had. But I didn't flinch. I held Eudora's hand, steady and unshakable. And when the judge read the sentence, I felt something I never thought I would. Relief, pure, unshakable relief. Because family may be everything. But sometimes the greatest act of love you can give yourself is walking away, and never looking back. My family ignored my car crash. When their accounts froze, they panicked. So I ended it with one move. Today, they're both begging for forgiveness. After my vehicle accident placed me in the ICU, my family group chat overflowed with photographs from my sister's spa trip. Nobody showed. Days later, still wearing my hospital gown, I opened my phone to see 64 missed calls, and a message from my father. Call us back now, it's serious. That's what I did. And then it's strange to feel your existence slipping away in perfect stillness. No screaming or screeching tires, just glass cracking and airbags crashing into my face. One moment, I was thinking about dinner. Rotisserie chicken and drive-through tacos. The next thing I knew, I was upside down in my car, hanging from the seatbelt like a puppet, peering through a shattered windshield at a stop sign I hadn't seen coming. Someone opened the door and inquired whether I could hear them. I nodded. A wound near my temple caused blood to flow into my eye, and I recall tasting metal at the back of my neck. The rest is a blur: sirens, pills, and the scent of iodine. Everything merged into a long gray smudge of time. When I awoke properly, I was in a hospital room that smelled of disinfectant and stale air. A nurse diagnosed me with a dislocated shoulder, 2 broken ribs, and a slight concussion. Mild was the term they used. I couldn't even sit up on my own, but this was minimal. They told me I was lucky. I didn't feel lucky. I felt forgotten. After being transferred from the ER to a regular room, I waited for my phone to light up. Somebody has to know. Word spreads quickly in families, right? I figured Dad might have gotten a call. Perhaps Maya heard from someone. At the very least, I assumed my mother would check in. I was mistaken. My phone sat on a little hospital tray table for 2 days. No buzz, no ding. I did not touch it until late the second night. When I eventually opened it, I found 27 unread messages. Not from friends or coworkers, but from a family group chat. For 1 mad minute, I believed they knew, that they cared. The first shot, of Maya in a white robe, holding a champagne glass in one hand and flipping the peace sign with the other, hit you hard. The caption said, "Spa time, baby." It was followed by another image of her in a sauna. Then another. Fancy sushi. Her nails were painted, her feet were covered in rose petals, and she smiled behind a green clay mask, each more heedless than the last. Mom remarked on almost all of them. "So cute. You deserve it. I love you, sweetie." Dad sent a few thumbs up emojis. I didn't receive a single SMS inquiring where I was. No mention of the automobile or the accident. Me. I only stared at the screen for a second. I really believed I was losing it. I told them about the crash, didn't I? No, I had not. I was unconscious when they took me in. The nurse asked if I wanted to notify anyone, and I declined. I believe deep down, I wanted to see if they'd reach out without being asked. They did not. 3 entire days have passed. The only visitors were nurses and a physical therapist who appeared to be around 12 years old. He continued encouraging me to take deep breaths to keep my ribcage from stiffening up. I did what he said, but every breath felt like someone was ramming a crowbar under my ribcage. I lay there in that scratchy hospital gown, hurt and alone, reflecting on all the times I'd assisted them. Maya made late-night phone calls asking for money. I silently paid Mom's credit card payments. Dad's car repair, which I covered last Christmas because he said money was tight. Every favor, just this once, I never hesitated. I was the reliable one, the fixer. And now, nothing. By the 4th day I was released but instructed not to drive or work for at least a week. I remained in the lobby for about an hour, waiting for a rideshare because no one offered to pick me up. I did not even ask. I went home wearing the hospital gown underneath my hoodie since I couldn't lift my arm high enough to change my shirt. I slept most of the day. The next morning, I eventually turned back on my phone's ringer. 64 missed calls. They all arrived in the last 48 hours. Most came from Dad, a couple from Maya, and 1 from Mom. There were no voicemails, only a text at the top of my screen saying, "Dad, call us back now. It's serious." I called right away. The phone didn't even ring once before he answered. His voice sounded strained. There was panic underneath, but he didn't yell. Not yet. What he said next made no sense at first. Something regarding misplaced paperwork. Something about the account getting frozen. I did not interrupt. I let him speak. As I listened, lying in my own apartment in the same gown they had released me in, I realized something. For the first time in years, they required more from me than I did from them. And I was done being the idiot. When I finally called my father back, I was still sitting in the same chair that I had collapsed into when I returned home from the hospital. I hadn't changed out of my hospital gown. I placed a hoodie over it, but the scratchy fabric on my ribs still hurt. The phone did not even ring. He picked it up immediately, as if he'd been holding it in his hand, and paced in circles. His voice sounded shaken, rather than angry. That was unusual for him. He stated they had been attempting to contact me for 2 days. I did not respond to that. He began explaining, or perhaps rambling, about Maya's unpaid rent, her credit card being denied at a restaurant, and her inability to access her bank account. At first, I suspected she had been hacked, but then he revealed that her backup card had also been frozen. The one with my name. He continued going. Mom wanted to send money for bills, but it bounced. Her credit card, which was also a secondary to one of mine, ceased operating during the checkout process. She assumed it was a problem until the bank reported suspicious activity. Then her phone bill's automatic payment failed. That's when the terror began. They suspected that I had been hacked or that there was a problem with the bank. They didn't even think about the idea that I did it. Dad questioned, almost cautiously, if I was aware of what was going on. I didn't say anything immediately. I simply allowed the stillness to carry out its purpose. Then I explained gently that I had frozen everything. I canceled the secondary cards, closed Maya's backup account, and barred all outgoing transfers. He sounded astonished, as if I had thrown a brick through the living room window. He questioned why. So I told him. I informed him I had been in an automobile accident 4 days ago. I flipped the automobile. Broken ribs, dislocated shoulder, concussion. I told him I'd been in the hospital for 3 nights and went out alone because no one in the family knew I was absent. Then I told him what had pushed me over the edge. The spa images, the group chat lit up like a Christmas tree with champagne, sushi, hot stones and foot baths, while I was hooked up to an IV and 4. I told him I saw it all. And none of them, not Mom, Maya, or even him, had messaged me to inquire where I was, or why I hadn't responded. I did not need a parade. I simply needed someone to care. He attempted to recover. He replied they didn't know, but if they had, they would have come. I questioned him why they didn't wonder why I had gone silent. Why didn't anyone think to check in? I simply stated that they did not notice because they did not care. Not really. That's when he went into defensive mode. He explained that Maya had been struggling with a lot lately, that Mom was stressed, and that the spa weekend was going to help Maya with her anxieties. He even said that I should have spoken out. That was it. I told him I was tired of always being the one to reach out. I was finished being the family's safety net. I had paid Maya's rent 4 times in 2 years. Helped Mom consolidate her debts. I paid off a medical expense for Dad, which he never thanked me for. And now, when I needed something, not money, not assistance, just basic human decency, they didn't even realize I had left. He asked whether I really intended to abandon my family. Over this? I asked. No, I already had. I said quietly, laying in that hospital bed, browsing through spa photographs, knowing I could die and they wouldn't know until my credit card was refused at brunch. Then I hung up. That night, I opened my laptop and logged into every account I had access to, the ones they'd forgotten I'd helped set up for temporary assistance. Accounts that were never switched back to their original names. I created a spreadsheet. I proceeded line by line: phone bills, streaming services, rent, credit cards, college loans, and even Maya's gym membership. Everything was still coming through my accounts. I shut everything down. Freeze the credit cards. Automatic payments have been canceled. We changed our passwords. I sent requests to have my name removed from shared leases and accounts. I was not angry. I was methodical. I wanted every door closed and every pipeline turned off. I did not tell them. I just waited. The first text arrived the next morning. Maya, in all caps, inquired as to why her car was not working. Then another. Then a phone call. Then I got a message from Mom saying her account had been frozen and asking if I could contact the bank. Like the last time, Dad texted to see if I was furious and if we could talk. I did not respond to any of it. This wasn't vengeance. This was reality catching up with them. And I wasn't about to stop it. By the end of the week, they were all in a downward spiral. Maya called me 7 times in a single day. She sent extensive phone messages, each more dramatic than the last one. The first one was bewildered. The second person was annoyed. By the third, she was in tears. I couldn't tell if it was real or false anymore. She claimed she had been humiliated at her favorite cafe when her card was denied in front of everyone. Then she couldn't use her Uber account or pay her rent. Her landlord threatened late fees and the spa charged her an unaffordable cancellation fee. I listened to each message without responding. Mom texted next, said she didn't understand why her bank was acting strangely. Then she asked if I could help her sort things out. No apologies. There is no mention of the accident. No, how are you? Just straight to the problem, as if I were her customer service representative. I didn't respond. The next day, she sent 3 more texts, gradually adjusting her tone from pleasant to severe. Dad was the only person who tried to sound sensible. He contacted me again on Saturday morning and left a voicemail. He said he knew how unhappy I was, but freezing everything was an overreaction. Maya was a touch careless at times. And Mom did not mean to neglect me. He argued it was unfair of me to cut them off without warning. That was when I realized something. They didn't perceive it as me taking back what was mine. They viewed it as treachery. And that told me all I needed to know. Maya finally arrived to my apartment. She buzzed 3 times. I didn't respond. She texted from the lobby. She said she just wanted to talk. I ignored it. 10 minutes later, I noticed her automobile driving away through the blinds. There is no message after that. She sought access, not closure. She wanted her life to be unfrozen, not the reality. The next Monday I received a call from the bank. Apparently Maya attempted to authorize a purchase using my previous joint card information, which I had since deleted. They flagged it and inquired whether I wanted to submit it as attempted fraud. I did not. I simply instructed them to maintain the freeze in place and to monitor any further access attempts. There was silence for a few days after that. Too quiet. Then followed the group message. Mom, can we please be adults and talk this out? There was no mention of what they did. No mention of the hospital. There was no appreciation of how heavily they relied on me. Just a politely worded guilt trip with a ribbon on top. I didn't respond. 2 hours later, Dad called back. I picked up this time. He did not yell. He was careful, as if he were walking on ice. He claimed they were all going through a tough time. That Maya had been under pressure, and Mom was simply distracted. He mentioned that I had always been the strong one in the family. They needed me to come through again. That word again. Needed. I let him speak for a full 5 minutes. I believe he felt I was softening. Then I asked him one question. When did any of you last do something for me? There was a pause. A long one. Then he said, "That's not how families work." That was when I realized this wasn't a phase. This was permanent. They had used my quiet as a scent for far too long. They mistook my charity for obligation. They assumed blood implied ownership. Not anymore. I did not raise my voice. I did not threaten. I just informed him that the support has ended. I will pay my own bills and manage my own life. They can do the same thing. He attempted to object, but I ended the call before he could continue. It wasn't anger. It was clarity. And I could clearly see the breakdown starting. Maya's phone service was terminated 3 days after I disconnected everything. I didn't know at first. The silence on her Instagram was the tipping point for me. Not even a story. That girl used to post whenever she sneezed. I checked out of curiosity. Her page remained intact, but everything else had been deleted. There are no posts, no profile pictures. Then, an hour later, it was gone entirely. Deleted. That was my first serious indication that her idyllic little spa-laced world was crumbling. Mom, meantime, was doing what she always did. Pretending. She resumed sending messages in the group chat, as if nothing had happened. Cute article about fall soups. Who remembers this song? She posted a selfie with a pumpkin candle in the backdrop, titled, "Getting Cozy." No one responded, not even Dad. Then a letter arrived at my residence, not a text, not an email, a letter written in my mother's perfect cursive. The envelope was thick. She always had a penchant for drama. Inside was a 3-page handwritten note describing how things had gotten stressful and how she hoped we could reunite as a family again. She stated she was proud of me, that I had always been responsible. The glue was that she and Maya were going through something difficult and needed assistance, a temporary loan until Maya's problem was resolved. There was no mention of the accident, no apologies, just a pitch. She'd even supplied documentation, a screenshot of Maya's bank account with a negative balance and an overdraft of $418.72. A credit card statement showing nearly $3,000 in designer goods, auto payments, and a spa membership that she apparently failed to cancel. And at the bottom of the stack is a contract. I swear to God they drafted a loan agreement. Typed, with interest conditions, a payment plan, spaces for me and Maya to sign, and a spot for a witness signature. People use these to defend themselves from strangers in court, and they forwarded it to me, the man who paid her rent 6 times in silence. I sat with that letter for a very long time. It was not only arrogant, but also unnerving, as if they had lost touch with reality. I did not respond. That night, I had a knock on my door. Not a buzz, but a real knock. It was 9:30 p.m., and no one comes to my door that late. I peeked through the peephole. It was Tyler, Maya's ex. I had not seen him since their breakup 2 years ago. I answered the door, and he looked uneasy, as if he already regretted being there. He claimed Maya provided him my address, told him I was going through something, and that she needed his help. She said she painted a vision of me losing my mind, cutting everyone off out of nowhere, and abandoning her. I asked him directly, "Was she staying with you?" He shook his head. She inquired, and he wasn't dumb. Then he stated something unexpected. "She's with your mom now on the couch, and they're telling people you had a breakdown." I did not speak. He just continued chatting. He claimed he didn't believe her at first, but when he heard the version of events she was spreading, that I'd snapped after a minor family quarrel and cut them off because I couldn't manage stress, he decided to confront me immediately. So I told him everything, including the collision, the hospital, the silence, the money trail, and the shutdown. He listened quietly. No defense, no excuses for her. When he left, I assumed that was the end of it. But the next morning, he sent me a screenshot. My mother wrote a Facebook post. A vague update with a clear message. "Please keep our family in your prayers. Some people lash out when they're in pain. We're trying to stay strong through a very difficult time." Dozens of comments. Sending love. "Hope everything is okay. You're such a strong mom." That was when it truly hit home. They weren't simply evading the truth. They were actively rewriting it. They were creating a new narrative in which I was unstable, emotional, and the antagonist. They couldn't get my wallet any longer, so they decided to target my reputation instead. I didn't become angry. I got ready. I took out my phone, opened the folder I had made after the accident, and added more. Screenshots from the group chat during my hospital stay, missed calls, the letter, the loan document, the spa costs, and even the Facebook post. Then I sent them all, not to Maya, not to Mom, to Dad. No message or context, just facts. A few hours later he called. I didn't respond. Then he texted, "I didn't know. I see it now. I'm sorry." He did not defend them. And that's when I understood the house of cards had already collapsed. I simply gave it one final push. After sending that text, Dad went silent. No follow-up, phone call, or emotional guilt trip. Nothing. Just those 6 words. "I didn't know. I see it now. I'm sorry." I did not respond. I wanted to believe it meant something, that someone in that family had finally seen what I'd been hiding all these years. But I wasn't going to take the bait. I'd seen too many phony apologies and half-hearted promises that all ended the same way. They needed something else. What happened next caught me off guard. 2 days later, I received an email from Maya's landlord. It was a notification. Apparently my email was still posted as her emergency contact. The message was straightforward. Unpaid rent, no communication, and an impending eviction notice. She'd skipped the last payment, and the late fines were piling up. They tried to call. No response. They were giving her another 5 days before filing. I glanced at the screen, recalling all the times I'd wired money to the same office. Quietly, automatically. She didn't say thank you half the time. She once texted me, "Done T-checks," and then didn't speak to me for weeks. She had used up all of her lifelines. Later that night, Tyler texted me again. He'd gone over to Mom's to pick up some of his belongings, which Maya still had. She said she looked harsh, with puffy eyes and pacing like she hadn't slept. She tried to persuade him to talk to me again. She said she could not believe I would do this to her. He did not bite. Then he said something unexpected. Mom and Maya had had a screaming match. Maya scolded her for not fixing things, and Mom said that she wasn't made of money. Tyler said things became terrible, as in, neighbors called the cops awful. Maya borrowed Mom's car without permission the next morning, left her stranded. That was the first genuine break in Maya's armor. She turned on the only person who was still supporting her. And then I realized something. They weren't just frightened because the money had disappeared. They were terrified since their entire dynamic was constructed around me, silently bearing the burden. And when I took a step back, it wasn't just about the expenses, it was about identity. They had nothing solid underneath until I funded the delusion. I assumed that would be the last straw, but I was mistaken. The final straw arrived 3 days later. When I got home, I found an envelope stuffed under my door. There is no stamp or name inside, only folded paper. I opened it. It was a single sheet with a screenshot printed out. A bank transfer confirmation from one of Maya's old Venmo accounts, which I forgot she had access to. It indicated an attempt to transfer $900 from one of my backup bank accounts, which I hadn't touched in over a year. She attempted to pull it off softly. What she didn't realize was that I had already locked that account days before. The transfer failed, but she still attempted. She scoured. She recalled the account and attempted to access it one last time. That was it. There is no longer intermediate ground, there is no more chance for repair. I went to the police the following morning. I did not press full charges, yet. However, I filed a fraud alert and documented the attempt just in case. The bank flagged her name, IP address and device. If she tried again, it would happen automatically. I did not inform her. I did not tell anyone. I simply let it lay there, waiting like a tripwire. And then I blocked everyone. Phone, email, social media, group chat. To be safe, I even restricted access to accounts they were unaware of. I closed every open door. The repercussions continued to unfold on its own. Maya lost her residence. Mom's utilities were switched off due to non-payment. Their social circle began to decrease as well, most likely because they were tired of the drama. Dad remained quiet. I believe he now recognized the consequences of remaining silent. And I didn't gloat. I did not smile. I recently lived calmly and peacefully for the first time in years. There was no phone buzzing at midnight, no sudden bank alerts. There is no guilt. Only quietness. They labeled it selfish. I called it freedom. I cut them off 2 months ago. No calls, texts, or letters. Simply silence. The kind I used to seek in the midst of their commotion. Maya has never apologized. Not for a fraud effort. Not for the falsehoods. Not for avoiding the hospital. The last I heard, she was staying with a college acquaintance in a little apartment downtown. She lost her automobile. She lost her flat. The majority of the folks she used to post about are no longer with her. It turns out that being the entertaining one only gets you so far when you can no longer pay the bills. Mom is still faking. I know because my cousin forwarded me screenshots of a group post in which she addressed me again, some vague phrase about damaged families and learning to forgive. What do you forgive? Being the only person who eventually said no. What she never understood was that it wasn't about money. It was about not being spotted. I was their answer, safety net, and quiet sponsor, but never a person, never someone they thought could be broken. And I did fall down silently, in a hospital bed with no guests and 27 unread spa images. As for Dad, he remained utterly mute. That surprised me the most. I assumed he'd try to reconstruct something, simply to make himself feel better. But I believe he finally grasped what it meant when I did not respond to his last message. It was not a threat, it was a closing statement. I moved last week with a new apartment, bank, and phone number. There was no forwarding address provided. I didn't even tell the cousin, who tried to remain neutral. I'm not afraid of them, but I'm not allowing anyone to disturb my peace this time. The old Ralph would have left the door cracked open just in case. The newer one does not. I still have the screenshots, the letter, and the voicemail from Maya, who sobbed, "How could you do this to me?" during the Venmo transfer attempt. I don't want vengeance. I want to remember. Because as no one will tell you, breaking off your family does not always feel like a noble act. It seems like grief, like you're mourning something that never existed in the way you had hoped. But each day, that grief becomes a bit quieter. Every day, my phone remains silent. And the silence feels more like safety. They wasted years believing that I would always be present, that they could burn the bridge, and I would still build another. But they eventually discovered what occurs when the bridge builder walks away, taking every plank with him. And I learned something too. That's not the family that shares your name. It is who appears when your world collapses, not when theirs does. And that no one, not even blood, has a lasting right to your generosity, if they consider it as a commodity to be exchanged. This wasn't vengeance. It was about survival. And for the first time in my life, I'm actually living. My parents defended my sister's fake illness, even after she ruined my college and forced me into a garage, but the evidence crushed her in court. My parents told everyone that I had been frightening my crippled sister by walking too loudly. This whole situation began when Melissa returned home from college after being diagnosed with ADHD. Suddenly, everything triggered her. My footsteps were a distraction during her online lectures. I amused her with these silly foam slippers that made me look like a cartoon bear. So, the problem is solved, right? Wrong. She's now complaining to Mom that the vibrations from my walking are causing her brain to scramble, despite the slippers. She accompanied this entire talk with articles about ADHD sensory processing. Mom ate it up. She purchased $200 on special carpet runners and forced me to go exclusively on those designated tracks through the house, as if I were a zoo animal following marked trails. I attempted to make it work. I actually did. I'd take little baby steps everywhere, arms out for balance, like if I were on a tightrope. My pals thought I had lost my mind as I tiptoed to the front door. My partner dumped me because he claimed I was acting strangely. But of course, nothing could ever satisfy Melissa. She created a plan, a laminated schedule of when I was allowed to walk about my own house. Not during my focus blocks, she answered, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. except that her focus blocks began at 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. I needed to SMS her before leaving my room. Text my sister for permission to pee. She began documenting everything in this binder, including times I wandered without permission and decibel levels from an app. She'd record me walking and play it back to our parents as proof of my hostility. The breaking point came when she claimed that my midnight trek to buy water caused her to fail an exam. She claimed that the vibrations passed through the flooring and into her desk, making her forget all she had studied. My parents lost it. Dad installed motion sensors. Mom put my bed into the garage. The garage. It's more private out here. You can walk around all you want. Mom got me a space heater, which made sleeping next to gas cans acceptable. Even it wasn't enough for Melissa. She had a full breakdown, rocking back and forth on the floor with tears flowing down her cheeks, and repeating the words, "I can feel her hostile energy through the walls. I can't concentrate knowing she's on the property." My parents convened a family conference and informed me that I needed to stay with relatives until Melissa completed her semester. She's abusing her little sister. They informed everyone that I refused to accommodate Melissa's impairment. It's obvious she's trying to sabotage her education. That same night, they brought me to my aunt's house with 2 garbage bags full of clothes. They wouldn't even let me pack properly. All they wanted was for me to leave. My aunt soundproofed the guest room and gave me special slippers. My uncle gave me a business card for anger management. They kept their children away from me, as if I were a monster. Sigh. 3 days later, I was on my aunt's laptop researching ADHD accommodations when I noticed her email was open. I saw the receipt for Melissa's tuition payment, but something felt off. The number was not what it should have been. My heart began racing. The next morning, I called the college pretending to be Melissa and requesting enrollment verification for insurance. The lady continues, "I'm seeing you haven't been enrolled since spring 2023. You were academically dismissed." My heart has stopped. 18 months. She hadn't attended school for 18 months. I dug deeper. I called a friend whose brother attended state and asked him to see whether Melissa was in any of his classes. He laughed. "Your sister? She got kicked out freshman year for plagiarism. Everyone knows that." I sat there shaking as everything came together at once. My aunt came in and noticed my face. "What's wrong?" I showed her everything: the enrollment office call, my friend's texts, and a timeline of Melissa's symptoms. Everything. My aunt called my parents right away, put it on speaker. "When's the last time you actually saw Melissa's grades?" There was silence. As my mother attempted to log into the parent portal, I could hear her concerned moans. Melissa changed the password 2 years ago, therefore it no longer worked. Dad phoned the bursar's office. $60,000 in tuition payments for nothing. She'd been pocketing everything. Turns out she only wanted me to go so I wouldn't inquire why her buttocks were constantly at home. And when they challenged her, she attempted everything. This is OP's fault. She tried to overstimulate me and drive me insane on purpose. But this time, nobody believed it. My parents spam called me and begged me to return home, but I ignored them. Good riddance. The next day, when I went to check my student portal to register for spring classes, I noticed it. Withdrawal requested by student. I frantically called the registrar. "Yes, you submitted the withdrawal form yesterday at 11:47 p.m. I recognized Melissa. When I hung up the phone, my hands couldn't stop shaking. Melissa had withdrew me from college. My own sister had accessed my account and destroyed my schooling when I was resting at my aunt's place. I called school security right away, my voice shaking as I told how someone had accessed my student account without authorization. The guy on the other end seemed bored. "Ma'am, that's a registrar issue. They're open at 8 a.m. tomorrow. However, this is identity theft. Someone removed me from school. Still need to go through the registrar. Nothing we can do tonight." I wanted to chuck the phone across the room. Instead, I opened my laptop and began capturing pictures of everything. The withdrawal confirmation email, the timestamp 11:47 p.m., and the IP address shown at the bottom of the site. My aunt had encouraged me to capture everything, and now I realized why. The IP address seems familiar. I matched it to an older email from my parents' computer. The same numbers. The withdrawal was submitted from my parents' home while I was 20 miles away at my aunt's house. By 11 p.m. I was still unable to sleep. My thoughts were racing about what else Melissa could have done. I logged into my email settings, which I had never thought to check previously. There it was. A forwarding rule. For the previous 4 months, every email from my college was automatically routed to an address I didn't know. My stomach turned as I looked through my sent folder and discovered emails I'd never written. Responses to teachers stating that I was dropping their classes. Responses: scholarship opportunities are diminishing. Even a note declining a paid research position I had applied for previous semester. I discovered the original emails in my trash folder, my instructors questioning why I had missed weeks of lectures, the financial aid office informing me about my enrollment status, and an invitation to join the honor society that I had allegedly denied. Each one was forwarded to Melissa before I ever saw it. My alarm did not need to go off the next morning. I'd been awake since 4 a.m., sorting every piece of evidence into folders on my laptop. My aunt took me to university and insisted on attending as my witness. When the registrar's office opened at 8, there was already a line, but I was the first in line. As I explained everything to the woman behind the desk and showed her the screenshots and IP address confirmation, she appeared sympathetic. "I understand this is upsetting," she added, typing something into her computer. "But to reverse a student-initiated withdrawal, we need a police report for identity theft. Plus, your department head has to approve your readmission, and you need to complete any missed coursework." "How long do I have?" She looked at her screen. 72 hours before your spot in the program is permanently released. After that, you'd have to reapply as a new student. A total of 72 hours. 3 days can save you 4 years of education. My aunt drove directly to the police station. The officer receiving my report frowned as I told him about Melissa, the bogus ADH, the stolen tuition money, and now the withdrawal. "Family situations are complicated," he added, not actually looking at me. "This could be seen as a domestic dispute rather than identity theft. Sisters share passwords sometimes." She had never had mine. She must have reset it or hacked it somehow. He gave me a report number but warned that it could take weeks before a detective was assigned. I didn't have any weeks. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I was sitting across from my department head. She had always loved me, but her expression was serious when she pulled up my data. "You've missed significant coursework," she told you. "These emails saying you were dropping classes, the missed assignments. I can see you're a victim here, but you're looking at 4 months of work. I can do it. I just need the chance." She gave me a long look. "If you can prove you were prevented from attending, really prove it, and complete all missed assignments within 2 weeks, I'll approve your readmission." 2 weeks for 4 months' work was better than nothing. That evening my aunt and I gathered at her kitchen table and created a chronology, including every episode with Melissa, every text message regarding the foam slippers, and every photo of the carpet runners my mother had installed. My aunt had even retained the receipt for the soundproofing she installed in my room. "This is abuse," she explained quietly. "Clear, documented abuse." She picked up the phone. "I'm calling my friend. She's a lawyer." As my aunt made calls, I recalled something. I'd been texting Elise about everything. She'd witnessed it all in real time. Elise answered the first ring. "Oh my God, I've been worried sick. Your parents called my mom and said you'd gone insane and attacked Melissa." "Elise, I need your help. Do you still have our text conversations?" "Every single one." "Why?" I explained everything. The fake ADH, the stolen money, the withdrawal from school. Elise went silent for a long time. "I'm driving down tomorrow," she added. "And I'm bringing my laptop." It's strange how effortlessly everyone accepted Melissa's complaints about footsteps making her brain scramble. I'm curious that the parents never questioned such an outrageous assertion or requested actual medical documentation beyond a few written pieces. I screenshotted Melissa's Instagram stories, the ones when she was at parties during her alleged sensory crises. The lawyer arrived the next morning. She examined everything with keen eyes and occasionally asked questions. "We have a strong case for the fraud," she told the audience. "But I also need documentation of the emotional abuse, the garage, the walking restrictions, everything." Elise arrived that afternoon with a hefty packet of written texts and screenshots. She also had her witness statement prepared and notarized. The Instagram proof was damning. Melissa was at a concert the same night she claimed my footsteps caused her a migraine. Melissa attended a home party 2 hours after stating that she required perfect silence for studying. That evening I decided to conduct a more thorough review of our family's finances. If Melissa stole tuition money, what else did she do? I requested my credit report for the first time in my life. I had never opened 3 credit cards before, $15,000 in debt. All opened within the last year using my social security number. My palms shook when I dialed the police station again. This time, they promptly connected me to a detective. Credit card fraud changes things, the detective explained. This is now a felony case. We'll be arresting your sister tomorrow. My aunt changed her locks that night and added cameras the following morning. I know, Melissa, she admitted. This won't end quietly. She was correct. My parents called the next afternoon, both shouting over the speakerphone. You're destroying your sister's life, Mom wailed. How could you do this to family? She stole $60,000 and opened credit cards in my name. We'll pay for your college, Dad exclaimed. Every penny, just drop the charges. My aunt grabbed my phone and started recording before I could react. So, you're trying to bribe me? It's not bribery, it's family taking care of family, Mom cried out. Melissa made mistakes, but prison isn't the answer. I hung up and forwarded the recording to the police. My department leader sent me an email that evening. She had studied my proof and would authorize my readmission once the registrar restored the withdrawal. The investigator had rushed the police report. Everything was falling into place, but I still had to deal with the avalanche of missing coursework. Melissa's arrest occurred the next morning. I didn't observe, but she supposedly tried to flee and had to be tackled in the front yard. Within hours, her mugshot appeared online, mascara streaking down her cheeks and her visage twisted with wrath. My phone exploded with messages. Old high school classmates and distant relatives. Some people backed me, while others labeled me callous. They remarked, "She's your sister," as if that explained everything. Then Ryan texted, Melissa's ex-boyfriend from the previous year. I have information you need to see. Can we meet? We met at a coffee shop near school. Ryan appeared exhausted but determined as he pulled out his phone. She used to brag about this stuff, he explained, flashing me text after text. Melissa was giggling about making me walk in foam slippers. Melissa explains how she convinced our parents that I was aggressive. Melissa was giving him false grade reports she had produced in Photoshop. Why didn't you tell anyone? I tried telling your parents about our breakup, but they said I was just bitter. He forwarded everything to me. Additional evidence for the prosecutor. That evening my parents arrived at my aunt's place. Dad hammered on the door, as Mom cried out on the lawn. My aunt would not let them in. Open this door, Dad screamed. She's our daughter. The neighbors phoned the cops. 2 officers arrived and issued my parents a trespassing notice. They had to flee or be arrested. I submitted everything to the registrar the next morning, with 36 hours to spare. The woman who helped me earlier rushed it through the system. You're officially re-enrolled, she announced, printing my confirmation. Good luck with the coursework. 4 months of assignments in 2 weeks. I did the math. If I worked 18 hours a day, I might be able to make it. But first, Melissa posted bail. She instantly got online and posted old images of us as kids with long explanations about how her beloved sister had turned against her when she had a disability. She said that I was jealous of the attention she received for her ADHD. She said I was the one who had been abusive, and she had merely been attempting to endure my campaign of terror. People who did not know the truth began sharing her posts. Disability discrimination is real, they said. Her sister is a monster. Then something unexpected occurred. Dr. Lauren Harper, a renowned ADHD specialist, contacted me via my university email. I've seen your sister's posts, she explained. What she's describing isn't consistent with ADHD. I'm concerned about the stigma this is creating for actual ADHD patients. Would you be willing to let me examine her claims? Of course, it is pro gratis. I shared the email to the lawyer, who embraced the concept. Meanwhile, Elise had virtually moved into her apartment's living room with me. We created a homework station with 2 laptops, a printer, and enough energy drinks to outfit a convenience shop. She took notes while I was writing papers. She coordinated research as I finished problem sets. 18 hours down, 6 to go, she would say around midnight, forcing me to take breaks. My instructors had been understanding once they discovered the facts. Some even extended deadlines for a few days. However, it was still harsh. My eyes burned and my fingers cramped. Citations and formulas came to mind in my dream. On day 10 of the homework marathon, just as I was about to collapse from tiredness, Elise arrived with reinforcements. 3 peers from my program came to help. They had heard what had happened and wanted to help me. Nobody should lose their education because of family abuse, one of them stated. We worked shifts. Someone was constantly brewing coffee. Someone was constantly proofreading. When my brain felt like mush, someone was always available to guide me through the next project. By day 11, my head felt as if it had been blended. But we were close. so close. The stack of finished assignments continued to build, but the to-do list gradually shrank. That evening, at 9 p.m., my phone buzzed with an Instagram notice as I was studying my last statistics problem set. Strangely, I hadn't touched social media in weeks. The message came from an account I didn't recognize, Butterfly Girl 2024. My blood ran cold as I read that. You think you won? I'll destroy you. Drop the charges, or I'll make what happened before look like nothing. You have no idea what I'm capable of. Remember, I know everything about you. Every password you've ever used, every secret you've ever told me. This isn't over. The typing pattern, the risks, and the use of passwords. It was Melissa. She was not meant to contact me at all. That was one of her bail terms. I took screenshots of everything and promptly gave them to the prosecutor. Within an hour, the detective had called. She violated her bail. We're picking her up now. Melissa returned to jail that night. This time, no bail. 2 days later, I sent in my final work with 24 hours to spare. Elise and I sat in her apartment, staring at the confirmation email from my previous professor. 4 months' labor was completed in 14 days. You did it, Elise replied. However, I was too weary to rejoice. I only wanted to sleep for a week. The following afternoon, my parents' lawyer contacted me. They'd engaged someone costly who wanted to meet to discuss resolving this family dispute without resorting to legal action. The lawyer accompanied me to the meeting. The expensive lawyer sat across from us in his posh office, attempting to appear sympathetic. Your parents are prepared to make you whole, he continued, slipping a check over the table. Full tuition reimbursement, plus damages. In exchange, you will dismiss all allegations and sign this non-disclosure agreement. I looked at the checkbook. $200,000. No, I replied. He blinked. Perhaps you don't understand. I understand perfectly. They want to buy their way out of accountability. 2 hours later, we arrived in court. My parents had sought a restraining order against me, saying that I was bothering them and jeopardizing Melissa's mental health. The judge read their petition with furrowed eyebrows. Then he examined our evidence, garage images, motion sensor receipts, and a recording of them attempting to bribe me. This restraining order is denied, he stated forcefully. And frankly, Mr. and Mrs. Coleman, you're lucky you're not facing charges for witness tampering. My parents exited the courtroom without looking at me. The following afternoon, I received calls from all 3 credit card firms. The fraud department had completed their probe. The loan would be discharged, but the damage to my credit score would linger for years. No apartment would rent to me, no auto loan, nothing. I have a spare room, Elise responded when I told her. Seriously, my roommate just moved out. It's yours if you want it. Dr. Harper called 3 days later with the results of her evaluation. Melissa had been subjected to 6 hours of testing while in custody. Your sister shows no neurological signs of ADHD, she explained gently. However, she does display clear indicators of antisocial personality disorder. The symptoms, she claimed, feeling vibrations through walls, brain scrambling from footsteps. These are medically impossible. I'll testify to this. I thanked her before hanging up, feeling strangely empty. Part of me wished Melissa actually had something wrong, something that explained everything. But no, she was simply mean. The next morning, I sent in my final makeup work with a day to spare. My GPA remained at 3.8. One of my professors even offered me a paid research post for the upcoming semester. You've shown remarkable resilience, he told you. I could use someone as determined as you on my team. Finally, some income, credit cards in her name, Instagram party photographs amid sensory episodes, and parents providing bribes like they're auctioning on eBay. Melissa is playing bogus bingo and completing every square as her parents facilitate the entire circus show. I agreed immediately. 1 week later, the prosecutor phoned. Melissa had been given a plea agreement that included 2 years probation, community service, and full restitution if she admitted to fraud and identity theft. She refused. The prosecution stated, she wants a trial and says she'll prove you drove her to it. When? Next month. You'll need to testify. The news of a trial divided my extended family. My phone didn't stop ringing. You're sending your own sister to prison, my uncle shouted over the phone. She's sick and needs help, not jail, my cousin texted. Others, however, encouraged me. My mother's sister contacted to say she had felt something was wrong for years. My father's brother agreed to testify about the Christmas meal where Melissa laughed about having the entire family wrapped around her finger. I stopped taking calls from anyone other than my aunt and the legal team. Elise helped me prepare for my testimony. We'd sit in her living room as she played prosecutor, asking me the most difficult questions she could think of. Why didn't you call the police when you were moved to the garage? I thought it was my fault. That I really was too loud. Again, Elise replied, without apologizing for existing. We practiced for hours until I was able to convey my experience without shaking. 2 weeks before the trial, my parents attempted again, this time through my aunt. They're offering to pay for everything, my aunt explained, showing me the text. Full college costs, therapy, a new car. They say Melissa is suicidal in jail. I contacted the prosecutor immediately. This is witness tampering, she explained. I'll handle it. My parents received an official warning from the judge. If they make another effort, they will face prosecution. I started treatment the next week. The therapist specialized in family trauma and gaslighting clients. You were systematically abused, she stated after our first session. The walking restrictions were just the visible part. This started much earlier. She wasn't wrong. Melissa, in retrospect, had been in control of the family narrative for years. Every story became twisted. Each dispute became my fault. I had been indoctrinated to distrust my own reality. We'll work on recognizing manipulation, the doctor stated, and setting boundaries that protect you. Melissa's public attorney filed a motion for my medical records a week before the trial, saying that my mental health difficulties rendered me an untrustworthy witness. The judge only approved records from the specified time period. All they discovered was evidence of stress-related sleeplessness from sleeping in a garage. Your medical records actually help our case, the prosecutor informed me. Ryan agreed to testify and brought a box of evidence I had no idea existed. Receipts showing Melissa shopping for designer bags on the same day I was moved to the garage, text messages in which she boasted about getting a free ride, and a video from a party in which she joked about forcing me to walk in foam slippers. I kept everything after we broke up, he informed me. I knew someday people would need to know the truth. The day before the trial, I moved in with Elise. We spent the morning putting together my room, hanging pictures, and making it feel like home. After months of uncertainty, I finally had a safe haven. Melissa's pals drove by slowly that evening, taking photos of the apartment complex. Elise caught it all on her security camera. Let them try something, she remarked. We're ready. My mother sent me one final email that night, a long meandering message about how I was damaging the family legacy, how she had failed as a mother, and how she knew something was wrong with Melissa but wanted to trust her. She never once apologized for making me sleep in a garage. Following the release of court records, the college newspaper published a report about the matter the following morning. My phone lighted up with texts from students. She cheated off me in biology. She stole my laptop and said I lost it. She told everyone I was stalking her when I caught her lying about being in the honor society. Melissa's falsehoods and manipulation have been documented numerous times. The prosecutor included them in her evidence file. Trial day dawned dark and drizzly. I dressed my most professional attire and attempted to keep my hands from shaking. Elise drove me to the courthouse. You've got this, she stated. Just tell the truth. The first surprise occurred during jury selection. Melissa stood up and declared that she had fired her public defender. I'll represent myself, she stated boldly. No one knows my story better than me. The judge examined her over his glasses. Miss Coleman, I strongly advise against this. You're facing serious charges. I understand, Your Honor, but I know the truth better than any lawyer. The judge groaned and granted it. Day 2 of the trial. I took the stand. For 4 hours, I explained everything. The foam slippers, the carpet runners, the walking regimen, and the garage. My voice remained steady as I detailed finding the withdrawal confirmation, locating the forwarded emails, and learning about credit cards. Melissa kept interrupting. Objection, she's lying. Miss Coleman, you can't object to testimony. You'll have your chance to cross-examine. Melissa stood up when I mentioned finding out about her expulsion after 18 months of lying. You've ruined everything, she exclaimed. Everything was perfect until you had to dig around. The judge threatened to eject her from the courtroom. Then began Melissa's cross-examination. She approached me holding papers in her hands. Isn't it true that you walked loudly on purpose? No. But you admit you walked? Yes, I walked. In my own home. Aha. She looked at the jury as if she had won something. She admits it. The jury seemed perplexed. And isn't it true you were jealous of my academic success? You were expelled for plagiarism. I wasn't asking about that. She struggled through her inquiries for an hour, unwittingly divulging that she had changed my passwords, forwarded my emails, and had only spent a portion of the tuition money. Elise testified next, displaying our text discussions on a large screen. The jury witnessed everything in real time: my perplexity, desperation, and gradual realization of the truth. Ryan testified about Melissa's brags, displaying receipts and communications. Dr. Harper demonstrated in clinical depth why Melissa's alleged symptoms were physically impossible and unrelated to any recognized neurological disorder. The evidence was overwhelming. On day 3, my parents took the stand. They attempted to minimize everything, but the prosecutor presented receipts. Is this your credit card statement showing the purchase of motion sensors? Yes, but is this your receipt for the space heater for the garage? We wanted her to be comfortable in the garage, next to gas cans. Dad finally revealed that he'd never witnessed Melissa experience a sensory episode. Mom revealed that she had never verified Melissa's registration status. Melissa takes the stand on day 4 to defend herself. It was disastrous. She said that I had been envious since I was a child. She admitted to taking the money, but claimed she earned it because of the trauma I had caused. Despite Dr. Harper's testimony, she persisted on the reality of her ADHD. She unintentionally confessed to credit card fraud while attempting to explain it away. I only use them for necessities. Clothes are necessities. Trips are mental health care. The jury debated for 2 hours. We find the defendant guilty on all counts. Melissa yelled that I was dead to her. My parents ignored me as the bailiffs dragged her away. I expected to feel victorious. Instead, I simply felt empty. Elise drove me home silently. I looked out the window at people going about their daily lives, drinking coffee, strolling their dogs, and conversing about things other than fraud and family betrayal. The emptiness felt heavily on my chest like a stone. You did the right thing, Elise replied. Finally, when we drove inside the apartment complex, I nodded, but the words seemed meaningless. Right and wrong seemed overly simplistic for what had just occurred. For the next week, I went through the motions, went to school, started my research work, prepared supper with Elise. But everything felt remote, as if I was seeing someone else's life through foggy glass. The sentencing hearing occurred on a Thursday morning. I dressed the same business attire, but this time my hands did not shake. Melissa stood in an orange jumpsuit, her hair flat on her skull, and no makeup to cover the black circles under her eyes. The judge considered the counts of fraud, identity theft, credit card fraud, and witness intimidation. Each count included prospective years. Miss Coleman, he said. Melissa, do you have anything to say before sentencing? She stood up straight. My sister destroyed our family out of jealousy. I needed that money for my medical treatment. She refused to accommodate my disability, and now she's sending me to prison for being sick. The judge's face did not change. Miss Coleman, multiple experts have testified that you have no disability requiring accommodation. You stole over $75,000, including credit fraud. You attempted to destroy your sister's education and future. He sentenced her to 3 years in state jail, with forced reparation of all stolen funds and damages. I hope you use this time to reflect on your choices, he told you. Melissa turned to gaze at me one final time. You destroyed this family, she stated simply. I hope you're happy. The bailiffs escorted her away. My parents had arrived this time and sat in the back row. Mom was crying silently. Dad's jaw was so tightened that I could see the muscles moving. They went without saying anything. The following morning, I went to the phone store with Elise. The clerk transferred my contacts as I watched my old phone number disappear from the screen. 10 years had passed, but it felt necessary, like closing a door. Wow. Melissa's inadvertent confessions while defending herself are mind-blowing. How did she believe that declaring clothes are necessities and trips are mental health care would help her case? I blocked my parents on everything, including email, social media, and LinkedIn. My aunt assisted me in filing the reparation papers, stressing that it would take years to receive any actual money. Prison wages are about $1 an hour, she explained. But at least it is something. 2 weeks later, my aunt sent me a letter from my parents. They were selling their home to pay for Melissa's appeal counsel and moving to Florida to start again. The letter condemned me for choosing revenge over family and promised to pray for my soul. I tossed it in the garbage without responding. My research job kept me busy. We were investigating memory formation in trauma victims. Ironically, given my situation, the task felt significant. Every data item, every analysis, contributes to something that can help someone else. "You're one of my strongest research assistants," my professor said to me one afternoon. "Your attention to detail is exceptional." I wanted to tell him that was the result of years of documenting Melissa's lies, but instead I simply said, "Thank you." The spring semester passed by in a whirlwind of coursework, research, and therapy appointments. The therapist assisted me in overcoming the shame that persisted during peaceful moments. "Guilt is common among abuse victims," she explained. "You were trained to prioritize your sister's needs over your own safety. It takes time to unlearn that." Sometimes I'd wake up believing I heard footsteps above me, only to remember that I now lived on the top level. My body was still primed for hypervigilance. Melissa's appeal was refused 2 months after she received her sentence. The evidence was too overwhelming. She was moved 3 hours away to a state women's detention prison. Some of her old pals apologized for believing her lies about me. "We should have known," one wrote. "She lied about everything else too." I've forgiven some of them but maintained my distance. Trust was becoming increasingly difficult to gain. My therapist assisted me in preparing a victim impact statement for the restitution court. We worked on it for 3 sessions, meticulously recording the financial and emotional consequences: the garage, the lost semester, credit destruction, and treatment bills. Melissa was ordered by the judge to pay a total of $100,000, which included the stolen tuition, credit card debt, and emotional distress damages. At prison rates, it would take decades. "It's not about the money," the therapist told me. "It's about accountability." The following week, a TV producer contacted and expressed interest in making a documentary about sibling fraud and family treachery. They promised a significant sum of money for my cooperation. "Your story could help other victims," the woman remarked. "No," I informed her. "I need to move forward, not backward." She called 3 more times before giving up. May arrived, bringing final examinations and graduation preparations. Elise assisted me in selecting a cap and gown, and insisted on shooting photos, despite the fact that I felt strange celebrating. "You earned this," she remarked. "Despite everything. You finished." My aunt and uncle attended graduation, as did Elise and Ryan. We had become friends during the trial. "Trauma bonding," the therapist labeled it. They cheered as I came across the platform, my honors cord waving with every step. The seats where my parents should have been remained empty. I tried to avoid looking at them. The next morning, I checked my inbox and found an acceptance letter from a graduate program across the nation. Full scholarship, research assistantship, and a completely new start in which no one knew my story. "Take it," Elise responded immediately. "You need this." I agreed that afternoon. 6 weeks later, my aunt called to share some news. My grandmother, my father's mother, had died. "The funeral is on Thursday," my aunt explained cautiously. "Your parents told everyone you're not welcome. They're saying you've joined a cult." "A cult?" I laughed, but it turned bitter. That is their narrative, easier than explaining the truth. Melissa received supervised release to attend the funeral. My cousin emailed me photos, her in a black frock with an ankle monitor, crying loudly at the burial while my parents hugged her. The extended family gathered around them as if nothing had occurred. I stayed at home and looked over old photos of Grandma instead. She had always been polite to me, but distant. Now I was wondering what stories my parents had told her about me over the years. The first compensation payout arrived a week later. $5,000 was a minuscule portion of what was owed, but it was something. I used some for therapy, some for moving expenses, and the rest in savings. August came quickly. I packed up all I owned into a little trailer. Elise helped me load boxes while we both tried not to cry. "You'll pay a visit," she said. "And I'll come see you, of course." But we both knew it would be different. The drive across the country took 4 days. I stopped at random motels, ate at truck stops, and observed the countryside transform from familiar to unfamiliar. With each mile, the weight on my chest gradually lifted. My new graduate school roommate was frequently talking about her plant biology study. The second week she commented on how gently I walked. "It's like you're not even there sometimes," she remarked, laughing. I forced myself to walk normally thereafter. Each footstep represents a modest act of defiance against previous tendencies. It took several months to feel normal again. The program was hard, but in a positive way. Nobody knew about Melissa, the trial, or the garage. I was just another graduate student studying neuroscience, working late in the lab and consuming too much coffee. 3 months into the semester, I received a letter forwarded from my aunt's address. Melissa's handwriting on the envelope caused my stomach to clench. Inside are 3 pages of Melissa's neat handwriting. She forgives me for betraying her. She recognized that others had manipulated me into testifying. She hoped that one day I would realize what I had done and come to see her so she could forgive me in person. She made no apologies or acknowledgments of her actions. During a late-night experiment, I burned it in the lab's Bunsen burner, seeing the pages curl and blacken until there was just ash left. December provided another surprise. My parents sent me a Christmas card with a check for $1,000. "We'll always love you despite everything," they wrote. "Perhaps someday you'll realize family is more important than being right." I stared at the check for a long time. $1,000 would assist with expenditures, but accepting it felt like agreeing with their version of events. Instead, I donated it to a domestic abuse shelter and simply sent them the receipt. The spring semester began with me teaching undergraduate biology labs. Standing in front of 18-year-olds and describing mitosis and cell division was weird. Some were older than Melissa had been when she began telling lies. One girl stayed after class in March. She fidgeted with her notebook, avoiding eye contact. "My sister says I'm making her sick," she explained quietly. "She says my breathing is too loud when I study. My parents want me to move to the basement." My chest was tightening. I recognized the expression in her eyes, bewilderment mingled with self-doubt. "That's not normal," I explained gently. "Breathing doesn't make people sick." She burst into tears. "But she has anxiety. The doctor said I should be supportive." I informed her about gaslighting, emotional abuse, and documenting everything. I told her about the on-campus counseling center. "Someone believes me," she muttered. "I believe you." She left with her shoulders slightly straighter. I hoped she would be fine. That afternoon, I returned to my office with heavy, purposeful steps. My boots boomed through the hall. A coworker looked up, startled by the noise. "Sorry," he said. "Didn't hear you coming. You're usually so quiet." "Not anymore," I said. I walked loudly after that. Allow my footsteps to declare my presence. Let them resound and reverberate. Each stride was an assertion of my existence, that I had the right to occupy space and make noise in my own life. Thanks for listening along while I wondered about things with you. It's been quite the journey together. See you around, friends. If you made it to the end, drop a comment. I love reading all your comments.